Anyway, you held Fong Wei and touched her. Since you had physical contact with her, you must take responsibility. The man speaking lived near the office building. He was there to pressure Officer Song to take responsibility, and the people helping him were his subordinates. This all started 3 days ago. Officer Song went out to dig coal. He heard someone calling for help and found a girl crying in the corner named Fong Wei. She had fallen into a pit 3 or 4 meters deep and couldn't climb out. Officer Song, not one to ignore someone in danger, naturally helped her out, using a rope. But Fong Ming claimed that he was hugging and holding her hand. Fong Ming, are you deliberately causing trouble? The survivors living in the office building were now under Fong Ming's control. He and Officer Song had interacted before and had many disagreements. Officer Song suspected Fong Ming was trying to get revenge by using dirty tricks, which made him very angry. Do I need to cause trouble? You're a widower in your 30s, with a kid, and my sister is only 20. If you're supposed to take responsibility for her, why aren't you happy about it? Who the said I'm dragging around a kid? Officer Song grabbed an iron shovel, ready to hit Fong Ming on the head. People nearby quickly stopped him. Fong Ming was angry and jumped up, insulting Officer Song for taking advantage and acting innocent. At this moment, Wan Tao and 2 others arrived. After hearing the story, Wan Tao also felt frustrated. Fong Ming, Song Chunha was kind. He saved someone, but you want to push your sister onto him. Are you crazy? Wan Tao rarely got angry. Fong Ming immediately flew into a rage when he heard this. Wan Tao, you're protecting Song Chunha. You're unreasonable. My sister is just a young girl. If she gets hurt, whether Song Chunha meant well or not, he touched my sister and must take responsibility. Fong Ming argued stubbornly, and everyone was speechless. He was known for being unreasonable. If things didn't go his way, he would cause trouble for a long time. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong stood in the crowd. Although Yi Fu also felt helpless, they knew that this matter had to be handled by Officer Song himself. Outside help would only make things worse. Of course, if the other person still wants to hit Officer Song, she will definitely go to help immediately. Officer Song pushed Fong Ming once, then pushed others, and while everyone was confused, he gave a cold smile. Now I have touched all 6 of you. Do I also need to take responsibility for you? Fong Ming. The onlookers. No, Dad, I don't want to be part of this with that ugly uncle, Wen suddenly cried loudly. Officer Song picked her up. Don't worry, Dad will make them leave soon. Fong Ming was so angry, he almost spat blood. He's a grown man, was he being teased? Song Chunha, do you want to die? Officer Song ignored him. Fong Ming looked at his younger brothers behind him, who grabbed their tools and prepared to fight. At this moment, Lu Zhang took out a homemade crossbow and stepped forward. Everyone was immediately scared and hurriedly backed away. Even Fong Ming behaved more carefully. Rule number 1 in the safe zone: no fighting or quarrels. Are you all blind or deaf? Fong Ming, with so many men here, why pick on Song Chunha? If he doesn't hurt you, he's being kind. And you? Lu Zhang ordered someone to bring Fong Wei over. Are you really going to marry Song Chunha? Fong Wei shook her head. I don't want to. It's all my brother forcing me. Wow, big news. Everyone looked at Fong Ming, who still seemed fearless and unbothered. What do you mean you forced her? He touched your hand, and now he's responsible for you. Then marry him. You two were just hugging and fighting earlier. Fong Wei shouted back, and the others looked at Fong Ming with complicated expressions. You traitor. I helped you, and you still bit my hand. Fong Ming raised his hand to hit Fong Wei, but Lu Zhang quickly stopped him. Fong Ming, do you want to be expelled from the safe zone? Fong Ming stayed silent. After Fong Ming and his group were taken away by security personnel, Lu Zhang looked at Officer Song with a sigh of helplessness. I think you should find someone new, so you can take care of Wen. Look how many times this has happened this month. The widows and young women in the safe zone are all thinking about you. No wonder everyone was worried. Officer Song was too outstanding. He was tall and strong, good at working and could farm, mine, and hunt. There was nothing he couldn't do. Compared to him, The other single men in the safe zone seemed quite unimpressive. In this environment, many women also want to find a good support system, and Officer Song is seen as the best person to rely on. Moreover, he takes great care of his daughter, making him even more perfect. Officer Song feels helpless and says, "I told you, I will never look for someone else in my life, not even after I die. My heart belongs only to my wife, even though she has passed away. All right, I won't force you." Forced relationships don't last long. Everyone shouldn't just focus on Song Chuinha, they should also look at others. The safe zone encourages everyone to stick together, but no reckless behavior. Anyone who acts out, my bow and arrow won't be kind. Lu Zhong looks around, clearly warning some men and women with hidden intentions. Fong Wei nervously glances at Officer Song, says sorry, and runs away. When will I have a chance to meet someone special? Qi Yuan laments loudly. If only you had a normal hairstyle, maybe you'd have a chance, Yi Fu teases, inspecting him from head to toe. Honestly, with your look, people might think you're a runaway from a serious crime, he jokes. Yi Fu, why are you always so sharp-tongued with me? Qi Yuan clutches his chest, pretending to be hurt. Because you're my half-brother, Yi Fu replies. It seems like finding a beautiful, wealthy woman in my life is impossible. I'm 30 now. Sigh, how many men are still 30? Yi Fu glances at Officer Song and says, Brother Song is almost 40, and he's doing very well. His words hurt both of them, and Officer Song chuckles bitterly, watching everyone. All right, everyone go back. I can handle small matters like this. Yi Fu looks at Wenwen and says, Your daughter said you were almost beaten to death. We hurried over here. Wenwen, how could you send false information? Officer Song pats her little head. Didn't I tell you I could fight them off and let you stay safe? The brave and noble Officer Song teaches his child this way, and everyone learns something new. On the way back, Qi Yuan keeps complaining. Why does no one like me? Even the scammers don't like me. Yi Fu tries to comfort him, but a person nearby approaches excitedly, looking at Qi Yuan. Big brother Qi, do you think I can? I've liked you for a long time. Qi Yuan looks at the person and asks hesitantly, How old are you? I just turned 40 this year, and I have 2 sons who can call you dad directly.
Qi Yuan is gone.
Yi Fu used all his patience to stop himself from laughing out loud. Qi Yuan's expression was like a colorful palette, very beautiful. Yi Fu grabbed Zhang Rong and ran away, leaving He Rue and Zhang Yuan behind, who were threatened by Qi Yuan for a long time. Back home, Yi Fu was so hungry his eyes blurred. He quickly took out some food, and the two of them ate as if they were starving ghosts, finishing in no time. I think we should set up a neighborhood committee in the safe zone with some older women to help settle these issues. Yesterday, someone threw eggs, and today, someone is short on coal. Or it's like Brother Song, with a bunch of bad relationships. There aren't many people in the safe zone, but there are quite a few problems. That Fong Ming, I understand why he wants his sister to marry Brother Song. Yi Fu widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Rong. You know?
Why?
He thinks Brother Song is a man he can trust for life.
Yi Fu, what?
Is it not that he's deliberately causing trouble? It probably isn't. I saw him spit blood. He might have thought he was about to die, so he came up with this plan. Is he really close to death? Yi Fu didn't expect such a twist. Although it was harsh, it seemed that Fong Ming wasn't a completely evil person. It probably won't happen. I saw he had bruises, but after spitting blood, he looked better. Zhang Rong looked very serious at Yi Fu. Qi Yuan isn't trying to find a woman? Why did he refuse that woman earlier? He wants to find a rich, beautiful woman. Clearly, the lady just now didn't fit that. Zhang Rong nodded. Qi Yuan is too picky.
Yi Fu chuckled.
So you mean, let him accept that lady from earlier and become a stepdad?
Does he not want to?
From his expression, it doesn't seem like he's very willing. If it were you, would you want to? Zhang Rong's eyes widened. Of course not. I just want to live with you. As long as there's food. Yi Fu laughed loudly. You're too practical. As long as there's food, you'll take it. Zhang Rong said nothing, just looked at her quietly. The people who recently moved into the safe zone have also settled in peacefully. Grandpa Chow passed away on a rainy day. Wan Tao personally cremated the body and scattered the ashes toward Haicheng with the wind. Every time Yifu passes by the house where the elderly live, he remembers Grandpa Chow. There are many elderly people like him in the safe zone. What Yifu didn't expect was that Fong Ming actually came to see him for a checkup. Yifu remembered Jiang Rong's words and carefully looked at Fong Ming's face, finding no problems. Dr. Yi, please help me see how many days I have left. Since being scolded by Lu Zhan last time, Fong Ming has become more obedient. Do you mean you're about to die? Fong Ming glared at Yifu. Why are you so straightforward? Can't you be more polite? Yifu was speechless. What words do you prefer? Passing away peacefully? Leaving us? Breathing my last? Stop, just check me quickly. Am I going to die soon? Yifu cleared his throat and checked his pulse. You're very healthy. If nothing unexpected happens, you should live for a long time. Fong Ming didn't believe it. But I've been coughing up blood recently, every morning. Your eyes are bright, your complexion is fine, your blood vessels are normal, and your pulse is steady. If you don't believe me, you can lie down, and I can examine your internal organs to see if there's any problem. Fong Ming was a bit overwhelmed. So, does that mean I don't have to die? I can't guarantee that. If you fall and hurt yourself outside, that has nothing to do with my diagnosis. Fong Ming gritted his teeth. As expected, people related to Song Chuanhe are all annoying. After saying that, he was about to leave. Yifu called him back. What about the consultation fee? On credit. Yifu had never encountered someone who owed her money before and found it a bit strange. I don't do credit here. Fine, I'll go back and get it. You're also a debt collector. Jiang Rong just came down and looked at Fong Ming with a sinister expression. Fong Ming knew Jiang Rong was not someone to mess with, so he hurriedly ran away. Jiang Rong, let's go collect eggs. Yifu packed up the medical kit. Jiang Rong's face still looked bad. Fong Ming doesn't need to live. Kill him tonight.
Yifu.
Are you some kind of living death god? Wait until he brings the money, then we'll talk. Let's go collect eggs first. Jiang Rong built a shed behind the villa where they lived, specifically for raising chickens. The first floor of the villa is used for planting vegetables and herbs, while the second and third floors are for living. People in the safe zone mostly live like this. The two haven't collected eggs for several days. Yifu took a basket, and Jiang Rong put down Luo Luo from his shoulder. They went to the shed together. The shed seems too crowded. Maybe we should kill half of the chickens to make more space. Unexpectedly, Jiang Rong was quite experienced in farming. The chicks had grown from dozens to over 100. That's a good idea. We can slaughter the older ones. Let's first pick the eggs, Yifu said, looking at basket after basket of eggs, happily delighted. They're amazing, laying 2 eggs a day. Now, almost everyone in the safe zone has some vegetables or livestock. After the dense fog, life was expected to be hard, but surprisingly, days were getting better. The newcomers also exchanged eggs, even though it was tough at first, but with the chicks growing fast, they could start eating meat in about a month. The biggest shortages in the safe zone are water, clothes, and blankets. Besides Yifu and Jiang Rong, most people's clothes were found or scavenged. When the apartment building collapsed and many people died, the clothes and blankets dug out were quickly snatched up by everyone. Yifu and Jiang Rong were also dressed poorly. Everyone wore torn clothes. If they wore clean clothes, it might attract trouble. The orphans were well taken care of by Lu Zhang. Now most people in the safe zone could eat enough. Yifu and Jiang Rong collected over 1,000 eggs. With the high yield of eggs and chickens, the shed couldn't hold them all, so they continued boiling water and slaughtering chickens. Fong Ming soon returned, holding 2 cabbages in his arms. Yifu took them without hesitation. Hey, Dr. Yi, could you please tell Song Chuanhe that the past is past? My sister doesn't like him, so he shouldn't feel guilty. Yifu nodded and agreed. Sure, I will pass the message. Make sure not to change my words.
Tell him exactly as I said.
Yifu felt helpless. Don't worry, I have a good memory.
I'll tell him exactly.
But if you don't leave now, you might get into real trouble here. Fong Ming's back felt cold. He turned around and saw Jiang Rong looking at him with a blank expression. What do you want?
Can't you see?
He wants to kill you, Yi Fu said, enjoying the drama. Fong Ming was so scared he ran away quickly. Help! Jiang Rong is killing people. After finishing his work, Yi Fu went to Officer Song and relayed Fong Ming's words exactly as they were. Officer Song was also speechless, but didn't intend to pursue the matter further. For a month, there was no rain, and the safe zone suddenly faced a water shortage. Yi Fu looked at the dark sky, unsure what the weather would do next. The chickens in the shed kept clucking loudly, which was very annoying. Yi Fu saw someone heading toward the villa where Wan Tao and the others lived, probably asking for help. Fortunately, Wan Tao was a wise person. Every time it rained, he told everyone to store extra rainwater. The filtered water could be kept for a long time in clay jars. Half a year ago, the safe zone built a small cave and made some clay jars to store rainwater after filtering. Yi Fu was playing 5 in a row with Jiang Rong when Lin Siren called her from outside. When she went out, she saw her carrying an inn, standing in the thick fog. And it was just over a year old, and could say a few words. Yi Fu gently pinched his little face. Yi Fu, I just found a lot of yellow ants in the vegetable garden, Lin Siren said. Yellow ants?
Yi Fu asked.
Yes, right at the roots. They've bitten through all the vegetable roots, Lin Siren replied.
Let's go see, Yi Fu said.
They arrived at Lin Siren's house and saw many pulled-out vegetables at the door. The roots were hollowed out, the leaves had turned yellow, and many yellow ants were crawling around on the ground. Did they appear today?
Yi Fu wondered.
I'm not sure. I haven't been tending the garden these past 2 days. I just came to pick corn and noticed the corn stalks were also hollowed out at the roots, Lin Siren explained. This should be treatable. I'll prepare some pesticide when I get back.
You spray it on, Yi Fu said.
Thanks a lot, Lin Siren replied. On the way back home, Yi Fu saw many dense groups of black ants. They seemed to be moving house, lining up to leave a hole and crawling into a by the villa wall. This wasn't a coincidence. Within 100 meters, Yi Fu saw 4 or 5 groups of ants moving. Usually ants move when it rains. Back home, Yi Fu checked her own vegetable garden and indeed found more than 10 colonies of yellow ants. Yi Fu pulled out all the herbs and vegetables from the garden and quickly sprayed insecticide, but after half a bottle, the yellow ants showed no reaction. Yi Fu hurried upstairs to get some herbs and started making insect powder. What's going on? Jiang Rong came out of his room after hearing the noise and saw Yi Fu selecting herbs, feeling a bit confused. There are many ant colonies in the garden. I tried using insecticide, but it didn't work. So I have to make poison powder myself. Also, there are many black ants moving on the road outside. Jiang Rong went downstairs to scoop some soil, watched the yellow ants inside, and after a few seconds, he left again. It might rain heavily. Yi Fu sighed, I have that feeling too. Although there's a drought, if a heavy rain comes, many fragile houses could be washed away by floods. Jiang Rong clearly didn't share her concern. We need to quickly kill the chickens in the shed, then gather the soil on the first floor, cover it with stones or wooden planks. Otherwise, if the first floor floods, it will be very muddy. Yi Fu nodded. Okay, but I need to make the poison powder first, and give some to Lin Siren and the others. If we don't kill these insects and they breed rapidly, they might turn the entire safe zone into an ant colony. Yi Fu had a severe fear of crowded spaces, and just thinking about that scene made her arms' hair stand on end. She made a large bucket of poison powder, put on a mask and gloves, and started disinfecting the garden. The poison powder was powerful. Within minutes of spreading it, all the yellow ants crawling in the soil were dead. Yi Fu kept some at home and took the rest to share with everyone. After giving some to Lin Siren, Chi Yuan, Officer Song, and others, she took the remaining portion to Wan Tao and his group, explaining the appearance of the yellow ants and the black ants moving. Jiang Rong, and I think a heavy rain is coming. After you spread the poison, you should remind everyone to prepare early. Wan Tao didn't take any chances and quickly checked the garden. Sure enough, as Yi Fu said, the soil was full of yellow ants. Because these ants are very small, only about 2 millimeters. They're hard to see without careful observation. He looked at the broken vegetable roots with a grim expression. Lu Zhang, distribute the remaining poison powder. Lao Huang, notify everyone to get ready. A storm might be coming. After informing them, Yi Fu left and returned home. She started gathering the soil on the first floor and brought some stones from outside to fill in the gaps. The chickens in the shelf have all been killed by Jiang Rong. The two of them worked through the night to finish cleaning everything. Yi Fu soaked the chicken feathers in water, then took them to the balcony to dry thoroughly. Others saved water by not soaking or washing the feathers. After drying, they kept the fluff and stuffed it into the layers of their clothes to keep warm. Survivors in the safe zone received news of a possible heavy rain, feeling like the sky was about to fall. All disasters seemed to start with a heavy rain, and during that time, no one wanted to remember. Now, when another heavy rain might come, those who can't handle the shock broke down and cried. Wan Tao personally checked the houses where everyone lived. Some might collapse, so they needed to move early. Some people didn't want to move. Wan Tao persuaded them for a long time, but had to leave disappointed. Qi Yuan and Officer Song went to dig a few more loads of coal. Wan Tao said there wasn't enough poison powder, so Yi Fu made half a bucket more. Outside, the black ant colonies grew larger, covering the walls, cracks, and pits left by acid rain. They were everywhere. Officer Song and others also learned from Yi Fu and Jiang Rong to fill in the vegetable fields, but no one wanted to kill the chickens they had raised with so much care.
Ashu.
Yi Fu, carrying a medical box, just stepped out when she was hit by thick fog, causing her to sneeze repeatedly. She wiped her face. Besides the mist, she could feel a layer of dust and dirt. She could faintly hear complaints and curses from nearby. Since the start of the disaster, these complaints and curses never stopped. After several days of peace, with enough food and a place to sleep, another disaster struck. For everyone, it was not only physical suffering, but also mental torment. They stayed alert day and night, fearing something sudden and terrible might happen at any moment. Yi Fu covered her mouth and suppressed a cough. The young girl leading the way looked back at her with an apologetic expression. Dr. Yi, I've caused you trouble. Yi Fu shook her head. Although she wore a mask, she still dared not speak, as talking made her feel the fog rush into her mouth. At the mall, Yi Fu saw the patients needing treatment. They had escaped from Liangjiang City earlier, and now all crowded on the third floor of the mall. Dr. Yi, how is my mother? Yi Fu looked at the unconscious woman, his brow slightly furrowed. These people had just settled down. The ground was covered with dirty clothes, and the unconscious woman was lying on top of them, covered with a torn blanket. Next to the fire, a few damp coal balls were placed, and inside a black plastic bucket was half a bucket of dirty water used for stirring the coal. Some pots and bowls were left in the corner. Many strong smells filled the air, hitting Yi Fu's nose. The woman couldn't hold on much longer. Yi Fu looked at her swollen limbs and body. Long-term hunger and a long journey had drained all her strength. Just as she was starting to rest, all her problems suddenly appeared, and her body collapsed. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Fu stood up and called the girl outside. The people who had come with them to escape from danger all looked at Yi Fu eagerly. Little Yi Doctor, this is your reward. They had been here for just over a month. Their cabbage crops weren't many. The girl pulled out 2 cabbage heads and handed them to Yi Fu, with mud and yellow ants still attached to the roots. Your mother won't make it through tonight. Even though it was hard, Yi Fu said the words. How is that possible? We just settled down. My mom said things would get better in the future. After all these disasters are over, she and my dad will take me home, the girl said. Yi Fu didn't know how to comfort her, so he remained silent. A few days ago, she was fine. Maybe you misdiagnosed her. You didn't even check with your tools. I have a clean bowl here. I'll give it to you. Please help me save her. My mom can't have an accident, I beg you. Seeing her about to kneel, Yi Fu quickly pulled her back. Go back home and talk to her. Keep the vegetables. You might need them soon, as a heavy rain is coming in a few days. Don't go, Dr. Yi. You can't give up on her. You're a doctor, the girl pleaded. Yifu nodded. I am a doctor, but I don't have medicine that can bring someone back to life. On the way here, she was barely holding on. When she arrived, she felt relieved, but her spirit was gone. The girl squatted on the ground, crying loudly. Seeing her, Yifu thought of himself. He squatted down and patted her shoulder. Go home and talk to her. She can hear you. The girl looked up with tears all over her face, then ran back into the house. Yifu gathered the scattered vegetables and placed them at their door before leaving. He looked back at the people living here. Maybe they couldn't understand why there was so much suffering in this world. When the first raindrop fell, thunder followed immediately. People returning from coal mining hurried home, some carrying buckets and basins to collect rainwater. Lightning struck one after another, with thunder so loud it sounded like explosions, making people feel scared. Some timid children cried loudly, and occasionally, Yifu could hear parents scolding them.
Ashu.
Yifu felt her nose was a bit uncomfortable and kept sneezing. Jiang Rong walked over, lifted her chin, and carefully checked her condition. You inhaled dust and bugs from the thick fog. Yifu immediately felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Bugs? No wonder my nose has been itchy, and I keep sneezing and having a runny nose. Yifu took out some medicine, planning to make herself an insecticide. Suddenly, Jiang Rong extended his wrist in front of her. This method is faster. Yifu felt a bit uneasy. Drinking blood all the time, will I turn into a vampire? Jiang Rong chuckled. Do you think you're practicing magic or cultivation? Yifu let out a yelp and bit his hand. After a while, she released him, looking at the bloody tooth mark, feeling a bit embarrassed. My teeth seem a little sharp. Outside, thunder roared. Yifu licked her lips, then suddenly grabbed Jiang Rong's neck and pounced on him. Jiang Rong, I want to bite you to death. In Jiang Rong's stunned gaze, Yifu patted his face and then burst out laughing. I'm just joking. You got so scared. Honestly, drinking your blood really hits hard. I feel dizzy. Yifu rubbed her temples, listening to the pattering rain outside, swaying as she returned to her room. After she closed the door, Jiang Rong blinked uncomfortably, quickly removed his contact lenses, and looked at Do Miao approaching. He single-handedly lifted Do Miao. Is Yifu crazy? Do Miao wagged her tail. Jiang Rong pointed at himself. Am I crazy? My head feels a bit dizzy too. Looks like I have some after effects. Jiang Rong looked at his healing wrist, where the bite mark had disappeared, but the pain from the bite hadn't gone away. The after effects of being bitten are also quite strong. The heavy rain had lasted for a day and night. Because there were many pits on the ground caused by acid rain erosion, no flooding occurred. However, after the rain started, the temperature suddenly dropped to 5 or 6 degrees Celsius, and the cold entered people's bodies. Many people began coughing. Besides the cold entering the body, there was another reason: inhaling dust and bugs from the thick fog. After Yifu drank Jiang Rong's blood, she fell into a deep sleep and only woke up on the third day. Yifu looked at the black mud on her body and felt confused. What's wrong with me? She asked, glancing nervously at Jiang Rong, who was sitting at the foot of the bed and staring at her. It started to appear yesterday. It should be toxins in your body. I wanted to help you wash it away, but... Jiang Rong looked her over and continued, I thought you would be angry, so I didn't help. Thank you so much for not helping, Yifu said hoarsely. How long have I been asleep? Is the rain still falling outside? What's the situation out there? Is there flooding? Has the house collapsed? You've been asleep for 3 days. I haven't gone out, so I don't know what's happening outside. Yifu tentatively asked, Don't tell me you haven't eaten anything these 3 days and just sat at the end of my bed? Jiang Rong nodded. I was worried you might die, so I kept watching over you. Luckily you didn't die. Yifu, just waking up, felt weak and exhausted. Hearing the rain outside, she sighed. If I die, will you help me with my body? Jiang Rong didn't answer, but just looked at her. Feeling uncomfortable, Yifu said, If you don't want to help, then forget it. Yifu, I don't want you to die. After saying that, he suddenly got up and left her room. Yifu watched his back and couldn't help but smile slightly. She definitely didn't want to die. She was determined to live strongly in this life. After 5 days of heavy rain, the floodwaters rose. Many steep slopes began to collapse and the water flooded the first floor, making it impossible for anyone to go outside. Many people suddenly started bleeding from their noses and fainted. After the thunder and lightning stopped, Yifu could still hear people calling her name, asking her to go and save others. But the rain was too heavy, and she couldn't go outside. Yifu roasted 2 sweet potatoes over the stove. The sweet aroma made Jiang Rong unable to move, as he kept looking at the sweet potatoes and then at Yifu. Just say what you want to say directly. I thought you would go out and help people. People outside kept calling her name intermittently. The water downstairs was very deep, and others didn't dare wade through it to ask her for help, so they felt embarrassed to ask her to go out and rescue people. That is only when I have free time and feel safe that I will go to help others. It is raining heavily outside, and I am not that selfless or dedicated.
Hongshu is ready.
Yifu placed the larger one in front of Jiang Rong, then switched back to the smaller one. Someone who guards their food has also learned to be polite. What a good kid. Jiang Rong snorted but quickly peeled the sweet potato and was about to put it in his mouth, not afraid of the heat. 2 houses collapsed in front today. Yifu looked at him in surprise. Did you go out? No, I just heard about it. Are your ears that sharp? Can you hear what the people next door are saying now? I'll tell you tonight. We're having barbecue.
Okay, tell me.
They're saying the first floor is flooded, and they're worried the building might fall. Next door are Wantao's family and Orange. Yifu reached out and touched Jiang Rong's ear. It looked normal, just like hers. Why does he have the ability to hear so well? It seems that being a genetically edited human might be pretty good. Predict when this heavy rain will stop. Jiang Rong sighed softly. How would I know? Just make a bold guess. I've noticed your predictions are usually pretty accurate. Maybe in 3 or 4 days, he said, then took 2 more sweet potatoes and put them on the fire. It's been a week of rain. If it continues for another 3 or 4 days, a lot more houses might collapse. Several houses in the western yard collapsed one after another. After the underground city caved in, it sank 50 meters down, forming a huge water pit. The eroded ground couldn't withstand the rain and the weight of the buildings, and started sinking. Yifu felt the houses shaking. After a loud bang, the villa also sank a few meters. They lived on the 3rd floor, which suddenly became the 2nd floor. Du Miao and Luo Luo were scared and jumped around. Yifu was held in Jiang Rong's arms. They crouched on the ground, waiting for the shaking houses to settle. Just as Jiang Rong got up, the house shook again and sank another 2 meters. It feels like sitting on a pirate ship, dizzy. The house was still sinking slowly and shaking constantly. Yifu moved her limbs slightly to adapt, then dared to stand up slowly. You're a jinx. I just said the house might collapse, and now it's sinking and tilting about 20 degrees to the left. However, it wasn't just them. All the houses either collapsed or sank. The people on the 2nd floor were buried below and then covered by rushing water and mud. After Yifu stood up, he collected everything inside the house into his space. He put on a raincoat and rain boots, then tucked Do Miao and Luo Luo inside the raincoat. The 2 of them slowly crawled out of the house. But outside, the thick fog made it hard to see anything clearly. Qi Yuan, Brother Song, Wenwen? I'm here. Yifu, come quickly and help me. Qi Yuan's call for help came. Yifu and Jiang Rong followed the sound and finally found him. Under the fog, even flashlights didn't work, so they had to find people by sound. A few minutes later, Jiang Rong pulled Qi Yuan out of the mud. Qi Yuan hadn't yet stabilized when the loose soil beneath him gave way again, and he fell into a collapsed pit. Luckily, Jiang Rong was quick and managed to pull him out once more. Oh my! Why did the ground suddenly collapse? The eroded surface couldn't hold up after the heavy rain washed it away, so it collapsed. Yifu still hadn't heard the voices of Officer Song and Wenwen, so he kept calling their names. Brother Song, Wenwen. Little Yijie, Dad, and I are here. We're stuck. When the 3 heard the voices, they carefully moved closer to rescue them. Officer Song, Wenwen, Hirue, and Zhang Yuan lived together, but the villa sank more than 2 floors, so all 4 were trapped on the 3rd floor. Little Yijia, there are many stones here. Be careful. Yi Fu didn't hear the others' voices, and his heart sank. Wenwen, how are your dad and brothers? They were hit by stones and fainted. Wenwen replied calmly, not crying or showing fear.
Okay, we understand.
Don't move. We'll come to rescue you right away. At this moment, Wan Tao and Lu Zhang arrived, with Secretary Huang carrying orange behind them. Yi Fu smelled blood on them, indicating they were injured badly. Lin Siren and the others don't know what's happening to them.
I'll go see.
Lu Zhang wiped the rain from his face and slowly moved through the waterlogged area. It's so hard to see clearly with this heavy rain, and I can't hear anything properly. What should we do? Qi Yuan was almost crying from anxiety, unable to determine Wenwen and the others' exact location. I'll go check. Qi Yuan, help me take care of Yi Fu. After Jiang Rong finished speaking, he broke a window and climbed into the sinking house. Qi Yuan turned to look at Yi Fu, hesitating to speak. Do you really need me to take care of you? He seems to misunderstand you quite a lot. Yi Fu didn't want to bother with him.
Qi Yuan.
Fortunately, Jiang Rong acted quickly and pulled all 4 people out. Officer Song was badly injured. To protect the others, he pressed his back against a stone, his back bloodied and torn.
Help.
Someone come quickly, Lu Zhang's voice called out, and everyone hurried over to help. 20 minutes later, Yu Chao, Lin Siren, and Anan were rescued. Almost no intact houses remained. Everything had sunk, and the ground beneath was collapsing suddenly. What do we do? Where should we go now? Everything is gone. Boo-hoo. Everything's lost. While everyone was distracted, Jiang Rong left for a few minutes. When he returned, he told Yi Fu that only the medical building had sunk 2 floors. It wasn't tilted or shaking, so it was still fairly stable. Inside, dozens of families lived there, and it could still hold many people. Everyone go to the medical building. Take what you can. Don't delay. Hurry up. After Yi Fu spoke, everyone quickly went back to gather supplies. Take the essentials, food, the tricycle, blankets, clothes, pots. Oh my gosh, my chickens, eggs, and vegetables, everything's gone, all gone. Not far away, someone was crying loudly. Lin Siren hugged An and also couldn't help but sob quietly. God isn't giving us a way out. It's like he's forcing us to die. Why is it so hard to survive? Yi Fu was soaked from head to toe, occasionally falling and swallowing a mouthful of muddy water. Inside the building, everyone started looking for rooms. Because of the collapse, people inside were anxious and scared. With so many newcomers, arguments and conflicts started again. At this moment, Wan Tao stepped forward. He explained the outside situation and told the residents inside that all the houses had collapsed, the ground was sinking, and there was nowhere else to go besides this building. There were many empty spaces inside the building. Even if the residents disagreed, outsiders would force their way in. There was no choice. They had to let everyone in. As Yi Fu and the others entered, more people arrived one after another. Yi Fu found a storage room, and everyone had to squeeze inside for now. Will the building continue to sink? Are we safe living here? Maybe we should leave. It should be fine. Since we came in, the building hasn't shaken, so it seems stable. Let's stay here to avoid the heavy rain for now. Where can we go if we leave? The rain is so strong and cold. We could freeze to death in a few hours. And can't afford to get cold. Yu Chao and Lin Siren sit in the corner whispering. Jiang Rong and Qi Yuan found some wooden planks and made a small fire. Yi Fu released Do Miao and Luo, then started to clean the wounds of Officer Song and others. Feeling helpless, angry, and hopeless, all these emotions fill Yi Fu's heart, making it hard to breathe. Her clothes are soaked, sticking to her body. Even though there is a fire in the storage room, she still shivers from the cold. After treating everyone's wounds, Yi Fu leaves the storage room. Outside, she takes off her shoes, pours out the water and mud inside, and looks at her feet, which are pale and wrinkled from soaking. She twists the water out of her pant legs. Follow me. At this moment, Jiang Rong appears beside her, carrying Do Miao and Luo Luo. Yifu puts on her shoes and follows him upstairs. Eventually, they find a smaller storage room under a staircase corner. Jiang Rong clears out the messy stuff inside, making the 5 square meter space much emptier. After pushing Yifu inside, he points to her clothes. Change your clothes. I'll stay outside, don't worry. He puts down Do Miao and Luo Luo, then closes the door and leaves. Yifu doesn't hesitate. She quickly changes her clothes, takes out a set of Jiang Rong's clothes and shoes, and places them on the clean floor. She knocks on the door. You go change. I'll wait outside. Jiang Rong pulls her back. Just turn around. There's someone outside. Yifu quickly turns her back. She had just looked around the storage room, no windows, so she can't make a fire or keep warm inside. Someone knocks on the door, finds it locked, and curses before walking away. Outside, there are loud footsteps, children crying, and adults swearing. Come over and sit. Yifu moves over, and Jiang Rong is wiping the damp long hair of Do Miao. Are we not going back? Jiang Rong looks up at her. No, we won't go back. We'll take out the power bank and the heater to stay warm. I won't let anyone come in. Yifu leans against the wall, quietly looking at the ceiling of the storage room. Will this place collapse? No, even if it does, I will take you out. Yifu sat quietly on the ground without speaking. You look like a scared little animal right now. You're the little animal. Jiang Rong sat down across from her. The fur on Do Miao and Luo Luo had dried, but outside was still noisy. Some people couldn't find empty rooms and started shouting angrily, while others yelled for doctors. Yifu felt a bit dizzy. Unknowingly, she fell asleep. When she woke up, she saw Jiang Rong's clothes covering her, and he was still sitting across from her, apparently asleep. Yifu took out 2 lunchboxes and patted his arm.
Eat.
Jiang Rong opened his eyes and looked at her quietly, then nodded softly, okay. After a day and night, the rain stopped. Yifu finally had the courage to walk out of the storage room door to check on Officer Song and the others. Back in the previous storage room, she saw Officer Song, Hirue, and Zhang Yuan were awake. Yifu let out a breath of relief. Yifu, where did you and Jiang Rong go? In a storage room upstairs. You're okay, that's good. The rain has stopped outside. We're going back to find things. Are you coming? I'm not going back. You all go. Lin Siren noticed that Yifu seemed a bit off and looked at her worriedly. Yifu, are you scared? Yifu slightly tugged at her mouth. No, I'm fine. After Yifu left, Lin Siren sighed. Even someone as strong as Yifu has been so affected. When will this disaster end? Looking at an inn, who was hungry and calling out from her arms, Lin Siren wiped her tears and tore some dried meat to feed her. Yifu looked at the people lying haphazardly in the corridor and felt a heavy pressure in her chest that she couldn't shake off. She returned to the storage room, sat on the ground tiredly, and closed her eyes to remain silent. Jiang Rong watched her quietly, then pushed the small stove toward her. No matter what happened before, Yifu could recover quickly, but this time, she truly felt exhausted. After the rain stopped, many people left the building to return to their previous homes to find food and belongings. Many people went missing, died, or were seriously injured in this storm and collapse. All peace and calm were shattered by this heavy rain, just like the storm 2 years ago when a natural disaster struck. Besides causing injury, exhaustion, and destruction, it left nothing behind. Resetting life is very hard. Should I leave or stay here and continue to struggle? Like everyone else, Yifu feels confused. For several days, Yifu remained silent and sat staring at the wall all day. When Jiang Rong spoke to her, she answered. When Do Miao was playful, she would laugh. But she was different now. Her eyes were filled with despair and numbness. Can you tell me what you're thinking? Jiang Rong asked. Yifu opened her eyes. I feel very tired. Even though I have plenty of food, I can't stop unexpected accidents or natural disasters from happening. They can occur at any moment, maybe the next second, or even while I am sleeping. Jiang Rong sensed her fear and unease. Yifu rarely showed her vulnerability, which made Jiang Rong feel anxious and restless. Everyone is trying so hard to live. Even in the thick fog where the road is unclear, without sunlight, water, or salt, no one has given up. They rebuild homes, farm, and plant vegetables. Everyone is working so hard. Yifu buried her head in her knees, hiding her tears from Jiang Rong. Everything will get better. Trust me. Jiang Rong reached out and awkwardly patted Yifu's back. On the 5th day after the storm, the thick fog slowly lifted and the long-awaited sun appeared. Yifu stepped outside the building and found a quiet spot to sunbathe. She hadn't seen the sun for over a year, and her eyes felt a little uncomfortable, but her body felt very comfortable. The temperature suddenly rose to 15 degrees. Some people carried their luggage and planned to leave, while others decided to stay and rebuild their homes. Wan Tao said that more than 1,000 people had died, and hundreds were missing or seriously injured. Every disaster is a heavy, but with each, there is also a chance to fight back and survive. After enough sunbathing, Yifu stood up and looked at the gray sky. She shouted loudly, venting her feelings. She was determined to live well. She would not be defeated. She was no longer the same Yifu from her past life, who only hid in corners to survive. She knew she wouldn't get a second chance to live again, so she should cherish this life, regain her strength, and live more diligently. Yifu returned to the building and saw Officer Song and Chi Yuan busy hanging up blankets and clothes, as well as soaked wheat and corn. Seeing Yifu looking calm, everyone relaxed. Chi Yuan walked up and slapped her shoulder, then grabbed her neck and squeezed tightly. You scared us to death these past few days. Yifu smiled softly. Maybe I had some shock earlier, but now I'm fine. I'm back to full health. That's good. If you're still not okay, I might start crying. Yifu punched Chi Yuan in the chest.
Cry if you want.
I won't laugh at you. By the way, I have something to tell you all. After the heavy rain, many places collapsed. I think the mountains outside the safe zone might have also collapsed. Maybe we can find a water source there. I plan to go and look. Do you want to come?
Yes.
When do we leave? Chi Yuan was eager, and Officer Song nodded in agreement. We'll go in a little while. I need to find Jiang Rong first. We'll leave in about half an hour. Back in the storage room, Yifu looked at Jiang Rong, who was pretending to sleep. She cleared her throat and walked over. I want to go to the mountains outside the safe zone to see if we can find underground water. Do you want to come? Jiang Rong opened his eyes and looked at her. Seeing her in better spirits and with a relaxed brow, he nodded. Okay. Yifu wanted to find water, and naturally, others would come along, including Fong Ming and his friends. After this disaster, everyone had put aside their differences and started working together. Each carried tools, and they left the safe zone in a large group. Yifu didn't have a groundwater detector, so she could only use simple methods. Usually, water could be found in mountain valleys or places with rocky deposits. After the heavy rain, the ground had collapsed, and there might have been landslides or mudslides in the mountains. With Jiang Rong's sharp hearing, if they were lucky, they might find a water source. The temperature was starting to rise again. Yifu was worried about another heat wave, but before that happened, they had to find water. Without water, everyone would have to leave the safe zone and look for a new place to live. Along the way, everyone remained silent. When they reached 3 kilometers outside the safe zone and saw that a landslide blocked the road ahead, Yifu decided to go up the mountain directly. The path was difficult, and the mountain was heavily collapsed, with rocks likely to fall at any moment. Yifu remembered the terrain here from a previous trip with Jiang Rong during the acid rain. At the interior area, there were many rocks. Yifu stopped and examined the stones instead of continuing forward. Yifu, do you think there is underground water below? Acid rain can erode the rocks beneath, and usually, there is underground water in places with rocky mountains. But the rocks here are so big. How can we dig for water? With just a few broken hose, we'd break them after a few digs. Before coming here, Yifu had given Officer Song 2 packs of explosives made from saltpeter found in the Broken Cloud Mountain area. She had prepared a lot of black powder, which now came in handy. Yifu asked Jiang Rong to listen for the sound of underground water. Jiang Rong lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and listened for a long time. The others looked confused. Yifu, Zhang Rong's ears aren't dog ears. How could he hear anything below? Fong Ming scratched his head, thinking Yifu was joking. His ears are even better than a dog's. Whether he can hear it or not will be clear soon. After Zhang Rong stood up, he pointed to a rock on the right side. There is water below, but it's very little. You can find water at about 6 or 7 meters deep. Zhang Rong, are you joking? Zhang Rong ignored Fong Ming and returned behind Yifu. Yifu glanced at Officer Song, signaling him to up the rock pile. Everyone, stay at least 500 meters away.
Why?
Officer Song took a package from his bag, wrapped in paper, hiding its contents. Brother Song, what is this? This is homemade explosive. If you don't want to lose your arms or legs, get away quickly. Everyone knew Officer Song had a background in police work, so making these explosives was not surprising. Wow, he can make explosives? Okay, let's back off. Brother Song, be careful. Everyone quickly retreated. Yifu and Officer Song exchanged a glance. After he nodded, Yifu and Zhang Rong also moved away. Almost at the foot of the mountain, 2 loud explosions echoed from the interior, followed by clouds of dust. Yifu and Zhang Rong immediately ran back. Brother Song? Cough cough, I am here. Quickly check if the rocks exploded or not. Yifu saw Officer Song hiding in a small pit downhill and hurriedly pulled him out. Fortunately, Officer Song ran quickly and was not affected by the blast wave. The 3 of them returned to the inner area, looking at the large crater, all with happy faces. The soil was moist, so there must be water. I will go get a. Officer Song was very excited. Yifu jumped into the pit and touched the soil below, feeling a huge weight lift from her heart. At this moment, others arrived with tools, looking at the shattered rocks and the big hole, all shocked. This explosion was very powerful. Brother Song, do you still have more explosives? Officer Song waved his hand. I only made 2, but they work fine. It's simple, just need saltpeter. If you find saltpeter later, I can teach you how to make it. He was so generous that everyone was even happier. Making explosives isn't that easy. Besides saltpeter, you need sulfur and charcoal. The ratios must be exact. Even a small mistake can ruin the whole batch. Officer Song raised an eyebrow at Yifu and Zhang Rong. As for digging the hole, let others do it. Yifu found a spot to sit and waited for the water to come out. After about an hour of digging, a small stream of underground water seeped out. There is water. There is water. Yifu looked at the water seeping out. Although it was small and muddy, she finally grasped a lifeline to survive again. The water pit was dug 7 meters deep and 5 meters wide. After removing the excess dirt, everyone climbed out of the pit. After returning, they planned to find some iron wire to make a mesh to cover the water pool so animals wouldn't fall in and drown. Officer Song looked at the water, his eyes shining with excitement. Animals contaminating the water was one thing, but they worried about another parasite crisis. Let's go back. In a couple of days, after the dirt settles, the water should clear. It's a bit far, but bringing water with a tricycle is convenient. The mountain road needs some repair. Qiyuan finished speaking, and Lu Zhang, who was following, immediately added, tomorrow, everyone should come and fix the road, making it smoother. Now that we have water, there's hope. Yifu is really impressive. She knows how to detect underground water. No wonder she's Dr. Yi, a true heroine. Zhang Rong is the most impressive. He can hear the sound of underground water flowing, and his ears are better than a dog's ears. The most capable is still Brother Song. He can make explosives that shake the ground and create big holes. I think Uncle Lu is the most remarkable. He has a broad vision and great plans. The news of water being found spread back to the safe zone, and everyone started to tell others. Some eagerly took buckets to fetch water, while others pushed broken carts and dug up soil to plant new crops. Yifu directly made a vegetable garden on the empty land behind the building. Others followed suit, each about 10 square meters, marking boundaries with torn cloth strips. In the safe zone, any open space was turned into a garden, and some people even went into the mountains to dig soil and carry it back to plant wheat. The toughest living thing in the world is humans. As long as there is life, there is unyielding will. After 3 days, the water in the pond had settled completely. Each family sent someone to fetch a bucket of water. Since some people left earlier, a few houses were left empty. Yi-Fu and Jiang-Rong moved into a room on the top floor that was once a VIP ward. Looking at this familiar room, Yi-Fu remembered when the parasite outbreak happened and the person named He Jingwen stayed here. Thinking of the He family and the Hu family, Yi-Fu felt a wave of disgust. Yi-Fu scattered bamboo seeds and tree seeds near the water pond. Bamboo grows slowly, but if it grew faster, it could be used to direct water from the mountains back to the safe zone, so everyone wouldn't have to carry water. After solving the water problem, the biggest difficulty now is the lack of salt. If people don't get salt for a long time, they can lose hair, teeth, and become pale and thin, feeling tired and weak. They might even die suddenly. Lu Zhan has been wandering in the mountains recently, trying to find mineral salt or soil salt. He borrowed the bean sprouts, saying he wanted to ask them to help find salt. Yi-Fu wasn't sure if he could find any. After the heavy rain, plant growth seemed to speed up again. Yi-Fu noticed that the seeds he scattered in the garden sprouted green shoots within a day or two, and in about 4 days, they grew to about 7 or 8 centimeters. Yi-Fu also scattered many tree seeds and bamboo seeds in some corners of the safe zone. Little Yi sister, my dad, and others brought back 2 snakes. They said there will be dinner tonight, so come over and eat with brother Jiang-Rong. Yi-Fu was a bit surprised. Is it normal for snakes to come out at just 17 or 18 degrees? They caught a snake by the pond that wanted to drink water and take a bath, but my dad hit it with a stick and killed it. We know. We will come over later. Hurry up and come, or the meat will be gone.
Yi-Fu gently touched Wenwen's braids.
Got it, sister will go soon. After Wenwen left, Yi-Fu started to worry. She couldn't go empty-handed to eat. What should she bring? She thought, maybe bring a smoked chicken. When we made it before, they all saw. Reminded by Jiang-Rong, Yi-Fu remembered there were many smoked chickens in the space. She took one, and the 2 of them went to the house where Officer Song was living now. It was just a small surgery room downstairs. The family that lived there before had left, so they moved in. When they arrived, Chi Yuan was chopping snake meat. Next to him, a metal basin held a lot of snake blood, which is good because animal blood has salt. Do you still have such good stuff? Chi Yuan saw the smoked chicken in Yi-Fu's hand and looked surprised. I also have more than 10 fertilized eggs. In a while, I will hatch chicks, and after they hatch, I will give you 2 each. Chi Yuan was very touched. Yi-Fu, I can't do much for you. Only to bring a bucket of water to show my thanks.
Yi-Fu smiled.
That's fine. They cooked a big pot of snake meat and stir-fried a plate of smoked chicken. It had been over a year, and everyone was having a reunion meal again. Jiang-Rong didn't seem to like snake meat much. After eating a little, she put down her chopsticks. I think this heavy rain might not be a bad thing. Everyone looked at Chi Yuan. He chuckled and said, I found many small sprouts by the pond. I think soon everything will come back to life. Some green shoots are also appearing in the corners of the safe zone. Wenwen was very excited. I saw them too. I want to touch them, but Dad said I can't. He said they're little grass or flowers. I can only pick them when they grow up. Yi-Fu felt a bit guilty. She only brought a small bag. She hoped they wouldn't be too disappointed. Dad, when they grow up, can we go home? Officer Song was caught off guard. This is our home. No. Our home is in Lawn City. When they grow up, can we go back to Lawn City? Dad, I miss Mom. As she spoke, Wenwen's tears fell, and she threw herself into Officer Song's arms, crying loudly. Dad, when can we go home? I want to go home. I don't like it here. Once you grow up, we can go home. When that happens, will you take me back? Wenwen cried so hard she hiccuped. But I don't know the way. Dad. I can't find the way home. It's okay, Dad remembers the way. The others also had red eyes. Who doesn't want to go home? But can we really go back? After dinner, Yi Fu and Jiang Rong went back home. The smell of food came from other rooms. The next day, Lu Zhang returned with some bean sprouts and also brought back a few stones. He told everyone he found salt in the mountains 10 kilometers away. Mineral salt is made by extracting salt from a type of ore. Like other salts, it can't be eaten directly and needs to be filtered. Yi Fu took a look and confirmed it was mineral salt, but there wasn't much of it. Tomorrow, I will take everyone to carry the salt. With salt, everyone will have more energy. Even though it's 10 kilometers away, everyone's enthusiasm remains high. Yi Fu took out 20 fertilized chicken eggs to hatch and then thought of 10 duck eggs to add. When they go out to carry the salt, these eggs will have a proper source. Jiang Rong built a small shelter downstairs for her to raise chickens, ducks, and geese. After all they've been through, there haven't been any thefts in the safe zone, especially since Jiang Rong built the shelter, so no one dared to touch it. Early the next morning, everyone set out to carry the salt. Those with carts used them. Others used poles, wooden buckets, basins, sheets, and cloth to carry the salt back. After 2 hours, they reached the mountain Lu Zhang mentioned. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Yi Fu saw a large patch of white stones halfway up. After heavy rain, landslides occurred on the mountain, and mineral salt stones rolled down with the mud and rocks. With so much salt, they could probably extract hundreds of pounds of fine salt. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong packed one cart and started heading back. On the way, pretending to go to the bathroom, she brought back 10 duck eggs. Yi Fu, you're so lucky. Lin's siren looked at her with envy. It's probably wild ducks from the mountains. If they hatch, I can trade a few for you to raise. Hearing this, Lin's siren immediately nodded. Great. You're an expert in raising animals. You'll definitely be able to hatch them. I also want to. My sister has recently been thinking about raising animals. I will exchange salt for them, and water is also fine. Fong Ming immediately agreed to exchange for wild chicks and quickly came over. When he heard that they would be returned to Fong Wei, Yi Fu also agreed. Okay. Dr. Yi, I also want to reserve one. I'll give you salt. Dr. Yi, I want to raise one too. Everyone nearby gathered around. Yi Fu looked at the poor 10 duck eggs, which hadn't hatched yet, and everyone was eager to get them. Back in the safe zone, Lu Zhang organized everyone to extract mineral salt. Extracting mineral salt requires a lot of water, which needs to be boiled over a big fire to dissolve the salt. The people in the safe zone have been very busy these days. Fortunately, the water in the pond refilled overnight, so getting water was not a problem. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong brought back a cart and managed to extract about 1.5 gene of salt. A week later, the duck eggs hatched. Those who had reserved chicks came to see that they were wild ducks and wanted to exchange 2 for each person. 1 duckling in exchange for a bowl of salt. Yi Fu traded 6 ducklings, gave 1 to Lin Siren, 1 to Wenwen, and kept the remaining 2 herself. Others also set up chicken coops near her shed. After a heavy rain, in just a month, life in the safe zone was back on track. The temperature gradually rose. Yi Fu sowed about 10 gene of grass seeds in the safe zone, worried about the coming heat. She planted more plants to prevent the land from eroding again. Fortunately, she had stored many seeds. Grass seeds were very cheap, costing only 4 yuan per gene wholesale. Around the safe zone, Yi Fu also sowed many tree seeds, fir, cedar, paulownia, and more. The trees she planted earlier had already grown about 10 centimeters tall. Officer Song was especially happy to tell Yi Fu that he found bamboo seedlings. Yi Fu simply smiled silently, quietly hiding her achievements. The grass seeds sprouted very quickly. Yi Fu planted a type of longleaf grass called 4 Seasons Green, which stays green all year round and grows tall enough to block wind and sand. Others were still busy carrying mineral salt and water for extraction. Yi Fu focused on planting vegetables and raising chickens and ducks. Soon, she became the top in the safe zone. Everyone could come to her to exchange eggs, duck eggs, or chicks. After the fog cleared, everyone could go further to gather firewood. Qi Yuan even came to invite Jiang Rong to go fishing in Yinjian. Although it was a bit far, now that the fog had lifted, the round trip only took a few days and was quite easy. Others came to sign up with Chi Yuan. As the weather got hotter, if they caught fish, they could make smoked fish and dried fish, which would last a long time. Maybe the water in Silver River is polluted by acid rain. Lin Siren disagreed with Yu Chao about fishing. Isn't it better to spend that time carrying salt from the mine? Silver River is deep, and it's not stagnant water. The water flows, so even if it rains acid rain for 10 days, it would be washed away and dissolved. Silver River has plenty of fish. The people who left earlier were heading towards Silver River, Chi Yuan said, making others more eager. Zhang Rong looked calm and had no intention of going. Zhang Rong, come with us. You don't need to fish. Just protect us. If the people who left earlier settled in Silver River, we might run into trouble fishing. When we return, we'll give you 2 fish. Zhang Rong shook his head again. Yifu isn't going, so I won't go either. Chi Yuan looked at Yifu, who simply waved his hand. I'm not going. My chickens need me. I think Chi Yuan's idea is good. All 3 of us will join you. Bring bags and carts. We'll go for a week and surely come back with a full load, Lu Zhang said excitedly.
Great.
We'll meet tomorrow morning. Bring your gear and set out. Officer Song definitely wants to go. He wants to leave Wenwen behind, but Wenwen refuses and insists on going to catch fish. In the end, Lin Siren also agreed to go fishing with Yu Chao. Besides Zhang Rong, all the young men in the safe zone left. Yifu was busy in the vegetable garden every day, occasionally checking how the grass seeds he planted were growing. That day, Yifu went to the mountains to fetch water and also scattered grass seeds and tree saplings along the way. When he arrived at the pond, he unexpectedly saw 2 black goats drinking water. Yifu was lucky and quickly took out a rope, leading the goats back home. Goats? Yifu, you actually brought back 2 goats? Yifu smiled and said, lucky today. I was fetching water and found them by the pond. If anyone has time, they can try their luck too. It's hot now, and with water in the mountains, animals are out. Hearing this, everyone couldn't sit still and went out to try their luck. Sure enough, after a few hours, some people returned with wild chickens and rabbits. The person who catches rabbits is luckier. It was a pregnant mother rabbit, and that night she gave birth to a litter of baby rabbits. Yifu was a bit envious and immediately exchanged one. Do Miao and Luo Luo are now fully free-range. Everyone in the safe zone knows Yifu has 2 pets. Do Miao can find mineral salt, so everyone treats them as lucky symbols. No one would hurt them. Yifu handed the rabbit-raising task to Zhang Rong. After setting up the sheep pen, Zhang Rong received a new task to raise rabbits. There is 1 male and 1 female goat. Yifu plans to keep them, hoping to develop a goat herd in the future. For seasons, green grows quickly. After a few days, the ground in the safe zone looks like wheat sprouting, all green grass. Under Zhang Rong's careful care, the baby rabbits can now run and hop. Yifu went to exchange for another, just enough to form a pair. They plan to expand their rabbit farming. Yifu, are you going to fetch water? Lin Siren called her from outside the door. Yifu felt they weren't really going to fetch water, but were probably waiting to catch animals. Still, she decided to try her luck and left Zhang Rong alone in the safe zone, heading out with a group of women to fetch water. Yifu, do you still have chicks? I want to exchange for 2, Feng Wei said. Feng Wei still gets along well with Yifu. Seeing her carrying 2 large iron buckets with a shoulder pole, Yifu felt sorry for her weak shoulders. Yes, I'll get them for you later, Yifu replied. Feng Wei nodded quickly. Thank you. I want to raise animals like you so my brother won't have to work so hard. Keep it up. If you have questions, ask everyone, Yifu encouraged. Others chimed in. Yifu is the best at planting vegetables and raising animals in the safe zone. We all want to learn from her.
Yifu forced a dry smile.
If she kept being praised, she might start to feel proud. In the mountains, everyone was not in a rush to fetch water. They sneaked up the mountain, waiting to catch animals coming to drink. Yifu walked at the back, watching everyone move carefully, like thieves. She wanted to laugh but held it in. It seems there are no animals today. No rabbits or wild chickens. An older sister sighed disappointedly. Wait, there's a snake over there. Feng Wei suddenly became excited. Yi Fu looked at her in surprise. She didn't expect this gentle-looking girl to be so brave. Feng Wei picked up a stone and threw it. The snake moved slightly, and in the next moment, Feng Wei's stick struck the snake's head. The others helped out too, and within a minute, they had killed a snake as thick as a small leg. Wow, luck is on our side. This snake is big, so everyone can have a piece. Yi Fu didn't take any. She hadn't helped earlier and was busy watching the women fight the snake. But Feng Wei insisted she share a piece. I'm in a special situation these days and can't eat this. Feng Wei looked disappointed. You're missing out. Snake meat is very tasty. Yi Fu, you're too thin. You should eat well. Seeing Feng Wei, who was about 1.6 meters tall and weighed around 80 jin, Yi Fu could only nod and smile. Yi Fu agreed with that. Although snakes are gross and scary, their meat is delicate and good for health. She looked at the saplings and bamboo shoots growing by the pond and watered them. After watering, everyone prepared to go back. They were happy with their harvest, a snake, and 2 older women already started planning whether to make soup or steam it. The temperature had risen back to 22 degrees Celsius. The fishing team returned after 10 days. Any fish? Yes, we came back loaded, and we even brought small fish. Uncle Juan said he wants to dig a pond to raise fish, so everyone can fish there.
Great.
Now that we have fish, what about the water? The small fish will stay in the tank for now. When the bamboo grows a bit more, we'll use it to direct water to a safe area, so we won't have to carry water from the mountain anymore. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong also joined in, happy to see everyone returning with full loads and smiling happily. There are so many fish. We'll rest for 2 days, and then go fishing again. The cave hasn't collapsed, so we can still make some clay jars to pickle fish. Qi Yuan brought 2 fish to Yi Fu. A good harvest. Here, take these. We'll stew fish soup tonight. Yi Fu laughed happily and accepted the fish. After 10 days away, everyone was amazed to see new grass growing in the safe zone. Outside, there's no grass at all. Why is our safe zone the only place with grass? An uncle asked curiously. That's probably because people live here and it's more lively. I also heard sheep bleating, said Officer Song, looking around carefully. He finally confirmed it was indeed sheep sounds. The goats brought back by Yi Fu, 1 male and 1 female, will have babies soon. I also want to exchange 2 with her, but the kids will probably be very expensive. Dream on, I already reserved some. I want to raise goats too. As they talked, the 2 almost started a fight. Yi Fu stood nearby, looking both amused and helpless. In the next 2 days, the smell of fish filled the safe zone everywhere. Now that they had salt, they were willing to put it on the smoked fish. Yi Fu suddenly remembered that there were no chili peppers in the vegetable garden. She quickly took out a bag of chili seeds from her space and planted them right away. The fishing team set out again after 3 days. This time, Zhang Rong went along because he was jealous that Yi Fu had brought back many fish. He saw Yi Fu receiving fish sent by Qi Yuan and others, and he felt gloomy all night, worried he might be useless and abandoned. The next day, he told Yi Fu he was going fishing and took his cart and sack with him. After Zhang Rong left, Yi Fu suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. One person was missing from the house. She usually didn't talk much and just did chores, so she felt like she didn't have much presence. Now that he was gone, the house felt empty, and even her cough echoed loudly. But Yi Fu, who loved working, didn't have time to feel sad because she had to go grazing sheep. These 2 sheep were known by everyone in the safe zone to belong to Yi Fu. She led them out of the pen to eat the wild greens along the road. The wild greens grew very fast. In half a month they were knee-high. She cut some to feed the rabbits. Watching the 2 fat rabbits, Yi Fu almost salivated. Hurry up and have babies, or I'll eat you, she threatened. The frightened rabbits ran everywhere. Yi Fu looked at their short legs and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Yi Fu, what kind of seedlings are these? I don't know. Maybe chili peppers from home, she replied. I knew they looked like chili peppers. I want to trade 2 with you, said the other. Okay. Yifu pulled out 2 chili seedlings for Lin Siren, who then brought her 2 chicks. Seeing more and more chickens and ducks, Yifu felt she had chosen the wrong major. She should have gone to an agricultural university. Her hands were born for farming. News about her chili seedlings spread from her neighbors in the east to those in the west. The next day, many people lined up to trade for her chili seedlings. Yifu looked at about 200 chili seedlings in her garden and could only sigh helplessly. 1 plant per family, not many left. In 2 months, the peppers will have seeds, and everyone can plant again. Don't worry. In the end, Yifu kept only 5 small seedlings for himself. Seeing over 100 chicks and ducklings exchanged among everyone, Yifu had to pause the trade for now. If they kept trading, the shelter wouldn't be big enough. Once there was water, the residents in the safe zone washed their faces and clothes. A few older women had needles and thread, and everyone borrowed to mend their torn clothes. As Wan Tao said, although they were poor, they looked lively and full of energy. Some people still went daily to the collapsed areas to dig soil and plant wheat. Secretary Huang made a stone mill, grinding the wheat into flour. It wasn't very fine, but it smelled very good. The flour could be used to make steamed buns and bread. At mealtime, every household was filled with the smell of wheat. Zhang Rong and the others had been fishing for half a month. When they returned, the 4-season green plants on the road had grown taller than people. Yifu looked at the cart of fish Zhang Rong brought back, but didn't feel happy. Seeing him eager for praise, Yifu felt a bit sad inside. Zhang Rong, you're very impressive. Zhang Rong raised an eyebrow, as if he had a tail, and it was about to curl up in the sky. Yifu, we'll have grilled fish tonight. Okay, and add sweet and sour fish, chopped chili fish head, and vinegar fish fillets. Zhang Rong's eyes widened. Such a feast? Yes, to celebrate your return home. I can even open a bottle of soda for you. Yifu whispered softly to him. I've been thinking about the meals you make these days, Zhang Rong said with a look of grievance. Yifu, do you like fish? Yes, but enough now. During this time, don't go out. Help me expand the shelter a bit, and also take care of the sheep. The mother rabbit seems pregnant, so she needs good care. Zhang Rong nodded. Okay, I understand. The bamboo near the pond had grown quite tall. Wan Tao organized everyone to cut the bamboo and direct the water to the safe zone. All the bamboo was cut to divert water, and the sections were fixed with iron wire. Everyone worked together, and, in just one day, the water was redirected. This time, they brought back more fish fry. Everyone worked tirelessly through the night to dig fish ponds and repair the water reservoirs. Wan Tao was now the recognized leader of the safe zone, making all major decisions. Everyone united to rebuild the safe zone. The fish pond is very large. Everyone dug for 5 days and then let the water sit for 3 days before releasing hundreds of small fish fry. With water in the safe zone, people no longer need to go to the mountains to fetch water, but those who want to hunt wild animals still walk around the pond every day. The grass in the safe zone is now very lush. Almost every household keeps rabbits and chickens, and the 2 sheep belonging to Yifu graze outside every day. At night, they return to their sheepfold on their own, without anyone needing to herd them. Occasionally, some birds fly over the safe zone. Yifu watches them longingly, but they no longer join the flock. Yifu once thought about releasing them, but after flying around once, they came back on their own. Yifu opens the window and sees the older sisters washing clothes downstairs, with a few children playing nearby. I really wish it could stay like this forever. I'll knit you a sweater. What color do you like?
Red.
Yifu looks at Zhang Rong helplessly. Choose carefully. Yes, I want red. Zhang Rong remembers that when they first met, she was wearing a red sweater and a red scarf, looking like a fairy from the mountains, and she didn't hesitate to attack him. Ouch, that really hurt. All right, I'll knit you a red sweater. Come here, let me measure your neck, shoulders, arms, back, and waist. Yifu takes out a measuring tape and begins measuring him. Zhang Rong is too tall. Yifu, who is 1.7 meters tall, has to look up at him. Zhang Rong silently bends down and stares directly at Yifu. Your pupils have turned light brown. Really? I haven't noticed. Is it obvious? Jiang Rong shakes his head. Very special.
Ye Fu smiles softly.
Your eyes are special, but at home, you can take out your colored contact lenses. I've already gotten used to it. Yi Fu can't help but look into his eyes. Although they are behind black contact lenses, she can still see his original pupils. Jiang Rong, do you remember your birthday? Jiang Rong shakes his head. I don't know. My birthday is in October, on the 5th. From now on, let's celebrate our birthdays together. Do we need to eat birthday cake?
Can you make it?
His mind is always so curious, always just wanting to eat something.
Ye Fu nods. Of course I can.
I'll make one then, and we can each have half. Last year, why didn't you celebrate your birthday? I forgot. Jiang Rong frowned and looked at her. You can forget that easily? I'll remember for you from now on. Yi Fu recorded the size, then took out a ball of yarn and started to wind it. I'll crochet you a sweater. I can make 3 with this. Jiang Rong, why are you so tall? Jiang Rong looked serious. I don't know either. It took Yi Fu half a month to knit the sweater. When it was finished, Jiang Rong wore it. The red color was too bright, so Yi Fu didn't recommend him to wear it outside. She made him a black one of the same style instead. Yi Fu's little sheep finally got pregnant. Judging by its belly, it should have 3 lambs. Black goats usually have 2 kids a year, sometimes 1 to 3. But now, because animals are changing, chickens no longer need 21 days to hatch. It's likely goats can have 3 or 4 kids a year. Officer Song, Wan Tao, and Lin Siren all came to reserve a little sheep, along with several older women. According to the current prices in the safe zone, a little sheep is at the top of the food chain. 1 sheep can be exchanged for at least 50 chickens. The safe zone is always short of everything except chickens and ducks. Every morning, you can hear their calls from dawn. Yi Fu's chili plants are also growing well. 5 chili plants, each bearing dozens or hundreds of peppers. People say she's lucky and that everything she plants grows well. Yi Fu even suspects she might have some kind of planting talent. Now everyone calls her Lil Yi instead of Dr. Yi. When the temperature rose to 25 degrees, the little sheep gave birth to 4 lambs. In the end, Yi Fu traded the sheep to Officer Song, Lin Siren, Wan Tao, and Fong Wei. Little Yi, I've been reserving from you for over a month. Why didn't you give me one first? Aunt Tang, you'll get the same next time. No, it's not the same. My son has already finished building the sheep pen. So many people come to reserve every day, but the sheep only had 4 lambs.
How can Yi Fu divide them?
Then you can raise rabbits and chickens and ducks for now.
On tan sai.
Don't you know? My son is getting married in 2 months.
Ye Fu. What?
She's a girl who escaped here before, only 20 years old, a year younger than you. Things aren't great now, but we can't just rush things. I just want to exchange a sheep with you, so when they get married, we can slaughter it. If she remembered correctly, Aunt Tang's son was 30 years old. Well, congratulations, but the sheep have already been given to someone else. I can't help you.
On tan Frau Wen.
Can you tell Song Chuanha to let me have it first?
Ye Fu refused. No.
Seeing that Yi Fu wouldn't listen, Aunt Tang muttered a few words, and then left. Yi Fu continued working quietly. Ahead, they heard sheep calling. Yi Fu looked up and saw Wenwen bringing out the lambs. When Wenwen saw her, she jumped and ran over happily. Little sister Yi, the lambs are so cute. Yes. Wenwen tilted her head and looked at her. Can they give birth to white sheep? Dad said sheep can be made into clothes so we won't be cold in winter. Black goats can't give birth to sheep, but duck feathers can also be used to make clothes. Wenwen nodded. I see. No wonder Dad always keeps chicken and duck feathers, saying he's making me a winter coat. The wind was a bit strong, blowing Wenwen's hair into her face. Her cheeks turned red. Yi Fu took out a hair tie and helped her tidy up her messy hair. Little sister Yi, will you marry brother Jiang Rong?
Ye Fu smiled awkwardly.
Probably not. She and Jiang Rong were the best partners, but not lovers. The idea of being a couple was just a lie told to outsiders. I just heard Aunt Tang say her son is getting married. Why is her son getting married, but you and brother Jiang Rong are not? At around 5 years old, children are full of curiosity, asking hundreds of questions every day. Yifu quickly felt overwhelmed. Maybe Aunt Tang's son is in a hurry. We're not in a rush, so we don't need to get married. Wenwen sighed. But I want to get married.
Yifu.
Who do you want to marry? Wenwen supported her chin with her hands, looking very conflicted. There are so many people I want to marry. I don't know who to choose. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from behind. Yifu and Wenwen turned around, and Chi Yuan was hiding behind them, eavesdropping. Uncle Chi, why are you eavesdropping on us? Wenwen crossed her arms, looking angry at Chi Yuan. I was just listening openly. Tell me, who do you want to marry? I'm so curious. Chi Yuan moved closer, and Yifu could smell the chicken manure on him. You stepped in chicken droppings. You smell terrible. Yifu kept a distance from him. I just came out of the chicken coop. Stepping on chicken droppings is pretty normal, isn't it? But you two, you're actually slacking off here. We're not slacking. I was herding sheep. Little Yi helped me braid my hair. We're both busy. All right, I can't argue with you. Wenwen, tell me, who do you want to marry? I'll help you think it over. Wenwen wrinkled her nose. No, you're a big mouth, you'll tell everyone. When did I become a big mouth? No one is more discreet than me. Just tell me, and later I'll take you to catch snakes. Recently, many snakes have appeared near the mountain pond. As it gets hotter, they come out more often. Okay, I like Xiaoyu, I like Hui Hui, and I also like Ching Cheng. It's so confusing. Yifu and Chi Yuan looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Chi, Little Yi, who do you think is the best? What does Wenwen like about them? Wenwen giggled. They all look good, but the most handsome person I've seen is brother Jiangrong. But he belongs to Little Yi. Before I saw Jiangrong, didn't you say I look the best? Chi Yuan actually looks very good, but he rarely washes his hair or face. His beard is scruffy, and his clothes are tattered. Women in the safe zone usually avoid him. Uncle Chi, I don't have a mirror, but I have water. I can pour a basin and look at myself. Chi Yuan was so angry he didn't want to speak. You hurt my feelings. Uncle Chi, Fong Wei seems to pay a lot of attention to you. What do you think of her? Chi Yuan tapped Wenwen's forehead. Silly girl. What's in your head? That woman almost became your stepmother. And you want to introduce her to me? Especially her big bully brother. I don't want to get involved with them. Wenwen looked at him with disgust. Sister Fong is very nice. Besides, she doesn't like my dad. My dad is too old. And Uncle Fong Ming is actually a good person. Don't call him a bully. Sister Fong Wei, Uncle Fong Ming, your family hierarchy is all mixed up. And that name bully was given by your dad, not me. Chi Yuan looked at the little sheep nearby, brushed off the dust, and said, I'm going to cut grass for the rabbits. Hurry up and chase your little sheep. It ran away. Wenwen stood up and saw that the sheep was indeed gone. Oh no, my dad is going to be so mad at me. Wenwen was holding a thin bamboo stick, chasing after the sheep, while Chi Yuan was laughing behind her. Yifu also cut some grass because the rabbits at home just had babies and they needed good food. Just as Yifu was about to go back, he saw Chi Yuan bump into Fong Wei. His gossip radar instantly went on high alert. Chi Yuan, do you want to go catch snakes? Chi Yuan quickly waved his hands. No, I'm afraid of snakes. I saw you catch a snake yesterday. I didn't think you were scared. If you are, it's okay. I'm very brave. Thinking about what Wenwen said, Chi Yuan's neck and ears turned red. He didn't dare look at Fong Wei. I don't want to go today. You go instead. Then I'll call you tomorrow. I have other plans tomorrow. What about the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow, Fong Wei, what are you doing? Chi Yuan, we're going to gather firewood tomorrow. Do you want to come? Fong Ming came over from not far away. Seeing him, Chi Yuan felt like he was seeing a family member. Okay, I'll go gather firewood with you. Fong Wei looked at Fong Ming with a sad face. I invited Chi Yuan to catch snakes. Why are you coming to take him away? Fong Ming immediately exploded. You're just a young girl, catching snakes every day. I've already given you so many chickens and ducks to raise, and you still go catching snakes. Seeing them arguing and almost fighting, Chi Yuan quietly slipped away. Yi Fu followed him, patting his shoulder, which made Chi Yuan jump in surprise. You scared me. I thought it was Feng Wei. Yi Fu looked at him mischievously. Why are you so afraid of Feng Wei? But you two are really funny. Planning to catch snakes together? Haha. Do you think Feng Wei really likes me? Chi Yuan looked a bit sad. Yi Fu was also confused. Didn't he always want to find a partner? Why did he seem so nervous and scared? Feng Wei is very nice, optimistic, lively, strong, and she can even catch snakes with her bare hands. Chi Yuan looked down at his messy appearance and sighed. But I'm already 31 years old. Yi Fu didn't know how to comfort him. 31 is still young. Chi Yuan glanced at Yi Fu. Feng Wei is only 20. Even if it's the end of the world, I can't be old and chase after someone much younger. Yi Fu cleared his throat. I think you should tidy up a bit. You're still okay. Don't be so down. You need to cheer up. I can't cheer up. I suddenly feel a bit insecure. I'll go back and calm down. Yi Fu clicked his tongue twice. It's really not easy for the old iron tree to bloom. After returning, Yi Fu told Jiang Rong about this matter. Jiang Rong was silent for a long time and said softly, Chi Yuan, he's only 31 years old? The most painful part was this. Luckily, Chi Yuan didn't hear it. What do you think of him and Feng Wei? They get along well. I think so too. Yi Fu took out a watermelon, cut it in half, and used a spoon to eat it. There was a tablet on the table playing a horror movie. The two watched the film casually, chatting a little. The trees around the safe zone had grown into small saplings. Recently, the wind had become stronger, carrying sand and dust into the safe zone. With trees and tall four-season green plants, people no longer needed to cover their faces constantly to block the dust. During this time, she focused on planting. Now that life in the safe zone was gradually stabilizing, she could rest a bit and relax. When Jiang Rong wasn't out fishing or chopping firewood, she took on all the chores. Yi Fu didn't need to worry at all. She took out the cookbook that Jiang Rong almost tore apart and decided to keep making cooked food to fill the space with supplies. How about making some pork jerky, beef jerky, spicy fish fillets, spicy fish tails, spicy strips, spicy duck necks? What do you think? Jiang Rong looked at her with admiration. Okay. Without any hesitation. Yi Fu also planned to make some pickled radish and sauerkraut. The vegetables in the field were growing too fast and couldn't be eaten all at once. Some were stored in the space, and others made into dried vegetables and pickles. She had also pickled several jars of chili, along with spicy cabbage, lotus white, and sour cucumbers. She had vinegar and white wine in her hand, enough for her to use freely. Yi Fu lived on the top floor, which was perfect for placing solar panels on the balcony to charge the batteries. To prevent neighbors from seeing the panels, Jiang Rong had already covered both sides of the balcony with wooden boards. Using that magical range hood to absorb the spicy and fragrant smells, nothing outside could be detected through the wall. Every month, they had to slaughter a batch of chickens and ducks, or the shed wouldn't hold everyone. Jiang Rong went down every day with a bamboo basket to collect eggs, often bringing back hundreds of eggs daily. I have tea leaves in my space. I'll make some tea eggs, she said. During the high-temperature period earlier, she scavenged supplies at the clubhouse and found many tea cakes and tea leaves, all still stored in her space. Yi Fu carefully took out a gas canister, placed a large iron pot on the stove, and started boiling eggs. Honestly, she is fearless about many things, but she fears the gas canister, the pressure cooker, and oil tankers on the road. Whenever she sees these items, she feels paranoid, worried they might explode at any moment. When stockpiling supplies, she even considered not keeping a gas canister, worried it might explode inside the space and destroy everything. But later, she overcame her fear and not only kept the gas canister, but also stored liquefied gas bottles. There are also cotton seeds in the space, but Yi Fu can't just take them out easily. The residents in the safe zone had collected many clothes before, which, although worn out, kept them warm. Now, with the down feathers from chickens and ducks, she can stuff them into the clothes to stay warm. Life must be taken step by step. No matter when, being careful and cautious is never wrong. She can be a doctor or a skilled gardener, but she must never be an outsider with hidden treasures. Feng Wei and Qi Yuan went to catch snakes and surprisingly caught a den of wild boars. When the two of them drove 5 wild boars back, everyone in the safe zone was stunned, including Yifu. Wow, where is the supposed inferiority complex? They plan to go out and catch wild boars so quickly? Men. Qi Yuan's proud look was clear even from afar. Yifu could see it perfectly. Qi Yuan has become successful, quietly catching wild boars. I think Feng Wei did it. She's very brave. She can catch snakes with her bare hands. Qi Yuan isn't as brave. He's quite cautious. Hearing the words Qi Yuan isn't as brave, Yifu almost burst out laughing. Qi Yuan, how will you split the boars? 5 is hard to divide. If you can't agree, why don't you two just share them? Feng Ming, what do you think? Standing among the crowd, Feng Ming looked at his sister with a complicated expression. That bully Feng Ming, do you think he'll let Qi Yuan take the boars? I bet he'll keep them all for himself. Qi Yuan will be unlucky. Not necessarily. Yifu, Zhang Rong, Song Chun, and Ku are all on Qi Yuan's side. They wouldn't let him suffer. A fight might break out. Fight. Feng Ming. The wild boars were caught by Feng Wei. I just helped her drive them back. Qi Yuan didn't want to split the boars. After all, he didn't catch them himself. But you got kicked by the boars while helping me. Brother, I want to keep one for Qi Yuan, Feng Wei said softly. Though she looked fragile, appearances can be deceiving. She was indeed the one who caught the boars. Well, you decide for yourself. Everyone thought Feng Ming wouldn't agree, but surprisingly, he didn't react or show any anger. People who came to watch the fun felt a bit disappointed, but looking at the wild boars, they became envious. Feng Wei, where did you catch these? In the mountains. They are very fierce. I tamed them before coming back. Feng Wei divided the medium-sized wild boar with Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan didn't want it, but Feng Ming shot him a glance, so he quickly accepted it. Qi Yuan, you're lucky to get a wild boar. It seems Feng Wei really likes you. Feng Ming, if Qi Yuan is going to be your brother-in-law, do you agree? The teasing continued. Feng Ming looked at everyone and, rarely, didn't get angry. This is Feng Wei's private matter. I don't care. Feng Ming said calmly. Then why did you bring her to pretend to bother Brother Song earlier? When this was brought up, everyone laughed again. Feng Ming's face was a bit embarrassed because he had been reckless about that. None of your business. I don't bother anyone, so don't try to stir trouble. The man who was yelled at looked upset but didn't dare argue with Feng Ming, so he could only hold back. Feng Wei, go home. Feng Wei looked at Qi Yuan and whispered, Are we going to catch snakes tomorrow? Qi Yuan sighed and looked seriously at Feng Wei. Not tomorrow, the day after. Feng Wei immediately became happy. Feng Ming couldn't stand it anymore. He hurriedly took the wild boar and pulled his sister away. Uncle Qi, you got a pig. Wenwen looked happier than Qi Yuan, tugging at the pig's tail and looking around. It's a sow. If she has piglets, I'll give you one. Wenwen was even happier. Great. If my little sheep have lambs, I'll give you one too. Qi Yuan nodded with a smile. Good, then we can graze sheep together. The wild boar weighed over 40 jin, about 20 kilograms. It was slim and long-bodied, with short limbs. It snorted and pushed the grass on the ground with its nose. People watching the scene felt jealous and envious, but they wouldn't try to steal. Everyone remembered the safety rules set by Wan Tao: no robbery or theft. Anyone caught would be expelled from the safe zone. Unable to catch wild boars, everyone decided to trade instead. Wild boar meat is plentiful and can be preserved as cured meat, lasting 5 or 6 years if stored properly. Additionally, wild boars have pig fat, which is very valuable. Yi Fushou no longer considered wild boars because she already has sheep, and wild boars are not as gentle as goats. When the temperature rose to 28 degrees, a dust storm also arrived. Fortunately, the safe zone is surrounded by green trees, blocking the dust from outside. All the mineral salt has been carried back. After filtering, Each family has stored about 20 or 30 pounds of salt. If used sparingly, it can last for years. The mountain water pond shows no signs of drying up. The trees and bamboo around it cover it tightly, and despite the rising temperature, the water remains cool and sweet. The safe zone is gradually becoming a peaceful paradise. If no disasters occur, life here is calm and harmonious. While Yi Fusho was cooking at home, Zhang Rong returned from outside and shared some big news. Qi Yuan said he and Fong Wei had decided to be together. Fong Ming also agreed, and they want us to go to his house for dinner tomorrow. This matter is settled. Yi Fusho was stunned for 2 seconds and then gave a thumbs up. Qi Yuan always surprises me. I'm not surprised that Fong Ming agrees. Qi Yuan can be unreliable sometimes, but he is a good person, responsible and loyal. Although they are a bit different in age, that's not a problem. Zhang Rong looked at her quietly. Qi Yuan is that good? He's quite good. Also, Fong Wei living with Fong Ming isn't suitable. Fong Ming's younger brothers live with him, and she's just a girl. It's not convenient. Plus, she likes Qi Yuan, so Fong Ming has no reason to stop them. From now on, Qi Yuan won't be alone anymore. We should go and congratulate him. The next morning, they went early to Qi Yuan's house, bringing a rabbit, a chicken, and a fish. The fish was caught from the pond, a 3-gene carp. Given the current situation, they couldn't make a big show of it. Officer Song, Wenwen, Hirue, Zhang Yuan, Wan Tao, and Orange Lin Siren's family of 3, Yi Fusho, Zhang Rong, and Fong Ming's 3 younger brothers all came. There were 2 tables now, and luckily, they had enough food and drinks, so it wasn't too poor. Yi Fusho, as the main cook, was busy, with Officer Song and Zhang Rong helping her. Lin Siren was taking care of the children. Orange, and Wenwen were all entrusted to her. Others helped the newcomers set up furniture. Wan Tao specially opened a cave and made some clay pots and bowls for them. Secretary Huang cut a bamboo stalk, preparing to make chopsticks. People who didn't know well also came to offer congratulations. Since there was no red paper, Qi Yuan found a red outfit, and Yi Fu cut out 2 lucky characters to decorate it. Qi Yuan, your speed is pretty fast. Yu Chao couldn't help teasing Qi Yuan. Unlike his usual joking self, Qi Yuan sat nearby, nervously trembling with his hands and feet. Because Fong Wei is very good. Yu Chao patted his shoulder. You're also doing well. Relax, there's no need to be so nervous. Qi Yuan glared at him. It's not your wedding, so of course you're not nervous. Everyone else also laughed at his words. Qi Yuan cut his hair and tidied up his clothes. It seemed he took out his best, slightly old but intact and without patches. Around 2 p.m., Qi Yuan went to Fong Ming's place and brought Fong Wei over. The bride arrived, and Yi Fu was so busy cooking that his spatula was almost smoking. At 4 p.m., they started eating. 2 tables, 8 dishes, all cooked by Yi Fu. This was the first wedding after the end of the world. Although simple, it was very meaningful for everyone. Fong Wei, Qi Yuan, I wish you peace, happiness, and health. Yi Fu brought some crushed tea, pouring a cup for each person and offering blessings. After drinking the tea, everyone could start eating. It would be nice if we had firecrackers. That's okay too, it's lively enough. Fong Ming stood up, clinking his cup with Qi Yuan's. Though it was just tea, they drank with the seriousness of drinking liquor. Qi Yuan, you must treat my sister well. Qi Yuan nodded seriously. No matter what happens in the future, I will protect her with my life. Everyone was touched. Lin Siren even shed tears. After the meal, no one was in a hurry to leave. They started chatting and joking around. I used to live in Lawn City. Not to brag, but I had a fortune worth hundreds of millions, maybe billions. I never thought a disaster would bring us back to primitive times. Fong Ming pointed to Fong Wei as he spoke. My sister used to be a rich young lady, always waiting on hand and foot. Now she's catching snakes and wild boars.
Haha.
Everyone there burst into laughter. Yi Fu, what did you do before? I was a medical student at Lawn City University. I haven't graduated yet. Oh, Dr. Yi, so you're a barefoot doctor? After Fong Minggang finished speaking, Zhang Rong gave him a quick glance, and he immediately fell silent. Where is Qi Yuan? I'm an employee at Lahai Company, responsible for drug research. Everyone was a bit surprised. So you're also a doctor? Sort of a part-time doctor. After asking around, it finally came to Zhang Rong, and Yi Fu answered for him. Zhang Rong was a soldier before. No wonder he's so skilled. I thought Zhang Rong was a street. Where did he serve in the military? Lu Zhang was curious, as he also had a military background. He served in the Northwest. Yi Fu, you're really protective, always answering for him. Besides you, no one else in Zhang Rong's family talks to others. How did you train him? Lin Siren looked at them flirtatiously, and Yi Fu felt embarrassed. That's just his personality. He doesn't like to talk. If you talk to him first, he will definitely reply. Isn't that right? Zhang Rong nodded. Yes. Can't stand you guys. Your relationship is so good. You should get married soon. Even without a marriage certificate, everyone can witness it. That's like being married. Now that you're settled, you can have children. Children? Yi Fu didn't dare tell them that since the acid rain, no children had been born in the safe zone. And it was conceived before the acid rain, so he's not counted. Maybe it will be very difficult for humans to get pregnant in the future. We're not in a rush. Well, let's have some tea. Yi Fu quickly changed the subject to avoid talking about marriage. Such things are really scary even in the end times. After the wedding banquet, everyone helped clean up. Before leaving, they wished the newlyweds well. On the way home, Zhang Rong suddenly stopped and looked seriously at Yi Fu. Can we not be like them? We can swear brotherhood and call each other brothers, or form a close bond as sisters, sharing everything. Zhang Rong, are you joking? Yi Fu chuckled. Of course not. Let's go home, I'm tired. Zhang Rong watched her back, feeling confused. Why couldn't they be like Qi Yuan and Feng Wei? After Qi Yuan and Feng Wei got together, the biggest change started with their appearance. Their clothes were neat, their faces and hair clean, and even their beards were shaved carefully. This shows the awareness of married people. Feng Ming only kept one wild boar. The other 3 were brought over by Feng Wei. Yi Fu saw Qi Yuan working on the pig pen, Feng Wei washing clothes by the pond, and a few women chatting. Downstairs, children's laughter and playful noise could be heard. Yi Fu took out 20 jin of wheat, planning to make malt sugar. Suddenly, 2 eagles flew overhead, aiming at the chicks in the chicken coop to carry them away. The adults waved branches, trying to scare the eagles away. Fortunately, everyone reacted quickly, and the eagles did not succeed. To prevent them from returning, all the chicken coops were covered tightly. With bamboo, many people built bamboo houses in the safe zone. Some even moved out of the big buildings to live in bamboo houses. Yi Fu wanted to set up her small wooden house, but luckily, the base had planted cedar trees. When the cedar trees grow bigger, she plans to find a distant place to move out under the pretense of building a wooden house, then actually set up the house there. Living in the big buildings is too crowded now, and climbing stairs every day is tiring. Yi Fu kept half of the malt sugar for Zhang Rong and shared the rest with everyone. Everyone has forgotten how sweet sugar tastes, Lin Siren said enviously. Yi Fu, how do you know how to do everything? Malt sugar is easy to make. I can teach you, but 10 jin of malt only makes 1 jin of sugar. It uses a lot of grain. Lin Siren's initial excitement faded quickly. Forget it. That's too wasteful. Wen, and En, and Chung shared a piece. Little Yi Jia, so we can also be made into sugar. Of course. Yi Fu received another wave of admiration. When she got home, Zhang Rong was still watching the malt sugar she left for him. Why aren't you eating it? Yi Fu, how many things do you have in your head? Yi Fu laughed. Don't be so surprised. I know a lot. Zhang Rong didn't say anything, just quietly looked at her. A month and a half later, the lamb was pregnant again. Many people wanted to reserve it, but Yi Fu only planned to exchange 2 lambs and keep the rest to raise. The chickens and ducks in the chicken coop needed to be slaughtered again. Yi Fu planned to make some roasted chicken and duck. I have an electric griddle. We can make thin pancakes, slice the roasted duck, and roll in the pancakes to eat. Do we need to build a roaster?
Yi Fuyao shook her head.
I have an oven, so I can use that. They quickly started working together. Jiang Rong went to slaughter chickens and ducks, while Yi Fu prepared thin pancake batter, mixed sauces, and cut cucumbers and carrots for side dishes. Jiang Rong slaughtered 50 birds all at once. Yi Fui increasingly suspected he was a butcher in his past life. His knife was fast, precise, and fierce. Others thought Yi Fui was making smoked duck, so they didn't ask much, since now every family smokes ducks and chickens to preserve food. Wan Tao also dug 4 cellars to better store vegetables. Yi Fui was busy and energetic. She first made a pot of sauce, let it cool, then stored it in a large jar. She made more pancake skins because she could eat 20 at once. Jiang Rong's appetite was 3 or 4 times hers, so she cooked enough for his big stomach. The feathers on the ducks were hard to pluck. Yi Fui prepared a bucket of feather-removing paste. Just spread it on, wait for it to dry, then peel it off, safe and easy. The oven only had 2 racks, so Yi Fui took out 3 ovens at once, baking 6 birds each time. Slicing was the easiest task for a doctor, but she left that to Jiang Rong. Both of them were tireless when busy. Even late at night, while others slept, they kept slicing and preparing pancake skins. Try a bite. Yi Fui rolled a pancake, added meat slices and condiments, and handed it to Jiang Rong. The pancake was very thin and fragrant with flour. After eating, Jiang Rong's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yi Fui. It's very delicious. Yi Fui chuckled. Then we'll make more and store a lot in space. Jiang Rong nodded. I'll expand the shed and raise more chickens and ducks. Yi Fui. Actually, there were many chickens and ducks in the space, all cleaned up, but seeing his enthusiasm, she didn't stop him. Okay, roasted piglet can also be wrapped in pancake skins. Jiang Rong swallowed. But we don't have pigs. Are you stupid? When we were in Suiyin Mountain, didn't we hunt wild boars? Jiang Rong smiled slightly. I thought we ate them all. Don't worry, there's still some left. Actually, roasted lamb is even tastier, Jiang Rong said with a hopeful look at her. Yi Fui snorted. We're not making roasted lamb. Jiang Rong's eyes flashed with a smile, but he didn't argue. He kept working quietly. Others are outside herding sheep, cutting grass to feed rabbits, tending to vegetable plots, and raising chickens and ducks. 2 people are still making roast duck, and they enjoy it very much. This batch is finished. We'll do it again after a while. I'm exhausted, Yi Fu said as she put the last food box into the space. She sank into a chair, trembling with both hands. Take a nap. I'll go downstairs and check, Jiang Rong said as he left with a sickle. Yi Fu looked at Do Miao and Luo Luo, who were wandering back. After a quick wash, she lay down and fell asleep. A few hours later, Yi Fu woke up. Jiang Rong told her that the sandstorm outside the safe zone had become even stronger. I'll check the temperature. She took out a thermometer and saw it was 30 degrees.
Yi Fu sighed.
I'm most afraid of the high heat, and it's here. Before the end of the world, the highest temperature recorded in our country was 50.2 degrees Celsius, and the lowest was minus 52.3 degrees Celsius. Yi Fu stood on the balcony, where she could see the lush green plants inside the safe zone, as well as the bamboo and trees outside. Wan Tao still didn't dare to be careless. Even with water, he stored a lot of it in large clay jars underground. People in the safe zone were worried that the wind and sand would away the chickens and ducks they had worked hard to raise. They started digging small bamboo to plant outside, and the withered grass of the four-season green could be buried in the soil to prevent sand from blowing in. Around the outermost circle, everyone built a sturdy defense wall with earth bricks and stones. To protect their home, everyone was working hard. Yi Fu went out again to sow seeds. This time she sowed 50 jin, about 25 kilograms, covering an area within 3 kilometers. No matter how strong the wind and sand, they wanted to keep the last oasis alive. Outside the safe zone, the yellow sand filled the sky, turning the whole sky dark red. Yi Fu cut a bundle of grass, carried it home with a sickle. On the way, she saw many others cutting grass. When they met familiar people, everyone greeted each other warmly. Lu Zhang had set up a shed beside the pond. He was the only person in the safe zone who knew how to weave bamboo baskets. Many people wanted to learn from him, so they watched him work every day. When Yi Fu arrived, he had just finished weaving a basket. Want to take a basket?
Yi Fu nodded.
Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Lu. It's nothing. The basket is in the pond. You can go get it, Lu Zhang said. The finished baskets need to soak in water for a day or two to become strong. Yi Fu pulled out a large bamboo basket from the pond, shook off the water, and walked over to Lu Zhang. This morning, I just made roast chicken and it tastes pretty good. Later, Zhang Rong will send one over for Uncle Lu to try. That's great. I will finish work early today. Yi Fu smiled and said, All right, I'll go now. You're busy. Carrying a large bamboo basket home, Yi Fu took out some rope and tied it to the basket, making it easier to carry things. As the fir trees grew taller, Yi Fu told Zhang Rong about his plan to move out. Zhang Rong had no objections. He found a flat area far from the big building. The two planned to cut down some fir trees first, then in a few days, build a wooden house that would be hidden from view. The spot Zhang Rong chose was spacious, with space behind to build a shed for chickens, ducks, and rabbits, as well as goats. In front, they could plant vegetables, wheat, and fruits. Yi Fu also wanted to plant some watermelons on the sandy land. It was far from the big building, about half-an-hour walk, so not many people would come by. Even if someone saw, Yi Fu could explain it away. The shed and sheep pen under the building needed to be taken down, and the vegetable garden was given to Wenwen, so she could learn to grow vegetables herself. Zhang Rong was very busy too. He not only cut trees but also dug up soil to redo the vegetable garden, rebuild the shed, and make a sheep pen and rabbit hutch. Although others wanted to help build the house, Yi Fu refused. The wooden house was already ready, so there was no need for help. They were just creating a distraction. After a few days of working, on the sixth night, Yi Fu finally finished the wooden house. He saw that it was covered with thick snow, so he collected the snow. Seeing the long-lost wooden house, Yi Fu felt like he was back home. But now, there was an important problem. Zhang Rong didn't have a bedroom. He had to keep sleeping on the wooden bed in the living room. Yi Fu cleaned the ashes out of the fireplace. To prevent anyone from coming over, he dismantled the water heater in the washroom, leaving only a wooden bucket inside. Most of the things inside the house were stored away. Zhang Rong took down the door of the wooden house and installed a simple wooden door again. He also removed the lightning rod because it was too obvious and could not be seen by others. Zhang Rong remodeled the wooden house again. From the outside, it looked like a simple, unremarkable cabin. They moved things from the big building into the wooden house, and others came to help. Seeing the house, everyone was envious. I also want to have a wooden house, Lin's siren tugged at Yu Chao's sleeve. Let's build one too. Yu Chao looked confused and said, I don't know how to do that. Just build a small cabin like Yi Fu's. It's very simple, Yu Chao sighed. It's not that easy. We don't even have nails. Lin Siren's dream of building a wooden house was shattered again. But living in the big building is also good. It's more spacious now, and more people are moving out, so there are more empty rooms. After Yi Fu and Zhang Rong moved out, everyone had to walk a long way to exchange supplies. The wooden houses are surrounded by trees, which protect privacy and block wind and sand. The collapsed building was also covered with grass seeds by Yi Fu. The safe zone is now surrounded by lively green plants. The past disasters and hardships are buried under this new life. Yi Fu dug a pond in the front yard. Zhang Rong used bamboo to bring water from the large pond, so she doesn't have to walk half an hour to fetch water. There are about 10 small fish in the pond. Yi Fu planted some lemongrass seeds around it. Lemongrass, also called citronella, is a spice. It can be used to make soup or to flavor grilled fish. It is common in the Southwest and Southeast Asia. When it comes to farming, Yi Fu is not picky. She scatters manure from the chicken coop onto the vegetable patch, then plants some green onions and cilantro. In just half a month, the vegetable garden in the front yard has changed a lot. It went from bare soil to a lush green garden. After moving in, Zhang Rong expanded the shed in the backyard several times. She also kept 100 chickens and ducks in exchange for a lamb. Yi Fu's farming business didn't shrink, it kept growing stronger. Once everything was settled in the new home, Yi Fu finally took a break. Zhang Rong was inside the house, wearing headphones and watching TV. Yi Fu took out a face mask to treat herself. Her hair was getting longer, but she decided not to cut it. She tied it into a bun, making her look youthful and lively. The temperature kept rising and reached 32 degrees Celsius. The adults didn't feel hot at all, but the children still found it a bit warm. Yi Fu planted more than 10 watermelon seeds. After they sprouted, she transplanted them into the front yard. Zhang Rong had enclosed the yard with bamboo, and she made a makeshift open shelter with some old cloth so no one could see what was growing inside. From now on, we can just relax like salted fish. Yi Fu went behind Zhang Rong and saw him watching a horror movie. He seemed to like suspenseful, adventurous horror films. Yi Fu's phone and tablet stored tens of thousands of movies, and he only watched this type. A woman dressed in a traditional qipao is singing mournfully as a ghost. Yi Fu's arm is covered in goosebumps, while Zhang Rong remains expressionless. Her face powder is too thick, not applied evenly. Her lips are chapped and irritated. She has dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is thinning and she is balding. This is a person, not a ghost. Seeing his serious analysis, Yi Fu has nothing to say. This is all fake. It's just a play. Even if it were real, she wouldn't deserve sympathy, Zhang Rong adds with another sharp comment. Yi Fu sits beside him, watching together. Why do you say she doesn't deserve sympathy? Zhang Rong begins explaining the story. This woman is the daughter of a wealthy family. She fell in love with a clever, sweet-talking dockworker who only knew how to deceive. She insisted on being with him, which made her father so angry he died of stress, and she turned against her mother. After marrying a poor young man, her husband became ambitious, took her family's wealth, and even poisoned her slowly. He also secretly plotted with her cousin. When she found out, she was murdered by her husband and cousin. She died angry and unwilling, turning into a vengeful ghost. Every night, she sings and cries in this house. So, the man and the cousin didn't get punished? Zhang Rong shakes his head. The man took all the money and left the country. The cousin became the wife of the family. Many years later, their granddaughter returned to the house, met the ghost, and uncovered the ghost story. And what happened then? The ghost learned that the man and the cousin had already died. She finally let go and disappeared.
Yi Fu laughs loudly.
It's just a common ghost story. Many ghost stories involve women who were betrayed, turning into vengeful spirits. Zhang Rong looks puzzled. Isn't that just karma? It's her own fault for being foolish. Yi Fu understands that Zhang Rong is implying the ghost was lovesick, angering her parents, and deserved to be betrayed. Stories like this have existed for ages. Yi Fu feels nothing after hearing it. Here's another one. He finds a scary movie and shows it to Yi Fu. This woman, after dying, became a ghost out of hatred. She hid inside a painting for 1,000 years, refusing to be reborn, just to see the man who betrayed her one more time. Zhang Rong looks confused, while Yi Fu laughs so hard he can't stop. Are you a troublemaker?
Haha.
I think the women in these movies are all very strange. Out of 10 movies, 8 female leads are willing to give up everything, family, life, for a man. This confuses me. Many TV dramas also show women fighting over the same man and turning against each other, which I think is not good. Yi Fu also finds this confusing. That's why I prefer watching cartoons. Gloomily, Zhang Rong opened Boonie Bears and said, I'll watch this instead. Yi Fu held back a laugh. Let's watch a funny movie. Watching too many dramatic shows isn't good for the brain. Yi Fu remembers when he was a sophomore. A girl in his class donated a kidney to her boyfriend's mother. Later, her health didn't recover well, and her boyfriend broke up with her. She then dropped out of school and never appeared again. Wan Tao was gathering seeds of four-season green and cutting off the grass heads with a sickle. After hitting the grass with wood, the full seeds would fall out of their shells. He spread the collected seeds outside the safe zone, even 3 kilometers into the mountains. The watermelon seedlings Yi Fu planted started climbing vines. When Qi Yuan came over, he saw them and was told they were pumpkin vines. He believed it and took 2 seedlings back to plant in the vegetable garden. More than a month later, seeing the watermelons ripening, Qi Yuan began to doubt. Wasn't this supposed to be pumpkins? How did they turn into watermelons? Qi Yuan's watermelons attracted attention. Everyone was watching his seeds. Yi Fu didn't expect Qi Yuan to divert her attention. The safe zone produced another item. People quickly planted the watermelon seeds they traded from Qi Yuan. After the apocalypse, people finally got to eat fruit. After Tang Ant's son got married, she looked very lively. Seeing her approach, Yi Fu felt a bit headache. Yi Fu, are you busy? Yi Fu was watering the vegetables. Tang Ant started inspecting the area as soon as she entered. Wow, these watermelons are really good. You guys are amazing, even bringing seeds when fleeing. And this small yard looks so proper, really nice. Seeing her with her hands behind her back, some might think she was inspecting work. Tang Ant, do you need something? Tang Ant immediately looked worried. You said my son and daughter-in-law have been married for 2 months, but why is there no sign of pregnancy?
Yi Fu.
I don't know. Maybe your son isn't capable, she replied. Tang Ant was so angry she couldn't speak, but she didn't dare argue. She could only continue. Could you check on my daughter-in-law? Aunt Tang, I am busy right now. It won't take long, just a minute. I'll ask her to come over tomorrow, and you can check her pulse. Yi Fu slightly smiled but said nothing. She was truly convinced, looking at the current world. Not only is pregnancy difficult now, but even if it's possible to conceive, having a child easily seems unlikely. If a sudden natural disaster occurs again, it would be a huge to pregnant women. Let's agree on this. If she has a baby in the future, Auntie will definitely benefit from it. Watching her walk away, Yi Fu helplessly massaged her temples. She had met people like Aunt Tang before. The safe zone now has quite a few people, over 10,000. Many are young couples, some are men and women living together, and others are parents who lost their children. People often come to her for a pulse check, hoping to find out if they can get pregnant. Yi Fu already told Wan Tao that the chances of pregnancy have decreased after the acid rain. As for why Wan Tao didn't tell everyone, Yi Fu could guess. Wan Tao didn't want everyone to lose hope. If no one could have children in the future, most people wouldn't be able to accept it. So, when people ask, Yi Fu always gives the same answer. Having children depends on fate. If the time isn't right, children won't come. Sometimes, Yi Fu also admires Lin Siren's decisiveness.
During the hardest times, she adopted Enan.
Even if she and Yu Chao were hungry, they made sure Enan ate enough. She wasn't their biological child, but she was like family. The orphans in the safe zone are growing up. After being trained by Lu Zhang, they are no longer timid, homeless little victims. Instead, they are the youngest protectors of the safe zone. They carry wooden spears and patrol outside the zone. When there's wind or sand or eagles, they immediately alert everyone to stay alert. As the children grow, the elders are gradually leaving. Now, there are still 20 lonely elderly people in the safe zone. Every month, someone passes away. Initially, they were simply cremated or buried in pits. Now, every time someone leaves, the safe zone holds a simple funeral for them. Wan Tao says that the deceased have found their way home. They will eventually return to the place they most longed for. Grandma Sun is 75 years old. When she arrived at Longton Base, she still had her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. Last month, when Yi Fu went to see her, she said her greatest wish was to return to the place where she met her husband 50 years ago. In just 1 month, Yi Fu stood at the cremation platform in the safe zone, watching her body burn. Sigh, another one gone. The elderly are almost all gone. When will babies be born? My son says there's a problem with the water in the safe zone. Drinking it might make pregnancy impossible. That can't be true. The mountain water is clean and sweet. It shouldn't have any issues. My son says it's not the water, but the air. It could also be the air pressure. What should we do? Our family can't lose their family line. You already have a granddaughter. Why worry? If no babies are born, won't humanity disappear? Let it be. In this world, what's the point of living? No, our family has only 3 generations. We can't lose our lineage. I wouldn't die with peace if that happened. The conversation drifted away with the wind. Yifu returned home and continued working in her vegetable garden. A strong wind blew past, knocking down a patch of grass outside the yard. Yifu stepped on the ground, feeling the hot surface through her shoes. When the temperature rose to 35 degrees Celsius, not only children but adults started to get heat stroke. Yifu planted some honeysuckle. Everyone brought things to exchange, then went back to plant them. The rising heat brought not just strong sunlight but also oppressive humidity. Sweat poured out of pores in large drops. Luckily, the safe zone had many plants, which helped block some of the fierce wind and heat. Yifu picked a big watermelon and went inside. She planned to make some shaved ice. She put a spoonful of crushed ice in a bowl, added small pieces of watermelon on top, then poured on soaked beans, syrup, and condensed milk, finishing with a mint leaf for decoration. The simple shaved ice was ready. Yifu placed it in front of Jiang Rong. He looked at it for a long time before scooping a small bite. "How is it?" Jiang Rong raised an eyebrow. "It's my first time trying it. The taste is very special."
Yifu chuckled.
"If I set up a stall on the street, I could sell this bowl for 20 yuan. She remembered that when she was in elementary school, a bowl of shaved ice cost only 8 yuan. "I definitely want to try it," Jiang Rong said after a bite, and he couldn't stop. Soon half the bowl was gone. "Do you have money?" Yifu looked at him with a smile. "Can I buy it on credit? Others can't do it, but your words can help me offset the cost of shaved ice." Jiang Rong pursed his lips and smiled. "I will work hard, boss Yi." The remaining watermelon, Yifu and Jiang Rong ate while watching TV. Their lives slowed down completely, almost turning into 2 lazy cats. Yifu took out needles, thread, and scissors. The prepared cowhide was still in the space. She planned to make the most of it and craft a few pairs of shoes. Jiang Rong's feet were large. Yifu's size 30 shoes looked tiny next to his feet. She had never made shoes before, but isn't that how people learn? Starting without experience, then gradually becoming skilled. For the soles, it seemed possible to use tires. Yifu remembered there were a few broken tires in her space. "Are you making shoes for me?"
Yes.
"There aren't many shoes in my space that you can wear." Yifu threw a broken tire to him. "Cut out some shoe sole templates according to your size. No need to be too touched. I'm just practicing with your shoes first." Jiang Rong sat opposite her and started working seriously. "Let me handle this. You just tell me what to do." Yifu smiled. "I can't sit still. This isn't heavy work, but now all the tough jobs inside and outside are done by you. I need to contribute too. I'd rather you stay idle." "I can't stay idle." They chatted casually as Yifu cut the cowhide. Luckily, when she bought the needles and thread, she also bought curved needles suitable for making shoes. A soft cloth could be sewn inside for comfort, and an insole was necessary. Otherwise, walking on tire rubber in hot weather would be uncomfortable. Yifu also stored a lot of fabric, enough to make a few simple short-sleeve shirts. Now that it's hot, most people go out in short sleeves. Yifu was an exception. No matter the weather, she liked to dress very warmly and cover herself completely. It took about a week, but Yifu finally finished a pair of shoes. "I tell you, these shoes can last 3 years without wearing out." Jiang Rong tried them on. They fit perfectly and were very soft. She didn't expect Yifu's hands-on skills to be so good. She could even make shoes. "Your shoemaker Xiao Yi is at your service." "How about it, Mr. Jiang? Can you give me 5 stars?" Jiang Rong smiled. "Thank you. You're welcome. Who are we kidding? Anyway, tomorrow you'll go herding sheep, and I'll sleep in." "Okay." As the temperature rises, the eagles come more often to look for food. Many scarecrows have been set up in the safe zone, but they can't scare away these brave birds. Yifu sometimes goes to the big building and sees that every family's vegetable garden is full of vegetables and watermelons. The land they cleared has wheat that has turned yellow, and it's time to harvest. Wenwen's small vegetable garden is also well maintained. When Yifu visits, She weeds, waters the plants, recites poems, and studies math. Wenwen, what is 100 plus 100? Wenwen first counts on her fingers, then cheerfully says, 200. I'm not stupid, I know 500 plus 500 too. Yifu pats her braided pigtails and says, impressive. Let me see how your watermelons are doing. Wenwen lifts the watermelon leaves to reveal the hidden fruit underneath. Little Yi, this one must be very sweet. I'll save it for you. Okay, we can share it later. Wenwen nods happily. And this one too, I want to give it to little Yi. Yifu smiles and takes out some malt candies from her bag. I brought you a gift too. Is it candy? Yes, freshly made. Try it quickly. The two sit on a pile of grass. Wenwen eats candy while telling her gossip. Yesterday, the uncle and aunt next door argued. Also, the lady downstairs was drying clothes when the wind blew them away. She scolded all day, saying someone stole her clothes. Later, everyone found her clothes in the bushes behind.
Yifu laughs loudly.
Little Yi, my little sheep, just had lambs. Now I have 5 sheep. Dad is very busy, so I have to take care of the sheep myself. Officer Song is very busy. He has cleared a large field to grow corn and wheat. He also cuts firewood, cooks, does laundry, and teaches Wenwen to read and write. If you go to take care of the sheep in the future, you can come find me. I'll go with you. Wenwen immediately feels happy. Okay. I like little Yi very much. I like Wenwen the most too. Later, I'll take you outside to play. Outside the safe zone, there is a wall and barbed wire. Every day, various wild chickens and snakes get caught on it. Just walking around, you can find something interesting. Wenwen ate some candy, and Yifu took her around to explore. When they first arrived outside, they saw a wild chicken hanging from a tree. Yifu asked Wenwen to go get it. Wenwen was strong and brave, so she jumped and ran over, pulling the chicken down directly. Little Yi, look at that. What is it? Wenwen asked. Yifu looked up and saw pine cones all over the pine tree. A small bird was perched at the top, fluttering nearby. These two had not been home for several days. Surprisingly, they were hiding here eating pine cones. Wenwen, those are pine cones. I'll pick a couple for you, Yifu said. Climbing trees was easy for Yifu. In just a few moments, she was up there. She plucked 2 pine cones and threw them down. Yifu looked outside. The wind and sand were strong, so everything was blurry. But the grass outside had grown taller, and the young trees had become small trees. The area outside the safe zone, about 3 kilometers around, had turned into a green oasis. Little Yi, can we eat pine cones? Wenwen asked. Yes, you can. You just need to burn them with fire to get the seeds out. Let's go, I'll take you to roast the pine cones. Yifu found a flat spot, lit some branches, and threw the pine cones into the fire. Soon, the cones started to release pine oil, making a crackling sound. Before long, the smell of pine wood filled the air. Yifu and Wenwen sat on the ground, both watching the fire carefully. When the green pine cones turned black, they could be opened. Yifu picked up a stone, flattened a cone, and after smashing it, hot seeds spilled out. She pinched one and threw it into her mouth, cracking the shell like eating sunflower seeds. Inside was fragrant and sweet. Is it tasty? Wenwen asked. Wenwen nodded. Yes, but opening them is not easy.
Yifu smiled.
After finishing the pine cones, they went to the pond to prepare the wild chicken. They skewered it on sticks and roasted it. Little Yi, it's so fun being with you, Wenwen said. Really? Then you should eat more later. When we have free time, we can come here for another picnic. Hey, you two are so unkind. You're roasting the wild chicken here, and you didn't even call me, another voice said. Yifu and Wenwen turned around and saw Qiyuan. They exchanged a knowing look and sighed silently. What do you mean? Why are you sighing when you see me? Look at what I brought. He reached out his hand from behind his back. Yifu saw he was holding 2 prepared fish, so she moved aside to let him sit down. I saw you two sneaking into the woods earlier. I didn't expect you to be making roast chicken. Fine, I guess I have to join in. He placed the fish over the fire and then took out a bundle wrapped in plastic cloth. When he opened it, he found it was salt. Salt is necessary. Are you two just going to eat it plain? Thanks, but aren't you busy harvesting wheat? Yi Fu took the salt from him and sprinkled a little on the roast chicken. It's all done. Where's Feng Wei? She went to see her brother. Qi Yuan looked around but didn't see Jiang Rong. Is Jiang Rong not here? He's at home. I had nothing to do, so I came out for a walk. The roast chicken was ready quickly. Yi Fu tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Enwen. Even though only salt was added, it tasted very good. It's getting hotter these days. Sitting under the sun for half an hour makes me dizzy.
Yi Fu nodded.
I think the temperature will keep rising. I have a feeling this heat will last a long time. While they were eating, a few boys came over. Seeing the smoke, they thought there was a fire in the woods and hurried over. To their surprise, it was just Yi Fu and the others having a picnic. Dr. Yi, the wind is getting stronger. When you leave later, make sure to put out the fire.
Yi Fu nodded. Got it.
Don't worry. The patrol boys, with long spears left. Qi Yuan watched their backs, feeling a bit emotional. Wan Tao and the others are really good people. Raising so many orphans into these young boys is no easy task. Yi Fu also agreed. I heard they're organizing to dig a few more cellars? Yes, the weather is getting hotter, and vegetables don't store well. They suggested digging more cellars to keep vegetables and grains safe. They're farsighted and worried about future disasters. When times are peaceful, it's wise to prepare. That's good. It's worth digging. Qi Yuan sighed. It would be great if we had sweet potatoes and potatoes. They last longer. Yi Fu's brow twitched, but she said nothing. After eating and drinking enough, they put out the fire with soil, and each went home. As soon as Yi Fu entered her house, Jiang Rong smelled the aroma of meat on her. Regarding Yi Fu going out to eat without bringing himself along, Jiang Rong felt a bit wronged but did not show it. Why did you go for so long? Was it that long? Just 2 or 3 hours. Jiang Rong's gaze grew more sad. Are you still eating dinner tonight? No, I'm full already. Seeing his dangerous look, Yi Fu quickly made up an excuse. It doesn't seem that full. I could eat a little more. Yi Fu turned on the fan to cool down. After going out, he was all sweaty. Seeing Jiang Rong reading Tiangong Kaiwu, Yi Fu curiously moved closer. Besides cookbooks, it seems you look at this book the most. There are many useful things in it, about planting, weaving, silkworm farming, fabric dyeing, salt and sugar boiling, brick and tile making, ceramics firing, boat and ship building, metal forging or mining and smelting, oil pressing, paper making, weapon manufacturing, pigments, brewing, and gold and silver mining. Yi Fu, maybe you're so talented because you read this book. That was a compliment to Yi Fu. He hadn't really read Tiangong Kaiwu much. It was his father's favorite book, and Yi Fu cherished it too, but he rarely looked at it, afraid of damaging the pages. He learned what he knew from school, and some from watching short videos and science channels online. But undeniably, Tiangong Kaiwu is a remarkable book. I know quite a bit, but not very expertly. What part have you read? Jiang Rong showed him the pages, which revealed he was reading about salt mining. Why are you suddenly so eager to learn? Jiang Rong didn't know why either. He just wanted to learn many things, so he wouldn't have to rely on Yi Fu for solving difficult problems. He wanted to be able to handle anything himself, just like her. He didn't want the distance between them to grow. But he didn't realize that in Yi Fu's heart, Jiang Rong was already more than an ordinary person. You said you want to explore and grow constantly. Always stay positive. Yi Fu smiled at him. Why are you so obedient? Jiang Rong, are you actually a robot? A well-behaved robot? I don't think so. I believe I am human, he answered seriously. After dinner, Yi Fu continued helping him make clothes. They made 10 identical long-sleeved t-shirts. Yi Fu wanted to make short sleeves, but he refused stubbornly. Yi Fu thought for a moment. If he got hurt in front of others and his wounds healed instantly, it might scare them. Wearing long sleeves is indeed more convenient. Jiang Rong, let's go pick pine cones tomorrow. I can't climb trees well. Can you help me? Jiang Rong subtly smiled, of course. As expected, Yi Fu still needed his help. Oh, by the way, Chi Yuan's words today reminded me. I think we can plant some potatoes and sweet potatoes. Sweet potato leaves are very tasty, and you'll definitely like them. There are many ways to cook potatoes, fried, cold, or in hot pot. The important thing is, potatoes are high in carbohydrates. Are you actually thinking about whether to share this with everyone? Yifu snapped his fingers. Smart. What do you think? Should I share it with everyone? You can share with Chi Yuan or Brother Song. They will help cover for you. Yifu decided quickly. The next day, he took 2 potatoes and 2 sweet potatoes to find Chi Yuan. Potatoes can be cut into pieces and planted, then covered with ash. They grow well and have high value. Wow, you really have potatoes and sweet potatoes?
Yifu nodded.
I found them in the dungeon. Here, take them and plant them. Chi Yuan looked at Yifu as if he was seeing an ancestor. Yifu, I really want to call you Grandma.
Yifu
Really wanted to hit him. Your grandfather wouldn't be happy. Anyway, stop joking. I'm leaving. Chi Yuan nodded. Take care, be careful, don't fall. Yifu really wanted to slap him. This guy is good at everything, but his mouth is too rude. Back home, Yifu also planted a small patch of sweet potatoes and potatoes in his garden. In the afternoon, Yifu took Jiang Rong to pick pine cones. If the pine cones are to be used as seeds, they can't be burned with fire. They must be cut and sun-dried until the layers burst open, then the seeds can be knocked down. Yifu decided to cut and sun-dry them, keeping the seeds for future use. Jiang Rong pushed the cart, and Yifu took 2 sickles. They went into the forest. Yifu saw bean sprouts and Luo Luo, 2 little creatures, ran over to play with him for a while, then ran away again. Such carefree, little guys. Now that there's a forest, they're much happier, Jiang Rong said. After that, he took the sickle and climbed a pine tree. He quickly cut down some pine cones, and Yifu gathered them up, putting them into the cart. Many people came to pick pine cones, and Yifu saw Chi Yuan and Feng Wei. Feng Wei knew Yifu had brought potatoes and sweet potatoes, so he left Chi Yuan to help Yifu pick pine cones. In less than half an hour, the cart was full. Half a month later, everyone knew about Chi Yuan planting potatoes and sweet potatoes. The reason was that someone had stolen watermelons from Chi Yuan's vegetable garden and found the potato seedlings. Wan Tao and others also went to see, since potatoes and sweet potatoes produce a lot, can feed many people, and last a long time. Chi Yuan used Yifu's excuse, saying the potatoes and sweet potatoes were collected from underground, and suddenly, Chi Yuan became the lucky charm of the safe zone. Wan Tao told him to plant carefully. When the sweet potato leaves grew bigger, everyone could come and pick them. The sweet potato vines could be planted again, and everyone took some home to plant immediately. With potatoes and sweet potatoes, everyone felt much more secure and no longer worried about hunger. After harvesting the sweet potato leaves, Yifu couldn't wait to pick a small basin. She planned to make stir-fried sweet potato leaves with garlic and chili. Jiang Rong, that poor guy, probably had never tasted this dish. After they moved out, they could grow vegetables and cook freely. They could eat whatever they wanted without worrying about neighbors smelling it. Yifu sighed, feeling it wasn't easy. Fortunately, she was with Jiang Rong, diligent, obedient, and without any male chauvinism. Yifu never thought she would get along so well with Jiang Rong. I plan to steam some buns, flour rolls, and silver thread rolls. What do you think? Mainly Yifu liked these foods. Although she was from the south, she especially loved noodles. Starting tomorrow? Yifu nodded. Yes, I'll ferment the dough tonight, so we can make it tomorrow. I plan to steam 300 jin of flour, which will probably take 3 or 4 days. The pine cones they brought back earlier had already burst after being sun-dried. The 2 spent a day tidying them up. There were about 100 jin of fruit. Yifu kept 10 jin outside and stored the rest in the space, saving it for future planting. That night, they stir-fried sweet potato leaves. Jiang Rong opened a new world of delicious food. Besides how tasty it was, he couldn't think of better words to praise Yifu's cooking skills. Yifu realized she had developed a teasing habit of feeding Jiang Rong, feeling like feeding a little cat with fluffy fur. After dinner, Jiang Rong washed the dishes, and Yi Fu took out a bag of flour to make dough. Luckily, she had several steaming baskets, capable of steaming 10 layers at once. Jiang Rong gathered some bamboo and learned how to weave bamboo baskets from Lu Zhang, making several large baskets. After steaming the buns and flour rolls, they lined the baskets with cloth, neatly placed the buns inside, and then stored them in the space. Neither of them was very particular about cleanliness, but both had serious obsessive tendencies. After 4 busy days, Yi Fu and Jiang Rong were exhausted. Every 2 months, they stock up a large amount of supplies. The space now has plenty of cooked food, enough to last 3 or 4 years. Tomorrow, we'll eat crayfish. I don't want to peel the shells. Jiang Rong has mixed feelings about crayfish, delicious but requires peeling, which he finds troublesome. However, once Yi Fu prepares them, he can't resist eating. You can watch me eat. Jiang Rong chuckled softly. I can't do that. They watched 1 episode of TV together, then Yi Fu went back to her room to sleep. Jiang Rong took a walk outside, feeling safe enough to return and rest. The next day, a big incident happened in the safe zone. Someone found many footprints outside. Wan Tao and a few others went to check and thought they were wolf tracks. Yi Fu suddenly remembered there was a lot of wolf meat in the space. Usually, wolves don't come close to human habitats easily. I don't think it's wolves, she said. Unless they're coming to seek revenge, Jiang Rong replied. Yi Fu remembered how Jiang Rong had fought the wolf pack. Every time she thought about it, she felt a new shock inside. He was covered in dirt, fighting among the wolves, with blood-red eyes full of killing intent. At that moment, Yi Fu truly felt his strength and mystery. Even now, there are many secrets between them, but they don't matter. More than secrets, Yi Fu trusts him. In this world, the only person she feels safe revealing her back to is Jiang Rong. Whether it was wolf tracks or not, they needed to check. Yi Fu took Jiang Rong to look, and he agreed they were probably wolf footprints. They might just be curious. No need to bother or chase them. If we don't provoke them, wolves won't come close to humans, Jiang Rong said. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit more at ease. From that day on, patrols in the safe zone were increased. Back home, Yi Fu brought out a big basin of crayfish and prepared plenty of Sichuan pepper and chili. Jiang Rong likes spicy food, and they had no disagreements about eating. Can crayfish be farmed? Yes, but I don't have live ones in the space. There are many fish in the pond in the yard. At first, there were only a dozen or so, but now there are over 100. Each fish is quite large. In the morning, Yi Fu weighed herself and found she had gained 1 kilogram this month. Her face even looked more youthful, like a baby's. It seems she has been eating very well lately. When cooking small lobsters, Yi Fu was sneezing constantly because of the chili. Jiang Rong wanted to help, but Yi Fu refused, not wanting kitchen troublemakers to interfere. I bought the biggest small lobsters. If they are smaller, each one only has meat the size of a fingernail. Jiang Rong looked at Yi Fu with bright eyes, making her a little shy. All right, let's eat. In the following days, the footprints of the wolf pack appeared more and more often, but they never entered the safe zone. Everyone relaxed a little. The sweet potatoes in the safe zone had been planted widely. Wan Tao organized everyone to dig a few more cellars, and work officially began. Yi Fu now had 5 sheep. Her daily life was very relaxed. She herded sheep, planted vegetables, cut grass to feed the rabbits, and occasionally collected pine cones. 2 years ago, she planted 2 camellia trees, which had grown to 2 meters tall. Maybe they bought grafted varieties, because they bloomed all year round without ever losing their flowers. The cactus she brought from Lan City had also grown. Yi Fu transplanted it outside her small yard. It should be late autumn now, but the temperature kept rising, with no sign of winter. Yi Fu looked at the calendar, her brow slightly furrowed. She felt that the temperature might break a record. Her guess was not unreasonable. The next day, the temperature rose by another degree. While washing clothes in the yard, Yi Fu faintly heard a scream from afar. After a while, a group of people hurried out, holding tools. Yi Fu guessed the wolf pack was coming, but it was daytime. How could the wolves visit so suddenly?
Yi Fu,
Officer Song ran from outside the yard, relieved to see her home. "Where's your bow and arrow? Let me borrow them quickly." "What's going on?" Officer Song looked worried. Wan Tao asked the kids to patrol the perimeter. They just saw wolves coming. The wolves came because they found some wild chickens hanging on the wire trap. Those naughty kids, surprisingly brave, used stones to chase them away. The wolves got angry, and one kid was even snatched by a wolf. When Yifu heard the noise, he went back to the house and grabbed a bow and arrows for Officer Song. "Do you want help?" "No need. They said there are only 4 little wolves." Officer Song took the bow and arrows and left immediately without delay. The child who was taken away was an orphan. The villagers were reluctant to take risks, but Officer Song couldn't just stand by. He took the bow and arrows and, with Lu Zhang, followed the wolf tracks. Yifu washed his clothes and went outside to look around. The child hadn't been rescued yet, and Lu Zhang and Officer Song had been gone for half an hour. "It's over. It's probably very dangerous now. Are wolves easy to deal with? Will Brother Song and Brother Lu be in trouble? They've offended the wolf pack this time. Won't they come back to get revenge?" Yifu wasn't very worried. Lu Zhang and Officer Song were both very skilled, and Officer Song still had the bow and arrows. But whether the child could come back safe and sound was uncertain. Yifu took a walk outside, but didn't see any blood. The wind and sand outside the safe zone were very strong. Without a face veil, it was impossible to open your eyes. Thinner people couldn't stand steadily and might be blown away by the wind. Another half-hour passed, and Officer Song and the others still hadn't returned. Yifu decided to go look for them. She put on a mask and goggles, leaning on a hiking stick. When she was halfway there, she heard a rustling in the grass. Carefully, she went over and saw Officer Song and a child lying in the grass. The boy had bites on all 4 limbs. Luckily, he was still conscious. When he saw Yifu, he couldn't help but cry. Officer Song had hit his head on a stone and was unconscious. He also had a bite wound on his thigh, with a large chunk of flesh missing. The bow and arrows were no longer nearby. Yifu turned him over and shook him a few times, but he didn't wake up. She gave him 2 heavy slaps. "Brother Song?" Officer Song slowly opened his eyes, groggy. "Brother Lu went to distract the wolves to save us. Yifu, I have to go save him. I'll help stop the bleeding for both of you first. If you can walk, go back to the safe zone. I'll go find Uncle Lu." Hearing this, Officer Song became anxious. "No, you can't go. You have nothing with you. Don't take risks. There are more than 4 little wolves. Don't worry. I have a way to handle it."
"You don't need to worry about me."
"First, go back. He's badly injured and can't stay here, or those wolves might attack again." The boy was sobbing nearby, but didn't dare speak. He knew he had caused a big problem. Yifu didn't comfort him. Being young isn't an excuse to avoid responsibility. Especially now, he needed to understand the cost of acting on impulse. Yifu quickly bandaged their wounds and then left immediately. She didn't know where Lu Zhang was. Outside the safe zone, 3 kilometers were covered with grass seeds, and the green foliage blocked her view. She had to rely on her instincts to find her way. After about 10 minutes, Yifu saw a few drops of fresh blood on the ground. She immediately became alert. She took out a long knife from her space and held it tightly. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past her back. Yifu felt the grass moving. She quickly turned around and swung her knife. A wild wolf's head was cut in half. It wasn't dead yet but was howling and snarling on the ground. Yifu didn't give it a chance to escape. She finished it off with one more strike. It seemed the wolf was hiding nearby. Yifu looked at the tall grass that was taller than her. She held her breath and listened carefully for any sounds around her. Wolves are good at working together to hunt. Right now, Yifu was their prey. There was a faint movement behind her. The wolves were fast. When they attacked, they opened their mouths wide, showing sharp teeth. A bite could leave a person badly injured or worse. But Yifu was not defenseless. Close combat suited her better. She was quick and never hesitated. Every time she struck, blood splattered on her goggles. She didn't bother to wipe it off. She drew her knife again and struck another. She stuck her knife into the ground and took deep breaths. Fighting wolves required speed. If her speed slowed, she would lose the advantage and become prey. Wolves are very clever animals. She couldn't show any fear in front of them. When she killed the third wolf, Jiangrong arrived. Without saying a word, Yi Fu threw him a long knife. Jiangrong caught it and fought alongside her. Finished picking the pine cones? Yes, all done.
Yi Fu smiled slightly.
With Jiangrong here, she could breathe easier. She collected the dead wolves from the ground into her space. Then she took out a whistle, blew 3 short and 1 long notes several times. Soon, many sounds came from all around. Yi Fu and Jiangrong exchanged a quick glance and nodded in understanding. Yi Fu took out her bow and arrow and aimed at the source of the noise. Half an hour later, the last wolf fell. Yi Fu quickly searched for Lu Zhang's figure, but couldn't find him after a long search. At this moment, many people arrived from nearby. Yi Fu squinted and looked, recognizing that they were residents of the safe zone. Is that Yi Fu and Jiangrong? Where is Lu Zhang? Secretary Huang hobbled over, having injured his leg a few days ago and been resting recently. We haven't found him yet. Why are you all here? Lu Zhang and the others haven't returned yet. Everyone was anxious, so we all went out to look for him. We just met Song Chun and a little kid. They said you went alone to find Lu Zhang. They've already been carried back by others. Did you encounter a wolf pack? In the nearby bushes, 3 wild wolves remained outside the safe zone. Yi Fu pulled them out to show everyone. The wolves are all dead. Now let's hurry to find Uncle Lu. After Yi Fu finished speaking, everyone nodded quickly. Yes, we need to find him fast. Everyone shouted Lu Zhang's name loudly. Except for the elderly and children, all adults joined in the search. Yi Fu and Jiangrong also helped look for Lu Zhang. Half an hour later, they found Lu Zhang in a pit, badly injured and unconscious. Lu Zhang was more seriously hurt, and nearby, they found 3 shot and killed wild wolves. Both the wolves and Lu Zhang were brought back to the safe zone. The entrance was quickly secured with a door. Yi Fu treated the wounds of the 3 injured people. The child with the lightest injury woke up soon, but he was clearly scared, crying and not speaking. Wenwen saw Officer Song's injury and cried for a long time. Lin's siren kept comforting her nearby. Fortunately, Officer Song and Lu Zhang survived, and by the next day, they were awake. However, due to their serious injuries, they would need about 2 months to recover. The 6 wolves, Officer Song, Lu Zhang, Yi Fu, and Jiangrong each took one. The remaining 2 wolves were given to the elders and children in the safe zone. Wantao did not blame the children for being attacked by wolves. Their serious injuries were already the biggest punishment. Lu Zhang told everyone that after healing, he planned to establish a martial arts base in the safe zone where anyone interested in self-defense, regardless of age or gender, could learn. Yi Fu and Jiangrong returned home with 2 wolves. Yi Fu was cleaning his bow and crossbow, while Jiangrong was processing the wild wolves in the yard. Didn't you and Shi Yuan go somewhere further to gather pine cones? How do you know I went out to find someone? I heard everyone say that a child was taken away by a wolf. When I got home and saw you weren't there, I knew you had gone out to look for someone. Brother Song and Uncle Lu are very capable. They even borrowed a bow and arrow. I thought they would be back in half an hour, but they didn't return for a long time. I was worried something had happened, so I went out to look for them. Fortunately, I went out. To scare the wolf pack from coming back, Wantao took leaves from Yi Fu and removed the pelts and heads of 2 wild wolves. There were 6 wolf pelts and 6 wolf heads, all hung around the edge of the safe zone. Not only wolves, but even people would feel scared seeing them. Later, Wantao held a meeting with everyone. He used this chance to explain the dangers of wild animals again. Even wild cats have the ability to hurt people. When facing wild animals, it's best not to provoke them, especially wolves, lions, and leopards. Everyone worked hard this time. We all went out together to find the missing person. Although everyone was scared, no one backed down. We need to stay united. The safe zone is our home where we survive. Everyone here is no longer a stranger, but part of this big family. We share food and face dangers together. The children are still the protectors of the safe zone. Lu Zhang trains them more strictly. The children without parents are accepted by the safe zone, and they are not abandoned just because of small mistakes. Officer Song is in good shape. He was able to get out of bed and move after a week. He was worried about the bow and arrow missing some parts, so he checked with Yifu. All the parts are there. Everything has been recovered. That's good. This time, it's thanks to you. If you hadn't appeared in time, I and that child would have lost too much blood and died. Yifu also felt a little guilty. If she had gone out to find people earlier, they wouldn't have been so badly hurt. For a long time after that, no animals visited the safe zone. Instead, the temperature rose to 38 degrees Celsius, and the wind and sand seemed stronger. All the pine cones in the safe zone had been collected, totaling about 300 jin, around 150 kilograms. Yifu also gathered some grass seeds. The four-season green plants are very hardy and easy to grow, making them one of the best plants to resist wind and sand. After the wolf incident, Yifu stayed at home for about half a month. She had almost finished storing food. As the temperature rose, she became lazier. The sheep could graze freely, and Zhongrong took care of the rabbits and chickens. She stayed at home making clothes and shoes. As November arrived, the weather, which was supposed to be winter, unexpectedly soared to 41 degrees Celsius. All the underground cellars in the safe zone were completed, and everyone's stored grains and vegetables were properly kept. However, in mid-November, a few refugees arrived outside the safe zone. They were in worse shape than the previous group, barely clothed, no shoes, extremely thin, and dark from the sun. When the refugees saw people coming out of the safe zone, they were so excited that they fainted. When one came to find Yifu, who was still staying at home and not going out, "Little Yi, my dad asked me to tell you people have come to the safe zone." 7 of them fainted. Yifu was surprised upon hearing this. After 3.5 years of the end of the world, refugees had finally found this place. Yifu and Wenwen went outside and saw Zhongrong, who was weaving baskets in the yard. They took him along to the building. "Wenwen, did they say where they came from?" Wenwen shook her head. The patrol brothers found them wandering outside the safe zone. When they went out to ask who they were, they all fainted. Yifu understood and went to the building. Looking at the 7 people lying on the ground, Yifu saw a reflection of himself in the past. They were extremely thin, almost skin and bones, with several people having lost most of their hair. They probably haven't eaten for a long time, and they're exhausted and tense. When they saw people, they got scared and fainted, Yifu thought. Their bellies were sunken, and their skin was wrinkled, making it impossible to tell their real ages. 2 of them had lost several teeth, likely due to malnutrition and long-term lack of salt and vitamins. Although everyone was cautious around these people, most felt sympathy. Many thought about themselves. If they had left the safe zone back then, maybe they would be on the run now too. Wan Tao arranged for them to stay in a room in the building, guarded by some children. He also cooked a pot of porridge to feed them. The 7 people remained unconscious for 5 or 6 hours, then gradually began to wake up. "They're awake, they're awake." A few children, holding spears at the door, saw them wake and started to inform others. They really woke up. "They're lucky. Where are you from? How did you end up here? Why don't you have any luggage? How long have you been hungry?" A long string of questions was asked, but the 7 people stared blankly, unsure which question to answer. Yifu checked their bodies again. There were no visible injuries. Mainly they were weak from long-term hunger. They looked a bit dazed. "Where are you from?"
Yifu asked.
"From Lianqing Base," one person answered. Yifu glanced at him. He was tall and slender, nearly 1.8 meters, but his voice was hoarse because of damaged vocal cords. "Lianqing Base? Wow, that's over 1,000 kilometers from here. Did you walk all that way?" The man nodded. Lianqing Base originally had 300,000 survivors. After the acid rain outbreak, many people died, more than 200,000. That day, most were outside working, but we were inside and escaped the worst. When the acid rain stopped, thick fog came. We stayed at Lianqing Base for a year. Then, suddenly, an earthquake struck, killing many and destroying all the buildings. We had to leave to escape. We traveled for about 7 months before reaching here. After speaking, he started coughing violently. At that moment, a few women brought in food. Their eyes changed instantly, like wolves spotting prey, glowing with green light. "Don't worry, here's some food for you." Hearing they could eat, they lost all reason. They reached out and grabbed the food, ignoring whether it was hot or cold, stuffing it into their mouths and eating quickly. Poor things. Luckily, we didn't leave the safe zone. "Excuse me, where is this place?" This used to be Longtan Base. Now it's a safe zone, similar to Lianqing Base. After the acid rain, many people died, then we left. We also went through thick fog, heavy rain, and collapsed buildings. Now we finally have a stable place. Among the 7, there were 3 women and 4 men. When Wan Tao asked their ages, he learned they were only 22 or 23 years old, all students from Lianqing University. Everyone was stunned. They looked at these 7 people who appeared at least 40 years old. It was surprising that they were only 23. "Can we stay here?" they asked. "I have an ID card. It's no longer useful, but it proves what I said is true. We traveled over 1,000 kilometers. Only here there are plants." "How did you come here?" Wan Tao asked. "At first, we carried a lot of supplies and used a cart. When the food ran out, we ate mice, ants, and birds or snakes we found dead on the road. But it got harder and harder. We couldn't carry everything, so we left some things behind. Before coming here, we hadn't eaten for 3 days."
"Can we stay?"
The whole community needs to vote. Yi Fu doesn't participate in the vote. He just stands in the corner, watching these people. They show no signs of lying, no fatigue, no suspicion, no panic can fool anyone. We are not like outside here. Living here means following the rules, working hard, and staying united. We will definitely obey. Outside, there's only sand and wind. We really don't know where else to go. Please, let us stay. Wan Tao is not a cruel person. Although he has some worries, he finally agrees to let these people stay. He records their names and information. For now, they are assigned only one room. Wan Tao also lends them some food and tools for work. Later, Yi Fu checks the health of 3 girls. Their injuries are severe, and long-term hunger has caused them to stop menstruating and lose all their hair. The fish in the safe zone pond are public property. Everyone can fish there. They are allowed to catch 2 fish each day. After resting for 2 days, the 7 people start digging and working in the soil. Learning that the plants grow quickly here, they plant all the wheat Wan Tao gave them. "Yi Fu, do you think more refugees will come? If they do, will the safe zone still take them in? Could they have bad intentions or cause trouble for us?" Lin Siren disagrees with accepting these people. The lush grass and water on the mountain 3 kilometers away could be a place for them to live. People tend to become soft if they live peacefully for too long. But I've observed they're not lying. As for bad intentions, I believe Uncle Lu and others are aware and won't let such things happen. Lin's siren still feels uneasy. I'm worried they might keep bringing in more refugees. The safe zone is small, resources are limited. If others move in, it just means taking away what we already have. But if I were fleeing and found a green oasis, I would want to stay. If I were driven away, I might lose all hope of survival. I feel conflicted. I don't want them to live here, but I can't really send them away. Your thoughts are very normal. Being cautious of strangers is necessary. Lin's siren sighs.
Yi Fu smiles.
Don't worry, I believe Wan Tao, and the others will handle it well. Having you here really makes me feel safe.
Where's Yu Chao?
He only knows how to eat every day. He is truly a foodie. When he got home, Yi Fu shared Lin Siren's worries and Jiang Rong's concerns. There are definitely many refugees outside. But how many oases are really out there? Don't worry, I will watch over them. If anything is wrong, I will handle it. If there's a problem, we should tell Wan Tao and the others, instead of solving it ourselves. Yi Fu didn't want Jiang Rong to get into trouble. Okay, I understand. However, over the next month, these 7 people behaved very well, even more diligently than the locals. They worked hard, cut firewood, fetched water, and managed to exchange some vegetable seeds and sweet potato leaves, gradually making their life better. Later, Wan Tao gave them a separate room, with men and women apart. After planting crops and vegetables, they started trading other items like clothes and pots. The three girls even came to Yifu's place to exchange some honeysuckle and a few pieces of clothing. In less than 2 months, they not only settled in the safe zone, but also integrated well into the community. I finally understand why Uncle Liu and the others became leaders. They are better at reading people, more brave, and more tolerant than us. But your idea isn't wrong either. In this world, caution is the key to survival, Yifu spoke sincerely. Wan Tao and the others had also learned this lesson. In this world, being cautious is more important than just being tolerant. Lin Siren now had more food and planned to make some malt candy for Nen, coming specifically to learn from Yifu. The two were busy in the kitchen, while Jiang Rong was expanding the shed in the backyard. In the afternoon, the three girls who had previously come to exchange clothes for Yifu returned. Dr. Yi, this is a gift for you. Yifu looked at the vegetables they had grown but didn't immediately take them. One girl noticed Yifu's hesitation and quickly said, Dr. Yi, we want to ask if hair loss can be cured? Your hair loss is caused by poor nutrition and hormone imbalance. I suggest you first focus on improving your health and regulating your menstrual cycle before addressing your hair problems. Dr. Yi, how should we regulate our menstrual cycle? Acupuncture combined with some internal supplements. How long will the treatment take? They all looked nervous, hopeful yet scared, as they watched Yifu. It might take about 6 months to a year. First, focus on internal supplements, which include dietary and medicinal options. For diet, you can eat fish soup, chicken soup, and eggs. I have some herbs here, but I still need to grow more. Once your diet is nearly settled, then start medicinal supplements. Okay, thank you, Dr. Yi. If you want to grow long hair, you should include ingredients like soapberries, pine, cypress, and... After they left, Lin Siren kept sighing while watching their backs. What's wrong?
I just feel so sorry.
3.5 years of the apocalypse have worn people down so much.
Yifu nodded.
Who wouldn't agree? Although she didn't lose hair or teeth in her previous life, she was also gaunt and looked like a wild ghost, not much better than them. Lin Siren left with the homemade maltose. Yifu went to the vegetable garden, picked a watermelon, and took some from her space to ice it with snow. Then she went to the backyard to find Jiang Rong. Yifu sat on a stone, watching Jiang Rong carefully build a shed. If he had the looks and height before the apocalypse, he could have become a big star overnight in the entertainment industry. Jiang Rong is handsome, with delicate, deep features, tall stature, a good figure, and very fair skin. He has a strong, restrained aura, but also a pure, youthful vibe. The more Yifu looked, the more she felt it was a pity. His face could earn him a lot of money, yet here he was, building a chicken and duck shed. If she were a wealthy woman, she wouldn't miss the chance to have this fresh, handsome guy, tasty and appealing. Yifu's gaze grew more and more inappropriate. Jiang Rong glanced at her, feeling a chill down his spine. Have they left? Yifu didn't react and still wore a silly smile. Jiang Rong frowned and walked over to her.
Yifu?
Startled, Yifu felt a bit embarrassed, as if Jiang Rong saw through her inappropriate thoughts. Her face flushed. What do you want me to call you? What are you thinking about? Nothing. I just picked the watermelon. Are you done? Jiang Rong squinted his eyes, feeling that Yifu wasn't telling the truth. Her gaze was flickering, and she didn't dare look at him, clearly feeling guilty. All right, let's go. Jiang Rong walked ahead, while Yifu watched him from behind, admiring his long legs and perfect shoulders. She clicked her tongue softly. Jiang Rong felt a chill down his spine. When he looked back, he saw Yifu staring at him absent-mindedly. What's wrong? Yifu was caught off guard and cleared her throat. I've been a bit tired lately.
Ai fine.
Yifu, what are you up to? Does it have anything to do with me? Yifu couldn't be caught out, so she kept a calm face and said, I was just thinking about what to eat tonight. You worked hard today, that's all.
No tricks.
Oh, nothing. Let's go home and eat watermelon. Back at the house, the atmosphere between the two sitting face to face was a little tense. Yifu was afraid Jiang Rong might see her slightly strange look, so she kept her head down. Jiang Rong stared at her directly, as if trying to see through her. "What did you talk about with them?" Jiang Rong suddenly asked. "You can hear so well. Can't you hear what I was saying?" Yifu replied, noting that he usually never asked her about her conversations with others. "Today my ears aren't so good. I didn't hear anything." Yifu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. His ears weren't working today? Did his ears have a switch? One day good, the next day bad. They came to see me for a medical issue. That's private. Since you didn't hear, I won't say anything. Jiang Rong nodded.
All right.
But why do you seem strange all day? You're always staring at me.
Yifu hardly touched her nose.
Really? Maybe it's because you're too good-looking. Can I look? In the past, Jiang Rong would have answered her expressionlessly, letting her look however she wanted. But today, he also felt strange. After being silent for a long time, he suddenly lowered his head. "Do you think I look good?" he asked in a muffled voice. "Of course. If it were before the end of the world, you could be a big star. And what about you?" Yifu thought for a moment. "If you paid me 10,000 yuan a month, I could be your assistant or even a nanny. Money is no problem. I can give you whatever you want," Jiang Rong said, looking at her with a simple, almost silly expression. "I don't like money. I just want to eat the food you cook. I don't need money." Huh. That's because you now think you don't need money. Now money is just a pile of waste paper. Before the apocalypse, money could buy everything. With money, you could do whatever you wanted. Are you still willing to give me your money? Jiang Rong nodded seriously. Yifu suddenly wanted to slap the watermelon in his hand onto his head to wake him up. "You must have been very easy to bully when you were a kid." Jiang Rong pressed his lips and smiled. "You must be very fierce." Correct.
Yifu.
Do you know why I can smell your scent?"
Why?
He smiled without answering. Yifu asked for a long time, even trying to hit him, but he refused to answer. There's a saying that if you can smell a person's unique scent, it means your genes have chosen them. Jiang Rong was pressed to the ground by Yifu and tickled him. For the first time, he couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Tell me or not.
"Please let me go." Yifu pinched his chin and continued to tickle him. "Tell me or not. If you don't, I'll punish you severely. Do you want to know?" Yifu raised his arm and bit him hard. "Tell me or not." "I won't say." Yifu planned to have a cold war with Jiang Rong. This guy was getting more and more arrogant, daring to play her. But Yifu was really worried she had a smell. She kept smelling herself repeatedly. It's said that body odor, like from foxes, is only noticeable to others, not oneself. Could she have fox odor? Yifu was overwhelmed. The next day, Yifu found Lin's siren. After making sure no one was around, she whispered in her ear, "Do I have any smell?" Lin's siren looked confused. "Bad smell." Lin's siren shook her head. "No, but it seems to have the smell of laundry detergent. Maybe I smelled it wrong?"
Yifu smiled guiltily.
Her clothes did have the smell of laundry detergent. She rushed home and from behind, pinched Jiang Rong's neck. "What exactly do I smell like?" Jiang Rong felt hopeless. This ancestor, after a day and night, still wouldn't leave him alone. When the temperature rose to 45 degrees, the safe zone experienced its first sandstorm. A sandstorm is a sign of desertification. Strong winds sweep up the sand and soil from the ground, and it is one of the most dangerous natural disasters. A sandstorm swept in from the mountains 3 kilometers away. Wan Tao pounded on a stainless steel lid with a stick, loudly reminding everyone to close doors and windows. Yifu moved the items in the yard back into the wooden house, locked the shed and sheep pen. Luckily, Jiang Rong had repaired them earlier, so even a strong wind couldn't them away. He covered the pond with an oilcloth and pulled out all the vegetables from the garden. The watermelons were also stored inside a container. In 10 minutes, the sky was covered with yellow dust. A howling sound filled the air as the storm passed through the trees and grass, heading straight for the safe zone. Yifu whistled 3 times. Do Miao and Luo Luo, who had been outside, finally returned home just seconds before the storm reached the wooden house. Yifu closed the door and looked out the window at the raging wind. Dust was blown against the window, quickly covering the clean glass with a thick layer of dirt. The house shook in the storm. He could faintly hear Wantao knocking on the stainless steel and a few children crying. The first sandstorm lasted only an hour. Yifu stepped outside and saw that the grass, trees, vegetable fields, and farmland in the safe zone were all covered with sand. He kicked at the ground with his foot. The sand was about 20 centimeters thick. Wearing a mask and goggles, he still coughed continuously from the dust. The yellow dust was flying everywhere. After just 2 minutes outside, his clothes and hair were covered with more sand. Jiang Rong used a fishing net to uncover the oilcloth and catch all the fish from the pond. The once lush vegetable garden had turned into sandy land. They quickly packed up the fish. Yifu then went to the backyard. Fortunately, the shed and sheep pen were still sturdy, and the rabbit burrow was undamaged. However, half an hour later, a second sandstorm arrived. With a cracking sound, the pine trees outside the yard broke their branches in the wind. A stone was lifted and hurled directly at the wooden door. Yifu was washing the dust off his face in the bathroom, while Jiang Rong was helping Do Miao shake off her tail. Yu-yu-hu-hu. The wind outside howled like a ghost, sounding sharp and terrifying. The second sandstorm lasted about an hour and then stopped. The accumulated sand outside was even thicker, making it impossible for people to go out normally. Who knows when it will stop? Yifu didn't know what was happening at the building, mainly because everything was happening too quickly. Jiang Rong heard a dust storm approaching from several kilometers away. Yifu hurried to inform Wantao. Wantao didn't doubt and knocked on a stainless steel container to alert others. Within 10 minutes, the entire safety zone was swept by the storm and buried under sand and dirt. If the land outside has no plants or very few, the chance of dust storms will only increase. This year, with no rainfall, the land erodes faster. Soon, all land might turn into desert. Almost every half hour, a dust storm would arrive, lasting about an hour each time. The next day, the storms weakened, coming every 2 hours and lasting about half an hour. On the third day, they came every 4 or 5 hours, each lasting about 10 minutes. After the storms weakened, residents in the safety zone had to go outside to work, learning to live with the storms. The bamboo used for water channels in the mountains was knocked down by the storm. Wantao organized everyone to cut more bamboo for water. The storm caused injuries to 30 people and killed 5. 3 people were swept away and went missing. Lu Zhang led a search team and found their bodies 5 kilometers outside the safety zone. Over 100 chickens and ducks were also carried away by the storm. Almost all vegetable fields were destroyed, and many trees in the safety zone were damaged. The pond was filled with several meters of sand, leaving only about 10 fish alive. Fortunately, most of the grain was moved to underground cellars in time, saving everyone's food supply. The residents had to arm themselves fully and start cleaning up the fields and gardens again. The seeds of spring greens were blown away by the wind, but perhaps the wind carried grass seeds to other places. Yifu and Jiang Rong didn't suffer as much as others, but thick layers of sand covered everything from the ground to the rooftops, and cleaning would take a long time. Cough, cough, cough. Even with their heads wrapped tightly, the wind and sand still got into their noses. Wherever people gathered, faint coughing sounds could be heard. Jiang Rong was cleaning the pond in the yard and released live fish from a bucket into the water. We should build a cover over the pond. With dust storms happening every day, it's useless without one.
Okay.
Do we need to fix the vegetable garden too? Yifu shook his head. Not yet. I need to go cut grass. Luckily, I stored quite a bit before. Otherwise, the lambs and rabbits would starve. Yifu carried a sickle and a bamboo basket and left. To cut grass, she had to clear the loose soil from the grass. She kicked the soil clean with her foot and quickly cut a full basket of grass. On the way back, she met others who were also cutting grass. Everyone was afraid to speak or greet each other, worried that opening their mouths might swallow a mouthful of dust. Yifu fed the goats and rabbits, then took a walk around the safety zone's edge. Many animals were hanging on the wire fence, brought by the dust storm. Within a few kilometers, all visible grass was covered with dust. Yifu was glad she had planted many tree seeds, which helped block some of the dust and strong wind. On her way back, she picked up some broken branches blown down by the wind. When she returned to her cabin, she saw Wan Tao and Lu Zhong standing in the yard, with Jiang Rong nearby. The three of them seemed to be talking about something. "Yifu, you finally came back," Wan Tao said. "What's going on?"
She asked.
"I need some hemostatic powder from you, and I also want to check how much damage there is," Wan Tao said directly, not beating around the bush. "Other than the vegetable garden, there's no major damage." "I'll go get the hemostatic powder for you," Yifu replied, and went inside. Outside, Wan Tao's voice rang out again. "Jiang Rong, many people want to build wooden houses. Can you go and give some guidance for a few days?" Jiang Rong paused for a moment and agreed. Sure. He looked at several books about construction. Building a wooden house was not difficult for him. That's great to hear. The big building is no longer safe to live in. It's been shaking badly these days, and all the residents need to move out. I checked around, and your small wooden house is the sturdiest. It can withstand such a big dust storm. All the other houses built with bamboo, or would have been blown down by the storm, Wan Tao said. Yifu took a can of hemostatic powder and went out. Wan Tao sighed as he watched her leave. Ji Yuan and the others also suffered some losses. Many chickens and ducks were blown away. Wen's little sheep is gone. When I arrived, she was still crying. She was very sad. I'll go take a look later, but I heard many residents want to build houses. I suggest not building wooden houses. Right now, the safety zone probably doesn't have many nails. To make a sturdy wooden house, the work is quite extensive. I recommend building earthen or stone houses. Earthen houses are warm in winter and cool in summer. Wan Tao patted his forehead and said, "You really woke me up. It's okay now because we are not short of water. We can use the dust blown by the sandstorm to make mud bricks. Many people can build houses with that." Exactly, just one layer of bricks is enough, about 3 meters high. Don't build it too tall. The shelter should also be made of stone walls for better strength. Wan Tao and Lu Zhong couldn't wait to go back and plan. Yifu looked at Jiang Rong and told him about the situation outside. Don't expect the wind and sand to stop for a year or two. But after a year, grass should grow within dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. As long as the temperature stays high, it probably won't rain again, Jiang Rong said. That's right. We still need to remind everyone to store water. If the mountain ponds suddenly dry up, it will be really bad, he added. Yifu looked at the leaning building and finally understood why Wan Tao was so eager to get everyone out. When the wind blows, the building shakes slightly, as if it might collapse at any moment. Officer Song and Qi Yuan had already chosen new homes. Yifu and Jiang Rong took shovels to help. Wen saw her and ran over crying. "Little Yi's sister, my little sheep was blown away by the wind." Yifu hugged her gently and comforted her. "Little Yi's sister knows. My little sheep will have lambs soon. Wen, come back in a few days and pick a good one, okay? I won't raise little sheep anymore," she said. Yifu felt both sad and amused. She comforted her for a long time before calming her down. Wan Tao explained the benefits of mud houses and stone houses. Everyone changed their minds and decided to build mud houses. Yifu and Jiang Rong came to help. Before the building collapsed, Officer Song and others finished building their mud houses. The temperature was 46 degrees Celsius, and even adults found it hard to bear. Many people just went outside to work and fainted from heat stroke within minutes. Heat stroke happened every day. Yifu was most worried about heat stroke. After warning Wan Tao hammered a stainless steel bell to remind everyone to rest at home during the day and work at night. At night, the temperature drops by about 10 degrees. Many children couldn't handle the heat. They cried both day and night. Yifu also brought out 2 tower fans. The blankets in the house had long been stored away, and only a cool mat was laid on the bed. The bamboo in the safe zone was being cut down rapidly to make mats. Yifu had to go plant more seeds again. Other residents could only use buckets of cool water to lower the temperature on their beds. The high temperature kept rising, and fewer people were going outside. Yifu planted a row of cacti in the yard. When Lin's siren came over, she asked for some to take back and plant. The cacti easily survived in the sandy soil, and there was no need to worry about too much sun or lack of water. Yifu still had a lot of saltpeter in her space. Saltpeter can be used to make ice, but she couldn't take it out. The temperature rose to 48 degrees Celsius, and Yifu was starting to feel overwhelmed. I want to soak in water, Jiang Rong. I feel like I'm going to explode, she said, and immediately went to the bathroom. She filled the bathtub with cold water, took off her clothes, and jumped in. The cool water soaked into her skin, and Yifu felt the heat inside her body fade away. She felt very comfortable. She stayed in the water for an hour and didn't want to come out. Jiang Rong knocked on the door several times. Yifu sighed and got out of the water. You are weak and might get sick, Jiang Rong warned her outside the door. Yifu wanted to cry, but couldn't. But it's so hot. I feel like I'm going to lose my temper, hit someone, or explode, she said. Jiang Rong didn't say anything. In the safe zone, 2 more pools were dug for everyone to soak in. They were separated by a patch of grass for men and women. This was organized after Wan Tao found many children almost drowning while swimming in the fish pond. They dug 2 shallow pools about 1 meter deep and 10 meters long in 2 days and nights. At night, Lin's siren came to invite Yifu to soak in the water, but she refused. Last time, she saw a group of women scrubbing their backs and feet in the water. Yifu wasn't very clean-freaked, but she still couldn't stand it. Recently, Yifu had little appetite. After the temperature rose to 40 degrees, she didn't want to eat much. She only ate watermelon, drank water, and ate shaved ice. She didn't want to smell any meat or fish. Just the smell made her want to. People who didn't know might think she was pregnant. The heat is so miserable. Yifu took a bottle of huaxiangjingqi, a traditional Chinese medicine, to herself. The taste was very strong and made her roll her eyes and distort her face. Do you want some? Jiang Rong shook his head. I don't feel very hot yet. You're not human, Yifu said as she reached out to touch the back of his hand. He seemed to have a constant temperature. When he was cold, his body would heat up. When he was hot, his body would cool down. Even though she also had healing powers, she couldn't understand why she hadn't received his extraordinary automatic temperature regulation ability. Yifu was lying on the cool mat with her limbs spread out, while a 3-tier fan blew hot air at her. The next day, Yifu was still sleeping when someone outside called her with a crying voice. She stepped out of the wooden house and saw a woman crying desperately. Dr. Yi, my husband fainted. Please help him.
Yifu had a bad feeling.
She opened a torn black umbrella and hurried out. She and the woman arrived at her home and saw a man lying on the ground, convulsing. Did he go out to work? Some chickens escaped from the yard. He went to catch them, but he didn't catch any. He fainted just for a minute, and then he was like this. Yifu was sure the man had heat stroke. The temperature was already 48 degrees Celsius. The sun was high overhead. Just stepping outside for a minute made her sweat all over. She felt a little short of breath from walking here. Quickly, some air on him and bring a bucket of cold water. At that moment, the man was gasping in pain. His face looked strange. Yifu took out a silver needle, ready to insert it, but the man tilted his head and suddenly stopped breathing. Less than half a minute passed before any rescue could be done. His body was so hot it looked like a boiling pot. Yifu glanced at the woman and the little girl nearby and softly said, Please accept my condolences.
Doctor Ye?
Your husband has passed away. The woman froze for a moment, threw away the bucket, and ran over to hold the man, crying loudly. Yifu lowered her umbrella and left. She passed by Wan Tao's place. He was standing at the door and asked about the situation. Yifu told him everything clearly. It was heat stroke. There was no time for first aid. Understood. You should go back quickly. Tonight, I will organize some people to handle the funeral. Yifu looked back at the simple house and then turned to leave. Back at home, Yifu drank a large glass of ice water, which cooled her feverish body. As soon as she closed her eyes, she saw the image of that man's steaming body, like cooked white meat. There are thousands of ways to die in this world. How painful and tormenting it must be to die from fully cooked internal organs. Yifu sighed and sat on the ground, turning on the tower fan to on her back. Jiang Rong returned after chopping bamboo and saw her. His eyes flicked over her body. Did you go out? Someone had heat stroke. I went to check on him, but I didn't have time to save him. Jiang Rong soaked the bamboo in water, shook off the dirt from his body, and walked over slowly. It's too hot outside. If you can't stand it, don't go out. Got it, Jiang Rong. Do you like durian? Jiang Rong looked at her with interest, but when Yifu took out the durian, he immediately stepped back to the doorway. What is this? Durian. It's very tasty, Jiang Rong. Come try some. Jiang Rong looked completely resistant. Yifu saw a hint of fear in his eyes, as if to say, Are you sure you can eat this? Yifu opened the durian, and instantly, its strong smell filled every corner of the cabin. Jiang Rong, who always kept a calm face, broke down at that moment. He looked like he was in pain, trying hard to endure. Yifu chuckled to herself, teasing him on purpose. Jiang Rong, I'll feed you. No need. I'll go chop some more bamboo. You can eat by yourself. But are you sure that's really a fruit? What else could it be, if not a fruit? Are you sure you don't want to try it? I'm sure. After saying that, Jiang Rong quickly closed the door and left. Yifu didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. After removing the flesh, Yifu put some ice on the durian and froze it for a while before eating. She thought it was very delicious, sticky and sweet. But she didn't eat too much. The weather was too hot, and durian is a high-calorie fruit. Eating too much might cause a nosebleed. Half an hour later, Jiang Rong returned. He had been outside for a long time, but he didn't smell the durian scent, so he finally entered the cabin. Yifu was lying in a rocking chair, looking at him with a half-smile. I thought you'd never come back, she said. Jiang Rong touched his ear. Did you really eat it? Come here. Yifu beckoned him. Jiang Rong slowly walked over and squatted down to look at her.
Can you smell it?
The durian smell on me. Jiang Rong nodded and shook his head. I smell it, but you don't have that smell on you. Yifu couldn't explain it to him. Luckily, she closed her eyes and ignored him. The fan was still blowing cool air, and she was lying there without any concern for her image. In the next few days, heatstroke happened several more times. Only one child was saved. The others all died. Late at night, Wan Tao was knocking on the stainless steel in the safe zone, loudly advising everyone not to go outside during the day. After a small storm, the temperature still rose from 48 to 49 degrees. During the daytime, the hot sun made Jiang Rong stay indoors most of the time. Yifu used solar panels to charge batteries. Before, it took 2 days to fully charge, but now it only takes half a day. When the temperature rose above 40 degrees, plant growth slowed down. Seeds planted in the ground were cooked by the heat, and even the trees in the safe zone looked droopy. The water tanks in the space were running low. Yifu kept filling them up one after another. At night, she cut some honeysuckle and gave it to Qi Yuan and the others, telling them to store water. Now, every family has a cellar, and when there is water, they must store it. If the high temperature continues, the ponds will dry up eventually. Jiang Rong, come quickly. Yifu opened the shed door and saw that the chickens and ducks looked very weak, which meant something was wrong. What's wrong? These chickens and ducks probably won't last much longer. Don't worry. I'll bring water from the front yard and dig a water pit here. Yifu went to check on the goats. They were still okay, but the rabbits were really struggling. Rabbits are fragile animals, and with over 100 big rabbits, Yifu didn't know how many she could save. Wearing masks and gloves, they started digging the water pit. As soon as they brought water over, the chickens and ducks jumped into the water eagerly. They worked all night and finally managed to save the chickens, ducks, and goats. The rabbits began dying one after another. Yi Fu had to kill them all. If they were desert rabbits that could withstand high temperatures, that would be different, but unfortunately, these were just ordinary wild rabbits. Other residents faced similar problems. Under the high heat, humans, animals, and plants all struggled to survive. When the temperature exceeded 50 degrees, Yi Fu felt her breathing becoming difficult, as if the air was thinning. It was even more painful than being in -30 or 40 degrees. Yi Fu kept tossing and turning, groaning in discomfort. Jiang Rong opened the bedroom door, looked at her for a long time, then came over and touched her forehead. "I'm not sick or feverish. I'm just hot," he said. A few tower fans blew around her, but it was still hot. The wind was warm. Suddenly, Jiang Rong got up and lay beside her, then hugged her tightly. Yi Fu felt very uncomfortable and wanted to push him away, but when she touched his cold body, as cold as ice, she pressed herself against him instead. "Are you feeling a little better?" "Yeah." "Then go to sleep," he said softly, patting her shoulder like comforting a child. Yi Fu fell asleep unknowingly. Every day afterward, she relied on Jiang Rong's body heat to cool down. Several more elders died in the safety zone, and everyone felt heavy-hearted. Each person thought about themselves, wondering if one day they might also die quietly in the night. The pain from the heat was as bad as hunger, making people anxious and irritable, wanting to vent but having no way to do so. The heat was like a burning from inside out, as if trapped in a steamer. Hunger felt like 1,000 needles stabbing the stomach, tightly squeezed with a rope. "Jiang Rong, do you think the temperature will go up further?" Jiang Rong was silent for a long time.
Yes.
Yi Fu didn't expect Jiang Rong's bad luck to be so accurate. The next day, the temperature rose directly to 52 degrees, breaking the record. Even with a cover, the water outside the yard started to heat up, and many fish in the water died one after another. No more birds could be seen in the sky. Yi Fu sat by the window, wearing a tank top, staring blankly outside. She was too hot. If she were alone at home, she would choose to be completely. That night, Yi Fu poured some herbal medicine into a bottle and asked Jiang Rong to take it to Officer Song and others, especially Wenwen, Anan, and Orange, the children who must have suffered. When Jiang Rong returned, Yi Fu looked at him with eager eyes. "I gave it to them. They're doing quite well. Every family has stored a lot of water, and there's plenty of food in the cellar." Yi Fu nodded. "Then come over quickly. I am about to die from the heat." Jiang Rong looked at her with a smile. Her body was honest and unhesitating, and he went over without delay. After the temperature exceeded 52 degrees, Yi Fu simply gave up. She hardly went out unless there was something important. The battery couldn't power the air conditioner, and although she bought a quiet generator, it still made some noise. The outdoor unit of the air conditioner had to be outside, and even with caution, there was a risk of being discovered. If found, the consequences could be serious. Living in a shared environment was inconvenient, so she had to endure it. However, after a few days of adjustment, Yi Fu felt less uncomfortable than at first. She still didn't want to go out, especially at night. A few days later, Yi Fu finally couldn't stay still. She took out the over 100 rabbits she had slaughtered earlier and planned to turn them all into delicious food. Cooking in such hot weather, isn't that uncomfortable?
Yi Fu snorted.
My body is special. When the temperature changes drastically, I feel very bad, but after a few days I get immune. Vegetable pickled rabbit, spicy rabbit, dry fried rabbit, braised rabbit, spicy rabbit head, flavorful roasted rabbit. Which one would you like to eat? Seeing Yi Fu fully recovered, Jiang Rong felt more at ease. When she listed the dishes, of course, they wanted to try all of them. Adults don't like to choose. "I want to eat all of them." "You're so greedy, haha, but I feel the same. Life is too hard. Only good food can heal the heart." Yi Fu hummed a song while chopping meat, and Jiang Rong smiled as he watched her from the doorway. "What are you smiling at? Hurry up and come help me cut the chili peppers." Jiang Rong raised an eyebrow. "I'm coming." At night, Yi Fu made a big bowl of cold noodles with sauce and took it along with Jiang Rong to their friends Chi Yuan and others' simple house. They hadn't visited for several days. Seeing the withered wheat in the field made Yi Fu feel sad. Chi Yuan, Feng Wei, Yifu called at the door, which opened. Why did you come? Come in quickly. Yifu carried a jar of sauce. Zhang Rong held a large bowl of cold noodles, and they carefully entered the dark room. Qi Yuan quickly lit an oil lamp. I made cold noodles. Bring your bowls, and I'll cut some chili peppers for you. You came all this way just to bring us food? Feng Wei's eyes looked a little red. Feng Wei, don't cry. It's just some cold noodles. Zhang Rong and I are so hot we can't sleep, so we came to see you. Qi Yuan brought 2 enamel bowls. Yifu cut a big piece of noodles and filled a bowl with sauce. Do you still have honeysuckle? If not, you can come get some from my place anytime. Yes, we do. Don't worry about us. The weather has been getting hotter these days. Do you still have vegetables?
Yifu nodded.
Yes, we have enough to eat. After chatting for a while, Yifu and Zhang Rong went to see Officer Song. Officer Song was fanning Wenwen, who was studying math. When they arrived, Wenwen was weakly doing calculations. Wenwen, look who's here. Hearing Yifu's voice, Wenwen ran out quickly. Little Yijia, I thought I was hearing things. Haha, look what good food I brought you. Officer Song hurried out to call them inside. Yifu showed them the cold noodles. Cold noodles? Yes, Wenwen, go get a bowl. Okay. Wenwen was very quick and soon brought a bowl. Traveling this way is quite tiring. Although it is night, it is still very hot. By the way, do you have any vegetables? A warm feeling crossed Yifu's heart. Yes, we have enough to eat. Wenwen couldn't wait to take a bite. It's so delicious. Little Yi, I like you very much. Yifu smiled warmly and looked at her. I also like Wenwen very much. Children don't understand hardship. As long as they have food, they have no worries. The 2 of them went to Lin Siren's house, Wan Tao's place, and also to Hirue's and Zhang Yuan's homes. There are still quite a few leftovers, which they gave to the patrol boys when they returned. Back home, Yifu surprisingly felt quite energetic and didn't sweat much. Zhang Rong, I suddenly thought of many cold dishes: cold noodles, cold rice vermicelli, cold pancakes, and mung bean soup, sweet glutinous rice water. Aren't you planning to stay up all night? Zhang Rong casually glanced at the bedroom door. Yes, I probably won't sleep tonight. Maybe I slept too much during the day. Come on, let's make some delicious food together. Zhang Rong. Is she just overwhelmed by the heat, or has she gone crazy? Yifu also felt like she was full of energy, maybe because she was still uneasy inside, worried that more disasters might come at any moment. It seemed only enough food could make her feel safe. Only by staying busy could she stop overthinking. The 2 worked all night. By dawn, after cooking the sweet glutinous rice water and over 200 servings of cold noodles, Yifu was satisfied and went back to sleep. After the high temperatures, the days are long and nights short. It gets dark at 10 p.m. and dawns at 4 a.m. Yifu wanted to sleep, and Zhang Rong naturally wanted to serve her closely. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Yifu suddenly slapped his face. Zhang Rong, it seems you forgot to feed the goats, chickens, and ducks. Hurry up. And don't forget the bean sprouts and luo luo. Fill their bowls with water. Zhang Rong had no choice but to get up and work. An hour later, after washing up in the wooden house and returning to the bedroom, Yifu, still drowsy, opened her eyes to look at him. Come quickly, I am so hot. Zhang Rong. Is he just a tool? Yifu stayed in the wooden house for more than 10 days, cooking only cold dishes, cold drinks, and cold snacks this time. When she went out again, she found the temperature had risen to 53 degrees. Her shoes stepped on the sandy ground, and she could smell the burnt smell from the soles. Yifu quickly hid back inside, looking at the drooping trees and grass outside, feeling her heart race with anxiety. Above 55 degrees, no one should live. People need to wear heat-resistant clothing. Zhang Rong stood behind her, quietly watching outside. Luckily, you made them all build earthen houses. Earthen houses stay cooler and are less likely to catch fire. Right now, Yifu's biggest worry is forest fires. Sandstorms come every few days, but everyone is used to them. Even when they swallow a mouthful of sand, they can calmly spit it out. At night, Yifu took out a ladder, so Jiangrong could carry water up to the roof to spray the wooden house and keep it moist. Yifu stood in the yard, bored, kicking at the sand with her foot. Hey, what's that? She looked at the white object kicked out of the sand and studied it for a long time. It looks like a desert mushroom. Jiangrong, mushrooms are growing in the sand. Jiangrong finished watering and came down from the roof.
Can we eat it?
Yes, but I've never tried eating it myself. Yifu put on night vision goggles and started looking for mushrooms. Wherever the sand was cracked, she dug one up. She looked at the plump, white mushroom, her eyes shining with excitement. This is really good stuff. Yifu wasn't planning to sleep anymore. She went to her wooden house, grabbed 2 bamboo baskets, and handed one to Jiangrong. You've been very energetic lately, Jiangrong said softly as he took the basket. Yifu chuckled. Do you want to see me half dead? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and help me dig mushrooms. They're delicious. Hearing the word delicious, Jiangrong finally perked up. Should we tell everyone? Sure, tomorrow. Let's dig some tonight. Yifu was overjoyed, feeling as if many mushrooms were calling her. As the first person to find the mushrooms, she wanted to gather more. Jiangrong watched her excitedly walking ahead with a helpless smile and crouched down to dig with her. Mushrooms growing in the sand looked different from those in the mountains. They looked like foam boards, dry and covered in dirt. The caps of the older mushrooms had opened, but Yifu didn't discard them. She collected all of them. In just the yard, they filled 2 bamboo baskets. Yifu was getting more and more happy, lying flat in the dirt. Mushrooms can be dried for storage, eaten in 2 or 3 years, or used to make oil and dishes. Yifu's mind automatically generated many recipes. Oh, and she could also cook soup. She dug from the yard onto the road outside, through the grass, the woods, and as dawn approached, all the baskets and containers at home were filled. Although Yifu still didn't want to go back, Jiangrong forcibly pulled her away. It should be easy to clean. Jiangrong, how about we stir-fry mushrooms with meat for lunch? Make chicken soup and stir-fry bamboo shoots with mushrooms? What else could they do? Under the guidance of delicious food, Jiangrong obediently went to wash the mushrooms. These desert mushrooms don't taste any worse than mountain mushrooms. In fact, they are quite tasty. They make the soup especially flavorful. Jiangrong was completely convinced at this point, both about Yifu and the food. In the afternoon, Yifu washed all the mushrooms and stir-fried them with slices of meat. After cooking, she placed them in a basin, covered it with plastic wrap, and finally stored it in the space. In the evening, Yifu slept for a few hours. Jiangrong went to tell Qiyuan and the others about the mushrooms. When it was dark at 10 o'clock, she took a bamboo basket and a small, and went out again. Jiangrong could only follow, dutifully listening to her commands. However, many people were out digging mushrooms tonight. Lin Siren and Anan hurried over to Yifu, nearly knocking her over in excitement. Little Yi Auntie. Yifu patted An's round head. Doesn't it miss me?
Yes.
He's been talking about you every day, Yifu. You're amazing to find mushrooms in the dirt. Are they really edible? Yes, no poison. Jiangrong and I ate some today, and they are very tasty. You can stir-fry, boil, or fry them. Lin's siren looked excited. Then let's dig quickly. After Jiangrong told us, we came over without even washing our bowls. But Wan Tao and others said there will be more people later.
Yifu smiled.
It's okay. Everyone will find out sooner or later. You can also dig around the edges. Mushrooms will grow back after being harvested. Let's go, work time. Even Anan took a small cloth bag, putting mushrooms into it as he dug. Tonight, there was a bit of moonlight, so even without night vision glasses, they could see the mushrooms in the soil. Yifu and Lin Siren shared some mushroom digging tips, and Qiyuan and Feng Wei also arrived. Yifu, what do mushrooms look like? Yifu took a clump of mushrooms from the bamboo basket and handed it to him. It was covered in dirt, with a faint white color visible. Why does this look so much like a soap bubble? The scientific name for soap bubbles is mabo. This is called a desert mushroom. You mentioned that stepping on a bubble of mud would cause brown powder to explode. When cut open, it looks like an oyster mushroom. Chi-Yuan picked it up and smelled it. It really has a mushroom scent. Others gathered around. Yifu showed everyone the mushroom and explained how to find and dig them up. Everyone was excited, holding sticks and small shovels, eager to start digging. Yifu looked around and saw that Wan Tao, Lu Zhong, and Secretary Huang had arrived. It seemed everyone valued this rare food source. Yifu also crouched down and looked carefully. Soon, she found another mushroom. The fastest was Jiang Rong. His eyes worked perfectly in the dark, and his keen nose made searching easy. Quickly, his bamboo basket was full. Others looked at him with envy. He picked up another empty basket and kept digging. Because there were so many people, everyone except Jiang Rong only collected about 5 or 6 jin, a Chinese weight measure. Still, that was a good harvest. Once Yifu's basket was full, she and Jiang Rong went back. After several busy days, Yifu was a little tired. Sometimes, she thought that heaven wanted all people to die out. But other times, she felt that when everyone was hopeless and had no way out, heaven would give them a chance to survive. Isn't that strange? Officer Song always said that when there's no way out, people will find one. Yifu thought that was what he meant. When the land was covered with sand, plants withered, and animals died from heat, surprisingly, edible mushrooms still grew in the soil. Residents began leaving the safety zone to dig for mushrooms outside. During the day, it was still very hot, so they could only leave at night, which was a rare few hours of darkness. They went out to find food. Every week, bamboo pipes used for water had to be cleaned of sand. Sometimes, lucky mushroom diggers found small animals that had accidentally run into them. Yifu went out several times. Food was always needed, and no one ever thought they had enough. For the residents of the safety zone, nighttime was especially precious. They couldn't waste a minute. Both old and young went out to dig mushrooms. Any little bit collected was helpful. Everyone had experienced the hunger firsthand. Fortunately, the mountain pond still had water. Yifu and Jiang Rong checked it once. It was still full. When they arrived, a snake was bathing in the water. Their sudden appearance startled the snake, which tried to attack Yifu reflexively. Jiang Rong quickly grabbed it and killed it with one strike. Yifu looked at the two thick snakes and wondered if they were poisonous or edible. The trees and bamboo around the pond grew well because there was enough water. Yifu wandered in the mountains. Although everything was overgrown with grass, the strong wind and sand made defenses difficult, but it was better than nothing. On the way back, Yifu kept watching Jiang Rong's hand and the snake he held. The snake was brightly colored and mottled. Yifu thought for a long time but couldn't identify its name. He carried a bamboo basket and a small, and whenever he saw mushrooms, he dug them up. He had originally come out just to see the pond in the mountains, but unexpectedly, he found a good harvest. When he reached the entrance of the safe zone, Yifu saw a few people rummaging through the grass under the moonlight. Seeing the mushrooms in Yifu's bamboo basket, they dared to leave the safe zone and went to the outside sandy land to continue digging for mushrooms. Back home, Yifu dealt with the colorful snake. The mushrooms he dug up were placed in the yard. Jiang Rong was responsible for cleaning and slicing them for drying. Once dried in the sun, the mushrooms could be used to make soup or stir-fried dishes. Every day afterward, Yifu and others worked diligently, going out at night to gather more mushrooms. The sandy soil could no longer support vegetable planting. Even the greens started to wither. Yifu cut the dried grass and used it to weave mats. Wan Tao organized everyone to make a batch of clay jars to store water. Yifu ordered 5 large jars. Lu Zhong and a few others made them. To get the jars, they had to exchange supplies. Yifu used 50 pounds of potatoes to trade for 5 large jars. Yifu planted more than 10 pumpkin seeds, which sprouted and were directly planted into the sandy soil. She was worried the high temperature would kill the seedlings, but surprisingly, pumpkins adapted well to the heat. They didn't die, but grew quite well. At night, Yifu continued to dig for mushrooms. Jiang Rong cleared a large patch of grass in the backyard and turned it into a pumpkin field, planting about 2 acres of pumpkin seedlings. High temperatures prevented vegetable planting, but the residents couldn't just wait and do nothing. Besides saving water and digging mushrooms, many came to Yifu to exchange for pumpkin seedlings. Ripe pumpkins could be stored for a long time. They could be used as vegetables or to make desserts. Pumpkin leaves and flowers were also edible. At night, Yifu kept digging for mushrooms, while during the day she worked on experiments at home. After half a month, she found that only pumpkins, Buddha's hand gourds, hami melons, and desert watermelons could survive the high heat. The Buddha's hand melon can be sprouted directly from the fruit by burying it in soil or placing it in a damp place.
It will sprout in about a week.
Yifu planted it near a pond. The Buddha's hand melon produces a large yield and lasts a long time. It can be stir-fried or boiled, and the tips are very tasty. Yifu, where did you get these Buddha's hand melons? They were probably found in the underground city. The temperature was stable before, so they didn't spoil. I didn't want to eat them, so I kept them in my bag. I didn't expect that after the heat, they rotted and sprouted. I quickly buried them by the pond, and surprisingly, they grew. Although Lin's siren found it strange that a fruit could last so long, she believed Yifu because she knew others couldn't preserve things well. Yifu must have taken good care of them for so long. Yifu, you're really lucky. When the Buddha's hand melons produce fruit, save me a few. No problem. Yifu didn't expect it to be so easy to persuade her. Lin's siren traded a basket of mushrooms for 3 pumpkin seedlings. Yifu took Jiangrong to the backyard. After planting the seedlings, they had to water them every night. Fortunately, there was a water pipe in the space, so they quickly watered 2 acres of land. Although it was cooler at night than during the day, it was still about 36 degrees Celsius. Yifu wore a short-sleeved shirt and soon started sweating profusely. Recently, she had been full of energy like she had a boost of adrenaline, but now she was starting to feel tired again. However, her enthusiasm for farming remained. As long as the land was useful, Yifu wouldn't give up. The 3 girls who had previously come for Yifu's help with hair loss returned. Their faces looked much better than 2 months ago. They had gained some weight, and their hormone levels were balanced. Since your health is almost back to normal, you can start taking the medicine. I have some herbal medicine here. Take it home, boil it, and drink it for a month. Each person gets 6 packs, and 1 pack lasts 5 days. The supplies Yifu received were mushrooms, as they were the only safe resource in the zone now. 1 pack of medicine was enough for 5 days. Yifu only took 20 pounds of mushrooms. For a month, they needed 6 packs, totaling 120 pounds of mushrooms. As long as it could cure their hair loss, they thought it was worth it. After taking the medicine and leaving, the 3 girls headed out. Yifu returned home and lay in a rocking chair, motionless. She was exhausted and needed to rest. Yifu, trade me 3 pumpkin seedlings. Hearing someone call her outside, Yifu struggled to get up, dragging her tired body to open the door. The water in the mountain pond has decreased significantly. Wantou reminds everyone to save water quickly. Each family and person should store enough for at least a year. Later, Yifu checked again and saw that the water flow was indeed much smaller, only enough for half a pond each night. Yifu filled all the empty buckets and water tanks in the space, checked the supplies, and found that she hadn't used much bottled or jarred water. All 3,000 large water tanks were full, which made her feel more at ease. The water drawn from the bamboo pipes was as thin as sewing needles. All the fish in the pond had been caught and processed. There were only 10 chickens and ducks left, and 1 male and 1 female goat remained. The rest had been slaughtered. Yifu went out with a sickle and bamboo basket to cut grass. The soil in the bushes was thick and crunchy under her feet. She shook off the dirt, put the cut grass into the basket, and returned home. Jiangrong's task was to take care of the pumpkin seedlings. He was watering 2 acres of pumpkins all by himself. Yifu looked after the livestock and the Buddha's hand gourds. In the yard, new watermelons were planted in sandy soil, and a few hami melons had started climbing their vines. She poured grass into the sheep pen, fed the chickens and ducks with bran, then went back to the yard and used a wooden ladle to water the plants. After a busy night, dawn was approaching. Yifu went to the backyard to call Jiangrong, who had finished fixing the protective net. They returned home together, had a simple breakfast, washed up, and then went to sleep. At 3 p.m., Yifu woke up and watched Jiang Rong staring into space for a long time. The temperature stayed at 53 degrees Celsius, neither rising nor falling. She didn't know how much longer this weather would last. Yifu sighed and closed her eyes again. Several days later, the mountain pond completely dried up. The last drop of water from the bamboo pipe fell. Yifu looked up at the sun, which was surrounded by layers of white halos, making her feel dizzy. She blinked and carried the last bucket of water into the house. Water is cut off. Jiang Rong came over to look at the water in the bucket and comforted her. It's okay. The pumpkins have started climbing their vines, so they don't need watering anymore. The chickens and ducks in the backyard have been taken care of. Just keep 2 goats.
Yifu agreed.
Only 10 chickens and ducks remained, but luckily, many fertilized eggs had been added to the space, so she could raise more later. At night, Yifu went to the earth house where Officer Song and others lived. They were digging up sweet potatoes and potatoes overnight. She checked their cellar, which stored enough food to last about 2 years with careful saving. The waterless pond has already cracked. Yifu turned around once and could occasionally hear children fussing about wanting to splash in cold water. On the way back, she met Wan Tao. He looked much older than in the past 2 years. Although he was under 50, his hair was completely white, his back was hunched, and he seemed tired and weathered. Yifu's pumpkins were growing very well. Those who hadn't come to replace their pumpkin seedlings regretted it now. At night, Yifu went outside to dig for mushrooms. Several older women approached her and started asking if she still had pumpkin seedlings. Pumpkin seedlings? No, I don't have any left.
There's no water now.
I probably won't plant this batch anymore. Yifu, when your pumpkins are ripe, can we exchange supplies for them? Yifu looked at the woman asking and said, I don't know how much they will yield yet. If the harvest isn't good, I might not be able to trade. Of course the harvest will be good. You're a skilled farmer. Whatever you grow, it will be plentiful. Yifu smiled and said, That's not certain. Water is scarce now, and the temperature is still high. But don't worry, if I have extra, I will definitely trade with everyone. Everyone saw that Yifu was firm but not unreasonable. Although they were a bit unhappy, they didn't dare to offend her. Yifu went to dig mushrooms in the nearby sandy area. A few people whispered behind her, but she paid no attention. Yifu, there's an older woman you shouldn't offend, Lin's siren whispered to her. Who?
Why?
That woman with a yellow-brown cloth wrapped around her head. Do you remember the incident when Chi Yuan's family grew sweet potatoes and everyone found out? It was her son who stole Chi Yuan's watermelons. Their family has a habit of petty theft. Many people caught them, but the thefts were small, so everyone turned a blind eye. Still, they hold grudges. Be careful around the pumpkin patch. Don't let them cause trouble. I understand. Don't worry, I won't give them a chance to cause trouble.
Yifu naru ve tereyes.
It seemed she needed to put some deterrent on the fence when she got back. After digging a basket of mushrooms, Yifu headed home. It took 2 or 3 kilometers outside the safe zone to find mushrooms, and the trip took quite some time. But she was not the type to sit still. Even if there was enough food in the space, she was used to constantly stockpiling supplies. She checked the backyard and saw Jiang Rong busy working in the field. Yifu went over and told him what Lin's siren had said. We planted 2 acres of land. No matter what the harvest is, some people will surely be jealous. Now, everyone's harvest has stopped, and with so many people in the safe zone, many are eyeing this pumpkin patch. I plan to prepare some medicinal powder and sprinkle it on the protective fence. As soon as anyone tries to sneak in, they'll be caught. If someone really tries to steal from her, Yifu won't show mercy. Don't worry, I will watch. If anyone dares to come in, I will handle it. Jiang Rong looked calm, but the fierce look in his eyes made it hard to meet his gaze. All right, this matter should be discovered by the patrol team and Wan Tao. It's best if they catch someone red-handed. Yifu didn't stop him. After talking, she went back to her wooden house to prepare the medicinal powder. She made the most potent itching powder, which won't kill people, but works quickly. Just a little touch is enough to make someone surrender. After preparing it, Yifu put on gloves and took the powder to the backyard. She spread it on the inside of the protective fence. Every day after that, Yifu still went out to pick mushrooms. When she returned, she took care of the 2 goats and the Buddha's hand melon. When the Buddha's hand melon started climbing the trellis, Yifu built a support for it. Now, small melons are beginning to grow. Yifu counted. More than 500 small melons had already formed in the first batch. The pumpkins also started to bear fruit. The yield was high, and based on the variety, each pumpkin could grow to 50 or 60 pounds, or even over 100 pounds. The smallest ones could still reach over 10 pounds. The pumpkins ripened quickly, about a month. Soon, large pumpkins began to mature one after another. After ripening, more people came to look around. Even Wan Tao came to reserve 3 pumpkins. Others also showed interest, but Yifu kept saying the same thing. The pumpkins won't be exchanged, but the seeds can. When the pumpkin stems dried out, it meant the pumpkins were fully ripe. Yifu took out a scale. The biggest pumpkin weighed over 200 pounds, almost breaking the scale. The smallest was about 11 pounds. At night, Yifu and Jiang Rong started harvesting the pumpkins. Each large pumpkin was collected and stored in her space. Yifu felt very happy and hummed a song. The remaining pumpkins will take 4 or 5 days to ripen. There are still many that are growing, and some that aren't ripe yet. Let's finish harvesting these tonight. Jiang Rong, thank you for your hard work. These pumpkins are all thanks to you. Seeing how easily satisfied she was, Jiang Rong reached out and flicked her forehead. So what reward do I get? I'll give you a durian. Jiang Rong. Ah, just kidding. I made pumpkin pancakes, pumpkin porridge, and sweet pumpkin soup for you. Tonight, there are thousands of large pumpkins stored in the space, with such a high yield that it surprises Yifu. The next evening, a few sneaky people came outside the pumpkin field's fence, looking at the big pumpkins inside, their eyes full of joy. This Yifu still claims the yield isn't high. I wouldn't trade 10 of her pumpkins. Tonight, I will show her what happens when you offend me. They held knives and sickles, sneaking through the fence. They picked more than 10 pumpkins that were just the right size to carry away. The rest they planned to destroy. Stop. The people were startled. Just as they were about to run, someone outside caught them. They were hit with sticks, crying out in pain and begging for mercy. I was wrong. I won't steal anymore. Please don't hit us. Shao Jia, Sunji, so it's you guys. Wan Tao stepped out from the crowd. The people looked up and saw that the ones hitting them were young patrols, and outside stood many residents from the safety zone. Tie them up and call Yifu and Jiang Rong. Let them decide what to do with these people. 6 people were tightly with ropes. They were dragged in front of the wooden house. When Yifu and Jiang Rong came out, the 6 had already been beaten badly. Dr. Yi, Jiang Rong, we were wrong. We won't do it again. Please forgive us this time since we are first-time offenders and haven't caused any real damage. I promised to exchange seeds with you, but I didn't expect you to come and cause trouble. If I have any seeds, I will exchange them with everyone after planting so everyone can have food to grow. I always help those who are sick or hurt, but I never thought someone would come to destroy my pumpkins. The residents were very angry. No one expected these people to do such things. Now, with a natural disaster happening, they still dared to damage the food. Such people deserve to be struck by lightning and meet a bad end. Wan Ge, kick them out of the safety zone. We can't have such malicious people here. An uncle stepped forward and slapped Shao Jia. Animals, how could you damage the food? Not only did you destroy Yifu's pumpkins, but you also don't want us to switch to seeds. You're so heartless. Everyone can't stand the destruction of food. The situation is urgent. People are saving every bit of food, and water has run out. If the heat continues, the trees will die, and we won't be able to grow food anymore. We will all starve. But these people, even in such hard times, still want to destroy the food. It's unforgivable. There is no need for Yifu to say anything more. The crowd's anger has already exploded. Yifu and Jiang Rong stand among the people, coldly watching Shao Jia and others. Yifu, we are afraid now. Please don't chase us away. We will change our ways. Don't kick us out. An older woman, crying loudly, is the person Yi Fu told not to provoke, Xiao Jie's mother. Earlier, Yi Fu refused to give her pumpkin seedlings, so she held a grudge, waiting for the pumpkins to ripen, planning to steal and destroy them. Yi Fu stays silent, just staring at her. The other villagers can't bear it anymore and rush forward to deal with her and the others. After a while, Wan Tao calls for a stop. Looking at the barely breathing people, he loudly says, "There are rules in the safe zone. I already said that anyone caught stealing or causing trouble will be expelled. You and your family must leave immediately." "No, we won't go." "Why should we leave? We didn't cause any damage. We didn't destroy a single pumpkin. We haven't caused any loss. You can't force us out." The woman cries again, pleading, but seeing no mercy, she begins to curse fiercely. "All of us are fellow villagers. If you chase us out, you're just sending us to die. If you do this, you won't have a good ending. You're the one who won't have a good ending. Damaging food, and still having the nerve to stay here. I'll beat you, shameless woman." The scene becomes chaotic. The people start twisting on the ground, their faces twisted with pain and anger. Yi Fu knows they have been affected by itchy powder. If they don't wash it off immediately with cold water, scratching won't help, even if their skin is broken. "Let me go, I itch."
Ah.
Still pretending? Brother Wan, Brother Lu, just throw them out now. These people are troublemakers. They stole vegetables, pumpkins, and now damage food. Their revenge is strong. We must not let them stay in the safe zone. Yes, earlier I had a small argument with Xiao Jie. He killed several chickens and ducks for my family, and when I caught him, he wouldn't admit it. Wan Tao raised his hand to quiet everyone. "Throw them out of the safe zone and also their belongings." "No, we won't leave. The pumpkin is poisonous and I feel very itchy now. I won't leave." They rolled on the ground and made a fuss. Wan Tao saw red marks on their bodies, but said nothing. He signaled the residents to drag them out. At first, they cursed and shouted, but after being taken away, they started begging. However, as someone mentioned earlier, these people hold grudges and are very jealous. We must not let them stay in the safe zone. Patrol team, be more careful. Don't let them get close to the safe zone.
Yes.
As they were dragged away, many residents came to watch. Those left behind began to comfort Yi Fu. "Good thing we found this in time. Otherwise, the loss would be too big." "Yi Fu, how did you get into trouble with them?" "They came to exchange pumpkins with me. I didn't agree, but I said I could trade pumpkin seeds. Maybe because I didn't agree to the pumpkin exchange, they hold a grudge. These people are really cruel. Trading pumpkin seeds is fine. You can plant them yourself. Why cause damage? Destroying others' property and food is just wrong." The remaining residents gradually left. Lin's siren sighed nearby, and Yi Fu looked at her with a smile. "I didn't even sigh." "Why are you sighing?" "I'm just angry. How can there be such hateful people? Thanks to your reminder, I might have suffered a big loss tonight. But it's good that we managed to chase them out. People like that staying in the safe zone are a disaster. Today they steal from this house, tomorrow from that one." After Lin's siren and the others left, Wan Tao and the others also departed. Yi Fu went to the backyard and wiped off the medicine powder from the protective fence. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie and his group were thrown out of the safe zone. The residents they had stolen from kept their food, water, and belongings inside the safe zone. Xiao Jie painfully scratched his itchy body, looking at the gate of the safe zone with a resentful gaze. "Xiao Jie, what do we do now? If it weren't for your reckless ideas, I wouldn't have gone along to cause trouble. It's all your fault. What's the use of blaming me now? Can you go back? Come on, find a place to settle down. I have a way to deal with them. How should I handle this?" Sun Ji was overwhelmed and regretted that he had associated with Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie gathered everyone aside and whispered, "We should set the safe zone on fire. Not only do I want to burn it down, but I also want to get rid of those terrible people." Thinking of Yi Fu and Jiang Rong, Xiao Jie's eyes flashed with anger. A. Aren't you afraid of being caught? B. If they can chase our family out, they should be prepared for my revenge. Yifu returned home and waited for about an hour before Jiangrong came back. A. Did they leave?
B. Yes.
Yifu was a bit surprised. They left so easily? B. They are planning to burn down the safe zone with a fire and want to harm everyone.
Yifu frowned.
That's really crazy. I'll go out for a bit. You can go to sleep first. Yifu took a dagger from her space and put on her shoes to go out, but Jiangrong stopped her. B. Don't worry, I've handled it. A. All taken care of?
B. Yes.
Yifu put down the dagger and looked at him quietly. Good job eliminating the threat. 2 weeks later, most of the pumpkins were harvested, with only a few hundred unripe ones left in the field. Yifu processed some large pumpkins, washed and dried the seeds, and the villagers started coming over with supplies to exchange. Yifu had no plans to plant more pumpkins since they used a lot of water. Fruits like Buddha's hand gourds could also be picked now. After Lin's siren arrived, Yifu gave her more than 10, and Officer Song brought Wenwen over to exchange some. Yifu gave Wenwen a large pumpkin leaf and didn't take their supplies. A few days later, after a sandstorm, an uncle went to dig mushrooms in the desert 5 kilometers away and found the bodies of Xiao Jie and his group. He didn't tell anyone and buried the bodies deeper. Yifu made many delicious dishes with pumpkins. Her favorite was pumpkin pancakes, while Jiangrong loved pumpkin sweet soup. Yifu noticed Jiangrong seemed to really like sweet foods. In the past 2 days, the temperature rose by another degree, and daytime lengthened by 2 hours, dark at 11 p.m. and dawn at 3 a.m. The villagers who had exchanged pumpkin seedlings with Yifu also began to harvest a lot. Everyone's cellars were full of food, which made everyone feel more at ease. Wan Tao was cutting trees when he found a man who used to be a car designer before the end of the world. He exchanged simple plans for large carts with him, and everyone started making carts. Yifu knew they were worried about running out of water. Once they finished drinking it, everyone would have to leave and find a new place to live. But with temperatures over 50 degrees, how could they leave or set out on a journey? The nights were getting shorter, and Yifu was worried that the long daylight might come back. In the 4th year after the disaster, she marked the date off the calendar. She stood up and looked out the window. Have you been worried lately? Jiangrong asked from behind her. I feel like the night might disappear soon. If the night goes away and the temperature keeps rising, people won't be able to go outside. Once all the food and water are gone, will there still be a way to survive? It hasn't rained for over 2 years. Don't worry. There will be a change soon, Jiangrong said, gently patting Yifu's head to comfort her. Yifu looked back at him. I want to soak in water again. After saying that, she went straight to the bathroom. She filled the bathtub with cold water and added a few ice cubes. As soon as she got into the tub, her body's heat disappeared. Over the past few days, her skin had started cracking and peeling, and no amount of thick moisturizer helped. The cracked skin itched and hurt. She only felt comfortable when soaking in the ice water. She stayed in the tub for half an hour before coming out. Jiangrong knocked on the bathroom door. Seeing her skin turn red and her shoulders hunched, Yifu stepped out of the water and applied thick moisturizer all over her. Her hair was almost down to her waist because she had a lot of it. Usually, she braided it to avoid tangles. When she left the bathroom, Jiangrong took a towel to help dry her hair. Yifu waved her scissors and said, I plan to cut my hair short. It's too hot, and long hair is uncomfortable. She cut a neat, short hairstyle. Jiangrong helped her wipe away the cut hair from her neck. Yifu was fidgeting, and Jiangrong, helpless, had to hold her shoulders. Don't move. I feel like a fish out of water now. Yifu showed Jiangrong her arm, which was red and cracked from being scratched. But you shouldn't soak in ice water all the time. Every time a disaster happens, my body develops all kinds of problems. Either I get sick or I blood. It's the same this time. Yifu, let's dig a cellar too, a livable underground room. Yifu looked up at him. You mean, when the polar day comes, we hide in the cellar?
Yes.
The heat is getting worse. The sun is blinding, and staying outside in the sun for too long damages our skin and eyes. When daylight lasts longer, people's lifespans will shorten.
Yifu sighed.
That's all we can do. Tonight, let's tell Brother Song and the others so they can prepare early.
Okay.
After 11 p.m., the two went to the dirt house. They found Officer Song and told him about an important matter. Officer Song asked Wenwen to call others. Soon, Chi Yuan, Fong Wei, Lin Siren, Yu Chao, Wan Tao, He Rui, Zhang Yuan, and Fong Ming arrived. I and Zhang Rong are here tonight to talk about something. Everyone has noticed that the days are getting longer and the nights shorter. I'm worried that soon it will be the polar day. Only daytime, no night. The heat continues, the sun is too bright, and our bodies can't handle it. Officer Song nodded. I've noticed that too. My eyes have been hurting, tearing up for no reason, and my skin is cracking and bleeding. I have another observation, Lin Siren suddenly said. Recently, when I went out to pick mushrooms, I saw many people's hair color changing. Due to the long exposure to the sun, hair is turning yellow or white. But it's not everyone. Some strands are yellow, others white.
Yifu nodded. Exactly.
These are the aftereffects of the high temperature. What should we do? Wan Tao, already worried, looked even more anxious. We suggest staying in the cellar. It stays cooler inside and living there might be better. Chi Yuan suddenly hit his head. I wish I had made the cellar bigger. We can expand it a bit. Everyone should prepare early. Remember to leave some ventilation openings and save water. Rain will be harder to find later. Everyone sighed heavily. Yifu continued, I also have some kerosene. I'll share it with everyone. Also, if you stay in the cellar, you should go outside and get some sunlight regularly. Long-term absence of sunlight can cause blindness. Yifu took out a plastic bottle filled with kerosene. I trust Yifu's judgment. We should go back, clean the cellar and make it bigger. I also did the same, but I dug a large cellar, so it should be enough. Of course, I need to inform others about this. Now there are fewer people, and surviving is already hard enough. When I got home, Yifu collected the remaining crooked gourds and bitter melons from the field. The vines of the Buddha's hand gourds had withered, so Yifu also picked the more than 10 hanging on the plants. Where are we digging the cellar? Under the pumpkin field. The soil there is firmer. Yifu has many tools for digging in the space. Digging a cellar is not difficult for the two of us. Should we pack up the wooden house? Lock the doors and windows and leave it upstairs? Or wait until the polar day appears to move it into the space? The items inside the wooden house can't stay there. Everything that needs to be taken must be packed up. Once they chose a good spot, they started digging. Yifu's strength has improved a lot, so digging was quite easy. The next night, Officer Song and Chi Yuan came over with hose to help. After more than 10 people worked for 3 nights, the cellar was finished. Yifu took a walk inside. The cellar was spacious, with 2 ventilation openings. It wasn't oppressive at all, and it was quite cool. The cellar was a bit damp, so they didn't rush to move in. While the night hadn't yet disappeared, everyone continued to dig mushrooms besides working on the cellar. The more they stored, the better. Some people also started chopping trees for wood and gathering dry grass. The dry grass could be used to line the cellar, helping to prevent moisture and providing a place to sleep. Looking back now, everyone was very grateful to Wan Tao and the others. They organized everyone to dig the cellar for storing food and water. When the crisis arrived, no one panicked. But the unknown natural disasters still filled everyone with fear. The scary part wasn't that the disasters might come, but that no one knew when they would stop. Zhang Rong, let's go pick some more mushrooms. Yifu planned to go somewhere farther because the nearby places no longer had mushrooms. They were mostly picked as soon as they sprouted. Walk left from the main gate of the safe zone. We'll go to the back. Fewer people go there. Yifu knew why no one went there. When the parasite outbreak happened, all the dead were buried there. Maybe people were still afraid that the things that grew there carried germs. Okay, then we'll gather more tonight. To avoid suspicion, they also brought a broken cart. Many people are now digging for mushrooms. In the past, everyone would gather together to chat, but now no one has time for that. Everyone is crouched on the ground searching for mushrooms. Yifu and Zhang Rong just reached the halfway point when they met Chi Yuan and Fong Wei.
Where are you going to dig?
Over there, at the abandoned graveyard. Hearing this, Chi Yuan's eyes lit up. We're going too. I was planning to dig there anyway. Feng Wei doesn't dare go because she's afraid the soil might be contaminated. Yi Fu smiled slightly. It probably won't be. The current sand is just blown in by dust storms. I knew it. Let's go. We brought 2 sacks, and we need to dig more in the next few days. This idea was exactly what Yi Fu had in mind. The 4 of them headed toward the abandoned graveyard. When others saw them, they hesitated for a moment, but then, biting their lips, they followed. I feel like the nights are getting shorter these days. We only get to dig for a little while before dawn. It's really scary, Feng Wei said, poking at the ground with a stick. Qi Yuan clicked his tongue. Today I saw someone go out to the bathroom during the day. It took him over 10 minutes. When he came back, his arm was covered in blisters. Blisters? Yes, it looked like he had been burned by fire. This world is becoming so frightening. Qi Yuan was shirtless, sweating heavily from the heat. He kept fanning himself with a bamboo fan. Feng Wei also had a fan, but she looked much better than Qi Yuan. When they reached the graveyard, Officer Song and Wenwen were already there. They had already collected about 2 or 3 jean of mushrooms. Judging by their harvest, there should be quite a few mushrooms in this area. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong found a patch of sandy ground and crouched down to look carefully. Yi Fu, have you moved into the cellar yet? Not yet. A few days later, I plan to cut some grass to make mats to cover inside. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong don't light fires, so they can lay more grass in the cellar. But to keep things hidden, they still need to prepare a small fire inside. We're doing the same. Feng Wei and I have been expanding the cellar these days. I even borrowed a ladder from Brother Song. We'll need to make a new one soon, Qi Yuan said with a sigh.
I have some nails at my place.
If you need them, you can come and get some. Qi Yuan almost rushed over to bow to Yi Fu. Yes, I need them very much. I'll come tomorrow night to get them. By the way, I didn't see any water stored there. Do you have enough to drink? I kept some in the wooden house. It's enough. Wenwen held and ran to Yi Fu, whispering, Little Yi, when the moon disappears, will we have to stay apart for a long time again? Maybe, but as soon as the moon comes back or when it rains, we can meet again. Wenwen looked worried. But when will it rain? I haven't seen rain in a very long time. Let's pray together, hoping it rains soon, okay?
Okay.
Wenwen squatted beside her to pick mushrooms. Yi Fu glanced at Jiang Rong, who was still very quick. Her basket already held about 3 or 4 jean of mushrooms. Yi Fu also sped up. As she dug, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She picked up a clump of dirt and looked at it for a long time before recognizing it as a skull. She acted as if she hadn't seen it and buried it again, but then she kept digging and found more bones.
Ah!
A sharp scream came from nearby. Yi Fu looked over and saw Feng Wei throw a skull into Qi Yuan's arms. Qi Yuan was startled and had actually thrown it to Yi Fu. Feeling helpless, Yi Fu dug another hole and buried it. What are you guys shouting about? A human head.
Yi Fu nodded.
I saw it. It's just a head. Bury it. We're all fellow humans. They won't blame us. Hurry up and dig. Don't dawdle. Qi Yuan. Yi Fu was quite brave. Feng Wei. Yi Fu was very impressive. The couple was scolded, but their fear eased a lot. Nighttime was getting shorter, so they had to hurry to dig mushrooms. Other villagers also found many bones. After a while, a scream was heard. Yi Fu ignored it and kept working with her head down. Everyone had a good harvest that night. As dawn approached, they quickly carried their mushrooms back to the safe zone. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong loaded a cart. Once home, Yi Fu stored all the mushrooms in her space. Since there was no water, she didn't wash them yet. There were plenty of other foods in her space. After sleeping for 5 hours during the day, Yi Fu got up to cook and prepare dried food. Jiang Rong helped her, and together they quickly cooked a big pot of sliced meat with mushrooms. At night, Jiang Rong went to dig mushrooms, and Yi Fu cut dry grass for the 4-season greens. After bringing it back, she made grass mats, which she laid in the cellar to keep it tidy. They worked for 2 nights and made 6 woven mats. Yi Fu placed a ladder into the cellar and laid the mats inside. The cellar has dried out a lot, and in a few days, some furniture can be moved inside. The mushrooms near the mass grave are almost all harvested. Yifu assigned Jiangrong a new task, to cut down trees. Everyone else is chopping wood and stacking firewood. The two of them also need to gather some, and Yifu worries that after the polar day, dry grass and trees might catch fire on their own. Cutting down trees can help reduce this risk. Everyone is working hard to survive. Domiao and Luoluo are too hot to go outside. During this time, whenever they go out to pick mushrooms, they often see many small birds, mice, and snakes that have died from the heat. Yifu also prepared some honeysuckle for everyone. When the polar day begins, it will be hard to meet up, so they can only leave some herbs for self-protection. During this period, a few elders have passed away. For weak children and the elderly, the end of the world feels like. Sometimes, Yifu wonders if dying before the end of the world could be considered a blessing and a peaceful passing. Jiangrong has cut down all the pine and cedar trees around. After storing everything in the space, Yifu mentally checked that nothing was missed. The daytime continues to grow longer, and the night shortens to just 2 hours. Yifu and Jiangrong start tidying up the inside of the cellar: tables, chairs, beds, flower pots, bathtubs. They place each item carefully. The dark cellar gradually begins to feel like a home. Yifu puts the emergency light on the workbench she made, and the cellar brightens immediately. Jiangrong, this is our new home now. In the end, the 2 lambs were slaughtered. The temperature was too high, and they needed water and fresh grass. After the polar day, it might no longer be possible to care for them. Yifu made several steamed lamb dishes and gave some to Qi Yuan and the others. Everyone in the safe zone is prepared for the polar day. The nights are getting shorter each day. After half a month, the night completely disappears and the polar day begins. Once the polar day starts, the sun seems to grow even larger. There are no clouds in the sky, and the bright sunlight forms concentric halos. The wind also seems to have stopped. Yifu took out her pocket watch, watching the seconds tick by. If time hadn't kept moving, she could still move freely. It felt like the whole world had been paused. Wearing her insulated suit, Yifu left the cellar and stored the wooden house in her space. She didn't dare delay. She quickly ran back to the cellar and tightly sealed the insulation board at the exit. Oh my, it's so hot. Do you want to guess what the temperature is outside? Jiangrong helped her remove the heavy heat-resistant suit and wiped the sweat from her face and neck with a damp towel. 56 degrees Celsius? 57 degrees Celsius. I think the temperature meter almost broke. When I went outside to collect wood, I noticed the grass and trees on the hill seemed completely dead. Why did the plants die overnight? Yifu suspected that all the underground water had evaporated and the heat from the magma had penetrated the Earth's crust, burning the plants on the surface. Of course, this was just her guess. It could also be that direct sunlight was too strong for the plants, causing them to lose water and die naturally. I'll get some ice. Yifu took some saltpeter, put water in a bucket, added the saltpeter, and soon it crystallized into ice. The cellar was cool, and placing a bowl of ice inside made it even more comfortable. Yifu connected the battery to the lamp, making the cellar brighter. She placed a bookshelf next to the bed. Usually, Jiangrong sat in a chair, and Yifu lay on the bed, each reading a book. A round clock hung on the wall, and the calendar was on the bookshelf. Every day, Yifu marked a cross on the calendar. But time in the cellar felt very slow. Without night, sometimes she forgot what day it was. The outside world was silent. No wind, not even the sounds of small animals. Every day, Yifu would open the heat shield to check outside. The sun still hung glaringly in the sky, and its rays felt like needles pricking her skin. Yifu took out some yarn and knitted over 10 sweaters to pass the time. But the days felt very slow, with no clear distinction between day and night. She thought a couple of months had passed, but when she checked the calendar, it was less than a month. Fortunately, Jiangrong was still with her. If she had been alone, Yifu felt she might have developed depression or become socially withdrawn. When they lived in Building 10 before, she liked talking to herself. To prevent her mind from going dull, she would rotate a Rubik's Cube every day. But now, she didn't need to do that. Having someone with her made her feel safer. Even if they didn't talk, just reading books or watching TV together gave her comfort. Since entering the cellar, her cracked skin had gradually healed. She took out a humidifier. Although she had a bucket of ice, the ceiling of the cellar was still dry. Keeping the air moist helped prevent her throat from becoming hoarse and made her feel better. How many days has it been? Yi Fu asked Jiang Rong after waking up from a nap, looking at him. 33rd day. Yi Fu sighed, turned over, and continued sleeping, but she had no real desire to sleep. She closed her eyes and tried to relax for half an hour, but eventually gave up. Is there any movement outside?
No, Ishika. Still no wind.
3 years ago, during the earthquake at Suiyin Mountain, Yi Fu had given each of Qi Yuan and others a whistle. This time, she did the same. If something happens, they can send a signal with 3 short and 1 long sound. Yi Fu picked up a vegetable planting guide and looked at it for over 10 seconds, but she couldn't focus on a single word. These days made her feel anxious and restless. "Want to play chess?" Jiang Rong saw her looking irritated and brought a 5-in-a-row game to the bed. Yi Fu stared at him for a few seconds. "Not in the mood. I'm annoyed."
Calm down.
"Don't think about what's happening outside or when the polar day will end. Just pretend everything's normal, like before." He was starting to comfort her now. Yi Fu slightly curled her lips, but no matter how hard she tried, she still felt upset and couldn't calm her mind. Du Miao and Luo Luo lay on the grass mat, both a bit bored and unhappy. "Jiang Rong, how long do you think this will last?" Jiang Rong reached out and pulled her up from the bed. "I guess about a year."
Yi Fu nodded.
"Okay, then I'll start counting down. 2 years is 24 months. It's already been 1 month, so 23 months left. I can definitely get through these 23 months. Yi Fu sat up straight and played a game of 5 in a row with him. Did I lose? Yi Fu couldn't believe it. She had never lost at 5 in a row before. She thought she'd win easily, but she lost right at the start of this year. You weren't paying attention today, so you lost. Aren't you worried, Jiang Rong? You seem completely unafraid. Jiang Rong smiled. Not afraid. Anyway, I have you here.
Yi Fu looked speechless.
I can barely take care of myself, and you still want me to protect you? Be a man, big brother. Jiang Rong just smiled silently. In the second game, Yi Fu lost again. I'm having bad luck today. I'm not playing anymore. Yi Fu pouted and flopped onto the bed, pretending to be dead. She'd never felt so unmotivated to do anything before. She lay there for a few minutes, then got up to make some food. After eating, she lay down again and went back to sleep. By the second month, Yi Fu had gradually adapted to life in the cellar, and her mood slowly stabilized. Yi Fu laid down a yoga mat on the ground. She hadn't exercised in a long time, and she felt her bones had become stiff. When she tried to stretch her legs, it hurt a lot. Looking at her faintly visible abdominal muscles, which she was slowly regaining, Yi Fu finally found the best way to pass the time. In addition, Jiang Rong made her a wooden plaque and used a dart to practice her accuracy and speed. Every minute outside of sleeping was packed with activities. Yi Fu had no time to panic or think too much. After more than a month of training, her long-lost abdominal muscles returned. She weighed herself 48 kilograms, just right, not too light or heavy. During the 2 months of polar day, Yi Fu still hadn't heard any other sounds outside. She opened the insulation panel again to check the situation and saw the distant trees start to turn black, as if burned by fierce fire. Cracks appeared on the ground, the sand had hardened, and the sun's halo turned orange-red. Yi Fu quickly retreated into the cellar. Her mind was restless, and she sat on a chair, lost in thought. Don't overthink. Everything will pass, Jiang Rong said, noticing her spirits were starting to fade. He walked over and patted her shoulder. I just feel humans are too small. In front of nature, we are so insignificant that we have no power to fight back. Actually, Yi Fu wasn't really discouraged. She was just pondering whether this endless natural disaster would ever end. Life in her cellar felt like being trapped inside a narrow iron box. It seemed solid and secure, but in reality, it was fragile. At mealtime, Yifu took out a bottle of wine for the first time and poured Jiang Rong a full glass. Come on, today we drink until we're done. When we wake up, maybe everything will be better, and life will start anew. Yifu clinked her glass with his. Jiang Rong frowned and said, Drink less. I'm a good drinker, but my manners aren't great. If I get drunk and start acting crazy, you can knock me out. After one glass, all her worries seemed to disappear. Yifu started to relax and rambled on about her own things. As she talked, she suddenly started dancing and singing. Jiang Rong, you should drink too. If you get drunk, everything will be fine, and you won't have to think about anything. Jiang Rong looked at his glass of wine, took a sip and blushed. Tastes bad. Is there any wine that tastes good? Alcohol is simply a good medicine that numbs the mind. At least when you're drunk, you feel relaxed. Yifu slouched in her chair, quietly watching Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong, congratulations. Congratulations on what? Congratulations on surviving. I was worried you might die. Jiang Rong smiled helplessly.
Why would you worry about that?
You came to the base. I was afraid someone might catch you. Don't worry, no one can catch me. I won't get into trouble. Jiang Rong poured her a glass of water. Yifu took a sip, glaring at him angrily. This is water. Do you think I'm drunk? I tell you, I am fully awake. As she spoke, she staggered to her feet and accidentally fell flat on the ground. Luckily, Jiang Rong caught her quickly, or she would have hit the floor hard. I really wish the daytime would end when I wake up. After saying that, Yifu tilted her head and fell asleep immediately. Jiang Rong pinched her cheek and carried her to the bed. Sleep well. Rest properly. Everything will get better. Yifu didn't know how long she had been in the cellar. The numbers on the calendar kept being crossed out one by one. Later, she stopped counting the days. A few pots of flowers were also placed in the cellar. After the daytime, the camellias withered and never bloomed again. Alcohol only numbed her temporarily. It couldn't last forever. When she woke up, the daytime still hadn't ended, and the high temperatures continued. Suddenly, a cedar tree caught fire. The flames burned for 4 days and nights. Yifu put on a heat-resistant suit and decided to go outside to check the situation. But once the temperature rose to 58 degrees Celsius, even with the suit, she could only stay outside for 20 minutes before breathing became difficult, and her skin itched and hurt. The safe zone was still quiet, with no signs of movement. Yifu wandered outside for over 10 minutes. All the trees and dry grass in this area had been burned down. She looked at the few remaining trees ahead. Although they were burned to charcoal, there were still some embers on them. Fortunately, Jiang Rong had dug the cellar in the pumpkin field, where there were no trees or bushes. Yifu felt like she was on the moon's surface, the uneven ground, cracked gullies, and the strong, strange smell filling the air. After walking around, she returned to the cellar. Although she had only been outside for half an hour and was wearing a heat-resistant suit, her skin was already turning red. Next time, I will go out to check. Jiang Rong used ice to help her apply to her arm. Seeing the red skin, he looked much more serious.
I'm just curious, he said.
It feels like we're the only 2 people in the world. It's so quiet. The big fire a few days ago burned all the plants in the safe zone.
Yifu vashet her face.
I didn't hear any whistling sounds, so Qi Yuan and the others should be fine. Yifu took out a mirror to look at herself. Strangely, since she drank Jiang Rong's blood, her appearance hasn't changed at all. Being 19 and 23 makes a difference, but she still looks like she's 19. She gained some weight for a while, and her face had a bit of baby fat. Looking at Jiang Rong, when he was found on Broken Cloud Mountain, he looked the same now, no change at all. In Silver River, someone asked his age, and he said 20. Yifu didn't doubt him then. But now, she suddenly has a bold thought. Is Jiang Rong really 20? Or is he forever stuck at 20? If Jiang Rong's blood can keep him young, then Wenwen, who drank Yifu's blood, is normal in everything except having a bit more strength. Although she has doubts, Yifu shows no sign of it. To her, Jiang Rong can be trusted completely. He would never hurt her. That's enough. Other things don't matter. She put down the mirror and went to look at the bean sprouts in the barrel from a few days ago. It's been 6 or 7 days. They should be ready to harvest. She opened the lid and looked at the white, tender bean sprouts. Suddenly, she craved hot pot. How about hot pot later? Sounds good. Eating hot pot needs a bit of ceremony. Yifu took out various vegetables from her space. Jiang Rong washed them and placed them on the table. Although it was hot outside, the cellar was cool, perfect for hot pot. The bean sprouts and Lolo, who had been listless for a while, regained their energy. They couldn't go out and play, but they behaved well and never sneaked out. Yifu took out 2 bottles of Coke, froze them in ice water, then took out a projector and found a comedy movie to project onto the wall. Sitting on a straw mat, Yifu sighed contentedly. It's still more comfortable in the cellar. But eating hot pot also had side effects. After 2 hours, Yifu started having stomach issues. She put on an insulated suit and quickly ran out of the cellar to the nearby forest, which had already been burned. After eating hot and cold foods, it's no wonder my stomach protests. Yifu covers her stomach and returns to the cellar entrance. Just as she's about to go in, her stomach starts hurting again. Oh, dear, you're killing me, Yifu mutters and has to go back to the small woods. After several trips back and forth, she feels completely exhausted. Back in the cellar, Yifu lies down with a look of despair. I swear I won't eat hot pot again. If I do, I might as well be a dog. Jiang Rong. Actually, you don't have to go outside. Inside the cellar, there's a makeshift shower area. Jiang Rong suggests she use cat litter to handle her needs, but Yifu refuses. She'd rather suffer in the heat than go outside. With a sad look, Yifu gazes at Jiang Rong. I can't do it. I still have some pride. Jiang Rong watches her face turn red and sighs silently. As long as people are alive, they need to eat, drink, and go to the bathroom. Sometimes, making mistakes is unavoidable. Time passes quickly. It's been 4 months of the midnight sun. Yifu is gradually getting used to life in the cellar. She occasionally cooks some food to pass the time. Most of the time, she reads books or watches TV, lying flat like a salted fish. Yifu places solar panels on top of the cellar to charge batteries. She has used only 1 barrel of gasoline. Although her supplies have been somewhat depleted, she has also added many new items over the years. Her supplies haven't decreased. They've actually increased several times. For Yifu, food is her confidence and sense of security. As long as she has something to eat, she can survive any hardship. Suddenly, she smells something burnt. She opens the heat shield to look outside. She sees an eagle landing on the ground nearby. Under the eagle, some dry grass suddenly catches fire. The eagle's feathers are burned instantly. Yifu glances around. The previous fire hasn't been completely extinguished. Red embers are still burning. Besides the sun's heat, there's also the heat wave from the fire. Her eyes light up. There's wind, though very little. Back in the cellar, Yifu eagerly shares her discovery with Jiang Rong. There's wind now. As long as there's wind, it will rain someday. Jiang Rong, you're right. All of this will pass. But soon, she can't keep smiling because, in the 5th month of the midnight sun, the outside temperature has soared past 60 degrees Celsius. Cracks begin to appear on the cellar walls. Jiang Rong plans to go outside to check the situation. How far are you going? To the safety zone's edge or into the mountains? Stay in the mountains, don't worry. I will be back within 2 hours. Yifu didn't want Jiang Rong to go on an adventure, but he was very determined. I'm more heat-resistant than you, Yifu. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble. Yifu had no choice but to give him a larger-sized heat-proof suit. 1 hour, you must come back. Jiang Rong smiled and said, okay. After he left, Yifu started to feel restless. She told herself not to worry. Jiang Rong was very capable. He wouldn't get into trouble. The daytime wasn't caused by earthquakes or meteorite falls. He ran fast, so he wouldn't be in any danger. But in the face of disaster, humans are not becoming stronger but more fragile. Jiang Rong was her only trusted partner. They were almost inseparable. Even if he was gone for just an hour or 2, Yifu still felt uneasy. She hid in this small underground space, waiting quietly for his return. Holding Dou Miao, she watched the entrance of the cellar silently. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. Suddenly, with a clack, the heat-proof panel was opened. Jiang Rong appeared at the entrance, and Yi Fu looked at him with red eyes. Jiang Rong was startled and quickly came to her side. "What's wrong? You finally came back." Being alone in the cellar was a new experience for her. She used to go out often and never thought about whether Jiang Rong was worried or scared. At this moment, Yi Fu clearly realized that just as she worried about Jiang Rong, he also worried about her. "Jiang Rong, I was afraid you wouldn't come back. I'm even more afraid that I am the only one left in the safe zone. Don't be afraid. I just went to the wooden house area. Qi Yuan and the others are still alive. The trees and bushes outside were all burned by fire. There is a very narrow but deep big in the mountains. There are some snake and eagle carcasses on the road. The high surface temperature burned the animal carcasses until they caught fire." He brought back many updates, and Yi Fu listened carefully. "Did the big appear after the daytime?" Jiang Rong nodded.
Yes.
The rising effect of the hot mantle causes the mantle to uplift in a dome shape, leading to regional stretching. The rock layers thin out continuously, and eventually, the dome's core breaks and sinks, forming a rift valley. All these signs point to one possibility. The Earth's crust is moving, and the plates are shifting. By the way, you said you went to see Qi Yuan and the others. Did you meet them? How are Wenwen and Unan? Jiang Rong shook his head. "I just want to take a quick look. I heard them talking, and from their voices, they seem to be doing quite well. You don't need to worry."
Yi Fu felt relieved.
"The children are fine, and the adults are probably doing even better. Why are you running around so much? Hurry up and take off your heat-resistant suit." Yi Fu noticed the fine sweat on his forehead and quickly helped him wipe it away with a towel. "Jiang Rong, did you get sunburned? Let me see your arm." Jiang Rong showed his arm. Luckily, his skin looked normal.
"I'm fine."
"Good thing your body is special. Okay, for now, let's stay inside and wait patiently for the polar day to end. There's no rush." Jiang Rong smiled. "Yes, I'll do as you say." Knowing everyone was safe and sound, Yi Fu felt more at ease and could sleep well, even eating an extra bowl of rice. In her free time, Yi Fu would grind herbs from the space into powder, then prepare antidotes or poisons. It's very important to prepare in advance. When Yi Fu was busy, she never felt tired. As days passed, after half a month, the temperature rose another 3 degrees. But in the following months, it stayed steady at 63 degrees Celsius, neither rising nor falling. The green bean soup and various sweet drinks in the space played a vital role at this time. Drinking too much sugary water every day, Yi Fu worried about gaining weight, so she started exercising intensely. The most awkward part was during her period. In the small cellar, the smell of blood was hard to hide. Jiang Rong's keen nose made it impossible to conceal. But he had completely understood now. He no longer asked if she was hurt or tried to give her blood like before. Every time she thought about it, Yi Fu felt both helpless and amused. Fortunately, her physical health had improved a lot. During her period, she no longer experienced stomach or back pain. Maybe it was thanks to the blood Jiang Rong had given her. Time flew by. It had been 4.5 years since the apocalypse. In her previous life, there was no polar day, only a 3-year insect disaster. The two stayed in the cellar for a month. Yi Fu opened the insulation board to check outside. A wave of heat hit her face. The scorching wind made her feel like she was in a fiery. The wind grew stronger, but as the temperature rose, the hot wind wasn't necessarily a good thing. After attaching the insulation board, Yi Fu returned to the cellar. She drank a large glass of ice water before feeling revived. Dou Miao was spinning at her feet, Luo Luo was napping on Jiang Rong's shoulder, and Yi Fu sat on another lounge chair, sighing helplessly. "The wind is so hot. We can't go outside now. How's the sun?" Jiang Rong asked. "It's turned dark red, like it's about to bleed," Yi Fu replied. She patted Luo Luo's small head. Luckily, both little ones were strong and hadn't had any accidents. Squirrels usually live about 20 years. As for Luo Luo, she wasn't sure what kind of bird it was, but as long as it wasn't a sparrow or parrot, most birds tend to live quite long. She hoped the two little ones could be stronger and live longer. She had raised them for so long and had grown very attached. They were like family now and hard to let go. Do Miao was lying in her arms, wagging her tail. Jiang Rong reached out and gently tapped her head. Where did you two come from? From Broken Cloud Mountain, and you and the three of you are all I found there. Jiang Rong smiled slightly, picked up a peanut from the table, and offered it to Do Miao. Do Miao ate it without hesitation. So, I was the first you found, and also the last. Yi Fu nodded. Of course. If I couldn't beat you, do you think you'd still be alive? Jiang Rong strongly agreed, as Yi Fu had initially wanted to harm him. Yi Fu, do you want to go back? Broken Cloud Mountain? Jiang Rong shook his head. No, I mean Lan City, your home. Yi Fu rested her chin on her hand and remained silent. Of course, she wanted to go back. But would she have the chance in her lifetime? What would Lan City become? The big fire probably burned the entire city to the ground. If I get the chance, I want to go back, but maybe I won't have that chance. Unless she died again and had the chance to be reborn, waking up in her happy neighborhood home. She looked at him. What about you? Do you want to go back to Haicheng? Jiang Rong shook his head. That place, I don't have much to miss. That was true. He had lived in the laboratory since birth. Although Yi Fu didn't know much about it, she could imagine. What kind of happy days could there be in a lab? I actually went to Haicheng before. Jiang Rong looked up at her, seeming to verify whether she was telling the truth. Really, before the end of the world arrived, I went to Haicheng to stock up on supplies. I only stayed for half a month. Haicheng is a tourist city with many beautiful mountains around it. I haven't been there. Yi Fu reached out and patted his head. That's okay. We'll go see even more beautiful mountains in the future. Okay. Life in the cellar was dull, boring, and very quiet and peaceful. Jiang Rong had already taken off his colored contact lenses. Only Yi Fu could appreciate his beautiful, unusual eyes. Tomorrow is my birthday. Yi Fu handed a diary to Jiang Rong. He looked at the checked date, October 5th, and was lost in thought. Then he softly said, It's also my birthday.
Yi Fu smiled.
Yes, I plan to make a cake. Oh, and I want to cook longevity noodles. In the afternoon, we'll cook together. What do you want to eat?
Fish.
Yi Fu snapped his fingers. Okay, I also want to eat fish. What else? Braised pork.
Sure.
Spicy rabbit meat. All right, add that too. Yi Fu wrote down the dishes he wanted to order in a notebook. At 24 in his zodiac year, he really wanted to celebrate properly. In the blink of an eye, it's been over half a year since the polar day. Outside, it's still very hot. Yi Fu feels good now. As long as he lives one more day, it's a gain. He stays calm and enjoys the present. Yi Fu doesn't really know what her relationship with Jiang Rong is now. They're not exactly lovers, but it seems to go beyond that. She used to be unwilling to break that boundary, but now she doesn't seem to mind so much. For Yi Fu, her zodiac year is very dangerous. In her previous life, she died during her zodiac year. She still remembers the feeling of starving to death. Back then, her stomach was empty. She used to catch mice, then cockroaches and ants. The pest problem was caused by mutated insects that could blood and inject toxic bacteria. At that time, survivors didn't dare catch insects. Everyone wrapped themselves up tightly, afraid of being bitten. Maybe in her previous life, she ended up as food for the insects, but that no longer matters. What matters is that she is alive now. As long as she gets past her birthday, she can live longer and better. That's why Yi Fu didn't celebrate his birthday in previous years. He saved all his wishes for this year. After 5 years of saving, he only had one wish. Previously, I was living alone, but now things are different. My wish now is to live together with Jiang Rong. The next day, Yi Fu started making a cake. She took out the oven, prepared all the ingredients, and added some fruit. Today, she wanted to make a fruit cake. Jiang Rong still helped her. He liked sweets, so Yifu added more sugar and cream. Although there were no thin candles, there was a red candle. Yifu wrote a card and inserted it into the cake. Then she took out her phone and took a few pictures. She switched to video mode and aimed at Jiangrong's face. "Jiangrong, happy birthday." Jiangrong looked seriously at the camera. "Thank you, and happy birthday to you too." Yifu moved closer to him, lowering the phone so they both could be in the frame. She smiled softly. "It's the 5th year. I feel a little nervous and worried. It's the 5th year of the end of the world. I think the long day will end soon. Today is October 5th. Jiangrong and I are in a cellar in the Dragon Pool safe zone. Outside, the temperature is 63 degrees Celsius. It's still very hot and sunny. People can't go outside. Come on, Jiangrong, say a few words." Jiangrong didn't look at the camera. Instead, he turned to look at Yifu. "I hope Yifu becomes braver and stays safe and happy forever." Yifu felt a gentle brush of a feather across her heart, making her feel tingly and numb. "What's your wish?" Jiangrong reminded her. "My visa is in my heart." "I can't say it out loud." "Okay, then don't say it." There was a burning red candle on the table, but Yifu didn't it out. Jiangrong took the phone, cleared his throat, and continued, "I have another wish." Yifu looked at him, feeling nervous for some reason. "Yifu, can I protect you forever?" Although Yifu appeared calm, her heart was pounding fast. She was silent for a long time and then nodded gently. Jiangrong smiled slightly and said, "I will protect you forever until I die. If I die, others may want to protect you, and although they might not want to, I will agree."
Yifu
slapped him. "Shut up." Jiangrong looked sad. "I haven't finished talking. It's your birthday and your zodiac year, a year of bad luck. Don't say such things. Spit it out." Then he asked, "What should I say instead? Although I am not happy about it if I die. Don't worry, my life probably isn't longer than yours. If I die, it will be first. But if I die, you can't bother others, or I will come back as a ghost." After saying this, Yifu angrily snatched the phone and turned it off. "No, if you die, I definitely won't live alone." Yifu turned around, feeling touched, but still wanting to slap him on the back of his head. "Stop, don't say the word die anymore." "All right," Jingrong wisely kept quiet. For Yifu and Jingrong, this birthday was very important. From now on, they are not just partners working together, but also each other's most important people. When Jingrong lowered his head, Yifu's breath almost stopped. She felt nervous, her eyelashes trembling. Jingrong wasn't doing much better. His ears and neck were red, and his body was hot and scary. "Is this okay?" he asked. Yifu swallowed and nodded gently yes. Yifu checked the medicines in the space. There were boxed medicines, glucose, vitamins, and many others. They had used only about 10%. The Chinese herbs were mostly gone, so, if possible, she needed to grow more in the future. She took out several large boxes of Chinese herbs, mixed them according to the ratio, and wrapped them in paper, so she wouldn't have to prepare medicines in a hurry later. The most important medicines were for stopping bleeding and recovery. Living long-term in the basement, Yifu was worried about her bones and had started taking vitamins recently. Canned food from the base had been thrown away by Yifu, but there were still dozens of boxes she had found at the food factory. Inside, she also found a box of herring cans. It said that herring cans are the smelliest food in the world. Curious, Yifu decided to open one and smell it. As soon as she opened it, Jingrong, Do Miao, and Luo Luo ran away. Outside, with the polar day and high temperatures, they almost rushed out of the basement recklessly. "Oh my god, what kind of biological weapon is this?" Yifu also couldn't stand it. The smell hit her head like a wave, making her dizzy just from the scent. "Yifu, throw it away quickly." Jingrong held Do Miao, and Luo Luo squatted on his head, 6 eyes alertly watching Yifu, and the can of herring in her hand. "Okay, I'll take it out and throw it away." "Haha, is it really that exaggerated?" After Yifu finished speaking, he rolled his eyes and almost vomited. He threw the canned food out of the cellar. It took several hours for the smell inside to dissipate. The remaining unopened box didn't need to be thrown away. Later, Chi-Yuan and the others might find it and possibly get used to the taste. Yifu added a few cans of braised pork and luncheon meat inside. Last time I ate durian, you had the same expression, Jiang Rong. Turns out you're afraid of smelly things. Are you afraid of stinky tofu? I actually like eating stinky tofu, Yifu said while laughing loudly. As soon as he heard the word stinky, Jiang Rong shook his head firmly. I definitely won't like it, Yifu. If you want to eat it, tell me in advance, and I'll stay far away. Yifu pinched his face.
Got it.
I won't surprise you again. Yifu continued tidying up the space and found some snakes and toads caught years ago, hidden in a corner. He had forgotten to deal with them. Fortunately, the space has a preservation function, so they didn't rot or smell, which wouldn't affect other items. He also sorted out many men's clothes, probably collected when scavenging for supplies. Sadly, Jiang Rong is so tall that there are very few clothes suitable for him. But that's okay. He can turn them into ragged, makeshift clothes. In this post-apocalyptic world, wearing torn clothes is the most normal thing. There were also many luxury clothes and bags, all scavenged. At first, Yifu thought they were useless and didn't plan to keep them, but in the end, he stored them. After all, they are fabric and mending them could make new clothes. There were also various diamonds, watches, bracelets, and gold bars. I really look like a bandit, Yifu chuckled happily while tidying up. Jiang Rong, if we could go back to before the apocalypse, I would definitely be worth over 100 million now. Yifu took out a gold bar and waved it in front of him. Gold is truly the most adorable thing in the world. Jiang Rong looked serious. I think food is cuter. Besides food and water, there's also clothes. Not wearing clothes isn't acceptable. Do you think with all these gold and jewelry, I won't have a use for them someday? Jiang Rong nodded. Of course. When we die, they can be buried with us.
Yifu agreed wholeheartedly.
Your idea is perfect with mine. I hope that in my next life, my space will reincarnate with me. Then I'll be a rich woman from birth. What about me? I'm very poor. It's okay, it's okay. The wealthy lady will take care of you. Jiang Rong's eyes brightened. Then you should find me early, or I might starve. Yifu laughed loudly. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Looking at the neatly stacked supplies, Yifu felt like she could soar if she had a tail. She made several pairs of shoes for Jiang Rong, since his feet were very large, and there were very few shoes he could wear in the space. There was plenty of sheepskin and cowhide. Yifu threw him an old tire to make shoe soles templates. She planned to make them thicker, sensing that after the end of the polar day, they might need to leave this place. Long journeys need comfortable shoes. Even though Jiang Rong is very capable, Yifu still sees him as an ordinary person. If they leave, the whole group will probably migrate together. Many supplies need to be prepared. One tent can be taken out, since Chi-Yuan knows they have a small tent. One iron pot can be brought out. Carts can still be used. They need to keep a low profile, so some water and food should be taken as well. Yifu looked at the map for a long time, but wasn't sure where they could go. If they can go, then just go. Jiang Rong was sharpening his knife. Yifu took out all her knives. Even her crossbow arrows needed maintenance. She had about 3,000 arrows, losing about 10. She kept the empty bottles of insecticide to fill with poison powder. All batteries needed to be fully charged. They should save oil and gasoline as much as possible. There's plenty of firewood in the space, enough to burn for decades. Yifu also made a few sheepskin cloaks from the remaining sheepskin. She specially made a small one to give to Wenwen. The sheepskin cloak is warm, thick, and waterproof. In the 8th month of the polar day, Yifu noticed the temperature had dropped by 3 degrees. That's a good sign. It seems the high temperatures are really ending. Once the heat ends, they can leave even during the polar day. Most residents' water jars probably won't last much longer. Water will evaporate if not stored airtight. Jiang Rong, we need to make some pancakes and meat rolls. If we leave, we can eat these on the road. She could secretly improve Jiang Rong's meals, but since the whole group is leaving together, she needs to be cautious. How many should we make? Probably more. I don't know how far we'll have to go to find a good place to settle. Two people quickly decided to act. They started kneading dough to make dry pancakes, but Yifu still added some vegetables and meat inside. During the 9th month of the polar day, the temperature dropped to 55 degrees. Yifu finally opened the insulation panel to get some fresh air. Although it was still very hot and sunny, it felt much better. The wind was still hot. All the plants on the ground had burned down, but Yifu noticed some cracks in the soil where it was also catching fire. In the 10th month of the polar day, the temperature dropped to 50 degrees. Yifu heard a whistle, short and long, lasting half a minute. It was a signal that everyone was safe. Yifu hurried out of the cellar and whistled back to reply. At 50 degrees, people could go outside and move around. Yifu and Zhongrong looked around, feeling uneasy. The once lush safety zone had turned into a barren ruin. The soil under their feet had hardened. A strong wind blew, but only heat waves and dust could be carried. No sand was flying. It looks like a desert. At least deserts have some plants. Here, there's nothing. Yifu and Zhongrong looked at each other and both smiled helplessly. Walking on the hot, cracked ground, Yifu felt the heat under his feet. He sighed, "Let's go and see how they are." The path was difficult. Cracks in the ground kept reminding Yifu that the high temperature of over 60 degrees had left terrible marks on this land. The sun was high in the sky, surrounded by a faint blue-white halo. There were no clouds, and the sky was all white. There was no green anywhere. This place was even more desolate and frightening than the desert or uninhabited areas. After about 30 minutes, they finally reached Qi Yuan's earth house. Many of the houses had been burned, leaving only blackened ruins. Yifu, Zhongrong, thank goodness you're safe. Qi Yuan emerged from the cellar. He looked rough, with a beard and long, greasy hair. Yifu winced at his appearance. Where's Feng Wei? She's inside. Feng Wei, come out quickly. Yifu is here. After a while, Officer Song and others came out. Yifu looked around. Everyone was alive, which was good, but they all looked very tired. Today, Yifu opened the wooden boards and found it wasn't as hot as before. He quickly whistled to send a message. He didn't expect Yifu and Zhongrong to arrive so soon. Qi Yuan finished speaking and grabbed a handful of hair. Yifu noticed something small crawling in his hair. "You should shave your head," he said. Qi Yuan looked confused. "What's wrong?" Feng Wei parted his hair and saw, to his surprise, that his hair was full of lice. The others were the same. Everyone had caught the lice. Unexpectedly, what was supposed to be a reunion after 10 months turned into a head-shaving event. Officer Song held a small knife and shaved everyone's hair, men, women, children, all of them, and it had grown a lot. Yifu gently touched his smooth, round head. Lin Siren saw Yifu and got very excited. Other residents also came out. After a few hours, Wan Tao came to tell everyone that in these 10 months, over 20 people in the safe zone had died, all of them seniors over 50. People were used to death now, and they only showed a moment of surprise. Wen looked at Officer Song and whispered, "I don't want to shave my hair." Wen, there's no water to wash your hair now. You have to shave it. Be good. In 2 months, it will grow back. When your hair is clean, there won't be any bugs. Will it really grow back? Asked a child about 7 or 8 years old who already knew about beauty and ugliness. Of course, Dad will shave his too. Wen nodded. Okay, I'll do it. But when it was An's turn, he cried for a long time before calming down. Knowing everyone was safe, Yifu asked about the food supplies. Fortunately, there was still some left. Yifu, do you guys have any plans? Someone asked.
Yifu nodded.
The temperature has dropped to about 40 degrees. We might have to leave here. The ground is cracking, and we can't find underground water anymore. Wan Tao sighed. It's time to go. Without water, staying here means waiting to die. But at 40 degrees, it might take another 2 months. We don't have a thermometer now, so we'll have to guess. Everyone should eat and drink sparingly, save some water and food for the road. Let's pack up and prepare. Everyone nodded in agreement. Leaving was inevitable, and everyone was mentally prepared. Where should we go? Someone asked. I suggest heading southwest, Secretary Huang suddenly said. I think we should go northwest, Lu Zhang disagreed. Others also shared their ideas. Based on altitude, geography, geology, and mountain ranges, each person had their own preferred destination. Yifu, where do you think it's safest to go? Yifu already had an answer in her mind. She wanted to go northwest. Northwest, but we can go around from the southwest. This is a compromise and a safe plan, and everyone agreed. Back in the cellar, Yifu was worried her hair might have lice, so Jiang Rong checked her. Jiang Rong was both amused and helpless, but still carefully searched her hair.
No lo sé.
If you're still worried, we can shave our heads. My hair is already short, almost like a bald head. Yifu put away the solar panels. Since the temperature dropped, people might come over, so it's better to store them. Fortunately, each day afterward, the temperature clearly decreased. Although the polar day didn't seem close to ending, the cooling gave everyone hope. The temperature dropped to 45 degrees. Yifu started to check the surroundings. She saw the large canyon Jiang Rong mentioned. A few months ago, the canyon was only about 30 or 40 centimeters wide, but now it's nearly a meter wide. When she returned, Wan Tao told them that half of the people didn't plan to leave the safe zone. Will they really find a new place to live if they leave? For everyone, it's a risky gamble, life on the line. Maybe the safe zone will soon have rain, or maybe it will suddenly flourish again. Who can say for sure? But Yifu's intuition told her it was time to leave this time. Those who wanted to go started packing. Most of their food had dried into flat cakes. On the carts, plastic bottles and cans of various sizes were filled with water. Yifu gave one the sheepskin cloak she made. Officer Song had already packed most of his things. Besides what was on the cart, he filled a bamboo basket. Even Wen had a large bundle. He Rue and Zhang Yuan, both teenagers around 16 or 17, also had quite a lot of luggage, filling 2 carts. They carried or shouldered everything they could, unwilling to leave anything behind, even a single stitch or thread. Lin's siren brought sweet potatoes to Yifu to exchange for a pair of shoes. She had no shoes left, and her clothes were patched repeatedly. Yifu and Jiang Rong also wore their most worn-out clothes. In the 12th month of the polar day, the temperature finally dropped to 38 degrees. Wan Tao counted the people leaving and knocked on a stainless steel pot lid. Let's go. Yifu and Jiang Rong walked among the crowd. She carried a bamboo basket, and Jiang Rong pushed a cart. The remaining people couldn't help but move to the edge of the safe zone, watching those leaving go away. Rather than searching for a new home, it was more like a new round of fleeing. Most migrations in human history were for survival and finding new places to live. Yifu's bamboo basket didn't hold much. It was just stretched out with a large cloth bag. After about 3 hours of walking, many people were exhausted. Wan Tao borrowed a whistle from Qi Yuan and blew it, signaling everyone to rest in place for 20 minutes. Jiang Rong took a water bottle from the cart and handed it to Yifu. Yifu took a sip and returned it. Everyone was very tired. Some children couldn't walk anymore and started crying. Yifu checked on Do Miao and Luo Luo. They were placed on the cart and seemed to be in good spirits. Are they okay?
Yifu nodded.
Just then, the whistle sounded again, and everyone continued their journey. The group moved in silence, all heads bowed low. The children walked quietly among them. Heat stroke was common. If it only required an injection, Yifu would need to use supplies. After walking for over 10 hours, they reached a valley. Wan Tao blew the whistle again, signaling everyone to stop and rest. They would set out again in 5 hours, eat if needed, go to the bathroom, sleep if they could. Yifu took out a small, tattered tent from the cart and set it up on flat ground. Others began to rest as well. Officer Song had a black umbrella, which he opened to let Wen sit underneath and sleep. Many people used sticks to hold up clothes or sheets to block the sun. They laid down on mats on the ground and rested. There were no trees in the valley, not even shaded spots. After opening the tent, Yifu asked Jiang Rong to keep watch while she and Lin Si Rand went to handle their needs. Men went to the left, women to the right. In broad daylight, with everything around bald and open, Yifu felt she could hold it a little longer. In the end, she found a large rock and hid behind it to take care of her needs. Back in the valley, Yifu was completely exhausted. The trees on the road are either dead or burned. It feels like the soil has turned into mature earth. Yifu hurried into the torn tent and grabbed a pack of wet wipes. She was wearing a hat and a scarf, already covered in sweat. "Jiang Rong, you go now," she said. Jiang Rong helped tidy her damp, messy hair before turning and leaving the tent. Next to her are Officer Song and Qiyuan. Yifu isn't worried about the items on the cart. She has a heat-insulating board under the mat. She lies down, surprised that after just one day of travel, she's already so tired. Walking with heavy loads for over 10 hours is quite a long journey. On both sides, people are eating. Yifu checks her pocket watch. It's 11 at night. She's both sleepy and hungry, but luckily, her feet haven't blistered. Jiang Rong quickly returns. After he zips up the tent, Yifu offers him a steamed bun. The temperature is 38 degrees Celsius, and the wind isn't as hot anymore. After eating, she lies down again, feeling too exhausted to move. Jiang Rong touches her face. "Are you feeling heat stroke?" "No, just tired and sleepy."
Give me the fan.
Yifu closes her eyes and hands him a fan. Jiang Rong takes it and sits beside her, fanning her gently. "Jiang Rong, I'm not hot anymore."
You should sleep now.
"It's okay. I'll wait until you fall asleep before I sleep." Unable to argue, Yifu lets him. The cool breeze feels very comfortable, and soon she falls asleep. Jiang Rong takes a wet tissue to wipe the sweat from her neck. Once she's deeply asleep, he lies down beside her and gently wraps his arms around her waist. Yifu sleeps soundly, but time passes quickly. 5 hours later, a whistle blows, waking everyone up. She goes to the bathroom and, when she returns, Jiang Rong has already packed up the tent. The sun is high, and they continue their journey. Yifu pops a mint into her mouth, instantly clearing her mind, and quickly gives one to Jiang Rong. "Put the basket on the cart. It's okay, not heavy." Jiang Rong's gaze seems to wish she would also lean on his back. The basket weighs less than 20 pounds total. With her current physical condition, carrying 20 pounds is no problem. The next day, most people lack the energy they had on the first day. Many are falling behind. After 2 days, there are no birds in the sky and no animals crawling on the ground. What's more frightening are the dangerous mountain paths. When passing through a narrow mountain trail, Yifu doesn't dare look down. Below is a deep abyss. Falling would mean being shattered to pieces. Sweat beads roll down her forehead. Yifu moves carefully, but the wind on this trail has grown stronger. Although the path is only 2 meters wide, her legs feel weak. Yifu walked along the inner side, and even Jiang Rong called her several times but received no response. The path was about 3 kilometers long, and after walking it, many people were exhausted. "Do your legs hurt?" "Not much, just a bit scared. I keep feeling like I might fall." Jiang Rong smiled. "It won't happen. I won't let you fall." The next day's journey ended, and Yifu found blisters on her soles. Fortunately, they were on her heels, so it didn't affect her much. She burst the blister and cut away the dead skin. Inside the tent, Yifu leaned on Jiang Rong. "Today, we walked an hour more than yesterday. We'll reach Mount Deer Cry soon." Jiang Rong gently touched her ear. "Do you remember Mount Deer Cry?" "Yes, we dug a lot of herbs there. It's probably just a barren mountain now. Maybe in 3 or 4 more days, they would reach Silver River." No one knew if there was still water inside. As they talked, Yifu fell asleep. Once she was deeply asleep, Jiang Rong cut his finger and let the blood drip into her mouth. His wound was almost healed, so he gave her some water and a mint candy to help stop the bleeding. Traveling makes people very thirsty, but no one dared to drink much, saving every drop. Some people had already fallen behind the group by a long way. As Yifu said, Mount Deer Cry had become a bare, desolate mountain, with signs of being burned by fire. When passing by, they could still smell the scent of burnt grass and wood. In the blink of an eye, It was the 5th day, and the group arrived at Silver River. Those who had planned to fetch water from Silver River were disappointed. The river was dried up and cracked, with the banks collapsing and winding cracks everywhere. "Silver River is dried up," Chi Yuan said in disbelief. He had been here many times before. The last time, they came to fish and the water was rushing. Many people cried in despair. Unexpectedly, hundreds of them chose to turn back to the safe zone. There's no water in Silver River. Continuing forward is a dead end. I want to go back to the safe zone. Even if I die, I won't die halfway. If I die halfway, I'll become a wandering ghost, unable to return home. Watching those turning back leave, the others who chose to continue forward were also overwhelmed with endless fear. Either go back or keep walking, it's your choice. No one knows if continuing forward will lead to water. Before we set out, I said many times that leaving and staying are free choices. But once you choose, don't blame anyone. It's not anyone's fault. It's the heavens not giving us a way out, forcing us to keep searching for a way to survive. Wan Tao spoke loudly to the crowd. Now, everyone, think carefully. Should we go forward or return to the safe zone? We leave in 1 hour. Aunt Tang and her family have gone back. I saw they still have a lot of things. Why are they suddenly returning? Lin's siren whispered as she approached. Maybe they're afraid they won't find a way forward. Lin's siren sighed. It's still those 7 young people from Haiqing, full of energy, always leading the way. Yifu, the medicine you gave those 3 girls worked really well. Their hair is growing nicely. Lin's siren also shaved her head, but it has already grown back in the past 2 months. Do you need it? Lin's siren shook her head.
Not right now.
But if this keeps up, I think people will die early. Every day, I live in constant fear. You don't know, I've lived in the cellar for a year, and several times I broke down emotionally. I would suddenly feel like crying or get angry, and I keep having nightmares. Yifu understood this feeling well. Most people probably have trauma. Some can handle it better, others less so. But everyone, no matter who they are, isn't invincible. We all need to vent, find comfort, and seek spiritual support. But I can't bear to leave you Chao or Anan. When I cry, Anan always hugs me to comfort me. He told me, "Mom, I will protect you." Yifu, many times I really wanted to die. Living is just too hard, too exhausting.
Yifu patet her shoulder.
Sometimes, there's no need to hold back. Just cry if you want. I'm feeling better now. After the temperature dropped, all my unease, pressure, and panic disappeared. Anan ran over and hugged Lin's siren's leg. Lin's siren showed a faint smile. Yifu, we will definitely find a way to survive, right? Of course. We will find a way. An hour later, those who decided to return quietly left, while those continuing forward quickly packed their things and kept moving. Wan Tao's plan was to follow the Silver River upstream. As the leader, he knew the map well and was confident in their navigation skills. Yifu has been in very good spirits these days, as if she had been injected with energy. She travels over 10 hours each day without showing any signs of fatigue. The temperature has dropped to 36 degrees, and fewer people are suffering from heat stroke. Jiangrong, this is the place where we caught fish last time. Jiangrong nods, yes, here. Yifu smiles softly, surprised to have the chance to return to this place. In the past, it was icy and snowy. Now, it is hot and sunny. Life is unpredictable. Traveling is tough, especially in the heat. The further we go, the slower everyone moves. But once we reach the upper reaches of Silver River, we finally see an eagle soaring in the sky. When the eagle tries to swoop down to catch prey, many people are ready to defend themselves. Perhaps the eagle hasn't eaten in a long time. Just as it is about to catch a child, a quick-thinking person hits it with a stick, causing it to fall to the ground. A few people rush over and quickly kill the eagle. This was a large eagle, but very thin, almost just bones. Its body was torn into more than 10 pieces by several people. Although bloody, everyone saw it as meat, and meat must not be wasted. In the following days, someone also caught a half-dead rattlesnake. It weighed over 10 pounds. A middle-aged man caught it, luckily avoiding being bitten. Rattlesnakes are highly venomous, and without anti-venom, it would be deadly. Animals' appearances boost everyone's confidence in the journey ahead. At the resting spot, many people went into the nearby mountains to hunt. Yifu was truly exhausted. She hadn't washed her face or hair for days, feeling uncomfortable all over. She took the chance to secretly brush her teeth while going to the bathroom. She could endure most things, but not brushing her teeth. While others ate, Yifu and Jiangrong also ate. They ate dry biscuits with water. Occasional small meals are enough. If they ate too often, someone with a keen nose might notice. Come quickly. There are mountain goats. Hurry. Someone shouted. Everyone rushed over, including Yifu and Jiangrong. They ran to the young man shouting and looked down at the cliff where over 10 mountain goats were grazing. Everyone's eyes widened in amazement. Goats, really goats? I wasn't mistaken, they are definitely goats. Some people cheered excitedly, waving their arms, while others prepared to try their luck. Yifu noticed some withered trees and dry grass at the bottom of the cliff. It seems there was no spontaneous fire here because the area under the cliff is shaded and the trees and grass are growing very slowly. However, the cliff is very tall, and unless you're Spider-Man, it is hard for an ordinary person to climb down without tools. Bring all the ropes over, connect them together, use stones to smash the rocks, and push the sheep down. Tie the ropes around your bodies. 3 people go down, tether the sheep to other ropes, and then we can pull the sheep and people back up. After Yifu finished speaking, many people rushed to get the ropes. Some were afraid to leave, worried they wouldn't get any meat. At this moment, Wan Tao and his group arrived. Yifu's method is good. Everyone can share the meat. Let's work together to bring these sheep up. In the end, the people going down were Jiangrong, Hirue, and Zhang Yuan. Jiangrong. I'll be back soon, Yifu. Later, we'll have sheep skewers. Yifu nodded. Be careful. You all be careful too. Hirue and Zhang Yuan nodded. Over the past few years, they had grown quickly. Under Lu Zheng's training, their skills were better than Officer Song's. Meanwhile, everyone above was throwing stones at the sheep. Even if the sheep didn't die from the fall, they would break their legs. All the sheep were knocked down to the bottom of the cliff. The 3 of them slowly moved downward, with the ropes pulled from above. No one dared to relax for even a moment. Yifu was holding the ropes himself. When she saw Jiangrong land safely, she finally relaxed. Soon, they managed to pull 1 sheep up, and 3 others ran away. Jiangrong chased after them alone. Everyone above was very excited. After all, it was sheep meat. It seemed that leaving was definitely the right choice. Soon, Jiangrong returned dragging 3 sheep. Hirue and Zhang Yuan had already been pulled up.
Yifu watched Jiangrong carefully.
Officer Song and Qi Yuan were behind her, pulling the ropes and constantly comforting her. Yifu, Jiangrong is so capable. You don't need to worry at all. Yifu knew Jiangrong was very skilled, but she couldn't help but worry. After all the sheep were pulled up, Jiangrong was also brought back. There was no sign of the ropes breaking or any sabotage, someone trying to cause trouble.
Great. We can eat the sheep now.
Children cheered happily, and the adults showed excited expressions. Wan Tao counted the sheep. There were 17 in total, but there were thousands of people. The adult sheep weighed about 200 jin, around 100 kilograms, based on their wool, horns, and internal organs. Only 2 were young sheep. The rest were large sheep. I estimate that each person will get about half a pound. Wu Pei was the one who found the sheep, so he must be rewarded. He took 5 pounds for himself, and the 3 people who went down to tie up the sheep each get 1.5 pounds. The rest are divided among others, with half a pound each. The remaining meat goes to those who have less food. Does everyone agree?
Yes.
Wan Tao nodded. Let's process the sheep now. We don't need the intestines, they're a waste of water. Everyone was eager. Even if they only got half a pound, it was still meat. Plus, those with less food might get a little more at the end. 17 sheep skins were found. Wu Pei, who discovered the mountain sheep, took 2 skins. Jiangrong, Hirue, and Zhang Yuan each took 1. The rest of the skins were given to those with fewer supplies. Although Wan Tao said to skip the intestines, many still rushed to grab them. After Yi Fu brought back the ropes, he saw Jiang Rong holding the sheepskins and meat. He put the skins into a bag and placed it on the cart, planning to store it properly later. All around were withered trees. Qi Yuan gathered some firewood to make a barbecue. Yi Fu and Officer Song also gathered around.
They just needed a small fire.
Yi Fu cut the meat. Jiang Rong sharpened 2 clean sticks, and they skewered the meat to roast over the fire. Yi Fu took salt and chili powder from the cart. Once he sprinkled them on the meat, the aroma instantly filled the air. Here for you. Yi Fu placed the salt and chili in the middle. Others took some and sprinkled it on their portions. Soon, everyone was lively and chatting, and the children started laughing and playing. It would be great if every day could be like this. I feel like I'm dreaming. If I were the only one who found this, I'd be so happy. The others whispered among themselves. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Rong received 1.5 pounds. Yi Fu got half a pound. Together, they had 2 pounds of meat. Because of the heat, the meat wouldn't last long, and there wasn't much anyway, so Yi Fu roasted it all. This is so delicious, Dad. Will we be able to eat lamb again in the future? Officer Song nodded. Of course. Before the polar day, they had slaughtered sheep and pigs but hadn't finished eating all the meat. Instead, they made dried meat, but dried meat doesn't taste as good as fresh meat. How many days have we been traveling? 13 days.
Yi Fu remembered exactly.
Only 13 days? I feel like I've been walking for a month. My feet are blistered and bleeding, but it's only been 13 days, Lin Siren said, feeling very discouraged. Everyone has adapted quite a bit these days. No one has suffered from heat stroke, and over the past few days, we've seen many animals. As long as the high temperatures don't return, the journey should become more comfortable. Qi Yuan nodded. Yes, the temperature has dropped a bit again. In about a month, it should fall below 30 degrees. That's great. If it gets any hotter, our skin won't be able to take it. Since the heat wave started, I feel like I've aged much faster. It's only been a year, but I feel like I've aged 5 or 6 years. Feng Wei is only 23 this year, but she looks quite worn out. Her skin has darkened, and she has developed some fine lines. Yi Fu, once we settle down, help me prepare 2 sets of herbal medicine for recovery. Yi Fu nodded, no problem. Fortunately, she and Jiang Ring usually keep their faces covered. To be safe, they even dirted their faces, so no one could tell they were hiding something. Feng Ming and a few of his younger brothers sat nearby. Counting everyone, our small group has quite a few people now. With so many people, it's hard to do anything discreetly. Over the past few days, Yi Fu and Jiang Ring haven't been cooking special meals. After eating and drinking well, they set out again. This time, they traveled much faster. When it was time to rest, everyone dispersed to look for animals. However, in the following days, luck was not on their side. They didn't see even a mouse. After 3 days, the group arrived at an abandoned town. Many people were exhausted, so Wan Tao decided to rest here for 2 days to recover their spirits. The town was surrounded by mountains. Many had entered the woods. Although the trees were all dead, luckily, this area was not affected by the fire. The town had suffered from heavy rain, landslides, and earthquakes, leaving no intact houses. Jiang Rong carried the cart into the forest. Yi Fu set up the tent under a tree, and others followed to settle nearby. Lin Siren came over to call Yi Fu to go to the bathroom, and Yi Fu invited Feng Wei and Wenwen to join her. The group went to a small grove nearby. Finally, we can rest for 2 days. My legs and feet are swollen. Yi Fu nodded. Mine are a bit swollen too. Yi Fu, Jiang Rong is really good to you. He fans you every day and massages your shoulders. He wishes he could carry you on his back.
Yi Fu.
Yu Chao is also very kind to you. Yu Chao is very good, Lin Siren chuckled, making Yi Fu and Feng Wei both smile. Little Yi, will you and Jiang Rong get married? Yi Fu was startled for a moment. A long time ago, Wenwen had asked her the same question. Back then, her answer was no. but this time, yes, we will get married. That's wonderful. That's so great. Woman was so happy she jumped up and down. Fong Wei and Lin Siren also teased Yifu. When they returned to the camp, Wenwen was the first to run to Jiang Rong. She said something to him, and Jiang Rong looked up at Yifu. Even from far away, Yifu could feel the heat in his eyes. Inside the tent, Jiang Rong kept staring at her, which made Yifu feel nervous.
Why?
Wenwen said, "You want to marry me?" Yifu's face warmed. I was joking with her. Really? Jiang Rong's smile froze on his face as he looked at Yifu in disbelief. No, I mean about marriage. In this world, we can't even get a marriage certificate. What does a marriage certificate look like? A small red book. Jiang Rong nodded, but he still looked unhappy. Are you really not going to marry me? Yifu, are you not willing to take responsibility for me? Yifu quickly covered his mouth. Stop talking. What responsibility? Saying all these things out loud, Yifu felt both helpless and amused.
I'm tired.
She released Jiang Rong and lay down in the tent like a boss. Jiang Rong kept staring at her until she fell asleep, not moving at all. When Yifu woke up, Jiang Rong was not in the tent. Her stomach was growling with hunger, and she could smell the aroma of roasted meat outside, as if someone had caught prey. Yifu put on her hat and covered her face with a piece of gauze, leaving only her eyes visible. She settled Do Miao and Luo Luo and then stepped out of the tent. Not far away, she saw someone roasting a mouse. Wan Tao had sent people to explore the mountains, but found no water source. They planned to rest here for 2 days before continuing south. Chiyuan watch over this, Yifu asked, planning to go to the nearby woods to gather firewood. She asked Chiyuan to keep an eye on the tent and the bamboo basket. Chiyuan nodded. Go ahead. I'll watch here. Yifu took her machete and some rope and left. Everywhere in the mountains, there were people, and the ground was covered with footprints. Yifu chopped down a tree. Just as she was about to leave, she heard rustling sounds. She slowly raised her axe and quietly looked at the nearby tree. Many animals in the world are good at hiding. They can even change their colors to blend with leaves, tree trunks, or the ground. Yifu could only judge their location by sound. Hiss.
Yifu reacted quickly.
When she heard the first movement, she threw her axe, but her target was not the tree trunk. Instead, she aimed at the ground 3 meters to the right, where dry leaves were piled. Beneath the brown, withered leaves, a thin brown snake was coiled. This is a venomous snake that lives in dry areas. Its venom is very strong, and it is usually found only abroad. The brown snake is very aggressive. Yifu's strike cut off its tail, but it quickly raised its head and flicked its tongue, lunging toward her. Yifu rolled backward and then drew a long knife, swinging it directly at the snake's head. Blood splattered onto the knife, and her arms and hands were also stained. She kicked the snake's head away and picked up its body and the severed tail. She looked around but saw no other snakes. Only then did she gather some firewood and head back to the camp. Yifu, your family's Jiang Rong caught a python, about the size of a small bucket. Qi Yuan approached Yifu and saw her holding a snake, with a lot of blood on her hands. You guys really work well together. Did he just come back? He's been back for several minutes. I really suspect Jiang Rong went into the python's den. Such a big snake. And he dragged it back? Many kids were so scared they cried. Yifu smiled and returned to the tent with him. Many people were gathered around a python lying on the ground. Lin Siren and Wan Tao were standing nearby. Seeing that Yifu still had another snake in her hand and that she was covered in snake blood, everyone was stunned. How are you so lucky? The python was about 8 or 9 meters long and had a strong, foul smell. Jiang Rong came over, took the firewood, and then took the small snake from Yifu's hand. The python was non-venomous. Its skin and gallbladder could be kept, but the meat was better shared with others. Yifu guessed what Jiang Rong was thinking just by looking at his expression. Jiang Rong approached Wan Tao and said calmly, Uncle Wan, Yifu will keep the snake skin and gallbladder for medicine. The meat can be divided among everyone. After hearing Jiang Rong's words, Everyone felt very excited. Although the python smelled a bit bad, it was still a big snake and could provide a lot of meat. Rong, are you really going to share the snake with everyone? Yes, let's divide it. Uncle Wan, leave the snake bones to me. Yifu looked at the snake. Such a large snake. The bones must be quite big. All right, a few people, peel the skin and divide the meat. Keep the snake skin, gallbladder, and bones for Yifu. She needs them for medicine. Several young men took knives and started peeling the skin. Everyone gathered around to share the meat. Yifu grabbed some dirt to wipe off the sticky blood on her hands, then returned to the tent and wiped again with a wet tissue. The snake skin was quickly peeled off.
Yifu hung it to dry.
When the snake gallbladder was brought over, she secretly stored it in her space. The brown snake was taken care of by Rong. Yifu fed some crushed rice to Do Miao and Luo Luo, then stepped outside the tent to start a fire. Where did you catch it? Over there in the forest. It was hiding under the leaves, very well hidden. Rong smiled slightly. No matter how well it hides, it couldn't escape your eyes. Qi Yuan and others also shared some snake meat. The meat was average, but with salt and chili powder, it was still edible. Other people who went into the mountains also had some gains. Most caught small snakes or mice, and someone found a nest of bird eggs. The roasted snake meat glistened with oil. Rong handed some to Yifu to try first. Yifu wasn't very hungry, but after tasting it, she thought it was quite good. Eat some more. Yifu shook her head. I'm not hungry right now. You eat. Wen and Anan came over to play with Yifu. She shared 2 pieces with them. The 2 kids, having heard some riddles somewhere, eagerly came to test her. Little Yijia, do you know why a fox can't stand up? Yifu frowned and thought, because it's hurt?
No.
Because it's too fat?
Wrong.
Yifu shook her head. I don't know. Tell me quickly, why is that? Wen giggled, because it slips on its feet.
Yifu.
Rong giggled. Now I want to ask you, after a flower butterfly gets fat, what does it turn into? Rong's brows furrowed. Wen laughed loudly. Rong giggled. You can't guess either. It's so funny. I'll tell you, after a flower butterfly gets fat, it turns into a chubby butterfly. Yifu and Rong exchanged a glance, both impressed by each other's intelligence. Wen and Anan finished playing and skipped away happily, leaving the 2 of them feeling uncertain and confused in the wind. Fortunately, the person who came to deliver the snake bones appeared just in time, breaking the awkward silence. Yifu cut the snake bones into pieces, laid out a plastic sheet, and let them dry in the sun. Someone else entered the mountain and saw the python Rong had dragged back. Many people started to feel eager, happy to get some snake meat, but also secretly mocking Rong for being so foolish, giving away so much meat so easily. While Yifu went to deal with a personal need, she washed her feet and treated the blisters on her soles. After walking so many days, she felt dirty, but under the current conditions, she couldn't be picky. Dirt is dirt. As long as she's alive, that's enough. Back at the tent, Rong was feeding bean sprouts and water to Do Miao and Luo Luo. Yifu took out 2 bowls of mung bean soup. These cold dishes were prepared especially for the journey. Being a bit tired was okay, but she wanted to protect her stomach as much as possible. She didn't want to get stomach cancer. The temperature seemed to stay above 30 degrees, with no sign of cooling down in the past few days. Are you hurt? After all, he had caught a python today, which was not easy to deal with. No, I'm fine. Even if I was hurt, it would heal quickly. Yifu glared at him. You're actually in pain? Rong lay down and grabbed her hand. All right, I'll try not to get hurt in the future. Where did you catch it? On the mountain behind us. It just came out of its den, and I took care of it right away. Raiding someone's home, that's pretty ruthless.
Rong pinched Yifu's palm.
Am I ruthless? No, I meant brave and mighty, very impressive. Yifu was dozing off when she suddenly heard someone crying out her name outside, which startled her awake. Is someone calling me? Rong responded softly. Yes, a woman. Should I go out? Go out, Yifu said, putting on her hat and stepping outside the tent. An older woman rushed over and grabbed her arm. Dr. Yi, my son was bitten by a scorpion. Please help him. Yi Fu felt dizzy from her shaking and asked, take me to him first. Did you bring the scorpion back?
No.
All right, take me there, Yi Fu said, returning to the tent to grab her medical kit, then following her to help. The aunt's son was lying on a straw mat with a swollen right calf. The bite area was red, and the scorpion's venomous sting was still in his flesh. He was crying out in pain. I will first remove the venomous sting, then use a silver needle to squeeze out the poison. Aunt, please get a little water to clean his wound. As soon as the aunt touched the wound, her son screamed loudly. A group of people gathered around. At this moment, someone ran over and handed a dead scorpion to Yi Fu. Dr. Yi, this is the scorpion that stung him. Yi Fu looked at it and counted. It was a pincer's scorpion, not deadly. Stop crying, it won't kill him. After removing the sting, Yi Fu inserted a silver needle around the wound and slowly squeezed out the venom. Although the wound was still swollen, it would heal in a few days. Dr. Yi, is that enough? My son keeps crying in pain. Should I give him some pain medicine?
There's no medicine now.
Aunt, this kind of scorpion is poisonous but not deadly. It's a common scorpion in our country. After saying that, Yi Fu packed up his medical kit and left. The aunt followed him. Dr. Yi, please take another look at him. I told you not to be so sentimental. Dr. Yi already said, the scorpion that stung your son is a common venomous scorpion and not deadly. An uncle nearby helped speak, but the aunt was unhappy. But it's a venomous scorpion. It must have some aftereffects, right? What aftereffects? A big, strong man like him, and at this age, still so sentimental. The uncle couldn't stand it and almost spat on the aunt. Yi Fu took the chance to slip away quickly. There were thousands of people in the team, and some of them were quite odd. After resting for 2 days, they had to continue their journey. Crossing towns, small roads, mountains, and winding, collapsed highways, their next destination was Tan City. Tan City was over 400 kilometers away. Under these conditions, it might take half a month to 20 days. The second day after leaving the town, the team arrived at the foot of a mountain. Wan Tao said there was a 1,000-year-old temple here, where they could rest for a few hours. Many people put down their luggage, knelt in prayer, and some wanted to climb the mountain to pray at the temple. Dad, what are they doing? Wenwen asked, confused. When humans are helpless, they grab onto gods and Buddhas, praying for protection. Officer Song pulled Wenwen up the mountain. He also had a wish to pray for. Qiyuan and Feng Wei also went up, and the others, seeing so many people heading up, followed along with the flow. Yi Fu and Zhang Rong didn't move. They found a shady spot to sit down, drink water, and rest. Yi Fu, Zhang Rong, are you not going up? Wan Tao walked over smiling, seeing the two resting in place, and couldn't help asking. Yi Fu shook his head, not going. The mountain is too high. Even the gods and Buddhas, who are believed to have power, don't want us to be so exhausted. Wan Tao laughed loudly. That's an interesting way to put it. Lu Zhang came over holding a military water bottle, wiping sweat as he spoke. Over 20 years ago, I visited this place. There's a small tourist town here, and this ancient temple is very famous. Many people come to pray for children or for good relationships. I didn't expect so many parts to collapse, but this ancient temple is still intact. Old Huang took orange and went up. I remember he's a materialist. How come he's become superstitious after all these years? Wan Tao smiled. That's normal. Even materialists, after experiencing so much, want some peace of mind. What is the name of this mountain? Qian Mountain. Yi Fu stood up, covering his forehead with his hands, squinting to look at the distant peaks. The mountains here are different from those in Suiyin Mountain. The range is continuous, with peaks layered on top of each other, and beyond the mountains, there are more mountains, endless and boundless, with no end in sight. Oh no, the statue has fallen. A few people came down, complaining constantly. I knew I shouldn't have gone up. Half an hour of walking and all I see are ruins. The temple is empty. I wanted to pray for safety. Officer Song and others also returned. Wenwen looked a bit disappointed. She told Yifu that all they saw above were collapsed walls and broken tiles, so she couldn't make any wishes. You can make wishes in your heart without telling anyone. They will hear you, Yifu said. Wonwin's eyes lit up. Really? Then I can secretly make many wishes? Yifu nodded with a smile. Of course. Wishes are yours. You can wish for as many as you want. Will they think I'm too greedy? Of course not. People continued coming down the mountain one after another. When it was almost time, Wantao gave the order to continue the journey. Since ancient times, fleeing from danger or hardship has always been filled with sadness and difficulty. As the water becomes scarcer and food runs low, people often lose their temper. Lu Zhang's trained team, armed with spears and weapons, is there to prevent anyone from acting maliciously on the road. 10 more days, and we'll reach Tan City. Can we keep going? Yifu nods. Yes. The only good news is that since departure, no one in the group has been lost. After crossing another big mountain, Wantao orders everyone to rest for 5 hours. Many begin to go into the mountains to hunt for food. Yifu, I think I hear water. Yifu quickly grabs him. Are you sure? I'll go check. After Jiangrong leaves, Yifu hurriedly sets up the tent. Qi Yuan and the others are already eating dry food. Yifu isn't hungry and keeps looking in the direction Jiangrong left. Half an hour later, Jiangrong returns. Is there water? Yifu pulls him into the tent and whispers. There's a small cave on the mountain with a tiny pond inside. The water is probably underground, and the flow is very small. Tell Wantao. Many people are almost out of water. Without water, there could be a lot of trouble, he says. For example, theft and looting. Jiangrong nods, okay, but the water flow is very small, and it's not certain if it's drinkable. Water deep in the mountains, even if it has bacteria, won't be deadly. Jiangrong finds Wantao and tells him about the pond. Wantao becomes very excited, looking radiant. Jiangrong, take me and Lu Zhang up the mountain. Let's go see the pond. Jiangrong agrees. Before heading up, Yifu comes over and gives him a bottle of purified water tablets. An hour later, the three return. Everyone be quiet and listen. Jiangrong found a cave in the mountains with a pond inside, but the water flow is very small. Bring shovels and 20 people to come with me. We'll dig the pond bigger, so everyone can have water. Hearing Wantao's words, everyone is stunned. No one dares to believe they really found a water source. Since leaving the safe zone, over 20 days have passed and their water supplies are nearly gone. Many are starting to feel hopeless. Uncle Wan, are you lying? Is there really water? There is. Lu Zhang and I drank from it. The water is cool, but the flow is very small. All right, young people, bring shovels and come with me.
Okay.
Everyone responded together, and many took out tools like hoes, eager to go up the mountain to dig for water. Qi Yuan and Yu Chao also went along. Jiangrong returned to the tent, and Yifu pulled him aside, asking, Did you put the water purification tablets in? Half of them are in. I'll add the rest after they finish digging. Yifu nodded. Now we can ease the water shortage. I think we'll stay here for 2 or 3 days. Let's go cut some firewood. Okay. The people digging for water worked very hard. In just 3 hours, they expanded the pond several times. Because the cave was small, Wantao was worried about damaging the water source. When they nearly finished, he told everyone to stop. Wait a few hours. After the water settles and becomes clear, we'll go fetch water from the mountain again. I'll arrange for someone to stay here and watch. No sneaking up to get water. Anyone caught will face serious consequences. Wantao was highly respected in the team, and everyone followed his orders strictly. At the camp, everyone was tense and waiting. Even though Wantao told them the pond was muddy now and needed a few hours to settle, some couldn't wait and wanted to go see it themselves. Yifu, I need your help with something. Lin Siren came to find Yifu. Seeing Jiangrong there, she felt a bit awkward. Yifu quickly stepped outside. What's wrong? They asked quietly as they moved to the side. Have you ever thought about delaying your period or never having it? It can be delayed, but only for a month or 2 at most. It can't be permanently stopped unless there's a health issue. Lin's siren sighed. Then please help me delay it for 2 months. I think it will come in a few days.
Okay.
I'll give you some medicine. Take it for 2 days. Now that we have water, it's easier to boil. But after taking this medicine, your stomach will hurt a lot.
Can you handle it?
I can. Seeing Lin's siren's determined look, Yifu prepared a packet of medicine in the tent, handed it to her, and gave some additional instructions. Next time it might also hurt a lot, and the flow could be heavy. Yifu, don't worry. This is medicine I really need to take, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't feel burdened. I'm happy to delay it for 2 months. Lin's siren took the medicine and went back to boil it. Yifu entered the tent and lay down without caring about appearances. Being a woman is really tiring. Then we can switch, Jiang Rong said seriously, sitting nearby. How do we switch? Just pretend you are a man, or you can see me as a woman. Yifu couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Jiang Rong, I can see myself as a man. After all, there are plenty of men who are 172 meters tall, but I really can't see you as a woman. You're so tall. I've never seen a woman like you. Yifu imagined Jiang Rong acting sweet and clingy in his arms, and he immediately got goosebumps. I really hope we get to Tanqing soon. Are you tired? Jiang Rong patted her head gently, like comforting a child. Not really, but I do want to know if there are still survivors in Tanqing. Jiang Rong, I have a feeling that now that we've found water, some people might want to stay here. Jiang Rong nodded. There are many mountains here. We can use wood to build houses. With water, maybe we can grow food. Surely some people want to stay. At this moment, many people were indeed thinking about this, including Qi Yuan and others. Although they would reach Tanqing in a few days, they wondered if they could still find water once they arrived. Should they stay or leave? This question was once again before everyone. A few hours later, Wan Tao told everyone that the water on the mountain was now clean. Everyone could go fetch water, but they must not rush, push, or pollute the source. They needed to queue orderly, and anyone causing trouble would be severely punished. Wenwen came over to call Yifu to fetch water. Yifu only carried a small bucket because she had water in her space and just needed to pretend. She decided to leave the water for others. After waiting in line for half an hour, Yifu returned with water, and some people had already started boiling it to cook dried meat. Yifu also took out a piece of rib, chopped it up, and put it into an iron pot to cook. Soon, delicious smells filled the camp, and some people leisurely nibbled pumpkin seeds. When they fetched water, everyone was initially cautious, afraid of wasting it. But gradually, they became bolder and started washing their faces and hair. After eating and drinking their fill, people began carrying bottles and jars up the mountain to fetch water. The line stretched from the cave all the way down the mountain. As Yifu guessed, many people truly didn't want to leave. They and Wan Tao expressed their desire to stay, and Wan Tao didn't force them. Having water meant having a chance to survive. Everyone had their own choice. Those who chose to leave continued their journey, while those who stayed would begin a new life. Once again, everyone set out, and their spirits and energy were all different. The temperature had dropped to 33 degrees, and the wind was much cooler, so they started to walk faster. Now, everyone was holding their breath, just waiting to reach Tan City and rest well. Fortunately, during the journey, someone spotted 3 wild bulls, which added some food for the travelers. When they arrived at Tan City, many people's feet were swollen and couldn't walk. Looking at this abandoned city, everyone felt disappointed. The city, burned by a big fire, had no clean spots left. Black dust filled the air, with collapsed buildings, cracked ground, broken glass, and rusty car doors everywhere. It seems no one is here anymore.
Wow.
An eagle flew over Tan City, flapping its wings. Yifu looked up and saw a dense mass of something in the sky. Jiang Rong looked to the right. What is that? Insects. Cover your head quickly. Jiang Rong took off his jacket and put it over Yifu's head. Others quickly reacted as well. For a moment, the team was in chaos. When Yifu heard the word insects, she felt a chill. An insect disaster was coming. She quickly composed herself, covered her head, put on goggles and gloves, and made sure no skin was exposed. Jiang Rong, put on your goggles quickly. Yi Fu took out various items from her bag and made Jiang Rong cover himself tightly. She glanced at everyone around. Their reactions were fairly quick. Yi Fu grabbed a piece of cloth and went to Wenwen, helping her wrap up. The insects already covered the right side of the sky, dark and dense, completely blocking out the light. Cover your head with clothes. Don't open your mouth or you'll swallow the insects. These mosquitoes and bugs bite and blood. They contain addictive substances.
Yi Fu shouted loudly.
The people around took out sheets and blankets to cover their heads. Yi Fu took out a roll of gauze and started cutting pieces to distribute. Wrap the gauze around your eyes. Eyes need to see the way, so only gauze or scarves can be used to cover them. At this moment, someone rushed over and snatched the gauze from Yi Fu's hand. Others also surged forward in a rush. Jiang Rong, let's go. Qi Yuan, Wenwen, Lin's siren. Hurry up and follow. Seeing the chaotic scene, Yi Fu shouted loudly. The bugs had already arrived nearby, buzzing constantly around. The sky above was completely dark. Some people screamed loudly in fear, while others fought over pieces of cloth. Jiang Rong threw the bamboo basket onto the cart, placing Do Miao and Luo Luo in the corner of the cart. Run to the left. Jiang Rong moved very quickly. Yi Fu hurried to follow him, and seeing this, others also started to chase after them. The swarm of mosquitoes was dense like a tornado, and they were catching up fast. People couldn't shake them off at all. Jiang Rong grabbed Yi Fu's arm and quickly threw her onto his back. This familiar scene made Yi Fu feel like she was back during the falling of the fireball on Mount Suiyun. It was hard for the others to keep up because Jiang Rong was too fast. Jiang Rong ran into a building, kicked open a door, and set Yi Fu down. Then, he went downstairs and carried the cart up. What about the others?
I'll go find them.
You stay here and lock all the doors and windows. Jiang Rong took a few steps outside, then suddenly turned back and patted Yi Fu's head. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Yi Fu nodded, trusting Jiang Rong completely. After Jiang Rong left, Yi Fu checked the doors and windows. One window was broken. She quickly took a piece of cloth, nailed it shut tightly, making sure no bugs could get in. Yi Fu placed the cart in the corner. Luo Luo and Do Miao were very scared, but luckily, the little ones had always been well-behaved and never ran off. Don't be afraid. We're safe now. Yi Fu looked around the room. It used to be a hotel. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Yi Fu opened the door, and Officer Song, Wenwen, He Rui, and Zhang Yuan had arrived. Where are the others? Jiang Rong went to find them. When they entered, Yi Fu noticed their luggage wasn't with them. After a while, Qi Yuan, Fong Wei, Fong Ming, and Lin Siren's family of 3 arrived. Yi Fu was worried about Jiang Rong and the others' belongings. Without food, they might be waiting to die here. Yi Fu wrapped herself up tightly and decided to go out and look for supplies. Where's your luggage? They lost it halfway, Qi Yuan said worriedly. His legs were still trembling from running too fast, and he hadn't recovered yet. Cover your head and hands, and come with me. We need to find the supplies quickly. Even if the bugs don't bite, if someone else takes them, what will you eat or drink? Yi Fu took out a sack from the bamboo basket, which contained some torn clothes. She handed them to everyone, telling them to wear them. At that moment, Jiang Rong returned with Wan Tao and others. Jiang Rong, they lost all their luggage. I'll go find it. I'll go with you. We all will. Officer Song, Qi Yuan, Lin Siren, Fong Ming, and Yu Chao, all dressed in protective gear, stepped forward. Now that they had a safe place to hide, they had to recover their belongings. I remember where their things are. Let's go. Outside, they were already surrounded by mosquitoes. Yi Fu took out a bottle of insect repellent from the cart, which was a homemade poison. She sprayed it at the door. The dense mosquitoes fell to the ground, and others, smelling the repellent, quickly flew away several meters. Follow me. I have insect repellent. He Rui, Zhang Yuan, stay here and guard. Yi Fu led the way with the repellent, and the others followed her, heading out of the hotel toward the mosquitoes. When they reached the door, they saw a package. Our package. It has a name on it. Lin's siren ran over and dragged the package over. The package is inside. Stay here and guard it. We'll look for other luggage. On the way, they encountered others. Everyone was wrapped up tightly, and no one recognized anyone. Fortunately, they quickly found their belongings. They returned to the hotel entrance, where Lin's siren was still guarding, although many others had also taken refuge there. Yifu's insect repellent was almost used up. Before entering, everyone brushed off the mosquitoes on their bodies. Seeing the thick layer of dead mosquitoes on the ground, Yifu's scalp tingled. Back inside, everyone finally relaxed. Officer Song stepped on a mosquito that had fallen from his clothes, sighed with lingering fear, and said, "So many people have hidden in this building. We don't know when these mosquitoes will go away. It's already dark. I thought the polar day was over, but it turns out the mosquitoes blocked out the sky. Like every previous disaster, the mosquitoes will probably last a long time," Yifu said, then shook the empty bottle in her hand. Secretary Huang suddenly looked at Yifu. "Yifu, how do you know they feed on blood and that they contain something addictive?" Yifu blinked. "I'm a doctor, of course I know. Isn't that strange? Enough of that. The important thing now is to deal with the mosquitoes. It seems we can't leave for now." Wan Tao glared at Secretary Huang, then changed the subject. There were still people walking outside, some leaving to find luggage, others dragging things upstairs. Yifu took down 2 folding stools from the cart and sat with Jiang Rong in the corner. Pest infestations are her biggest mental trauma, as she once starved to death during a similar disaster in her past life. Yifu rested her head on Jiang Rong's arm, her eyes lowered, lost in thought. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became very tense. "Everyone, check your supplies. Right now, the most important things are not just water and food, but also clothes and fabric." Fortunately, everyone's water is stored in plastic bottles and buckets. If it were locusts, we could catch and eat them. But these mosquitoes are bigger, and we can't eat them. They bite and blood. They appeared suddenly in large numbers, and they make a loud buzzing sound constantly. It's really frightening. Everyone was huddled inside this narrow room, which still showed signs of being burned in a fire. Black ash floated in the air. In the corner of the ceiling, there was a large spider web. About half an hour later, Officer Song, fully armed, slightly opened the door to check outside. But as soon as the door was opened, swarms of insects flew in all at once. Yifu reacted quickly, spraying insecticide immediately. The insects were frightened back about 5 meters, leaving a thick layer of dead bugs on the ground. Yifu quickly closed the door, and everyone was too scared to speak because of the insects outside. "Oh my god, there are so many. My arachnophobia is kicking in," Lin's siren said, grabbing her arm with a pale face. Anin was hiding in her arms, also frightened.
Don't go out yet.
"The room next door is empty. If you need to go to the bathroom, go there and take the insecticide," Yifu said. She placed the insecticide in the middle, but there wasn't much poison water left inside. Yifu suddenly remembered an important point: they might be afraid of fire. Fortunately, she had a small bundle of fire-starting sticks tied to the cart. Although they burn quickly, they produce a lot of smoke and are very pungent. Yifu took one, pulled out a magnesium rod from her bag, and lit it. "Give it to me." Jiang Rong took the torch from Yifu and went to the door to conduct an experiment. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the door, insects tried to fly in, but the light and heat from the torch scared them away, and they retreated 5 meters. "That works." Jiang Rong closed the door, blew out the torch, and returned to Yifu's side. "But in Tancheng, we probably can't find any firewood," Wan Tao said with some worry. "Not necessarily." Yifu signaled everyone to carefully look around the room. The big fire in Tancheng, like in Lan City, happened before the earthquake. It was probably caused by an explosion at a chemical plant or some other reason that led to spontaneous combustion. Although the city was burned, many buildings still remain, including windows and doors. Look, there are half curtains still hanging. Without firefighters, the fire wouldn't have gone out on its own. The only reason it stopped is because of the heavy rain brought by the earthquake, which extinguished the fire. After the rain, the temperature dropped sharply, and it started snowing. Chi Yuan's brow relaxed. So, we can be sure to find some unburned houses in Tancheng, wood, maybe some cars, and possibly water sources. Yi Fu didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits and nodded. I have 2 protective suits brought from Lon City. In 3 hours, Zhang Rong and I will go outside to check the situation and see if we can find any wood. You all stay here. Besides going to the bathroom, don't go outside. Yi Fu, let Qi Yuan or my older brother go with Zhang Rong. You should rest, Feng Wei said, unwilling to let Yi Fu take risks. I agree. Zhang Rong and I will go, Feng Ming said without hesitation. He also wanted to go find some of his brothers. Qi Yuan felt that everyone's understanding of Yi Fu was too superficial. Someone who could rescue him from 2 bandits couldn't handle these insects. I think it's better for Yi Fu to go out. It's not because I'm lazy or afraid, but if I go out, I might become a burden to Zhang Rong. And big brother, although you're a man, you and Zhang Rong don't have good coordination. If you go out together, can you communicate smoothly? I doubt Zhang Rong even wants to talk to you. Qi Yuan spoke and everyone fell silent. Let Zhang Rong and Yi Fu go. I believe in their abilities. Wan Tao finally made the decision, and no one objected. After resting for 3 hours, Yi Fu took out 2 crumpled protective suits from a sack. After changing into them, the 2 of them left the hotel. Yi Fu left the insecticide for them, since she still had plenty in her space, and wearing protective clothing made it safe. Under the cover and attack of mosquitoes, the bright daylight turned into night. The city of Tan, burned by fire, was once just a ruined city, but now it looked more like a ghost town. Go south. The terrain is higher there, Yi Fu said, as the mosquitoes blocked her view. She took out a compass to find the way. Yi Fu, you know a lot about these mosquitoes. Yi Fu was surprised for a moment, then nodded gently. Of course, I studied medicine. She reached out and grabbed a handful of mosquitoes with her bare hands. She opened her palm and looked at the swarm of mosquitoes inside. The 2 looked at each other. There were so many mosquitoes that she could catch a large handful just by grabbing. These are not like normal mosquitoes. They are much bigger, several times larger. Their antennae are longer, their wings are sharp and big, and their eyes have a red and look more prominent. Their bodies are black and red with long limbs. Mosquitoes probably will never become extinct. There are over 3,600 types of mosquitoes in the world, and more than 300 in our country. They lay eggs, hatch larvae, and each time they lay eggs, the number is countless. They can also spread yellow fever, malaria, dengue fever, and filariasis. Yi Fu crushed the mosquitoes in her hand, and they continued walking forward. Yi Fu remembered that after walking 2 cities from Tan, they would reach Yun City, which has a base. They crossed collapsed ruins, abandoned streets, and buildings until they arrived at their destination. This used to be a shopping mall. Look, there's a sign for a cinema. Should we go inside? Yi Fu nodded. There are no signs of fire damage here. Let's check if there's anything useful. Although it wasn't burned after the earthquake, few buildings were still safe to enter. Some were still shaking, as if they might collapse at any moment. Yi Fu found an entrance, and the 2 bent down to crawl inside. Luckily, they wore protective suits and masks. Inside, the dust was thick and very irritating to the nose. Yi Fu kept sneezing. She took out a pair of night vision goggles and sprayed some insecticide. Instantly, the environment inside became clear. Zhang Rong, I see a clothing store over there. I'll check if there are any clothes. We need to gather some for the trip. Zhang Rong pointed to the right. I'll go see if there are any wooden planks over there. Okay, let's split up. Yi Fu looked down carefully, afraid she might step on a nail. Coming to the front of the clothing store, Yi Fu pulled out a torn floral dress from the ruins. Good luck. This suits Lin Siren quite well. Yi Fu put on a flashlight helmet, and with the bright light, it was easier to find things. Although several years had passed, the clothes were still in good condition. Yi Fu collected half a sack and moved on to the next door. After a while, she had no more finds. It seemed that after the end of the world, survivors had already scavenged this place. The clothes were too flashy and thin, so others left them on the ground. Now, they were cheap for her. Zhang Rong, where are you? Zhang Rong whistled short, and Yi Fu immediately located him, slowly walking toward him. Zhang Rong was lucky. He found quite a few wooden planks and a hammer in a tool room. Unfortunately, the hammer was quite rusty. Yi Fu walked while spraying insecticide. The strong smell of poison was on her protective suit, and the bugs dared not come near. She kicked over a display shelf, which was probably from a cosmetic store. It was heavy, but she checked and found it undamaged, then stored it in her space. Under the shelf, there were a few pairs of shoes, likely from a children's clothing store nearby. Yi Fu collected the shoes into a sack, then cleared away the collapsed items inside, preparing to search for children's clothes.
Yi Fu?
I'm here. Over here, I found some kids' clothes. I'll take them back for Wen and Unan. Hearing her voice, Zhang Rong walked toward her. There are some cabinets here that can be used. Yi Fu nodded. Okay, I'll come over right away. Unmovable items were directly stored in her space, to be discarded later. During her search, Yi Fu also saw several skeletons and 2 bodies buried under a pile of cement blocks. The most exciting find was a shop selling various water bottles and cups. She found several large barrels on the ground. Without caring if there were bugs or black dust on them, Yi Fu put them into her sack. In a corner of the cosmetic store, she also found 3 unopened bottles of body wash. She took them, regardless of whether they were expired, planning to check later. Zhang Rong came over and looked at her full sack, stunned. You're really good at finding things.
Yi Fu chuckled. Exactly.
Nothing can escape my eyes. Where is that cabinet you mentioned? Inside. Yi Fu temporarily stored the burlap sack in the space and went with Zhang Rong to search the cabinets. There used to be a supermarket here. Maybe they can find some useful items. Zhang Rong, do you need a flashlight? It's very dark inside, and insects are flying around. No, I don't need one. Be careful where you step. I just stepped on a nail.
Yi Fu frowned.
Let me check your foot. It's healed already, and the nail has been pulled out. Just be careful. Okay, you also need to be careful. Yi Fu turned on the search radar, carefully scanning every inch. After a round, the supermarket was thoroughly looted. No luck finding anything valuable. But when Yi Fu returned, he found 2 aprons and over 10 mops, along with a few plastic cups in a corner. Over on Zhang Rong's side, he found a pile of unopened women's stockings. Yi Fu held back a laugh and stored the stockings in the space. Zhang Rong, these are very useful. You can wear them on your head to keep insects out of your eyes, nose, and mouth. Keep looking, you might find more. Stockings are now like magic tools. Alright, I'll check the next area. There's nothing else in the supermarket except many shelves. Yi Fu quickly collected some items, but there are also many skeletons buried under collapsed cement blocks. Yi Fu, I found another box. Some are short, some are long. Yi Fu had to admire Zhang Rong's luck. Impressive. Let's go. There's nothing left in the supermarket. We should go to the upper floor. The upper floor is the food area. Yi Fu saw a sign downstairs indicating there are about 50 or 60 food shops. It might be good to find some pots, bowls, or utensils. Zhang Rong, where are the things you brought? At the entrance. You can take them when we leave. Yi Fu quickly grabbed his arm. You thought of everything. Help me down. I'm too tired. It's stuffy and hot. Yi Fu sprayed some insect repellent ahead, and the insects quickly dispersed. Zhang Rong pulled her upstairs. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the scene. The entrance had collapsed, and a skeleton was underneath, with its skull facing Yi Fu and Zhang Rong. We need to crawl through. I'll go first. Zhang Rong stepped on the cement blocks, tested them, and found they were stable. Only then did he pull Yi Fu behind him. Once inside, they were choked by the dust and kept coughing and sneezing. There were quite a few items inside, mostly tables and chairs. Yi Fu collected all of them. Now go see if there are any pots, bowls, or utensils, and gather some to take back to Qiyuan and the others. Yi Fu was busy collecting items and accidentally stepped on a nail. After pulling it out, he continued calmly gathering supplies, including a broken table, missing its arms and legs. He also picked up a stainless steel spoon that had fallen on the ground. When he reached the kitchen, Yifu looked at the gas cylinder in the corner and thought he was very lucky it hadn't exploded. There weren't many items left in the kitchen, just some rusty iron pots, but Yifu still collected them all. Rust was easy to clean. He even unscrewed the faucet from the sink. Little by little, after searching a whole floor, they had gathered quite a lot. Jiang-rong, let's go back. The upper floors are for others, Yifu said. The two returned downstairs and found the wooden boards Yifu had tied together. He put them into a space. There's also a big iron hammer. Where did you find it? In a tool room. That's the only hammer left, Jiang-rong replied.
Yifu nodded.
That's very useful. Let's go back now. If we stay longer, they might start to panic. They headed back the same way. Yifu's feet hurt, but he didn't show it. Are you hurt? Jiang-rong asked.
No, Yifu replied.
Jiang-rong's face darkened. I smell blood. Yifu patted his arm. It's nothing. I just stepped on a nail. We'll deal with it when we get back. Soon, they reached the hotel. They found a hidden spot and took out the wooden boards, a bag of clothes and shoes, and stored the flashlight from above into a space. Take out a few of those large barrels and share them with everyone. I saw that their water bottles are all small plastic ones. They returned loaded with supplies. At the door, Yifu first used insecticide to chase away the mosquitoes and then kicked the door open. Open up, I'm Yifu. The door quickly opened, and Wantao stepped aside. Yifu and Jiang-rong entered. The door immediately closed behind them. Oh my, you found so many things. We went to a mall in South City. The fire didn't reach there, Wantao said. Yifu set down the bag. There are clothes and shoes inside. You can look through them yourself. Also, some stockings. Wear them on your head when you go out. No need to cover your whole head. Yifu handed out the large barrels, one to each family. The water bottles should be clean. Jiang-rong took down the wooden boards, lit a magnesium rod, and made a small fire. The room instantly lit up. It seems there are still many supplies to find in Tan City. With stockings, we can go search for more supplies soon. All right, take the torch and go ahead. The path is difficult, so be careful. Also, don't get lost. Yifu took off her shoes. The smell was a bit strong, but not too bad. The nails had punctured the soles of her hiking shoes, stabbing into her skin. Yifu washed the wound with water, applied some ointment, and wrapped it with gauze. Jiang-rong kept staring at her, his gaze a little frightening. I'm okay, don't worry. Yifu, you're not made of iron. You can cry out in pain or rest if you want. Yifu felt a mix of sadness and pain. She held Jiang-rong's hand and nodded gently. I understand. Next time, I'll call out if I hurt. Jiang-rong felt helpless and couldn't get angry at her, only feeling secretly annoyed. Everyone shared the supplies they brought back and divided the time and teams to go out. Qi Yuan, Feng Wei, and Feng Ming formed one team. Officer Song, He Rui, and Zhang Yuan formed another. Lin Siren and Yu Chao formed a third. Lu Zhang, Wan Tao, and Secretary Huang formed a fourth. Yifu and Jiang-rong made the fifth team. Each team took turns going out for 2 or 3 hours to find supplies. We need to change location. Many buildings in the southern city haven't been burned. After we go out, find a place to stay temporarily. The black ash is too thick here. Staying long could cause nasal or respiratory infections. Officer Song and his team were already dressed and ready. Yifu handed them the compass. The 3 of them left the hotel with burlap sacks. The others stayed inside to rest and prepare, waiting for their return before sending out the next team. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Wan Tao got up and went to answer. Who is it? Is Dr. Yi there? We have someone bitten by mosquitoes. How should we treat it? Yifu approached the door, but didn't open it. Where was the bite? On the arm. It's swollen now. These mosquitoes and bees have venomous stingers. Remove the stinger, cut a cross-shaped slit on the wound with a knife, squeeze out the venom, wash the wound with water, and then bandage it. If treated quickly, the mosquito-borne bacteria wouldn't enter the bloodstream and infect the person. The key is to isolate the mosquito's body, which contains addictive-like substances similar to In a previous life, some people bitten by mosquitoes seemed to develop a drug-like addiction. Only self-harm or letting the mosquitoes bite again could relieve their pain. Humans had become like blood bags and reserves for mosquitoes. Dr. Yi, we can't handle this. Can you come help? My foot is injured. You handle it yourselves. The pain in her foot had eased, but Yi Fu didn't want to go outside. But I'm not a doctor, she said. Yi Fu's patience was running out. Then just wait for death. After saying that, she sat down by the wall, gently leaning on Jiang Rong's arm. Jiang Rong was still angry with her, but seeing her like this, his anger quickly disappeared. Who are these people? They won't even help. You're a doctor, but you won't help. Someone outside cursed loudly and walked away. Lin's siren was so angry she cursed loudly in the house. What's wrong with these people? It's such a bad time, and they're still trying to guilt trip. They deserve to be bitten by mosquitoes and die. Yi Fu, is your foot better now? Much better, it's not serious. The firelight revealed everyone's tired faces. No one knew what would happen next. From the next room, there was a scream, followed by some curses. Yi Fu leaned on Jiang Rong, closing her eyes to rest. She was probably too tired and soon fell asleep. When she woke up again, Officer Song and the others had returned. We found a place to stay temporarily. Pack your things. Let's go now. Many people are heading south. Yi Fu quickly got up and packed her belongings. She isolated Do Miao and Luo Luo into the cart again, and Jiang Rong tied the bamboo basket to the cart. Can we walk? Yes, no problem. Let's go. Yi Fu took the insect spray and a torch and led the way, while others carried large and small bags behind her. Be careful of your feet. The ground is full of nails and broken glass. Seeing them leave, the others in the building also grabbed their things and followed. Yi Fu looked back. Besides her and Jiang Rong, everyone else had stockings on their heads and hands, giving a strange feeling like they were about to rob a house. The mosquitoes blocked out the sun, but the temperature didn't drop. The ground was still hot, and stepping on the sandy soil, a wave of heat rose from her shoes. The previous disaster was just a natural calamity, but now it was almost a biological crisis. Yi Fu wished she could cover her ears. The mosquitoes buzzed nonstop near her ears, almost causing ringing. Where are we supposed to go? Follow this road to the right. Behind us is a small self-built housing area. The buildings aren't tall, and the earthquake didn't cause collapses. The fire didn't burn this side. Yi Fu did not expect Officer Song and the others to travel so far before finding a temporary shelter. By then, many people had gathered behind them, but no one paid attention and continued moving forward. Lin's siren carried Annan on her back. She stepped on a stone and fell directly. Everyone helped her up, but her face was scraped and bleeding. Don't worry about me. Keep moving, Lin's siren said, covering her face. She made sure Annan hadn't fallen, and then limped along behind. Yu Chao was carrying supplies and couldn't help her. Yi Fu went back, untied Annan from Lin's siren's back, and carried her on his own. Yi Fu, I can do it, she said. Take care of yourself first, Yi Fu replied. Annan was very obedient. Although scared, she didn't cry. She tightly pressed against Yi Fu's back, but her eyes kept watching Lin's siren. Finally, they reached the place Officer Song and the others had found. But when they entered the building, they saw many human skeletons inside. They could only put all the skeletons into one room and then clean out the mosquitoes and bugs. Yi Fu went inside to disinfect. The strong smell of disinfectant killed the bugs, but it was hard to breathe, and the smell made everyone dizzy. Yi Fu cleaned 3 rooms. Everyone quickly closed the windows and then cleared the dead bugs from the floor. More people arrived one after another, but the house was full of mosquitoes, making it impossible to stay. Some rooms still had skeletons. Dr. Yi, can we borrow some of your insecticide?
Someone asked.
Yi Fu had run out of insecticide. She shook the bottle slightly. It's gone. We can set fire to drive away the mosquitoes, she suggested. My lighter is out of fuel. Does anyone have a lighter to lend? I have a lighter, but no matches, someone replied. I have a lighter, but no wood, another said. Burn some clothes, they burn faster, suggested someone else. More people came into the building. Yifu told everyone to go back inside and close the doors for now, so outsiders wouldn't break in to fight over the territory. The 3 rooms were assigned. Yifu, Zhang Rong, and Lin Siren's family stayed in one. Qi Yuan, Feng Wei, Feng Ming, and Officer Song's daughter and father in another. Wan Tao, He Rui, and Zhang Yuan in the third. Yifu first put Nin down, then fed Xiao Do Miao and Luo Luo some water and crushed rice. The 2 little ones seemed fine, which made Yifu feel relieved. After more than 10 hours of effort, they finally settled down. Yifu spread a mat on the ground and was so exhausted she didn't want to move. Jiang Rong built a fire and came over to help Yifu remove her protective suit's hood. Rest for a while, Jiang Rong said. Yifu took out dried meat and flatbread from her bag. Boil some water, soak the bread a little, then eat. Currently, the situation is special. Everyone is living together so they can't take food out from the space. Siren, wash your face. I have some ointment here. Use it to wipe your face. Lin Siren nodded.
Okay.
She had fallen quite hard, with cuts on her forehead and chin, and scrapes on her arms and knees. Yu Chao with a towel and carefully wiped Lin Siren's face. And then stood nearby, watching nervously. Does Mommy hurt a lot? Lin Siren shook her head. Not at all. Mommy is lying. You're bleeding, so it must hurt a lot. Lin Siren hugged Anin. It doesn't hurt. Just a small injury. It'll heal quickly. Do you want to go to the bathroom? Anin nodded. Yu Chao applied ointment to Lin Siren and carried Anin outside with a torch. After the water boiled, Yifu crushed the flatbread into a bowl, added hot water and salt. She could eat it with the dried meat. After eating, Yifu lay down directly. Her eyelids were very heavy. She was extremely tired. Jiang Rong wiped her face and took off her shoes, reapplying medicine and bandaging her feet. She slept for about 7 or 8 hours. When she woke up, nothing had changed. The insects outside seemed to have increased. The sky was still dark and gloomy. The high temperature was hot and stuffy, making it hard to breathe. Do Miao and Luo Luo lay beside her. Yifu reached out and touched their small heads. We probably can't keep moving forward. Yifu got up and looked outside through the window. Lin Siren saw her wake up and immediately went to her. Someone was calling your name outside earlier. It seems someone was bitten by insects again. Yifu didn't expect to sleep so deeply. I didn't hear anything. Did they leave? They left early. They stayed outside, cursing and yelling. Jiang Rong sorted them out, and they left in a hurry. And Jiang Rong and Yu Chao? They went out to find wood. They've been gone for an hour.
Yifu nodded.
Given the current situation, they not only needed to find wood, but also a water source. Otherwise, if they get trapped here by insects and run out of food and water, everyone will be doomed. Downstairs, a crying sound came from. Lin Siren sighed nearby. God, are we allowed to live? Why don't you give us even a moment to breathe? Yifu looked outside the window, her brow furrowed. After an hour, Jiang Rong and Yu Chao returned. Besides wood, they also brought back many clothes. Many people are outside looking for supplies. When we were traveling earlier, everyone got along pretty well, but just now, someone tried to steal my clothes. Si Ran, you, and the others should stay inside. Many people have gone crazy, shouting loudly outside, Yu Chao said with fear. In a time of economic decline, crime rates are usually high. There are many news stories about people attacking others in the streets. Now, after repeated disasters, how many people still stay rational and keep their humanity? Every sudden change signals an upcoming riot. Yifu tightly held Jiang Rong's arm and whispered, Jiang Rong, don't go out alone. Jiang Rong patted her head and said, Okay, I won't go out. There are still many compressed biscuits and canned food in the space. Yifu plans to find a chance to share them. Everyone's mental state isn't good, and a little food might be the last hope for survival. But water is the most important. Without water, even if they catch and eat insects, they will die without it. Si Rand, you all stay here. Jiang Rong, and I will go see if we can find water. Be careful. Yifu. Take your knife. Lin Siren handed her the only machete they had, but Yifu didn't take it. You stay and defend yourselves. We have a knife. Take care of the little squirrel and the colorful bird. We'll be back soon. They left the self-built house fully armed. Yifu took out a compass, but didn't know which way to go. Let's go this way. Jiang Rong pulled her onto a small path on the left. After about half an hour, they reached a place similar to a park, but the river was dry, with no water at all. It's probably hard to find water now. I plan to take some things out and share them with everyone, giving people a little hope to survive, Jiang Rong said. Yifu had no objections. She took out 3 boxes of compressed biscuits and 2 boxes of canned food, including a can of herring. Jiang Rong shook his head. These things are too clean. Put some ash on them and pack them in a burlap bag, Yifu suggested.
That was all she could do.
When they returned to the building, Yifu also left some supplies at the doors of others. Then she and Jiang Rong carried the items upstairs. Did you find more clothes? After Lin's siren opened the door, she saw Jiang Rong carrying a sack of items and quickly helped him set it down. It's not clothes, Siren. Go call the others. Lin Siren and Yu Chao exchanged a glance, both noticing Yifu's serious expression. Okay, I'll go now. When Wan Tao, Officer Song, Chi Yuan, and the others arrived, Jiang Rong poured out the contents of the sack. These are. Wan Tao was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. Jiang Rong and I were lucky. We found these items in a collapsed villa. The canned food and compressed biscuits have a long shelf life and should be edible. Let's share them. Are you going to share these with everyone? Lu Zhang confirmed again, worried because these were food. Yes, I hope everyone can survive together. Hearing this, Wan Tao's eyes turned red, and the others felt the same. Yifu, Jiang Rong, thank you, but since you found these, you should get a larger share. Just as Yifu was about to speak, Wan Tao stopped him. You must share more. When divided, each person didn't get much. Yifu looked at the few sardine cans returned and felt both helpless and amused. Those who found compressed biscuits and canned food believed they were blessed by luck, secretly hiding their share and not daring to tell others, afraid of being caught. On the 5th day trapped in Tan City, Yifu noticed the temperature dropping to 30 degrees Celsius. Besides mosquitoes and insects, many crows appeared in the sky. Throughout history, crows have been seen as ominous. Their presence often signals death or disaster. People still took turns going out to find supplies and water, but Tan City was just a ruined city, with only broken walls and debris, nothing left to find in terms of food or water. People started focusing on the crows and insects. Someone made nets to trap the insects, then roasted them over fire, ground them into powder, and made insect cakes. Catching crows was difficult, but they had methods, using slingshots to shoot them down one by one. On the 6th day, some people bitten by insects began to show strange symptoms: twitching, vomiting, full-body spasms, and unbearable pain along their meridians. Yifu knew they had become addicted. Addiction meant they would become blood donors and reserves for the insects. Only by being bitten again could they relieve the pain. The room is divided into 2 parts, separated by a bed sheet. Yifu and Jiang Rong live on the right side, and the window is also on their side. This is a 1-room apartment, small in size. Upstairs there is a suite, but it is very dirty and messy, and no one lives there. Although there is a bathroom inside, there is no water, so they can only go outside to handle their basic needs. The small self-built housing community is almost full, with thousands of people crowded together. You can hear all kinds of arguing and crying at any time. On the 8th day of the bug disaster, they still haven't found a water source. Many people have searched the entire town of Tan City thoroughly and even went outside to the reservoir, but it is dried up, with no water at all. Now, only rain from the sky can solve their current problem. Yifu sits on a straw mat, taking out a needle and thread. The protective suit has several tears that need mending. Lin Siren sees Yifu has a needle and quickly comes over. Yifu, can I borrow your needle after you're done using it? I have one here. You can take it and use it. Lin Siren's eyes light up.
Great.
I've saved a lot of thread. I used to borrow needles from the big ant in the safe zone to fix clothes. They all stayed in the safe zone now. I've torn many clothes recently, and I didn't have a needle to fix them. Luckily you have some.
Yifu smiles.
She is always short of many things, but never short of needles and thread. The two sit on the straw mat sewing clothes. Yu Chao is on the other side packing things. Zhang Rong is chopping firewood with a knife, and is sleeping. You said you wanted to cut open some clothes you brought back to make protective gear. Those clothes are very thin, and they're just right for making protective suits. Yi Fu thinks her idea is good. Those clothes are made of good fabric, but the colors are very bright. I checked, and there are labels on them. One floral dress costs over 3,000 yuan. They're all designer brands. The children's clothes you brought back are also from big brands, costing thousands of yuan per set. Lin's siren clicks her tongue. I never thought I'd wear designer brands in my life, and it would be under such circumstances. After sewing the clothes, Lin's siren returns to the left side. Yi Fu folds the protective suit and takes out a ball of yarn to crochet shoes. The light is so dim, don't bother, it'll hurt your eyes. Zhang Rong, who has finished chopping all the firewood, sits next to Yi Fu. I'll only crochet for 20 minutes.
These slippers are for you.
How do you like this color? Zhang Rong leans his head on Yi Fu's shoulder. It looks great. Why don't you teach me, and I'll do it myself? Yi Fu doubted his ability to do manual work, but seeing his eager expression, she didn't refuse. All right, I'll teach you. However, after a few minutes, he tore apart the part she had already knitted. Why is this so hard? Yi Fu stared at him with a deadly gaze. Zhang Rong felt a bit guilty and gently tugged at her clothes.
Teach me again.
Some people are naturally clumsy. Yi Fu took the shoes and said, stay somewhere cool. The knitting needles and yarn in Yi Fu's hands seemed alive. She knitted quickly and very beautifully, leaving Zhang Rong amazed. Most of the time, everyone still had to go out to find supplies or catch crows and insects. Yu Chao also made a net bag to catch insects, but Yi Fu couldn't eat those. She had eaten enough of them in her past life and now felt psychologically shadowed whenever she saw bug cakes. Officer Song and others used slingshots to hunt crows. Zhang Rong also joined in, throwing stones directly instead of using tools, and surprisingly, he got quite a few. Yi Fu didn't want to eat crows, so Zhang Rong gave all the spoils to Qi Yuan and the others. Zhang Rong, I have eye drops for you. Take off your contact lenses and wash your eyes. He used to dislike wearing contact lenses because they were uncomfortable, but now he was used to them. Yi Fu worried about his eyes getting inflamed, so she made him drop eye drops every day. Every time she saw his different colored eyes, Yi Fu felt like she was looking at a comic character. Yi Fu, do you like my eyes? Yes, I do. Zhang Rong didn't expect her to admit so openly, and he felt a little shy. Then she said, look at them for a while longer. Yi Fu pursed her lips and secretly smiled. Okay, just me looking. On the 10th day of the insect plague, besides mosquitoes and crows, many rats appeared in the community. Outside Tancheng, in a collapsed courtyard, some people found a very deep ancient well. There was water inside, but the flow was very small. They thought drawing water would be easy, but those who found the well built a shelter there. Everyone who went to fetch water had to give up some food, 1 bucket of water for 1 jean of dry grain. Wan Tao was very angry about this matter. Everyone came out of the safe zone, facing many difficulties and dangers along the way. All of them worked together. Zhang Rong caught a snake, found water, Wu Pei saw a mountain goat, and shared everything unconditionally. Unexpectedly, someone found well water, but now they had to give up grain to draw water. Wan Tao took a few people to check it out, but the other side had quite a few people, each holding a machete or sickle, looking fierce and demanding grain. To avoid conflict, Wan Tao did not argue with them. It's too much. They want 1 jean of dry food for a bucket of water. Are they trying to squeeze us? Lin's siren was so angry her hands trembled. But Qi Yuan and He Rui were almost out of water. They had no choice but to compromise. The other side had 8 strong men, each armed. Let me go exchange for half a bucket first. I want to see if the water is drinkable before deciding whether to go get water, Yi Fu said with a hint of anger in his eyes. Seizing water sources was simply wrong. I'll go. I want to see what these people are planning, Qi Yuan said, and Fan Ming went with him. After about 2 hours, they returned. They covered the bucket with a piece of clothing to keep out insects. When Yi Fu lifted the cloth, he smelled a faint fishy odor from the water, not like well water, but more like seawater. Yi Fu poured the water into a bowl and looked at it for a long time, but there were no impurities. I also have a water quality test card. I'll check it, said Secretary Huang. He put the test paper into the bowl, wetted it, and took it out. Yellow. The water is clean and drinkable. That the water was safe to drink was good news, but the conditions for exchanging water were too harsh, and everyone felt it was unfair. At this moment, someone was helped back downstairs. Qi Yuan hurried out to ask what happened. They were beaten by those people when they went to get water. Because there wasn't enough dry food. These people are too much. We can't let them dominate the water source. They must want to take all our dry food, Qi Yuan said angrily, cursing nonstop. Yi Fu already had a plan in mind. These greedy animals deserved to meet their end. Everyone rest first. Since they dared to do this, they have offended everyone. They won't have a good ending, Yi Fu said confidently. Wan Tao suddenly looked up at Yi Fu. Yi Fu met his gaze without any guilt.
Yi Fu is right.
There's no need to be angry. We have thousands of people, and we're not afraid of just 8 others. As Yi Fu said, the incident of violence angered everyone. In the community, many people had formed small groups, ready to go out with machetes to confront those responsible. However, the other side was not easy to deal with. 2 of them even had guns. 3 people who went to settle the score were killed instantly with a single shot. Fearing the firearms in their hands, others dared not speak out and could only quietly exchange food for water. It's hard to believe. Usually, those who seem honest are actually armed, Lin's siren said, relieved that she hadn't sent Yu Chao to fetch water. The other side was brutal, so it seemed they had no choice but to accept their fate. Yi Fu, we're planning to go get a bucket of water. Do you want to come? Yi Fu shook her head. I'm not going now. It takes about 40 minutes to walk from the community to the courtyard where water is fetched. Yi Fu guessed the journey wouldn't be peaceful, and someone might take the opportunity to rob them. Back at her house, Yi Fu put on her slippers, took out a whetstone and a dagger, and sat on a straw mat quietly sharpening her blade. After about 2 days, a shocking event happened in the community. The group had actually robbed women and brazenly beat others. A man was crying and pleading for help because his wife had been taken, and he was beaten up too. Everyone was furious, but afraid of the guns, they dared not help. Some believed that with more people, they could be stronger. Even with guns, it was unlikely they could kill so many. Some, too scared to act, used this incident as a way to betray others and reported it to the enemies, exchanging it for a bucket of water. Lin's siren and Yu Chao followed others to fetch water. Unexpectedly, the rules had changed. 1 bucket now required 6 jin of grain, but the water inside was only about 4 or 5 jin. Yi Fu planned to go out again, but before she could act, someone had already resolved the matter. Someone who went to fetch water found all 8 people dead, with no survivors. The bodies were even hung up. The righteous hero must be among us. Do you remember? At the base, the righteous hero killed the murderer of the girl, and during the parasite incident, the hero killed 4 managers. This time, it's the same. It must be the righteous hero again, Lin's siren said excitedly, full of admiration. Great, now we can go fetch water. Uncle One has arranged for people to maintain order, so everyone can go get water without paying food. Yi Fu smiled, put the dagger back into her space, lifted the bucket, and planned to go with everyone to see. At that moment, Zhang Rong carried a bundle of firewood back from outside. Yi Fu glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. Oh, look, the justice hero has returned. Zhang Rong, let's go get water. Zhang Rong looked at Yi Fu, his ears turning slightly red. Okay. Yi Fu, Zhang Rong is so diligent. He's been busy all the time. I asked Yu Chao to find wood, and he always brings back 3 or 4 sticks, saying his back, head, and eyes hurt. Lin's siren sighed with emotion. When she first saw Zhang Rong, she thought he was cold and aloof, hard to approach. But it turns out he's both hardworking and obedient. That group of people is gone now, and more people are going out to get water. After walking for 40 minutes, they finally reached the courtyard. But the queue was about 200 meters long. Yifu also saw a few corpses hanging nearby, covered densely with mosquitoes. I heard their families came to cause trouble just now, but Wan Tao ordered them to be driven away. I remember these men, they used to trade chickens and pumpkin seeds with me. When we were in the safe zone, they were peaceful people. I never thought it would end like this. That's human nature, complex and multifaceted. Yifu looked back at Jiang Rong, who suddenly grabbed her hand. Where are the things? They're back. I'll give them to you later. Okay. After waiting in line for half an hour, it was their turn. The water flow from the well was very slow. Once they finished, someone blew a whistle. No more water. Come back in 5 hours. Don't bring too many people at once. Yifu and Jiang Rong carried 2 buckets of water and returned to the community. They placed the water inside the house. Yifu used the excuse of going to the bathroom to pull Jiang Rong away. In a collapsed ruin nearby, Jiang Rong took out 3 guns and a black bag filled with bullets. Yifu was stunned. There are actually 3 guns. Yifu quickly stored the guns in her space. It looks like these people are not simple. Luckily, I've taken care of them all. But their families are still in the line, and I don't know how Wan Tao will handle it. They are all accomplices. They ate the grain that was confiscated earlier. This team can't accommodate them anymore.
Yifu nodded.
Now, we don't need to worry about that. Let's go back. With water available, everyone had a way to survive. The teams catching mice and crows grew stronger, and Wan Tao also organized many people to catch insects. They set up a small workshop on the first floor of the community to make insect cakes. People were still a bit hesitant about eating insect cakes, but Wan Tao was clever. He promoted that insect cakes were high in protein, could boost immunity, and that women could eat them to improve blood and energy, while men could eat them to strengthen their stamina. In just a few days, the team catching insects surpassed the teams catching crows and mice. Unknowingly, Wan Tao gained many followers. Besides the orphans trained in the safe zone, many others now joined him. Yifu and the Hu family were furious about the theft of all supplies by He and Jiang families. They were eager for revenge. Wan Tao was brave and smart, and it was good that he was leading. Yifu was still in the house, working on poison powder, weaving shoes. Jiang Rong occasionally went out to find wood, fetch water, or catch mice. Half a month passed quickly. The insect problem remained, and the long daylight period continued. Lin Siren's family of 3 had moved downstairs. To make fetching water easier, many people moved closer to the well. When Jiang Rong returned, Yifu was sitting on a straw mat, lost in thought. What's wrong? I was just thinking about when we might reach the northwest. It would be great if there was a plane, but she didn't know how to fly one. The roads weren't smooth, full of collapsed ruins, and vehicles couldn't run on them. Walking would take 2 or 3 years, not to mention the dangers along the way. Maybe the insects will disappear soon, Yifu said with a smile. In her previous life, during the 2nd year of the apocalypse, the insect disaster broke out. It lasted until the 5th year, and the insects never fully disappeared. Many things had changed in this life, but one thing was certain. The disaster had worsened, and the insect plague would only last longer. By the way, some people bitten by insects got into trouble. Qi Yuan just told me that one person lost so much weight in 3 days that they looked like a skeleton, and their hair turned completely white overnight. They aged more than 20 years. Those people probably got infected with bacteria from the insects. But after the insects were cooked in the fire, the bacteria would lose their effect. That's why Wan Tao organized everyone to catch insects and make insect cakes. Yifu's face grew serious. This situation is like an addiction. There's no cure. People infected can also attack others, like rabies, and if bitten, they might catch the same illness. So earlier, someone came to knock on the door, asking Yifu to go out for treatment, but she didn't open it. Jiang Rong, let's not go out for now. Okay. The 2 stayed indoors for a whole week. After a week, the insects had mostly disappeared, and the sky was visible again. Meanwhile, news from Wan Tao said that now, to fetch water, each person is limited to 2 bowls a day. Yifu took out a piece of paper, roughly marked the route she had taken, and put a cross on her calendar. Knock, knock. This is Feng Wei. Is Yifu there? Yifu put on her protective suit, grabbed some insecticide, and went to open the door. As soon as she opened it, Feng Wei grabbed her. Yifu, Qi Yuan, and my brother found a car. He asked me to come find you. Yifu was a bit surprised. A car? Yes, a medium-sized truck that can carry 14 tons. He asked me to come back for you. You should come see it. Yifu looked back at Zhang Rong, and they both immediately closed the door and went out with Feng Wei. The car is a bit rusty. It was found in an underground garage, but unfortunately, there's no gasoline. After about an hour, the three arrived at a small community in East City. The terrain is high, so during heavy rain, there shouldn't be much flooding. But after the earthquake, some parts collapsed badly, and all the roads are destroyed. Finally, they reached the underground garage Feng Wei mentioned. It was heavily collapsed, and they had to crawl through the debris. Who's there? Qi Yuan, big brother, we're here. The three appeared in the garage, and Qi Yuan hurried over. Yifu, Zhang Rong, you finally came. Look at this car. Yifu looked at the truck crushed under more than 10 steel bars and had to admire Qi Yuan's luck. How's the car? Can it still run? Many parts are rusted, but with some maintenance it should run. The main problem is, there's no gasoline. Gasoline isn't a big problem. Yifu can find an excuse to take some from the space. But if the roads are uneven, even a car can't get through. I've checked recently. The road around Shishan Park in Tan City is flat enough for driving. Feng Ming looked excited. First, clear away the rubble outside and get the vehicle out. If the road hasn't collapsed, it will be easier. Many cars are crushed under the debris and we might find some gasoline there. Should we tell the others? Feng Wei asked quietly. Tell Brother Song and the others. Brother Song is a good person. Qi Yuan grabbed his hair. As for Wan Tao and the others, I believe they are good people, but they are different from us. They are leaders with a big picture view. They won't abandon others. Let's go back first and tell Brother Song and the others. In the next few days, everyone should go look for gasoline. Feng Wei still worries about possible collapses on the road. It would be great if we could find bicycles. Qi Yuan smiled awkwardly. Bicycles can't carry supplies, and I don't know how to ride one. Back at the community, Qi Yuan called Officer Song and Wan Tao. He straightforwardly explained about the truck. This truck can carry many people. Once we find gasoline, we can leave immediately. What about the others? Lu Zhang asked. What about the others? That's none of our business. It's not the time to worry about them. Don't forget past lessons. People who seem honest often reveal their true nature when water is involved. They may ask for food, or even take women or hurt others. Wan Tao cleared his throat and quickly tried to smooth things over. Qi Yuan, don't be angry. Leaving quietly isn't easy. First, the roads are damaged from multiple earthquakes. Second, these people came out with us from the safe zone. If we leave secretly, it might be a big to them. What if they want to stay? Tanqing now has water, and many might choose to stay. Along the way, many people already stopped halfway. Now Tanqing has water and houses, so most will probably stay here.
Yifu is right.
Let's ask others if they want to leave. Most probably don't want to go. Wan Tao sighed. Yes, I forgot about that. Here's the plan. For the next few days, everyone should pause their current tasks and go look for gasoline. If there's no oilcloth, we need to find some clothes or sheets to make a cover and put it over the car. Everyone has clear roles. Men will find gasoline, clear the rubble, and get the vehicle out. Women will find fabric and sew a cover. By the way, we need to find some more plastic bottles and fill them with water, Yifu reminded everyone. Although Tanqing is a small city, it is not poor. Under the ruins, many luxury cars can still be found. Yifu, Lin Siren, and Feng Wei also started searching everywhere for fabric and clothes. Besides making a cover, they also needed to sew protective suits for everyone. During this time, everyone covered their faces with stockings when going out, but now there are hardly any stockings left. After nearly 2 weeks of searching, they managed to collect a good amount of gasoline. We found several more cars, But only 3 are drivable, Wan Tao asked others, and very few chose to leave. Only the orphans they adopted and Fong Ming's brothers. Officer Song was very lucky. He found a box of disaster relief candles and some outdoor survival supplies in a ruin. Now they have 1 truck and 3 vans, which are enough. Over the next half-month, everyone started collecting various bottles for water, catching mice and crows to make dried meat, and even Officer Song and others made many insect biscuits. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong shared a van, with Qi Yuan and Fong Wei joining them. All their luggage was tied to the roof of the vehicle. Yi Fu checked the van. It performed poorly and smelled strongly, but it was still usable. Officer Song, his daughter, and Lin Siren's family shared 1 vehicle. Fong Ming and his brothers shared another, and the large truck was given to Wan Tao and his group. Those leaving had already registered, and surprisingly, there were only about 60 people. Yi Fu was not surprised. If she weren't determined to go to the northwest, she wouldn't want to travel so much. We also need to find some spare tires and shovels, Yi Fu said, worried about possible road collapses and the need to clear obstacles. We found over 10 tires, all stored in the truck. Many tools are also in the truck. The truck is leading the way, and we can follow behind. Most of the supplies were packed. Jiang Rong specifically went for a walk outside and confirmed what Qi Yuan said. The road around Shishan Park was flat and free of collapses. After staying in Tancheng for over 2 months, it was time to leave. Yi Fu took out a watch and showed Wenwen how to tell the time. For vehicles had been modified, and at exactly 12 o'clock, the convoy set out. Qi Yuan's driving was average. Jiang Rong and Fong Wei didn't know how to drive, so Yi Fu became the driver. The people who stayed behind still covered their faces as they went out to fetch water and catch mice. When they saw them leave, those people just looked up briefly and then went back to their own tasks. Yi Fu, your driving skills haven't gotten rusty at all. It feels like you're driving a Ferrari even in this broken-down car. The car windows kept making loud banging sounds. Qi Yuan was very excited from the moment he got in the car and couldn't stop talking. I'm most worried about gasoline now. We've looked for quite a bit over the past month, but the truck consumes a lot. Hopefully, we can find some more in the next town or village. Where's the next stop? Qi Yuan took out a notebook. It's a small town called Taizhou Town, about 30 kilometers away.
Yi Fu nodded.
She was still a bit worried about the road. Surprisingly, after leaving Tan City, it seemed like there hadn't been an earthquake. No collapses at all. There were many ditches on the road, but they didn't affect driving. An hour later, they arrived at Taizhou Town. Everyone got out to rest, and then searched the town for supplies. Yi Fu placed Do Miao and Luo Luo on the driver's seat, opened the door, and joined the others. Taizhou Town was very small, with only 1 street lined with 2 or 3-story buildings on both sides. Maybe because the townspeople moved quickly, they didn't find any bodies. Although there were signs of heavy rain and flooding, none of the buildings had collapsed. However, most supplies had been taken and they didn't find much, only some rusty farming tools, knives, pots, and bowls. They also gathered curtains, clothes, and shoes, as long as they weren't torn. Some yards still had piles of wood, which Yi Fu secretly collected into her space when no one was looking. Uncle Wan, there's a motorcycle at this house. This house also has a van. The vehicles were stuck in the sandy soil and needed to be dug out with a. In Taizhou Town, they also found several dozen liters of gasoline. After searching for supplies, they continued their journey. Yi Fu was still driving, and Jiang Rong was learning by her side. He was learning quickly and could operate independently at the next stop. It would be great if we had a camera. Our trip could be turned into a road movie. Qi Yuan found a comfortable position and started to get ready to sleep. Fong Wei was already asleep. Do Miao and Luo Luo sat in Jiang Rong's arms, watching Yi Fu carefully.
Yi Fu smiled softly.
Luckily, the mosquitoes had dispersed a lot now, so she could see the road clearly without turning on the lights. The truck was moving very slowly because all its parts had been rebuilt and needed some time to work smoothly together. Also, the road was unknown, and there was a fear of collapses or big holes ahead. Driving was much more comfortable than walking. Suddenly, Yi Fu remembered that in Lan City, she had bought a motorcycle worth $1 million from a fancy neighborhood. If she ever had the chance, she wanted to ride it freely and enjoy the speed. After leaving Taoju town and entering the Fushui Mountains, the truck suddenly stopped. Wan Tao came over to ask if everyone wanted to go hunting in the mountains. Yi Fu was a bit excited. The Fushui Mountains stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Seeing the dense forests on both sides of the road, everyone decided to go into the mountains except for the children. They all got out of the truck and prepared to explore. Unfortunately, all the trees were dead. Seeing the vast fields of withered maple trees, Yi Fu could imagine how beautiful it would be in autumn. She took out her bow and arrow and handed her long knife to Jiang Rong. She told everyone, "Don't go alone. It's best to go in groups of 7 or 8. We'll stay here and rest. If we find game, we can stay a few more days." Since bugs still existed, everyone had to be fully armed, which made moving around difficult. Jiang Rong's ears twitched as he looked to the right. He said, "There's a bear over there." Everyone knew that Jiang Rong's hearing was very sharp. Hearing about the bear, they felt both excited and scared. But with more people, they felt stronger, and their fear was quickly replaced by excitement. Lin Siren, Wan Tao, and Secretary Huang stayed behind to take care of the children and guard the vehicles. The others started to go into the mountains. During the hike, Yi Fu and Jiang Rong separated from the group and went into the nearby woods. Jiang Rong said, "There's only one bear. With so many of us, we can handle it." Yi Fu looked at Jiang Rong and asked, "Are you going to help me hunt other animals?" He replied, "Yes, I also heard some other sounds." Walking on the soft fallen leaves, Yi Fu brushed away the insects from her glasses. She pointed to some fruit on the ground and said, "Jiang Rong, look at these fruits." Although she wasn't sure if they could grow again, she decided to pick some. "These are maple seeds. Jiang Rong, let's gather some so we can plant them later." Jiang Rong nodded and stuck his knife into a tree trunk. He crouched down with Yi Fu to collect the seeds. After gathering about 3 bags, Yi Fu thought they had enough. She said, "Let's go. First, we'll hunt, and if we stay here for a few days, we can come back to gather more." Most of the trees in the Fushui Mountains are maples. Yi Fu thought about planting a whole maple forest in the future, and he felt very happy. After walking up for a few minutes, Yi Fu suddenly knelt down and stared at some wild grass under the leaves. "Jiang Rong, look. Wild grass is growing here. There's also a patch over here." Yi Fu's heart beat faster because green plants were sprouting. "I'll dig some up to study." It seems that after the temperature drops, plants start growing one after another. Yi Fu took out his and dug up the patch of wild grass. The roots had many small, sweet-tasting fruits, similar to sweet potatoes. He wasn't sure if they were edible, so he kept them in his space. Seeing the wild grass made Yi Fu very excited, and he quickened his pace up the mountain. "There are badgers." Yi Fu immediately grabbed Jiang Rong and hid behind a tree. Badgers are social animals, usually in groups of 7 or 8, sometimes more. They come in brown and black colors, with sharp heads, white fur between their ears and faces, and long tails. Although badgers are small, they can be quite fierce. Yi Fu didn't hesitate and shot his first arrow.
There are 6 of them.
It would be better if they were wild boars. Badgers are too small. A badger weighs about 10 kilograms, with thick fur and not much meat. Yi Fu hunted the first one, and Jiang Rong took care of the rest. Suddenly, a loud roar of a bear echoed through the forest, indicating they had found the bear. With over 50 people, subduing one bear shouldn't be a problem. They stored the badgers in their space and continued into the mountains. The further into the mountains they went, the more wild grass appeared. Yi Fu handed Jiang Rong his bow and arrow and took out his to dig up the wild grass. "I feel like these aren't just wild grass, they look a lot like Huanglian coptis." After digging them out, Yi Fu examined and sniffed them carefully. They're too small to tell for sure, but they look very much like Huanglian. "Jiang Rong, help me dig over there." Yi Fu handed Jiang Rong a small, while others were hunting. The 2 of them crouched on the ground digging up Huanglian. The denser and damper the mountain area, the more Huanglian grows. "Jiang Rong, Go hunting. I'll dig Huanglian. When I the whistle, come over and help me collect the prey. Can you do it alone? Yi Fu chuckled softly. Yes, no problem at all. Go ahead. We make a good team, hunting and gathering medicinal herbs. Yi Fu looked at the pile of stones nearby and immediately rushed over. Wild dendrobium, lucky day indeed. Jiang Rong saw her fascinated with gathering herbs, so he left the bow and crossbow with her and took a long knife into the deep mountains. Yi Fu's protective suit was covered in dirt. She knelt on the ground, focused on continuing to dig. What surprised Yi Fu most was finding several mandrakes. Mandrakes can relieve pain, so they can be used as anesthetics. The flowers, fruits, and leaves all have different uses, but mandrakes are also somewhat toxic. Improper use could cause poisoning. Yi Fu dug for over an hour before hearing a whistle. She stood up from the ground. Ignoring her aching and numb legs, she packed her and herbs into her space and quickly took her bow and crossbow, heading toward the sound of the whistle. Jiang Rong? I'm here. Jiang Rong jumped down from a tree and landed steadily in front of Yi Fu. He looked at the dirt and leaves on her and reached out to help wipe them off. The prey is over there. I caught a few rabbits, a muntjac, and a wild chicken. Yi Fu gave a thumbs up. Impressive. With everything coming back to life, animals were increasing in number. The two went to collect their prey. Yi Fu carried a wild chicken and decided to go down the mountain. They moved quickly down the mountain. Others had already returned to the car. The black bear was with colorful ropes and lay lifeless on the road. Yi Fu, Jiang Rong, you're finally back. I was worried sick when I didn't see you. Yi Fu waved the wild chicken in her hand. Sorry, Jiang Rong and I went to the nearby mountain. I also dug some herbs. Plants are growing there. Lin's siren widened her eyes. Really? Really? That's great. The plants are growing, which means the land is still good for farming. We can grow vegetables in the future.
Yi Fu nodded. Exactly.
Once we settle down, we can plant pumpkins and wheat. Others were already dealing with the black bear. Someone had a minor arm injury, but it was nothing serious. Yi Fu gathered some wood, preparing to light a fire by the car. Boil water and pluck the feathers. Jiang Rong, later we'll have a roasted chicken. Jiang Rong poured a pot of water. Yi Fu made a simple fire and brought the water to a boil. The adult black bear weighed about 250 kilograms. After removing the fur and internal organs, everyone could share quite a bit of meat. Because Jiang Rong provided the location of the bear, even though they didn't go hunting together, they still shared a large portion of the meat. The black bear meat tastes good, especially the bear paw, which is very nourishing. Little Yijia, what time is it now? Wenwen came over and wrapped her arms around Yi Fu's shoulders, leaning on her. Did Wenwen forget? The clock doesn't have numbers, so I can't remember.
Yi Fu patet her shoulder.
That's okay. I'll teach you again, and you'll remember. This is the hour hand, the minute hand, and the second hand. The top is 12 o'clock, the bottom is 6 o'clock. I remember now, so it's 3:15, right? Is it daytime or nighttime now? After the polar day, day and night are hard to tell apart. It's daytime, it's 3:15 in the afternoon. Yi Fu's pocket watch has a digital display, so she looked at it and knew whether it was day or night. Wenwen looked at Yi Fu. I remember now. It's daytime. After 6 o'clock, it will be night. When it turns back to 6, it will be daytime again. Yi Fu nodded. Very smart, Wenwen.
Do you get carsick?
No, little Yijia. I want to go hunting too, but Dad won't let me. Wenwen is already 8 years old and much stronger now, but she's still a child. Officer Song probably wouldn't let her do dangerous things. It's okay. When you grow a bit more, around 12 years old, you can go hunting. Wenwen was very excited. So in 4 more years, I can be as amazing as little Yijia? You'll be even better than me. The water boiled. Jiang Rong went to prepare the wild chicken. Yi Fu washed the divided bear meat, only cutting a third of it to skewer for barbecue. The remaining meat was stored in her space. Actually, she still had a lot of black bear meat in her space. 2 bears hunted years ago in Broken Cloud Mountain, which He Xiao had ordered to be killed, but she hadn't used much of it yet. After preparing the wild chicken, she seasoned it, wrapped it in paper, and covered it with mud. Yi Fu mixed the mud herself. Seeing her waste water, others looked at her disapprovingly. Yi Fu just smiled and didn't explain. Can you eat the mud-covered chicken? Of course. We're kind of like beggars now, eating beggars' chicken, very fitting for the occasion. The bear meat was already cooked. The fire kept the insects away. Yi Fu unzipped her protective suit, took off her hat, and quickly wiped off her sweat with a towel. Now it's ready to eat. Yi Fu handed the cooked meat to Jiang Rong. He took a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. Delicious. Yi Fu chuckled, no need to say. Cooking is my best skill. After the clay-baked chicken was ready, Yi Fu dug it out of the ground. Jiang Rong stared at the dirt ball with wide eyes. It smells so good, Yi Fu. Who knew you could cook with earth? Of course. Even cow dung can be used to start a fire. Jiang Rong. There's no need to explain that. They cracked open the mud block, and the paper inside was still intact. When they unfolded it, a strong, fragrant smell spread around. Eat quickly. The wild chicken wasn't very fat, but its meat was fresh. Yi Fu, do you have any salt? Can I trade some for it? Qi Yuan planned to exchange half of the bear meat for salt. Yes, I'll get it for you. Yi Fu handed him a small bowl. Qi Yuan was surprised. You don't need so much. Half a spoon is enough. Here, take it. We still have more. Yi Fu handed him the salt and quickly took the meat. Jiang Rong has a big appetite. I can stew some for him. Thanks. I think I should be the one saying thanks. I drove for 3 days when we set out. Yi Fu waved his hand. No need. Your driving isn't very good, and it's hard to feel at ease. Just pack up and start grilling the meat. Feng Wei has been hungry all day. Qi Yuan wasn't embarrassed by the rejection. He grinned and quickly put away the salt. After eating and drinking enough, everyone else prepared to go into the mountains again. They planned to hunt more animals to stock up on dry food. Yi Fu took Lin's siren to gather medicinal herbs, while Jiang Rong carried a long knife and went hunting with the others. Leaving Yi Fu, Jiang Rong returned to his cold, aloof nature. He closed his eyes and listened to the sounds of animals to confirm their direction. From this mountain, over the ridge, there's some movement in a valley. Based on the sounds and smells, it was likely a pack of jackals. Jackals are very fierce and swift among wild animals. They move quickly, and without a gun, they are hard to deal with. Jiang Rong clenched his long knife and pointed to the left. Go this way. Qi Yuan and Officer Song immediately followed, and the others didn't hesitate either. The mountain was already covered with plants, and there were many animals, indicating there was a water source nearby. A group of people crossed the mountains and entered a valley. At this moment, Jiang Rong raised his long knife and looked back at everyone. Divide into 3 groups and hide separately. We will surround them from all sides and quickly catch them all, he said, making a spreading hand gesture. The others quickly scattered behind trees to hide. Jiang Rong took out a whistle, blew a long note, paused for 2 seconds, then blew a short one. Not only wolves, but even humans would feel uneasy hearing his whistle. Suddenly, there was movement ahead. Jiang Rong put away his whistle and looked at Qi Yuan and Officer Song. There are many animals coming. If we can't fight, run. Don't worry about me. I will stay and deal with them.
Qi Yuan.
If we run and leave you here alone, if the wolves eat you, Yi Fu will kill us, Qi Yuan said. Jiang Rong smiled slightly. Yi Fu is just and fair. Don't slander her. Qi Yuan had nothing to say. He thought Jiang Rong was the most love-struck man he had ever seen, beyond help. He really wanted to ask Jiang Rong, do you really understand Yi Fu? But he dared not. Here they come, Jiang Rong said. He quickly threw his knife, then ran more than 10 meters away. When the knife pierced a wolf's head, he swiftly pulled it out and swung it at another wolf nearby. The others, amazed at his speed, quickly joined the fight. Jiang Rong, who had studied military books, used tactics of siege and attacked directly on this pack of wolves. They looked taller than wolves, with yellow-brown fur that made them resemble lions. The wolves, caught in the attack, howled loudly. They knew they had fallen into a trap and began madly attacking the humans. Jiang Rong's knife seemed to have eyes, With a gentle flick, he cut off one wolf's head. There were more than 20 wolves in the pack, mixed with other animals. One wolf pounced on Officer Song, opening its mouth to bite. Jiang Rong threw his knife quickly, stabbing the wolf into a nearby tree. Officer Song didn't hesitate. He immediately stood up, wielded his machete, and killed the attacking wolf. The fight lasted just over 10 minutes and ended perfectly. Although several young people were injured, the victory made them forget the pain. "Let's count the casualties," Jiang Rong said, tearing a piece of his shirt to wipe his bloodied knife. Others are a bit afraid of him, but mostly they admire and envy him. The recent scene with Jiang Rong seemed less like a person and more like a wild beast gone mad. "Jiang Rong, did you eat a lot of spinach?" Qi Yuan hurried over to Jiang Rong, his arm scratched by a wolf, blood on his face, looking a bit scary. 24 wolves. Have we caught all the wolves in the Fushui Mountains? And 3 roe deer, 2 gray wolves. Is your whistle able to summon animals? Jiang Rong raised an eyebrow, but didn't reply. Instead, he walked over, carrying 2 roe deer, and headed down the mountain. Officer Song quickly directed everyone to carry their prey and followed Jiang Rong. The group returned loaded with animals, some even humming happily. "Jiang Rong, most of these prey were probably caught by you. You can share a few." Officer Song came to remind Jiang Rong. "I know you're very strong, and Yifu is too, but what's yours is yours. The road is still long." Officer Song considered Jiang Rong like a brother and didn't want him to suffer losses. "Okay, I understand." Jiang Rong lowered his cool attitude and humbly accepted the advice. "Great harvest. Come see the wolves and roe deer we caught," a young boy shouted excitedly in front as they arrived at the car. The others were also happy, shouting cheerfully. Yi Fu and Lin Siren, holding the mugwort they dug up, watched everyone carry the prey out of the mountains. "Yi Fu, they're amazing. They caught so many animals," Lin Siren said in shock, rushing over to see the prey. Seeing Jiang Rong, Yi Fu waved her hand twice. Jiang Rong dropped the roe deer on the ground and walked straight over to her. "Jiang Rong, you caught another roe deer? And wolves, more than 20. Yi Fu had always suspected he had a special ability to attract animals. Seeing so many prey, her suspicion was somewhat confirmed. "Wow, impressive. Come on, let me see what the wolves look like." "I also heard the sound of water," Jiang Rong whispered to her. "In the mountains?" "On the mountain behind, a bit far." They walked to the side of the car, where all the prey was laid on the ground. The young boys described Jiang Rong's sharp hunting skills as if he were a divine being. "Brother Jiang Rong is very powerful." He threw his knife, and it directly pierced through the jackal's neck, pinning it firmly to the tree. "I saw him run about 10 meters in 1 second, as if he was flying." In the end, the prey was divided, and Jiang Rong got 2 roe deer and 3 jackals. After asking everyone's opinion, Wantao decided to stay here for another week to hunt more animals and look for a water source. Jiang Rong just heard the sound of water, but he said it was on the mountain behind. Wantao quickly came over and asked, "Is it far from here?" "Probably quite far. The animals also need water to drink. Let's go 3 kilometers ahead and enter the mountain from there. It might be faster." Wantao immediately asked everyone to load the prey into the car and prepared to drive 3 kilometers forward. Everyone agreed quickly and packed their things. "I'll drive," Jiang Rong said eagerly, and Yi Fu handed him the keys. After getting in the car, Yi Fu sat in the front passenger seat, while Do Miao and Luo Luo still leaned in the front. They didn't react when Jiang Rong and the others entered. Qi Yuan was still very excited. He and Feng Wei each got a roe deer. Feng Wei, being the only woman in the hunting team, performed very well. She was the one who killed this roe deer herself. Jiang Rong drove steadily. He only watched Yifu drive a few times and already learned how. When the car started again, Yifu took out the herbs she had dug up and began to trim them with scissors. "Your hair has grown quite a bit. I'll help you cut it shorter later." Jiang Rong nodded, "Okay." Yifu looked at his profile, sharp as a cold blade, very imposing. There really was no change at all. Besides the youthful look fading a bit, he had gained a touch of mature charm. Once a delicate and handsome boy, he was now showing signs of becoming a rugged man. Yi Fu pursed her lips and smiled, continuing to trim the herbs in her bag. She kept the roots intact so they could be planted later. Just now, she had dug up a piece of sanchi, and she was quite proud of her good luck. 20 minutes later, the car stopped. Jiang Rong got out and led the others into the mountain to find water. Yi Fu fed some food to Do Miao and Luo Luo, then took a bag to collect various fallen tree seeds in the mountains. The mountain trail was rugged and narrow. Everyone drove very slowly, like turtles crawling. The way into the mountain was even harder. They carried hose and bottles of various sizes, and it was easy to slip and fall. Jiang Rong carried 2 water storage buckets. He walked at the front, moving very quickly, while the people behind him were sweating heavily trying to catch up. "Brother Jiang Rong, how much longer do we have to walk?" Wu Pei, wearing a homemade mask and gauze-eye cover, was gasping for breath. "Almost there." Officer Song and Chi Yuan also followed closely behind Jiang Rong, afraid of being left behind. Finally, after walking for half an hour, they reached a rural area. The land was covered with tall wild grass and surrounded by dry trees, yet this patch was surprisingly lush and green. There are plants. It's been over a year, and I finally see some plants. There are snakes here. After saying that, Jiang Rong swung his down and cut a small green snake into 2 pieces. In the grass, many small green snakes were everywhere. They weren't dangerous, but they looked creepy. Jiang Rong calmly walked into the middle of the grass, pushed aside some dead grass, and suddenly a water snake lunged at him to attack. Jiang Rong quickly grabbed the water snake, threw it to the ground, and used his to deal with it. Water is here. Everyone else wondered, how can he be so brave? Is he really just a person? The pond was small, but the water was quite clean. Everyone was eager to fetch water and process the hunted animals, so they started clearing the pond and collecting water. By the time Jiang Rong and the others returned with water, more than 2 hours had passed. Yi Fu collected some seeds, built a fire, and took one to dig for herbs and gather firewood. The group that went to fetch water finally came down from the mountain. There really is water. Yi Fu, your brother Jiang Rong is amazing. Not only is he good at hunting, but he always finds water. With him here, our journey is much easier. All right, let's process the prey quickly.
I'm starving.
Lin's siren immediately covered her stomach. It's better if you don't mention it. Now that you did, I feel even hungrier. Everyone planned to turn the hunted animals into jerky, which is easier to carry. Jiang Rong carried water back, and Yi Fu worked with him to process the prey. They also made some jerky, and the rest was stored in their space. Now that they had a water source and more game in the mountains, everyone felt more relaxed. In the following days, Jiang Rong continued leading everyone to hunt, sometimes going into the mountains alone. Yi Fu was responsible for digging herbs, collecting various plants, gathering seeds, and occasionally chopping down dead trees to store in their space. In the past 2 days, the mosquitoes and insects had decreased significantly, but they were still swarming and annoying. Yi Fu chopped trees with an axe. She was very strong now, though she had tanned a bit from the sun. Once everyone else had boarded the vehicle and taken a rest, Jiang Rong took Yi Fu into the mountains. Yi Fu wanted to wash her hair because it had been a long time since her last wash. She was worried about lice, but she didn't want to shave her head. In the deep mountains, Yi Fu set up a tent. Inside, she washed her hair and took a bath while Jiang Rong stayed outside. Occasionally, a wild chicken flew by, and he had some unexpected gains. Yi Fu finished washing quickly and changed into clean clothes. When she came out, Jiang Rong went inside to wash up. Yi Fu poured fresh water for him and waited outside. In the past few days, she had collected many medicinal herbs. She made a powder that, when sprayed on clothes, could last a month and keep insects away. It worked well. She planned to share some with others because everyone was covering their faces and hands, which made hunting difficult. After Jiang Rong finished washing, Yi Fu took out scissors and helped him cut his hair. After cutting his hair short, Jiang Rong transformed from a rough man into a clean, handsome young man. There are no more prey in the mountains. Zhang Rong said in a slightly hoarse voice. He had been busy these days, hunting constantly. Although he didn't show it, Yifu knew he was a bit tired. It's been 5 days. It's time to leave again. Everyone has gained quite a bit, about 200 pounds of meat each, enough for now. Suddenly, Zhang Rong hugged Yifu and sighed softly. What's wrong? Nothing, I just want to hug you. Back down the mountain, Lin's siren saw the two of them and looked at them with a suggestive gaze. Yifu didn't explain and simply opened the car door to let Do Miao and Luo Luo out for bathroom breaks and play. With enough meat and the empty bottles refilled with water, Wan Tao came to inform everyone that they would leave in half an hour. The next stop was Shuana County, about 6 hours by car. Yifu looked at Zhang Rong. I'll drive for this part. Zhang Rong nodded. He hadn't rested much these days, always hunting in the mountains, and he was indeed a little tired. After Do Miao and Luo Luo returned, Yifu sat in the driver's seat and started the car. After 5 days of rest, everyone looked much better. Yifu distributed the medicinal powder, and now they didn't need to cover their faces or hide, even opening the windows for fresh air. Zhang Rong, I really believe you're a retired soldier now, Qi Yuan said from the back, poking Zhang Rong's back. There's no prey in these mountains that you can't conquer. You're amazing. From now on, I'll follow you. Aren't we all just following Yifu and Zhang Rong all along? Feng Wei said softly nearby. Yifu is very strong, but have you seen Zhang Rong when he hunts? He's like a god of war. Zhang Rong closed his eyes and started to sleep, while Qi Yuan kept talking nonstop. If I were younger, I would like to learn a few moves from Zhang Rong. Feng Wei snorted. Take it easy. You're in your 30s, and you can't even beat Uncle Lu Zhang, who is over 50. Qi Yuan covered his chest. That's a bit much. Zhang Rong and Uncle Lu Zhang are both retired soldiers. They are well trained. Alright, let's not talk about them. Do you think you can beat Brother Song? Brother Song is a police officer, and he's pretty skilled too. Feng Wei had nothing more to say. Yifu was about to laugh, as the car moved slowly and steadily. Shuanha City is surrounded by mountains, and she wondered what it looked like now. She had secretly filled the tank earlier, but once they reached Shuanha City, they still needed to gather some gasoline. She wasn't sure if there were any survivors. She looked out the window. Insects swarmed everywhere, and the daytime was still ongoing. A new journey was about to begin. The car traveled for over 2 hours before hitting a landslide. Everyone got out with hose and shovels to clear the debris. The temperature was still around 30 degrees Celsius, with no sign of dropping or rising. The landslide covered a large area, and it took about an hour to clear. They set off again, with Zhang Rong driving this time, and Yifu sat in the passenger seat to rest. When she woke up, they had arrived in Shuanha City. It was already 7:30 p.m. Seeing the big sign "Welcome to Shuanha," everyone felt uneasy. Behind the billboard, the city was burned to black ruins by fire. The car couldn't enter the city, so they found a relatively flat spot to stop. Yifu put on a mask. The air was filled with black ash and was very stinging.
But they still needed supplies.
The fire had burned the city, but some areas might have been spared. A few people stayed behind to guard the vehicle and supplies, while the others took tools into the city. Worried about stepping on nails, Yifu changed into a pair of sturdy boots with thick soles, which she thought would be safer. Everyone split into 4 groups, circling around from outside the city. Yifu, Zhang Rong, Qi Yuan, Feng Wei, and Officer Song formed one group. After half an hour, Yifu noticed that some houses on the mountain outside the city had not been affected by the fire. We won't go into the city. Let's go to the mountains outside the city. Zhang Rong led the way, with the others following behind. Because there was a road with a median on the outskirts of the town, they successfully prevented the big fire from spreading up the mountain. The group hurried along and soon reached the small house on the mountain. The house had been searched many times before. Furniture was overturned, and the inside was very messy. It was a 2-story house. Everyone carefully searched again, but apart from some clothes, shoes, and a few broken bowls on the ground, they found nothing else. There are many more houses in the mountains. We should check each one. Although they weren't sure what they might find, even finding a bowl would be good. During a disaster, no detail should be overlooked. Fortunately, they found about 2 liters of gasoline in the second floor of a nearby house. If they couldn't find more, Yifu decided to take the gasoline from his space.
Yifu, Jangrong, come quickly.
When Officer Song heard the voice, the group hurried over. Inside the kitchen, Officer Song found a cellar with a locked iron cover. He tried to break the lock with tools but couldn't succeed. Jiang Rong went over, grabbed the lock, and pulled hard. The chain hanging on it broke. The cellar was covered by a heavy tile, and Officer Song said he stepped on it and felt it was uneven, which gave him a clue. They opened the cellar, and a foul smell came out. Yifu lit a torch and shone inside. Everyone was stunned. Oh my God, this. Inside, the cellar was filled with supplies: grain, water, salt, cooking oil, rotten vegetables and meat, and even several barrels of gasoline. It seemed someone had hidden supplies here, planning to come back for them. Something must have gone wrong. The person who stored the supplies didn't return. They looked around and saw no bodies inside. In the yard, they found tire tracks, probably from a van, and the owner hadn't come back after leaving. The gasoline inside confirmed this. One by one, they went down into the cellar. The meat and vegetables were rotten, and the rice and flour on the other side had turned yellow, with some rice bugs inside.
But they could still be eaten.
Most importantly, the rice and flour were in 50-pound bags. This is a real fortune. Fong Wei covered his mouth, but his excitement and happiness couldn't be hidden. Let's bring everything up. Officer Song and Chi Yuan went outside to get a cart, while the others passed the supplies to them from inside. Yifu counted and found 10 bags of rice, 10 bags of flour, and several boxes of noodles, instant noodles, water, and oil. There were 8 barrels of gasoline, which suggested that the owner of the supplies planned to leave and had stockpiled so much. There is also a box of disaster relief candles, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and raincoats. Apart from the rotten meat and vegetables, everything else was taken out of the cellar. Seeing the pile of food on the ground, everyone except Yifu and Jiang Rong looked a bit confused. I think I haven't seen rice in many years, sob. Fong Wei couldn't help but cry. Brother Song, you're really lucky. Chi Yuan ran over and hugged Officer Song tightly, startling him. Finding supplies is a good thing. Everyone, stop crying. Let's divide the items and head back quickly. Brother Song, you should take more. One is growing now, and these bags of rice and flour are very timely. Everyone usually takes good care of me and Wenwen. When Wenwen was small, everyone helped me raise her.
Now, let's not talk about that.
We are like a family, no differences. Officer Song's words moved everyone deeply. After dividing the supplies, everyone bowed to the house and prepared to return along the same route with their belongings. Should we share some with others? Chi Yuan's question made everyone think deeply. Yes, for bags of rice and flour will be shared. The rest we keep for ourselves, said Officer Song, who had the authority to distribute. Yifu carried 2 buckets of water, and on her back, she also carried 2 buckets of water and 2 buckets of oil. Jiang Rong alone carried 6 bags of rice. Back at the convoy, the others had also returned with quite a lot of supplies, showing that everyone had gained something. Officer Song found Wan Tao and told him about discovering the rice. The others shared some of what they found. Officer Song and Chi Yuan took 4 bags of rice over. Wan Tao sent a few people to check the road conditions, and the others temporarily camped in Shuana County. Wan Tao said to gather supplies first and leave in 3 days. Officer Song told everyone after returning. By the way, they also collected a lot of gasoline. Wan Tao took 2 barrels for me. Since Chi Yuan found the truck, he remembers this favor. They also shared quite a bit of other supplies with us. No one expected that overnight they would become so wealthy, having rice, flour, and so much gasoline. The next part of the journey shouldn't be too difficult. Wan Tao's team of 7 or 8 people went out to check the road conditions and returned after about 7 or 8 hours. The good news was that there was a road, and it hadn't collapsed. The bad news was that they had to pass through Shuana County, which was difficult to travel through because they had to keep stopping to clear roadblocks. 2 days later, supplies in Shuana County were almost finished. Everyone rested for 5 hours before continuing to the next stop. When they set out again, the driver was replaced by Chi-yuan. Leaving Shuana County, they saw endless plains, once rice fields and wheat fields, now only cracks and gullies remained. Yi-fu marked off another day on her calendar. She looked out the window and, through the dense swarm of mosquitoes, noticed the sky turning orange-red. Yi-fu took out her binoculars and looked at the sky for a long time. The orange-red sky looked like a sunset, beautiful to an extreme. If there were no mosquitoes, she even wanted to take a photo with her phone.
What are you looking at?
Yi-fu handed the binoculars to Jiangrong. Look at the sky. Has the color changed? Jiangrong took them and looked for half a minute. Yes, it has changed. It might get colder. His words proved true quickly. 2 hours later, after passing through a tunnel, the temperature suddenly dropped by 5 degrees. Feng Wei rubbed his arms and took out a worn-out jacket from his bag to put on. Why did it suddenly get colder? Ugh, it's so cold. It seems like there are more mosquitoes again. I have a feeling it might rain, Chi-yuan said, stopping the car and putting on his jacket. Suddenly, a strong wind blew outside the window, lifting the mosquitoes into the air. Yi-fu rolled up the car window and hugged her bean sprout tightly. Driving across the plain was easier because the roads were wide and straight. Yi-fu suddenly told Chi-yuan to stop and pointed to the railway on the right. Over there are a few train cars.
Let's go see.
Yi-fu blew 3 whistles, and the car in front also stopped. Everyone saw the train cars. They crossed over dead trees, thorns, and iron fences with tools and ran toward the tracks. There are bodies inside. Jiangrong looked inside through the window. One body has a knife stuck in it. These people didn't die naturally. The train door was closed. Everyone started prying it open with tools. Yi-fu went to another carriage, kicked it open with force. The door was kicked open quickly. Yi-fu entered the carriage, and a strong smell of bad odor filled the air. This was likely a train stopped by a heavy rainstorm, still loaded with many pieces of luggage. Strangely, no one had looted it. Yi-fu took all the suitcases down. When others saw her, they started copying her, and soon, several carriages were thoroughly searched. We found many clothes and shoes. Over 100 people died inside. Yi-fu stood outside, watching others continue to search for supplies. Lin's siren pulled in and over to talk to her, but she didn't respond. Yi-fu, what's wrong? Yi-fu snapped back to reality and shook her head lightly. She didn't know what was wrong, but she felt that many things seemed strange and unreal. Sometimes, she couldn't tell if this was real life or a dream. She found some personal ID cards in her suitcase. Some belonged to teenagers, others to workers in their 50s or 60s. Not far away, there was a train tunnel. These few carriages might have been pushed here by an earthquake or heavy rain. For carriages, without a locomotive or tail car, just stopped on the tracks. If passing vehicles saw these carriages, it was natural for them to open the doors and search for supplies. Siren, have you ever played a game? Game?
Yi-fu nodded.
In games, there are often strange bugs that don't make sense.
Suddenly, Yi-fu felt a terrible headache.
She looked up and felt the sky moving. Then she collapsed heavily to the ground. When she woke up again, she was on a train. Jiangrong was holding her, and Chi-yuan was driving ahead. Yi-fu tried to sit up and speak, but found her throat was very sore. Where's the train? What train? Yi-fu looked at the 3 of them, but she couldn't see any signs of mischief on their faces. I saw some train carriages earlier, and then we got off to look for supplies. Later, my head hurt so much that I fainted. Chi-yuan frowned and looked at her. There are no train carriages. When we came out of the tunnel, the weather suddenly cooled, and then you fell asleep. Jiangrong said you had a slight fever. Yi-fu, you've been asleep for 3 hours. Yi-fu looked out the window. The flat plains had disappeared, replaced by mountains on both sides of the road. She pressed her temples and closed her eyes. After a long while, she opened her eyes and looked at Jiangrong. Am I really dreaming? Jiangrong helped her tidy up her messy hair.
Don't worry.
Tell me everything from the beginning. I'll help you sort it out. Yi-fu couldn't believe it. You believe me? Jiangrong nodded. Of course, because I just had a dream too. Chi Yuan turned around and looked at both of them with a complicated expression. Are you two under too much pressure? Yi Fu didn't answer him. Instead, she looked at Jiang Rong. Is your dream the same as mine? Jiang Rong nodded again. Yi Fu once again couldn't tell the difference between dreams and reality. She looked out the window. The sky was still gray and gloomy. At that moment, Chi Yuan suddenly braked hard. Yi Fu was thrown forward and hit her head on the car window. She opened her eyes, frowned, and patted her forehead. There's a pothole. Luckily, I'm good at driving. Yi Fu, are you awake? Yi Fu stared at Chi Yuan without speaking. In the cramped space in the back seat, she felt like she was falling into an icy pit. The next stop was a small town. They stopped for 5 hours to rest. Everyone got out of the car to light fires and cook. With rice and flour, they could improve their meals. Jiang Rong built a fire, and Yi Fu took out a metal pot to wash rice. There were various plants and wild vegetables growing by the roadside. Yi Fu dug some up to stir-fry as a vegetable side dish. When she was taking things out of her bag, she also took out some fresh deer meat from her space to stir-fry. Chi Yuan knew Yi Fu had chili peppers, so he brought over a bag of wild vegetables and traded her a handful of dried chili peppers. The others went to the town's houses to find supplies. They discovered an old mountain god temple with a well inside, which had water, but was also full of thick mosquitoes. Yi Fu finished cooking, and Jiang Rong had just returned with a large bag of wild vegetables. He was very quick, digging them up in just over 40 minutes. When no one was looking, Yi Fu put the wild vegetables into her space. Wash your hands and eat. The smell of rice filled the air. Although she had spent several minutes picking out rice bugs while washing the rice still smelled very good. Brother Jiang Rong, is there any game nearby? We're planning to go up the mountain. A few people ran over to ask Jiang Rong about the mountain. He hesitated for a moment and shook his head lightly.
No.
Everyone looked disappointed. Really none? I was hoping to show off my skills. Jiang Rong ignored them. Feeling bored, they all left. Yi Fu took a piece of meat from Jiang Rong and then leaned close to him. There really are no game in the mountain? Jiang Rong smiled and said, I'm not lying. All right, mainly because you hesitated for a few seconds earlier. I thought there was a prey in the mountains they couldn't handle, so you didn't tell them. Jiang Rong still smiled. Yi Fu took out a cup and poured a strong black coffee. She felt a bit dizzy today and needed to wake up. After eating and drinking enough, the others went back to the car to sleep. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong continued to go into the mountains to pick wild vegetables. The leaves and roots of these wild vegetables looked like spinach and had a sweet aftertaste. 2 hours later, a sharp whistle sounded. After putting the burlap bag into the space, the two of them went down the mountain. Back with the convoy, Yi Fu finally learned what had happened. Someone went to the mountain god temple to fetch water and found a survivor. Since leaving the safe zone, this was the first time anyone had found a survivor. Many people were happy. Wan Tao and others had already gone to check the situation. Yi Fu thought for a moment and followed Jiang Rong. Following the team to the mountains behind the mountain god temple, they heard screams. Everyone quickened their pace up the mountain. When they saw the survivor, everyone was surprised. It was an old grandmother and a young woman in her early 20s. They lived in a cave on the mountain. The old grandmother protected the girl behind her and looked at the crowd with caution. Whenever someone approached, they would scream loudly and tremble uncontrollably. We're not bad people. We are fleeing from danger. Today we passed through here and saw you in fetching water. That's how we knew there were still people alive in the town, Wan Tao said kindly. He raised his hands and stepped forward, speaking softly to comfort them. We came from Longtan Base. Andy, how many people are still alive here? The old grandmother pointed a stick at Wan Tao, but did not relax her guard. If Wan Tao moved, she and the young woman behind her would scream again. Everyone else stepped back. Yi Fu, Fong Wei, Lin Siren, come over here, Wan Tao called. Hearing her name, Yi Fu pushed through the crowd and stood behind Wan Tao. Those two are probably very frightened and wary of people. You three and the girl are about the same age and are women. You might help them relax. I will take some others down the mountain first. After Wan Tao finished speaking, He waved to let the others go down the mountain. Jiang Rong glanced at Yifu, who nodded slightly, and then he left. Yifu was the slowest to warm up and was not good at quickly building trust with others. Clearly, she was not suited to speak at this moment. The difficult task was handed over to Lin Siren and Feng Wei while she stood guard nearby. Grandma, little sister, don't be afraid. We are truly refugees. I am from Haicheng. We will leave soon. Are there others in your town? Why don't you live in the buildings downstairs but in the mountains? Naturally, the friendly Lin Siren took the lead, and their expressions improved a lot. Are you really not bandits? Bandits? No, we're not. Have you ever met bandits? The old grandmother's face changed, and she said nothing, just tightly hugged the girl. Yifu also observed the two, thinking they must have encountered bad people before, which is why they moved into the cave. There are no others in the town. Only me and my grandmother. Please leave quickly. We have nothing to give you. We have nothing. Don't hurt us. The girl knelt down, trembling and curled up on the ground. The grandmother, feeling distressed, hugged her and tried to scare them away with a loud scream. We don't want your things. Sorry. We thought no one was in the town earlier, so we wanted to find some supplies, but we found nothing except the well at the mountain temple. Lin Siren squatted down to look at the girl face to face. What is your name? Please introduce yourself. I am Lin Siren. This is Feng Wei, and this is Yifu. I am Xu Yun. Xu Yun, thank you for telling us. We will leave soon, so don't be afraid. Lin Siren looked back at Feng Wei and Yifu and nodded gently. Earlier, you said you're heading northwest? The grandmother suddenly asked. Yes, we plan to go around from the southwest to the northwest. The grandmother lowered her head, lost in thought. Lin Siren comforted both of them for a long time. We're leaving the mountain now.
Take care.
Shuyan looked up at the three, and her wariness in her eyes eased a little. She looked a bit dazed. After the three left the mountain, Lin Siren shared what they had learned with everyone. They didn't want to tell us much, but they're less guarded now than before. We should leave quickly. If we stay here, they will always be afraid. Wan Tao nodded. All right, there are indeed no other survivors in this town. Since they don't want to talk, let's forget it. Pack up and keep moving. Yifu stepped away from the crowd and returned to the car. Jiang Rong had already packed everything. He would drive for the next part of the journey. Yifu sat in the front passenger seat, while Do Miao and Luo leaned on her legs, making constant squeaking sounds. Finally, you two little ones are energetic. Are you car sick? Here, drink some water and eat a little, then we can keep going. Qi Yuan looked envious. You're really good at this. They're so well taken care of by you. I was worried I wouldn't be able to take care of them at first. They're quite adaptable. I didn't have to worry much. Once we settle down, I want to get a pet too. I want a cat. I miss my little cat, Qi Yuan said, his eyes turning red when he mentioned it. When we get to the northwest, maybe we'll see a rabbit fox, he added. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. I want to get one then. Jiang Rong sat quietly beside her, watching Yifu. When Yifu looked at him, he paused for a moment, then curved his lips into a small smile. Just as the convoy was about to leave, an elderly woman and Shuyan suddenly came down the mountain. They stood a short distance away, shyly observing the cars and everyone else. Wan Tao saw them and hurried over. Ma'am, young lady, we're leaving now. Don't be afraid. We're not here to steal anything. At that moment, the old woman suddenly knelt down. Wan Tao quickly reached out to hold her. Ma'am, what are you doing? I can see you're not bad people. Please, take my granddaughter away. It's okay to go to the northwest. Grandma, I don't want to go. Shuyun was startled by her grandmother's words, feeling helpless and scared. We have no food left. Little Yun, leave with them. Please, take her away. I'm over 80, and there's nothing to eat at home. Little Yun can't stay here anymore. The grandmother stubbornly knelt there. Wan Tao hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll agree. But aren't you coming with us? The grandmother shook her head. I don't have many days left. I'll stay here. Grandma, I won't go. I won't leave you. If we're leaving, we go together. The grandmother sighed. Little Yun, if you don't listen to me, even if I die, I won't rest in peace. Then she explained to Wan Tao why they had moved into the cave to live. 3 years ago, a group of refugees came to our town. At that time, many people lived here, but after they arrived, they killed everyone and took all the food. Shu Yun's parents were also killed by them. Shu Yun and I went to the mountains to dig wild vegetables and escaped. Since then, we have lived in the mountains and never dared to come down. Wan Tao guessed some of what was happening, but when he heard Grandma's words, he was so angry he couldn't speak. If there were still some food in the cellar, we could have lasted these 3 years. But now, there's almost nothing left. I'm old, and Xiaoyan can't stay here. Please, you must take her away. Shu Yun hugged her grandma and cried, No, I won't go. What will happen to you if I leave? I have my own way to survive. Xiaoyun, please leave here. Others stood nearby and listened in silence. Xiaoyun, do you remember what those people looked like? If you do, you should leave. Maybe if you leave, you'll see them again and be able to avenge your family, Feng Wei urged loudly. Perhaps leaving was the best way for her to survive. After hearing Feng Wei, Shu Yun stopped crying. Xiaoyun, please leave. If you don't go, I will take medicine and die in front of you now. Shu Yun's face turned pale. She looked at her grandma in shock. You can't do that. I can't leave you. Xiaoyun, I beg you. Shu Yun closed her eyes, her voice hoarse. Okay, I will leave. Shu Yun's belongings were few. A few old clothes, 2 pairs of shoes, and a bag of dried food. She was put in Yifu's car. The car where Lin Siren was sitting was already full, and the other cars were filled with men. Worried she might be scared, Wan Tao came over to talk to her and asked her to come with Yifu. The van was spacious enough, but it was packed with luggage. Everyone reorganized the bags and finally made room. Grandma, leaning on her cane, stood nearby. Shu Yun kept crying as the car slowly started. Grandma hurried after it. Grandma, I will come back. After I avenge my family, I will find you. Grandma waved her hand while crying. Her lips moved slightly, and she said, Take care. The car left the town, and the trees along the road became fewer. The insects seemed to increase again. Yifu asked Shu Yun to apply poison powder on her clothes, so she wouldn't need to cover her face. She sat in the corner, kept her head down, and didn't speak. Feng Wei occasionally spoke to her, and she answered a few words. Shu Yun, how old are you? 22. You're younger than me and Yifu. From now on, you can call me Sister Feng Wei. Let me introduce you. This is Qi Yuan, my partner, and Jiang Hong, Yifu's partner. You don't need to be shy. Since you've chosen to leave with us, you'll be with us all the time, so there's no need to be afraid or shy. Shu Yun nodded softly. Thank you. I'm a bit worried about my grandma. Hearing this, Feng Wei didn't know how to comfort her. The car went through a very long tunnel, and after half an hour, they still hadn't reached the end. Suddenly, a whistle sounded ahead. The tunnel has collapsed. Turn back and find another route. Jiang Hong immediately turned the car around. Yifu took out binoculars and looked ahead. Indeed, the tunnel was blocked. Fortunately, there was another road outside the tunnel entrance. After half an hour, the car exited the tunnel one by one. But before they could switch lanes, a loud boom sounded, and the entire tunnel suddenly collapsed. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. Some felt relieved, others scared.
Wow, we got out just in time.
If they had been 30 seconds later, the truck might have been buried inside. Everyone was quite frightened by this incident, but didn't dare to delay. They quickly changed lanes and continued their journey. After this event, no one dared to go into a tunnel again. Shu Yun was very thin, about 1.6 meters tall, and looked to weigh less than 60 jin, about 30 kilograms. Feng Wei looked at her dry food, a bag of dark, hard, coarse biscuits. Worried she couldn't handle it, Feng Wei gave her a pack of dried meat and also handed her a plastic water bottle. For hours later, the car stopped at an abandoned gas station. Everyone got out to gather firewood, while others went inside to look for supplies. Yifu and Feng Wei went to the toilet, and Shu Yun hurried to follow. Yifu chopped a dry stick and made her a wooden shovel. Later, you can use this to dig for wild vegetables. Shuyan quickly took it.
Thank you all.
You're really kind. Fong Wei laughed loudly. No wonder you haven't spoken all this time. You were worried we might be bad people? Shuyan felt a bit shy. After a few hours of calm, she understood her grandma's good intentions. It wasn't about revenge, but about letting her leave the small town and find a new way to live. I will help with chores, cook food, and chop firewood. That's impressive. I couldn't do any of that before. I only learned in the past 2 years. Fong Wei is very good at praising others, so Shuyan quickly relaxed. The three of them returned to the convoy. Shuyan took a shovel to pick wild vegetables, while Yifu took a sip of coffee and felt more energetic. I have a feeling it might rain.
Jiangrong handed Yifu a damp towel.
Yifu wiped her face and handed the cup back. Zhang Rong can't drink coffee. He took a sip and frowned. Yifu, don't you think it's bitter? But it helps me stay alert. Look at me now, I'm so lively. Zhang Rong reached out and touched her forehead. You're not lively. You're excited. Yifu also felt a bit excited, but at least it meant her mind was clear and she was alert. The gas station had nothing, but they found 2 old tires, which everyone put into the truck. The bottom of the tires could be used to make shoes, so nothing should be wasted. After resting for half an hour, they continued their journey. This time, Yifu took the wheel. The further south they went, the fewer plains there were and tall mountains appeared more and more. The road had 18 sharp turns, testing driving skills and courage. Qi Yuan's face was pale. He tightly held Fong Wei's arm, not even looking outside. Why is this road so twisty? Every 100 meters, there's a turn. I feel dizzy and want to. Yifu quickly stopped the car and let him get out too. The cars ahead also stopped, and many people got out too. Are so many people carsick? Jiang Rong shook his head. It's not just car sickness. If you listen carefully, you'll notice a strange smell in the air that started about half an hour ago. It makes people feel dizzy and nauseous. Are you okay? Of course I am. The others are the ones affected. Besides Yifu and Jiang Rong, everyone else got out and vomited until they were exhausted. Could it be that there's a mineral deposit nearby? Usually, places with minerals cause strange reactions in people when they get close. Yifu got out and found Wan Tao, telling him about the smell. Everyone, rest here for a while. Jiang Rong and I will go into the mountains to check. At this point, they couldn't continue driving. Wan Tao looked pale and nodded. Be careful, and if anything happens, whistle. After saying that, a wave of nausea hit him, and he bent over to again. Yifu returned to Jiang Rong's side, settled the bean sprouts and luo, and the two of them headed into the mountains. Yifu, the smell is getting stronger. Jiang Rong looked around and tightly held Yifu's hand. 20 minutes later, they entered the deep mountains and saw a large area of strange-looking red flowers. Getting closer, they could smell a strong rotten odor. Yifu looked at these giant red flowers and took out a long knife to cut off a petal. These are carnivorous plants. The petals were large, with a round hollow in the middle and white bumps on the red petals. Carnivorous plants usually live in tropical rainforest swamps. Why are they here? The dizzying, vomiting smell earlier probably came from them. Yifu suddenly had an idea. Jiang Rong, I want to put all these carnivorous plants into my space. Maybe I can make poison from them. I roughly looked around. There should be thousands of these plants here. The two immediately started working. Jiang Rong used his long knife to cut the plants from the roots, and Yifu put on a mask and gloves, collecting all of them into a space. Although plants had already started growing in the mountain, the presence of such a large patch of carnivorous plants was strange, especially since the mountain range here wasn't a tropical rainforest. After about an hour, they cleared out the large patch of plants. Jiang Rong then wandered further into the mountain and found another large area of carnivorous plants in a wetland below. This patch was even bigger than the previous one, with many flower buds. It took about an hour and a half to finish clearing everything. All done, let's go back.
I'm hungry.
Let's eat something first. Yifu took out food from his space, planning to cook a small meal before returning. During this time, Both had been eating dry rations, and Jiang Rong, who had a big appetite, hadn't eaten well. 500 kilometers more to Yun City, but we'll pass through some counties and small towns along the way. There's a base in Yun City, but I don't know if it's still there. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger on the way, just traveling. After eating and drinking well, they started descending the mountain. Back at the convoy, others quickly gathered around. Did anyone notice anything unusual? We encountered some carnivorous plants. We cut them down. How is everyone now? Do you still want to? Wan Tao waved his hand. Much better. We should be able to continue on now. Brother Jiang Rong, are there any prey animals in the mountains? Everyone else was staring at Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong pursed her lips and shook her head.
No.
Nothing again? All right, there aren't that many prey waiting for us to hunt. Let's leave here first. There's Moon Lake ahead. We'll rest there for 2 days. Lu Zhang waved to signal everyone to get in the car. Since everyone was fine now, they needed to keep moving. How long does it take to reach Moon Lake? Lu Zhang took out some maps. About 5 or 6 hours. If you want to go hunting at Moon Lake, feel free. If there's still water in the lake, we can also fish. Lu Zhang's words made everyone excited and full of energy. They quickly returned to their cars, and Jiang Rong sat in the driver's seat to start driving. Earlier in the mountains, Yi Fu had dug over 20 tree saplings. She felt she had developed a collecting habit. She needed to gather a little something wherever she went, or she felt uncomfortable. On the mountain road, insects buzzed constantly, but they didn't dare come close to humans. They only hovered nearby. Qi Yuan and Feng Wei suddenly started singing. Yi Fu, who was tone-deaf, didn't join them. I thought we had entered the miasma forest just now. Qi Yuan sighed. Traveling has so many setbacks, and every day feels like struggling in deep water and fire. There are many miasma forests in the south. We need to be careful, Feng Wei warned. Qi Yuan looked hopeless. I was just joking. Please don't let us encounter a miasma forest. You have the curse of a black crow. It's better if you speak less. Feng Wei couldn't help but tease him. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong exchanged glances, and both smiled. Here are 18 bends in the mountain road, and 9 loops in the waterway. Qi Yuan sang loudly. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the mountains. Everyone looked up and saw a monkey standing on a tree. Wow, a monkey! In the next second, the monkey threw a stone at the car, hitting the door directly. Qi Yuan quickly rolled up the window and kept cursing the monkey's ancestors. Wild monkey, mischievous monkey, troublemaker monkey. The monkey kept throwing stones at their car from the mountains. Yi Fu looked back at Qi Yuan. Stop talking. Just be quiet. About 10 minutes later, they finally got rid of the irritable monkey. From today, the animal I dislike the most in my life is the monkey. Qi Yuan still felt upset about what happened. Who asked you to sing so badly? Even the monkey couldn't stand it. Feng Wei still refused to give him any face. Qi Yuan covered his chest and said, Actually, my childhood dream was to become a singer. Everyone. Yi Fu closed her eyes and slept for a while. When she woke up, it seemed a bit cooler, and she felt a little cold. She put on her coat, and the car in front stopped. We've arrived at Moon Lake. Everyone get out of the car. Qi Yuan and Feng Wei couldn't wait to get out. Shu Yan was still very cautious and didn't dare to speak loudly.
Yi Fu understood her.
In a relatively unfamiliar environment with unfamiliar people around, and having experienced natural disasters and hardships, her natural caution was hard to let go of quickly. Let's go. Let's take a look too. Yi Fu released Do Miao and Luo Luo. There was water in Moon Lake, but only a few small puddles. Lu Zhang said he wanted to rest here for a few days. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong took out the tents to set up camp. The others had already gone to the lake to see if there were fish. This used to be a scenic spot because the lake looks like a moon. It's a freshwater lake, and the scenery was said to be very beautiful. There were also hundreds of acres of azalea flowers on the surrounding mountains. Unfortunately, we can't see that anymore. Lin Siren pulled and Wenwen over. Yi Fu and Wenwen hugged them, and the 2 children happily ran into the lake to look for fish. There are fish, lots of fish. Someone shouted, and Lin Siren, Fong Wei, and Xu Yun went over. They finished setting up the tents, and Yi Fu and Jiang Rong also went to join the fun. Why are these fish so strange? This is a giant salamander. It's said they cry like children. A giant salamander weighing over 10 jin was lifted up. It looked like a snake and made people's scalps tingle. But in this post-apocalyptic world, who still cared about such things? With the giant salamander here, everyone was excited. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong planned to go into the mountains to hunt. The others' attention was completely drawn by the salamander, so they didn't notice when they left. Some azalea seedlings grew in the mountains. Yi Fu carried a small and dug along the way. She didn't know why she was so obsessed with collecting plants, but her sixth sense told her these things must be useful, and she had to keep them. Jiang Rong just entered the mountains and found a gray rabbit. Without needing to draw her knife, she picked up a stone and threw it, killing the rabbit instantly. Are there still prey in the mountains? Jiang Rong squinted and looked into the distance, her sharp jawline tense and firm. Yes, many. Let's go hunting, she said. It would be great if the space could hold living creatures, but she couldn't be too greedy. Having a storage space was already a special blessing from heaven. Jiang Rong reached out and grabbed Yi Fu, and they started walking into the deep mountains. The dried branches of azaleas were very messy and often poked her calves as they walked. There were many rocks on the mountain. Standing on a large stone, she could see the moon lake below. Yi Fu took the rabbit into her space. There were some tree flowers on the deadwood, and she quickly picked a few. What are these? She asked. Yi Fu began explaining tree flowers. They are edible. They taste best when cold and can be eaten alone or mixed with pig liver. Hearing that they could eat them, Jiang Rong immediately helped pick some. Meanwhile, down the mountain, everyone had caught all the baby frogs from several puddles. With clear water, they built 2 shelters using clothes and fabric. Men and women separated to wash their hair and bathe. They also made many fires on the shore. Some people were sharpening knives, preparing to handle the frogs, while others carried weapons into the mountains, planning to hunt some prey. Everyone was busy in an orderly way. A few children were laughing and playing near the puddles. Do Miao and Luo Luo didn't know where they had gone. Where are Yi Fu and Jiang Rong? Someone asked. I didn't see them. Maybe they went to dig wild vegetables, someone replied. I saw them leave with knives, Xu Yun whispered. Oh, they probably went hunting. It's fine. They're very capable and won't get into trouble, another said. Let's go wash up. We haven't used the shampoo and body wash Yi Fu gave us back in Tan City, Fong Wei and Lin Siren said, pulling Xu Yun into a tent. Officer Song carried back a very large baby frog. Seeing one when cooking fire, he smiled with relief. When one, go play. Dad will handle everything, he said. I'm not a kid anymore. I won't go play. I'll help you, Wen said. She found a bucket in the car and started helping Officer Song handle the frog. The mountains had mostly rabbits. Yi Fu also caught one. Most of the time, she was digging wild vegetables and herbs, while Jiang Rong was responsible for hunting animals. As long as they kept the roots of the wild vegetables, they could plant them later. Yi Fu also found many wild bitter herbs and a few kudzu plants. Dried kudzu root is a very valuable medicinal ingredient. Yi Fu carefully dug it out, wrapped it in paper, marked it, and then stored it in the space. It would be great if they could find Raimi. Not only can it be used to make shoes, but also clothes. However, there are many cotton seeds in the space. Once they settle down, they can plant them. Yi Fu has many plans. Raising animals is the most important. If possible, she also wants to plant mulberry trees and raise silkworms. Jiang Rong doesn't know where he went. Yi Fu sat on a stone to rest, took off her hat, and a breeze blew past, making her feel comfortable and relaxed. She lay down directly. Mosquitoes and bugs were about 5 or 6 meters away, watching her closely. She noticed some movement nearby and looked over, meeting the gaze of a small bird. The bird was startled, flapped its wings, and flew away immediately. Yi Fu smiled slightly and closed her eyes to pretend to sleep. When Jiang Rong returned, he saw Yi Fu sleeping on the stone. He put down the prey on his shoulder and sat beside her. The wind was a bit cool. The temperature was about 28 degrees Celsius. The long day hadn't ended yet, and the sky was still gray. Jiang Rong took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from Yi Fu's nose and began to enjoy this rare moment of peace. The joyful sounds from the mountain below could still be heard here. Children forget all worries and hardships when they see a baby fish. Yi Fu opened her eyes and couldn't help but yawn. When did you come back?
Just now.
Are you tired?
Yeah.
Jiang Rong picked her up and held her in his arms. Then rest a little longer. There are ants on the stone. I'll hold you.
Yi Fu chuckled softly.
What's wrong? You're really kind. Jiang Rong's gaze was deep. How kind? Indescribably kind. Yi Fu rested her head on his chest. It's 5:30 in the evening now. If day and night are clear, we could watch the sunset. They had been windy for half an hour. The two of them prepared to go down the mountain. Yi Fu looked at Jiang Rong carrying back the prey and praised him enthusiastically, making Jiang Rong blush. They packed up the prey, leaving only a rabbit and a bag of wild vegetables, then headed down the mountain. Back at Moon Lake, others had already started a fire and were cooking. Jiang Rong took the rabbit to prepare it, and Yi Fu started the fire and boiled water. Yi Fu, why did you guys take so long? Hurry up and get some meat from the front. Everyone has some. Yi Fu took a basin and went to Lu Zhang to get a large piece of meat. At this time, Do Miao and Luo Luo also returned. The two little ones, tired from playing, went straight into the tent to sleep. Shu Yun saw everyone cooking rice and was completely amazed. Shu Yun, this is your share. Everyone took some out for you. There are pots and bowls on the truck. Go and get a set. Do I also have one? Fong Wei nodded. Yes, everyone has one, but not many. Usually we eat dried food, and only when we stop to rest do we cook. Shu Yun knew that the rice was given to her by everyone, so she started helping to gather firewood, fetch water, and wash vegetables. Everyone said she didn't need to, but she still went into the mountain to get a bundle of firewood. There wasn't much stuff. Yi Fu and the others each shared about a jin, roughly half a kilogram, totaling just over 10 jin. Shu Yun has a good personality, decent character, and is very hardworking. Everyone had no complaints about helping her. Jiang Rong brought back the prepared rabbit, and Yi Fu planned to make a stir-fry. The quicker ones already ate, but Yi Fu was still chopping meat. Officer Song handed a large piece of meat to Yi Fu, who split the rabbit in half and shared it with him. Wenwen ran over to cuddle Yi Fu and act spoiled. The camp was filled with happiness. The hunters who went into the mountain also returned. Wu Pei specifically came to invite Jiang Rong to go hunting, and Jiang Rong didn't refuse. A fairly hearty dinner was prepared. The wild vegetables were a bit bitter, but after eating, they started to taste sweet. When drinking water, it felt like the water was sweet. Right after dinner, Wu Pei brought a few young boys to invite Jiang Rong to go hunting in the mountain. Jiang Rong washed the dishes before grabbing a long knife and leaving. Yi Fu looked at the gloomy sky and felt that a storm was coming. Yi Fu, let's go wash clothes. Lin Siren carried a lot of clothes over to invite Yi Fu and Fong Wei. I have a feeling it will rain. Let's not wash yet. Lin Siren looked up at the sky. Isn't the sky always like this? I don't see any signs of rain. Oh, I trust Yi Fu. If it rains, it will definitely get cooler. If we wash now, we won't have clothes to wear. Luckily, I just took a shower earlier, so I feel refreshed. Neither Fong Wei nor Yi Fu wanted to go, and Lin Siren didn't dare to wash clothes either. Half an hour later, light rain began to fall. Yi Fu dismantled the tent and packed it away, then hurried into the car with Do Miao and Luo Luo to avoid the rain. Oh no, it's really raining. Yi Fu, you're more accurate than the weather forecast, Fong Wei said as he wiped his hair, looking worried outside. I hope it's just light rain. I can't handle heavy rain. Yi Fu was worried about Jiang Rong. He kept watching outside. Fortunately, Jiang Rong returned in half an hour, carrying 2 rabbits and a wild chicken. Yi Fu took out a towel to help him dry his hair, separated the back seat with a curtain, and handed him clothes to change into. I thought you'd be gone for a long time, she said. Jiang Rong smiled and looked at her. I knew you'd worry, so I came down the mountain immediately. Hearing this, Yi Fu smiled softly. After he changed clothes, she pulled the curtain aside. Qi Yuan and Feng Wei had already put on their warmest clothes. Now every time it rains, I get a mental shadow. Yi Fu, when do you think the rain will stop?
Sigh, I'm not a fairy.
I don't know when it will end, she replied. Rain brings a very practical problem. The roads will turn muddy, making travel very difficult. Everyone sat in the car, nervously watching the rain outside. After about 2 hours, the rain stopped. Lu Zhang came to tell everyone to hurry up and leave immediately, heading to the next county. If the rain gets worse, the consequences could be terrible. I thought we could stay here for 2 days to rest, but now we have to leave again, Feng Wei sighed. Xu Yun also looked worried. The weather is so unpredictable. Not a single day is normal, Yi Fu said, taking out her pocket watch. It was 8:30. My brother just told me he was going to catch a few rabbits to make clothes from their fur, she added. No wonder I heard him cursing over there, Feng Wei said with a smile. Qi Yuan and Feng Wei couldn't help but laugh. Yi Fu looked at the prey at her feet, thinking she needed to find a chance to store it in her space. The car had only been moving for about 10 minutes when the drizzle started again. After leaving Moon Lake, they entered endless mountains. On rainy days, thunder is the worst. Luckily, no thunder or lightning appeared. The wind made the dead trees on both sides of the road creak and groan. Sometimes a small animal would dash down from above, running straight into the mountains below. The car moved slowly, cautious of slipping or hitting potholes. Yi Fu kept wiping the rain off the windshield with her towel. The windshield wipers were broken, and the windows started making loud banging sounds. When will we reach the next town? Yi Fu took out his notebook and looked at it. About 5 hours. Qi Yuan almost cried when he heard this. So far? You'll be there after a nap. Qi Yuan also felt his emotions getting out of control, so he quickly calmed himself down. Fortunately, the rain was light, and although it was a bit cold, it was still safe for now. The 5-hour journey wasn't very long, but it wasn't short either, and it wouldn't be over instantly. The seats in the car were badly damaged, so sitting for a long time made their bottoms hurt. Even though the rain was light, the wind was strong, and there were some landslides on the road, so everyone had to get out in the rain to clear the obstacles. What was originally a 5-hour drive ended up taking 12 hours. By the time they reached Chunyang County, it was already 9 a.m., and the rain had become much heavier. The group had to find a safe place to park. Chunyang County was badly affected, with landslides and mud everywhere. Yi Fu took out a raincoat and put Do Miao and Luo Luo into his bag. The convoy bypassed a landslide and prepared to enter the city. They drove around for an hour before finding a building that hadn't collapsed and parked on the first floor. Everyone took their luggage and quickly ran upstairs. The building had many rooms, and most were still fairly clean. The belongings that could be moved had already been looted. Luckily, there were no remains of people or animals, or any insects or snakes. Yi Fu and Jiang Rong stayed in room 501, while others stayed in nearby rooms or upstairs and downstairs. After more than 10 hours of effort, everyone was very tired. Although there was concern about more heavy rain, having experienced many sudden disasters, they had become calm and composed. Yi Fu put down his luggage, spread a straw mat on the floor, and didn't bother cleaning the thick dust in the room. He planned to leave once the rain stopped, as the team didn't intend to stay long. Now, it felt less like fleeing and more like hiding from criminals. Every day was tense, and they were always worried that a disaster might suddenly strike at any moment. Yi Fu couldn't stay awake any longer and fell asleep on the straw mat. Outside, the wind howled, and raindrops tapped loudly against the window. The temperature suddenly dropped, and many people showed signs of catching colds or fevers. After waking up, Yi Fu brought a large bag of herbal medicine to Wan Tao. Wan Tao had someone boil it, and Jiang Rong also brought 2 bowls. I don't have a cold, so I don't need medicine, right? Everyone else is taking it, Jiang Rong said, blowing on the medicine before offering it to Yi Fu. Yi Fu knew very well how bitter the medicine she prepared was. Drinking it almost made her feel like her soul was leaving her body. However, the medicine was very effective, and her fever was quickly brought under control. At 3 p.m., the rain started to get heavier. Everyone chopped all the wood they could find in the house to start a fire. Since there wasn't enough wood, they had to go out in the rain to find more. Jiang Rong also went out, wearing a raincoat, so he was in slightly better shape than the others. There's still quite a lot in Chunyang County town. When I went out earlier, I found an off-road vehicle in the small neighborhood behind us. Yifu was a bit surprised. What's the condition of the vehicle? It's buried under the rubble, but I saw that steel bars are holding it up, so it's not badly damaged. Jiang Rong also found quite a few clothes and pieces of wood. Yifu planned to check out the off-road vehicle. If she took it, she wouldn't need to clear the rubble. She could just put it directly into her space. She added more firewood to the fire and took out clean clothes for Jiang Rong to change into. The clothes he brought back were first stored in her space. We'll go out later to get the vehicle and see if we can find anything else. Chunyang County town is quite remote, surrounded by mountains. People fleeing usually wouldn't pass through here because the roads are complex and the terrain difficult. The county town hasn't been burned by fire, so there should be some useful items left. Others who went out to look for things also started to return, and from their looks, they had gained quite a lot. Some even placed basins and buckets outside to catch rainwater. Shuyan also went out twice and brought back many items. Yifu took out some cooked food from her space, and they started to eat dinner. There was a window in the room that was kept open, and the smoke from the fire quickly dispersed outside.
Hey.
What's wrong? The mosquitoes are gone. Yifu carried her lunchbox to the windowsill. After it rained, the mosquitoes disappeared. Jiang Rong also came over and looked outside at the heavy rain with her. It seems that rain is the natural enemy of mosquitoes. After finishing their meal, Yifu put on her raincoat, settled Do Miao and Luo Luo, and then went out into the rain. Jiang Rong said the neighborhood was not far from their current temporary residence, just a short walk around the block. Yifu also saw the off-road vehicle buried under the rubble. That's a good car. It should be able to handle frozen ground roads. The white off-road vehicle, a Ford Mustang, had a high chassis and looked to be about 70% new. There was no one around. Yifu, along with the rubble, directly put the vehicle into her space. Looking at the large area of ruins that disappeared on the spot, Yifu smiled contentedly. Let's go and visit other places. Exiting from behind the community, there was a building materials market, but unfortunately, it had already become a ruin. Yifu picked up a nail from the ground and sighed while looking at the ruins. The damage here was much worse than in any county they had passed before. All the buildings in this area had collapsed, and the concrete and stones were shattered into pieces. Walking slowly into the ruins, Yifu saw a human hand turned into white bones. A few round solar water tanks were crushed under the debris, deformed by the stones. Yifu knocked on them twice. They could probably be used as water containers, so he stored them all in his space. Yifu, there's some rolls of oilcloth here. Yifu hurried over to Jiang Rong.
Great.
The cover on the truck is made of fabric, but can't block the rain. Take the oilcloth back to them. Yifu peeled away the cement blocks and touched the oilcloth underneath. It still looked usable because it was pressed under the debris, and the weathering wasn't too serious. Besides that, they didn't find anything else useful. The two didn't stay long and carried the 2 rolls of oilcloth back directly. Just as they returned to the building, the rain outside gradually lessened. Others came back with the supplies they had gathered. Yifu glanced and was surprised to see someone had found a few bags of salt. Yifu, Uncle Lu said the rain has stopped. We need to keep moving and get to Yun City earlier. Chi Yuan saw them return and hurried over to help carry things. They were leaving so soon, which surprised Yifu. All right, let's pack up now. Here, help me give this to Uncle Lu. It's oilcloth, and it can cover the truck. Yifu handed the oilcloth to Chi Yuan, and he and Jiang Rong went inside to pack their things. Are Lu Zhang and the others planning to go to the Yun City base? How far is Yun City? Yifu took out a notebook and looked at it. Probably about 200 kilometers away. They left right after the rain stopped. Yifu was worried about possible mudslides or collapses on the road, but the others had already packed up and gone downstairs. Outside the window, strong winds raged. The thinner people might be blown away by the wind. Yifu carried Do Miao and Luo Luo, and the two of them went downstairs one after the other. Downstairs, others were spreading out the oilcloth. One had already put on the sheepskin cloak Yifu gave her. After the rain, the temperature suddenly dropped to 23 degrees Celsius, and many people shivered from the cold. This terrible weather, a sudden drop in temperature that could be deadly. Qi Yuan complained and shrank his neck. After Yifu got in the car, she took out gloves and put them on. She was driving the stretch, and Jiang Rong sat in the front passenger seat. Yifu, why don't I drive instead? You're nearsighted. I don't feel comfortable letting you drive, Feng Wei said worriedly. Qi Yuan felt a bit guilty. But we can't always let the two of them drive. It's okay, I'm not tired, Yifu replied. She took a clean cloth and handed it to Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong wrapped the cloth around a stick to make a simple windshield wiper. A truck led the way, followed by 3 vans in a row. The cars had enough fuel, so driving straight to Yunqing was no problem. Yifu's car was second to last because its headlights were broken, and Fang Ming's car was at the back. But just after leaving Chunying City, it started raining again. Usually, the 200-kilometer trip would take about 3 hours, but with this terrible weather and unclear road conditions, it might take 7 or 8 hours. Yifu had never been to Yunqing, but she knew it was a coastal city. Summers were hot, winters cold, and there were many docks. Yifu thought it would be good to find some boats. If she couldn't find any, it was okay, she could make some herself. There were books about this in their supplies. Yunqing has the sea. Should we go to the beach and see if we can catch fish, shrimp, or? Feng Wei had been to Yunqing and was somewhat familiar with the city. I haven't seen the sea before, Qi Yuan sighed. It's okay. When we get to Yunqing, I'll take you to see the sea, Yifu said. She also looked at Jiang Rong. We want to see the sea too. Jiang Rong smiled gently and nodded. The forest road was rough. Suddenly, Yifu heard a sound behind her and saw stones rolling down from above. Jiang Rong quickly blew a whistle. The cars in front received the signal and sped up. Could it be a landslide? A loud rumbling echoed through the woods. Yifu was calm. She put on goggles and steadily accelerated, staying organized. Feng Wei was worried about Feng Ming. He kept looking back and even tried to open the window, but Yifu loudly stopped him. Don't stick your head out. My brother and the others are behind us. What should we do? Feng Wei was scared. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why did it suddenly turn into a landslide and a mountain collapse? You can't be of much help if you go out. Let's leave quickly. Your brother and the others will catch up. Qi Yuan patted her shoulder softly to comfort her. Jiang Rong wiped the water off the glass. Yifu pressed the accelerator. A large rock brushed past the back of the car, almost knocking it over. Yifu quickly turned the steering wheel sharply to the left, and the car kept moving. The sound of the tires rubbing was loud. The mudslide was already rolling down everywhere. Shuyan shrank in the corner with a pale face. Just then, a thunderclap sounded, and purple lightning split the sky. Yifu suddenly cursed, and everyone froze, all looking up at her. Yifu kept speaking in her usual way, and Qi Yuan pinched his face in disbelief, blinking in surprise.
Yifu actually swears?
That's rare. With a loud bang, a huge rock fell ahead. Yifu braked quickly to avoid hitting it. The others were thrown forward by inertia. When the rock rolled down the cliff, Yifu immediately started the car again.
My head.
I feel like throwing up. I'm so dizzy. In just 3 minutes of life and death speed, everyone felt like they had been through hours. Finally, they left the valley, and the car ahead stopped. Many people got out and squatted by the roadside too. Yifu took off her goggles and gloves, moving her stiff fingers. Strong wind, heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Everyone could only keep moving forward. Jiang Rong reached out and touched Yifu's hand, then decided to switch places with her. From now on, he would drive. 6 hours later, the car entered Yun City. It seemed to have suffered even worse natural disasters, with many large craters on the ground. Seeing these craters, Yifu immediately guessed what had happened. This doesn't look like an earthquake. Why are there so many craters? After parking, everyone got out to check. Could these be caused by a meteorite? Indeed, Qi Yuan was right. Yifu remembered the fireball she and Jiangrong saw falling on Broken Cloud Mountain. She had collected many black meteorites and stored them in her space. The meteorites falling in Yun City were very different from those on Broken Cloud Mountain.
So, this is a meteorite.
Fangwei jumped into a crater and touched the large reddish-brown stone inside. It smells terrible. Why do meteorites smell bad? The surface of the meteorite had sulfur, which naturally gave off a bad smell. Yifu looked at the large holes and no longer hoped there were any survivors in the Yunqing base. There were many pits on the road, and trucks were hard to drive. Everyone got out of the vehicles, laid wooden planks over the holes, and after 4 hours, they finally entered the city. The buildings in the city were not only destroyed by meteor strikes, but the fires brought by the meteors had also burned down the entire city. Everyone was very disappointed. They thought they could rest here for a while, but they found that not a single complete building remained in Yunqing. The Yunqing base is located at Yunqing Vocational College, which is on high ground. After the disaster, the authorities took control of the area. Park the vehicle here. Use the remaining oilcloth to make some tents and set up camp. We will go to Yunqing base to check the situation. Travel in groups and be very careful. Lu Zhang organized everyone to set up the tents with oilcloth, then took a few people to visit the Yunqing base. Wan Tao and Secretary Huang also seemed to have things to do, so they left with Qingcheng. Others started gathering wood to make fires, boil water, and cook. Some people wrapped themselves in oilcloth and left to look for supplies. Yifu took down the tent, and Jiangrong found a slightly higher flat area. The two set up the tents, planned to eat something and rest, then think about what to do next. The situation is worse than I expected. I thought it was just an earthquake like in other counties, but I didn't expect meteor landings and fires here. They sat inside the tent, while outside, the rain was falling steadily and endlessly. Yifu took some food from the space and placed it on a folding table. The smell of roast duck and steamed buns made her stomach growl loudly. Hungry and tired, Yifu no longer wanted to think about anything else. The mudslides she experienced on the way had exhausted her. Now, she just wanted to fill her stomach and get some sleep. Fortunately, Jiangrong chose a high ground for this place, so there was no flooding. Yifu spread a moisture-proof mat under the straw mat, then slumped on it without caring about her image. Do we still need to go to the seaside? Jiangrong opened a soup box and handed it to Yifu. She took a sip, feeling much better inside. Yes, but I don't have the strength right now. Then rest for a while. I'll go find some firewood. The rain should stop soon.
Yifu was not so optimistic.
This rain is like a broken faucet, always dripping weakly. It just keeps falling and drops. Jiangrong listened to her description and couldn't help but smile. Yifu, having eaten and drunk enough, lay down to rest. Jiangrong put on his raincoat and went outside. After a while, he built a small fire outside the tent, and at that moment, the rain stopped. Yifu slept for 2 hours. When she came out of the tent, she saw the sun shining, and the temperature immediately rose to 28 degrees. The weather kept changing between cold and hot. Even the strongest people couldn't handle it. Others had already left one after another to find supplies. Yifu put out the fire, let Do Miao and Luo roam freely. She stretched her limbs and planned to go for a walk. Jiangrong, let's go. Since someone was guarding the camp, they didn't need to pack up the tent. Just as they left, Qi Yuan and the others returned. Seeing the situation, it was clear they couldn't find a boat. Yifu wasn't discouraged. Is there anyone around? No one. Yifu chuckled and stored the meteorite from the pit into her space. Let's take a quick tour of the city. If we don't find anything, we can go to the seaside or the dock. I have a small boat. If there's still water and fish in the sea, maybe they could try their luck. With Jiangrong with her, she felt very safe. Wanna eat fish? Not exactly. I just enjoy the fishing process. It's a pity that the entire Cloud City was burned down completely. Not even a single nail could be found. Cloud City is a small city. It takes less than an hour to walk around. When she reached the seaside, Yifu looked at the dark, murky water and started to doubt everything. It seems her fishing plan has failed. The sea was full of trash, with a foul smell drifting over, making Yifu feel nauseous. The beach was also piled with broken boats and heaps of garbage. She even saw a human skeleton among the trash. The sun was glaring, and under the intense heat, the smell of decay grew stronger. Let's go back first. There was nothing in the city, no scrap metal, no resources. The sea was full of garbage. The water was black, as if several thousand tons of oil had been spilled in it. It was both dirty and stinky, and fish and shrimp probably had long disappeared. They returned along the same path. The ground was covered with a thick layer of black ash and mud, and their shoes were very dirty. Luckily, she had changed into rain boots before heading out.
Gli fussai devili.
Isn't it said that after hardships, there will be a bright future? Why does it feel like every obstacle is harder than the last? One challenge after another, endless. Jiang Rong crouched down, signaling Yifu to climb on. Yifu leaned on his back, and Jiang Rong carried her, even tossing her gently a couple of times. Maybe the next village will be better? Close your eyes and rest a bit more. Don't think about anything. Just leave everything to me, okay? Yifu responded with a soft Jiang Rong smiled gently, full of tenderness. Back at the camp, Wan Tao and the others had already returned. Their wet clothes were hung outside on a makeshift rope to dry. There's no one at the base, but a row of earthen houses didn't collapse. Old Huang and I are from Yun City. We just went back to our hometown and saw it's also turned into ruins. Wan Tao looked very worried. Others kept arriving, each empty-handed, with no gains. Should we leave Yun City or stay here and rest for a few days? We could go to the base. There are still many supplies there. Lu Zhang looked at everyone. Everyone is tired these days. Now that the rain has stopped, it's good to rest. By the way, did you go to the seaside? We did. Yifu told everyone about the situation at the beach. The water is full of trash, and there are skeletons floating around. The water is black and smells terrible. How far is the next city? To leave Yun City, we need to cross a mountain range that's hundreds of kilometers long. It spans 2 provinces, with difficult terrain. We might not have enough gasoline for the trip, but we can't find any gasoline in Yun City anymore. Maybe we should walk or put everything on the truck and leave the other vehicles behind. If we can't find gasoline, that's all we can do, Lu Zhang said. Since Lu Zhang mentioned that the base still had supplies, everyone packed their things and headed to the base by car. Back at the camp, Yifu's eyelids kept twitching. She wasn't superstitious, but she felt uneasy. She whistled, and Do Miao and Luo Luo ran back from nearby. Yifu, you really went to the seaside? Qi Yuan asked on the car.
Yes, Yifu replied.
I still want to see the ocean. Do you think the people at the Yun City base might have also left to escape? They probably didn't all die. Uncle Lu said the base isn't small and can hold 50,000 people. No one really knows, but I hope they all left. So many people have died in this disaster. Just thinking about it makes me feel heartbroken. Fong Wei's eyes are red, and her voice is choked with emotion. All right, I won't say more. They must have left here to escape. Maybe they already went northwest. Qi Yuan quickly grabs Fong Wei's hand to apologize. Xu Yan looks out the window in silence, clutching the red safety string her grandmother made for her tightly in her palm. The car reaches outside the Yun City base. 2 vehicles have run out of fuel, so everyone has to walk into the base. Broken black walls and collapsed ruins silently tell everyone that a terrible disaster once happened here. Lu Zhang mentioned the earth house behind the base, which is used to store farming tools. In front of it are endless abandoned fields. There are many hoes here, left by the base. I looked inside. Besides farming tools, there's not much good stuff left. This earth house is lucky. It wasn't hit by a meteor. It has roads in front and behind, so the fire in the fields and the buildings behind are separated. Besides hoes, there are shovels, sickles, and small plows. Unfortunately, the small plows also lack gasoline. Everyone searches for undamaged tools to take with them. Yifu plans to take some gasoline from her space when leaving. She can't just abandon the vehicles here. The remaining tools that can't be carried are stored in her space later. The small plow looks almost new and should still work. Let's rest here for 2 days. Everyone's tired from traveling, and the road ahead is still long. There's no rush. After Wan Tao finishes speaking, others start tidying up the earth house. Yifu and Jiang Rong don't plan to stay inside. They find a flat spot nearby and set up their tents. Yifu takes a walk around the base, but finds nothing except meteorites. The so-called disaster is just a horrific massacre. Yifu sits on a stone, lost in thought for a long time before returning to her tent. My right eyelid keeps twitching. I feel like something bad is going to happen. She sits next to Jiang Rong. Since we left the safe zone, we've only met Xu Yun and her grandmother, 2 survivors. Do you think there are others out there?
Certainly, Yifu.
The world is very big, larger than we can imagine. Maybe somewhere right now, the weather is still good. As long as there is sunshine, wind, air, and water, people can still hope to survive. Jiang Rong, you seem never to worry. Jiang Rong raises an eyebrow. Aren't you here with me? Why would I worry? He doesn't care about the so-called natural disasters or others. His only concern is Yifu. Look over there. Are the bugs back again? Jiang Rong looks where Yifu points. A large swarm of insects is coming from behind. Yes, bugs. Yifu quickly takes out some poison powder and applies it to their clothes, the tent, and even to Do Miao and Luo Luo's tails. I need to take some to Wan Tao and the others. Let me go. You rest here. I'll be back soon. Jiang Rong takes the poison powder and quickly heads toward the small hut. Yifu props her chin with her hand, watching outside. No wonder her right eyelid has been twitching all day. Those bugs are coming back. Jiang Rong returns quickly. At the same time, the bugs fly to the front of the tent. Yifu quickly zips up the tent. They lie on the grass mats, looking at each other with mixed feelings of sadness and helplessness. Jiang Rong, do you think we will spend our whole lives running away? If I reach 60 and this disaster still hasn't ended, I might choose to end my life. Jiang Rong doesn't argue. He just quietly looks at Yifu. We are already so miserable now. When we get old and can't run anymore, it will be even worse. Yifu suddenly grabs Jiang Rong's hand. When we get to the northwest, let's leave. Let's go far away from people, to a place just for us. Okay. Jiang Rong feels a bit happy inside. This is exactly what he wants, just the 2 of them, no need to worry about others. I have enough seeds to create a peaceful place. Jiang Rong, do you think we should build a new house or live in a wooden cabin? Let's build a wooden cabin. I like that.
Yifu smiles softly. Good.
By the way, we can find partners for Do Miao and Luo Luo then. Our family will have more members. All right, I agree. Outside the tent, the bugs buzz loudly. Yifu takes out her phone, turns it on, and opens the camera to look at herself inside. Haha, is that really me? There was dirt and ash on her face, her hair was very messy, and her clothes were torn. Only her eyes stood out, big and bright. Yifu aimed her phone camera at herself and Jiang Rong and took several photos. Next time, I must print out these photos. After chatting for a while, Yifu fell asleep. Several hours later, several people left the earth house. Jiang Rong looked outside the tent. The sun was still very bright and hot, but the sky had turned orange-red. When Yifu woke up, she found Jiang Rong was not in the tent. Do Miao and Luo Luo looked a bit strange. They seemed restless and were walking around inside the tent. What's wrong? Do Miao, are you sick? Yifu gently held Do Miao and checked carefully, but she didn't find anything wrong. Are you hungry? Yifu took out a handful of broken rice, but Do Miao just sniffed it without wanting to eat. Yifu looked worried. You two need to be brave. You must not get sick, understand? At that moment, footsteps came from outside. Jiang Rong was back. Yifu, something's wrong. Yifu's eyelids suddenly twitched. What is it? Hurry and pack up. I just felt the ground shaking. Hearing this, Yifu quickly stood up from the grass mat. Are you serious? Her face looked worried. She grabbed Jiang Rong. Go tell Brother Song and Chi Yuan. I'll pack things up. Yi Fu quickly packed the tent into her space. She carried Do Miao and Luo Luo and ran to the open ground. Just then, the ground started to shake. This shake was different from the one at Cloud Mountain. During the first shake, Yi Fu couldn't stand steadily. She threw herself on the ground, stuffed Do Miao and Luo Luo into her backpack, leaving only a small air hole. The first wave of shaking stopped after a brief pause of 2 seconds. Then the second wave hit. Yi Fu was on the ground and was thrown about 3 or 4 meters. She endured the pain, buckled the backpack straps around her stomach, and kept her eyes on the earth house. In just a few seconds, the third wave came. Yi Fu was thrown out again. The shaking was even bigger than swinging on a swing. Yi Fu's bottom hit a stone, and she winced in pain. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to collapse. A huge fissure appeared. Yi Fu rolled to the side, but didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. The ground suddenly gave way under her feet, and she fell down. Just in time, she grabbed the ground with her hands, gripping the earth tightly. She bent her knees and pressed them against the cracked wall. All her strength focused in her arms. Yi Fu pushed hard and climbed out from inside. But as soon as she emerged, a new tremor struck. Yi Fu was thrown more than 10 meters away. Her chest hit the ground hard. She swallowed a mouthful of dirt, and the pain in her body almost made her gasp for air.
Ugh. Yi Fu covered her chest.
She tasted blood in her mouth and frowned, trying to push the blood down. Not far away, screams and shouts echoed. Yi Fu wanted to move, but the ground started shaking again. She felt pain in every part of her body. She bit her tongue to calm herself quickly.
Yi Fu.
It was the first time Yi Fu heard Jiang Rong call her his name with such panic. She took out a whistle hanging around her neck and blew hard twice. Jiang Rong quickly ran over to her. Yi Fu watched him rush toward her, then pulled her up and ran. Jiang Rong, I'm here. Don't be afraid. I'll help you get out. What about the others? They ran into the farmland. The ground was still shaking wildly. The sound of landslides and mountain crumbling echoed in Yi Fu's ears. Jiang Rong half-dragged and half-held her, and the two hurriedly ran away, bending over. The cold wind blew on them, making them feel cold and sharp. Yi Fu looked at the sky, which was already turning red. Her voice was hoarse. A hurricane is coming. The strongest level of a hurricane is 12. A level 12 hurricane can sweep over 30 to 40 meters per second. Yi Fu felt her body lighten as Jiang Rong and she were lifted by the hurricane. They were carried up about 7 or 8 meters, then fell heavily. Jiang Rong held Yi Fu and used himself as a cushion underneath. Yi Fu felt dizzy, and the pain made her nerves numb. At that moment, she felt like she was about to die. Yi Fu, don't sleep. Yi Fu heard Jiang Rong calling her. She wanted to open her eyes and see him, but another strong gust of wind came. Even someone as brave as Jiang Rong couldn't fight against nature. Yi Fu spat out a mouthful of blood. It's over. She's really going to die now. Suddenly, she felt like crying. She still wanted to live in a peaceful place with Jiang Rong. She dreamed of raising many chickens and ducks, planting lots of flowers and trees. Yi Fu. Jiang Rong wanted to wipe the blood from her mouth but accidentally smeared her face with more blood. She must look very ugly now. Yi Fu felt like laughing, but a dull pain struck her chest, and she spat out more blood. Jiang Rong, don't worry about me. Run quickly, get out of here. Jiang Rong carried her on his back. In a place Yi Fu couldn't see, his eyes turned red, and a tear rolled down his cheek. Don't be afraid. I will take you away soon. Trust me. But the earthquake and hurricane struck together, making it impossible for them to move. They fell to the ground again. Jiang Rong kept apologizing to Yi Fu. I'm not hurt. Jiang Rong, you can run out.
Don't worry about me.
Jiang Rong ignored her. He got up from the ground with her on his back and rushed forward quickly. After running about 20 meters, a strong wind lifted them into the air. Yi Fu thought about dying like this, but she also felt a little reluctant to leave Jiang Rong and others. She was worried about Wenwen too, not knowing how she was doing. As she thought about this, tears started to flow uncontrollably. Yifu watched Jiang Rong fall and get up again and again, each time carrying her forward. Her hand was around her neck, and her hand back was wet. What a fool. She didn't know how much time had passed, but the earthquake seemed to have stopped, and the hurricane was gone. Yifu was on Jiang Rong's back, and they didn't know how far they had run. Suddenly, Jiang Rong fell, and Yifu was thrown out. He quickly crawled over and held her in his arms. Cough, cough, cough. Where does it hurt? Yifu opened her eyes and looked at him. She wanted to smile, but the pain from her injuries made her wince. It doesn't hurt much. Is the earthquake over? Yes. Did you feed me blood? I taste blood in my mouth. I was afraid you'd lose too much blood. A faint smile crossed Yifu's face. You've turned me into a vampire. Just as she was speaking, Jiang Rong's face changed. He quickly carried her and ran forward. Yifu knew aftershocks were coming. She held Jiang Rong tightly, with all her strength. A loud rumble deafened her ears. She wanted to get down and run herself, but realized her legs were injured and difficult to stand. The ground behind them kept cracking and collapsing. In the distance, Yifu saw a car outside the base, but in the next moment, the truck was swallowed by the cracking earth. Jiang Rong was very fast, but the speed of the cracking and collapsing ground behind him was even faster. The insects and bugs have disappeared, and the sun has hidden away. The sky has changed from dark red to black. Suddenly, the path ahead collapses. Jiang Rong quickly stops and turns to run to the right. But fate seems to be against them. Hail begins to fall from the sky, with ice balls the size of beans hitting their heads, making their vision blur. Yifu takes out 2 safety helmets from the space and nervously puts them on Jiang Rong. When he tries to pull his hand back, his hand brushes against Jiang Rong's lips, and both are momentarily stunned. Surrounding debris and collapsing ground rush toward them. Jiang Rong speeds up again. Yifu can hear his heartbeat pounding irregularly. Yifu, help me wipe the rain off my face. Okay. A huffing sound comes from behind. Yifu glances back and instantly turns pale. Jiang Rong, turn left. A tornado is coming. The tornado seems to have eyes. As they run toward it, it follows closely, seeming determined to torment them without giving up. But Jiang Rong's speed isn't slow. He begins to veer away from the tornado's path and finally just brushes past it. Yifu breathes a sigh of relief, but suddenly, with a loud crash, the ground beneath their feet collapses. Ah! The land suddenly cracks and collapses. Yifu and Jiang Rong fall quickly into the widening gap. Yifu reflexively reaches out to grab the wall but the fall is too fast. His fingers are soon scraped raw. The gap widens into a 1-meter wide rift. Jiang Rong braces himself on both sides with his legs. He looks up, they have fallen about 30 meters.
Yifu?
I'm here. Don't fall asleep. Okay. Yifu squints and looks down. He can't see how deep the is, but the darkness below looks like a giant abyss ready to swallow them. His right hand bleeds from 5 fingers. Thinking quickly, he pulls out a grappling hook he had prepared earlier from the space, just in case. Jiang Rong tries to climb up, but the walls of the are damp clay, and his hands can't grip. Jiang Rong, I have a grappling hook. Throw it up to me. The ground continues to and collapse. Yifu isn't sure if the hook can latch onto the soil above. Jiang Rong takes the hook and throws it with all his strength. It catches onto the ground, but the surface is soft and begins to loosen, unable to support both of their weights. Yifu, you go up first. I'll hold on to you from below. Yifu was not pretentious. She grabbed the rope, and Jiang Rong saw her bloodied right hand. Don't be afraid. Don't look back. Yifu nodded. She ignored her broken leg and right hand, and started climbing up the rope. She clenched her teeth and used all her strength to climb. The hook tore off a chunk of dirt, which hit her face. Yifu didn't make a sound. She knew she had to get out quickly, so Jiang Rong could come up fast. She couldn't fall behind. At that moment, Yifu was glad she had learned rock climbing. Though not a professional, she wasn't afraid of such heights. Jiang Rong was also slowly climbing up. He could only rely on his legs to hold himself in the gap, so he wouldn't fall. On the ground, the storm continued. Large hailstones fell, hitting her forehead. Yi Fu felt no pain, not even a frown. Her palms were already scraped, and the ground she was hooked onto was starting to loosen.
Gli fu di dare di lei.
She gathered her strength and kept climbing. She was close, about 5 meters away. Yi Fu's eyes were full of joy. Blood from her fingers stained the rope. She suddenly felt short of breath, as if her blood was rushing in the wrong direction. She bit her tongue to stay alert and calm. She couldn't faint. Zhang Rong was still below. Yi Fu placed her hands on the ground and pushed herself up with all her might. Back on the surface, she felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if her blood was rushing backwards. She quickly pulled out her eagle claw hook and looked down at Zhang Rong's position. Zhang Rong, hold the rope. Hurry, I'm pulling you up. Not far behind her, a black whirlpool of storm was sweeping toward her. Yi Fu watched Zhang Rong grab the rope. The inertia almost pulled her back into the... She pressed her feet against the ground, wrapped the rope around her wrists and waist, and slowly moved backward. Hail and strong winds hit her. Yi Fu closed her eyes and shouted to herself with all her strength. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Zhang Rong was climbing quickly. When the rope lost its support, Yi Fu fell to the ground. At that moment, the storm vortex was almost upon her. A hand tightly held her waist, and Zhang Rong pulled her into his arms as they rolled to the side. Zhang Rong was on top of her. The storm passed over him, and stones carried by the whirlpool hit her lower leg, causing such pain that she almost spat out blood again. Let's go. The whirlpool disappeared, and Zhang Rong quickly stood up and pulled Yi Fu to her feet. To protect her, his back was already badly injured from the falling rocks earlier. Yi Fu also remembered, but her legs were broken. Just as she tried to stand, she knelt down again. Yi Fu wanted Zhang Rong to leave, but he wouldn't. He was very stubborn. If she died, he wouldn't be able to live alone. She struggled to get up, and Zhang Rong looked at her legs and hands. He held her tightly in his arms. I'm sorry. It doesn't hurt. I'm tough, and I'll be fine in a few days. The aftershocks had stopped for now, and the hurricane had disappeared. Only hail and strong winds continued. Zhang Rong took some rope, planning to tie Yi Fu to his back. She still had 2 little companions in her backpack. The family of 4 had just escaped death, but the danger wasn't completely gone. Yi Fu's legs kept bleeding. She took 3 painkillers and sprinkled some blood-stopping powder on her wounds. She grinned at Zhang Rong. It really doesn't hurt. Zhang Rong helped wipe the dirt and mud off her face. After a simple bandage, Yi Fu leaned on his back. Zhang Rong used the rope to tie her tightly to himself and started running forward. His wounds were healing quickly, but Yi Fu still gave him 2 more painkillers. The sky had darkened. Yi Fu didn't know if the polar day had ended. The cold wind made her shiver. A few hundred meters ahead, the aftershocks struck again. Even with a helmet, she still fell and saw stars. Everywhere was collapsed and cracked. Yi Fu wanted to ride her motorcycle and escape, but she couldn't. The hurricane came every 3 or 4 minutes. Loud thunder roared from all directions, scarier than the earthquake. Yi Fu opened her swollen eyes and looked at the sky. A lightning bolt struck, and the ground beneath her shook violently again. Yi Fu used her sleeve to wipe the water off Zhang Rong's face. His breathing grew heavier. Zhang Rong, are you okay?
I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
Is he really okay? Yi Fu's eyes turned red. She bit her lip to stop herself from crying, but tears still fell onto the back of Zhang Rong's neck. Don't cry. Did you forget? I heal quickly. It doesn't hurt anymore. Sleep for a while, and when you wake up, we'll be safe.
Yi Fu nodded.
Okay. But the roaring sound continued, and the hurricane was coming again. The ground beneath them kept collapsing. Nearby mountains showed signs of sinking. The ice fruit started to grow larger, changing from a bean to a walnut, and finally into a fist-sized shape. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Fu felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart, and even breathing hurt a lot. Jiang Rong stepped over and narrowly avoided a rushing gust of wind. Rainwater dripped from his hair onto his clothes. Yi Fu covered his mouth to stop himself from coughing again. A salty, sweet feeling surged in his throat. Yi Fu pressed his face tightly against Jiang Rong's back.
Wow.
An unusual sound came from nearby. Yi Fu looked back, but saw nothing. The two staggered and had already run about a kilometer away. The whooshing sound grew louder. Yi Fu took out a telescope and looked behind, but his eyes lost focus from the shock. Jiang Rong, the water is coming after us. Dark water rushed over from a distance, and the surrounding mountains began to sink. Large areas of ground collapsed, and people couldn't escape. Jiang Rong looked back once, then kept running forward while carrying Yi Fu. Even though he ran as fast as he could, he only had 2 legs, and the water behind was very close. Jiang Rong, put me down. I have a rescue boat. Yi Fu took out a rescue boat, a life jacket, and put on a raincoat. Yi Fu had seen the tide rise before, but what was happening now was 10,000 times more terrifying. From far away, Yi Fu could smell the foul odor of the black water. He couldn't believe it and looked back again. It's seawater flooding in. The rescue boat was brand new. Jiang Rong had already filled it with gasoline. Yi Fu took off his helmet and took out 2 gas masks. Within seconds, the black water surged toward them. A big wave rolled both of them and the rescue boat into the water. The land they had just stood on was collapsing quickly. Yi Fu struggled to control the rescue boat, while Jiang Rong held her tightly from behind. The big waves kept coming one after another, carrying all sorts of debris. White plastic bags, clothes, steel bars, cars, and tires. An earthquake triggered a tsunami, which turned into seawater flooding back in. Yi Fu's backpack was now in Jiang Rong's hands. Just then, another large wave hit, overturning the rescue boat. The 2 of them were swept into the black water. Yi held her breath and pressed her lips tightly together to prevent the black water from entering her stomach. However, water still got into her nose and ears, as if rushing to her brain, causing an unbearable headache. Jiang Rong swam over to Yi and quickly pulled her up. The 2 of them surfaced. Yi patted her chest and pinched her neck to force out the water she had swallowed. The motorboat is gone. It's ahead. Neither Domiao nor Luoluo knows what's happening. Her backpack was soaked, and the 2 little ones were also submerged. Don't worry, Jiang Rong said as he grabbed the motorboat. Yi hurriedly climbed onto it. Waves kept coming one after another, leaving no time to breathe. Ye's teeth chattered from the cold. Jiang Rong took over operating the motorboat. Yi poured out the water from her backpack. The 2 little creatures were still conscious, but trembling from the cold. Yi let out a heavy sigh of relief. It was already completely dark. Yi took out her goggles and put them on. Through them, all the tall mountains had disappeared, and the sea had flooded the land, leaving no intact piece of ground. She was flipped into the water again and again, struggling to surface each time. She covered her chest and gasped heavily. She had survived again. The water surface gradually calmed, and the hail stopped falling. Only the gentle drizzle continued. The wind was light, but carried a strong, unpleasant smell. Her eyes stung sharply, and large tears fell.
Her clothes and shoes were soaked.
To avoid getting sick, she quickly changed into clean, warm clothes. Wet clothes clung to her body, and removing them was difficult, making loud rubbing sounds. Her skin was scraped painfully. Her flesh was pale from soaking, dirt and grime stuck to her skin, and there was a foul smell. Her palms and soles were wrinkled and rough. Yi changed her clothes, then stuck a heating patch on her shoe sole. She put on 2 raincoats and a life jacket. Yi moved to the front, while Jiang Rong went to the back to change clothes. She took out a bottle of water and rinsed her mouth, trying to suppress the nausea in her throat. The polar day is over. Yi glanced at the time. It was now 10:30 p.m., and it was dark. Jiang Rong finished changing clothes, rescued Domiao and Luoluo, and helped clean their fur. Who knows if the sun will come out tomorrow? Yi pursed her lips and looked at the sky, clearly considering this possibility too. With a headlamp on, the brightness increased slightly. Yi sighed. I don't know how the others are doing. Should we go back to find them? Yifu was silent for a long time, then shook her head. We can't even take care of ourselves now. Your leg needs to be reset. Let's stop for a moment. I'll check your injury. Taking advantage of the calm, Yifu also wanted to rebandage her wound. Both her legs were broken. Yifu bit her lip and asked Jiang Rong to help reset her bones. There was also a wound on her right leg caused by a stone. Her chest and ribs hurt too. Yifu suspected her ribs might be broken. If it hurts, just shout out. Don't hold it in. Yifu shook her head. It doesn't hurt. Seeing her stubbornness, Jiang Rong looked at her with concern but kept working. With a cracking sound, he realigned her bones. After taking care of her injuries, Jiang Rong operated the speedboat. Yifu took out a compass to confirm they were heading south. Neither of them stopped. They continued into the night on the speedboat. The calm was short-lived. Soon, the water surface started to swell again. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and light rain fell steadily. A big wave hit from the left. Both of them quickly crouched down. Luckily, the wave only splashed over them and didn't pull them into the water. The speedboat was fast, but after 3 hours of searching, they still hadn't found land to dock. It felt like they were in a vast ocean. Suddenly, the water beneath them started to shake, and whirlpools formed on the surface. All the trash was into the whirlpools. The whirlpool's pull is very strong. The speedboat struggled to move 10 meters out of the whirlpool before escaping. Yifu and Jiang Rong were now surrounded. More whirlpools appeared on the water, accompanied by big waves and strong winds, trying to swallow them. Yifu could only crouch low at the back of the speedboat, gripping both sides tightly to avoid falling out. The water was dark, foul-smelling, and nauseating after a while. Even with a gas mask, she could still smell the stench of the water. Yifu saw a floating skull in the water. Its hollow eye sockets seemed to stare at her, making her heart stop with fear. At 2:30 a.m., Yifu patted Jiang Rong's back and loudly told him, "I'll drive now. You rest at the back for a while." Jiang Rong shook his head and patted her shoulder. "I'm not tired." The wind on the water was strong, so they had to speak loudly to hear each other. Yifu took a thermos from her space and unscrewed the lid, handing it to Jiang Rong. He took off his mask and quickly drank some hot water. If they cannot find land again, how will 2 people survive on the water? Using the bathroom is a big problem. Finally, the wind stopped, the whirlpool disappeared, and the hurricane left. Yifu was exhausted. Her body hurt, but that was bearable. However, the mental stress was almost driving her crazy. Jiang Rong stopped the speedboat, moved to the back seat, and held Yifu in his arms. "Are you cold?" Yifu shook her head. She took some food from her space and handed it to Jiang Rong, then fed the bean sprouts and luo with water and crushed rice. Yifu released 3 kayaks and over 20 life rings onto the water. She didn't know if these would reach others or if there was still time, but only in this way could she feel a little better inside. Yifu felt a cramp in her stomach and suddenly realized she was not feeling well. "I think I'm having my period," she said. Her lips turned pale, and she curled up in Jiang Rong's arms, feeling weak and unenergetic. She struggled to sit up. The speedboat was big enough for 7 or 8 people. She wanted to go to the back to change her sanitary pad, but she felt shy about doing that in front of Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong silently supported the boat with his hands, trying to keep it steady, then turned his back. It was bad luck to have trouble at such a time. Yifu forced a bitter smile, wishing she had cooked herself some medicine to delay her period. After changing, she stuck several warm packs on her body, especially around her waist and stomach. She took out a military coat to wear and changed into fleece-lined rain boots. "Jiang Rong, here are your gloves." Jiang Rong took the gloves. Although he wasn't very cold, he didn't want Yifu to worry, so he put them on obediently. Now it's warmer. After drinking a bowl of brown sugar water from her space and taking a painkiller, her stomach pain eased. "Does your leg still hurt?" Jiang Rong helped her wipe her face with a towel. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." "What about your fingers?" Yifu smiled. "My fingers are scabbed over." "Don't worry, I don't feel any pain anywhere." "If you feel uncomfortable, tell me." Jiang Rong still looked worried. Don't keep it to yourself. If you don't tell me, I'll be scared.
Je fuese no stingold.
Jiang Rong, will we survive and leave this place? We will, he replied. At 6 o'clock, dawn broke. Thank goodness, the eternal night did not appear. The patrol boat has traveled over 40 kilometers and is still on an endless body of water. The water has gradually calmed down, with occasional strong winds and light rain. The storm has not appeared for several hours. Although it is daylight, the sun has not shown itself. Yifu took out a thermometer and found that the temperature had dropped to 16 degrees. Jiang Rong is also wearing a military coat. After getting used to the smell of the water, both of them took off their gas masks and put on wool hats and masks. Surrounded by endless sea in all directions, they cannot see the edge. Although the patrol boat is following the compass, Yifu is unsure if the route is correct. Fortunately, there is enough food and water in the space, but thinking about the others makes Yifu feel uneasy. People who are close and share life and death cannot remain indifferent, no matter how cold-hearted they are. A hint of determination flashes in Yifu's eyes. The harder the situation, the more she wants to survive. It's going to rain again. Yifu quickly puts on a raincoat. She ties a cage on the patrol boat, where Daodu and Luoluo are kept. She also places a hot water bag inside, covered with an oilcloth. She moves to the front, ready to steer the boat for the next 2 hours, as Jiang Rong has not rested for a long time. Put on your raincoat and rest at the back for a while. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. I'll steer for a bit. Seeing her insist, Jiang Rong gives up his position to Yifu. It's going to rain heavily. Jiang Rong looks at the sky for a few seconds and says softly. Suddenly, raindrops hit her shoulder with a pa-ta sound. Yifu reaches out her hand and notices the wind coming from the south, so she needs to change position. We can't go against the wind. The resistance is too strong. We should head north. Yifu immediately changes direction, with Jiang Rong helping her steer from behind. If only they had a small yacht, they wouldn't be in such a mess. Yifu sighs. Now she can only face the challenge head-on. At noon, thick fog rises from the sea. Both the binoculars and night vision goggles become useless. The compass's magnetic field is disturbed, and they can only rely on instinct and luck to find their way. Jiang Rong rests for 2 hours and quickly comes to replace Yifu. She hurriedly moves to the back to handle her period crisis. The rain gets heavier and heavier. Yifu takes out a water pump to drain the accumulated water from the boat. The drain valve on the patrol boat can't be used now, and scooping water with a basin is too slow. She can only take out the pump. A strong wind pushed from behind, making the speed of the boat even faster. The two of them had already given up trying to figure out their direction. The wind has stopped. Yifu sat behind Jiang Rong, tightly close to him. A big wave hit, and the water suddenly swept both of them and the boat into the air. Yifu quickly stored the pump into her space and quickly crouched inside the boat. Jiang Rong's skills were very steady. Even when lifted more than 10 meters high, he still managed to keep the boat steady on the water surface. After 2 hours, the fog grew thicker, and visibility was only about 3 meters. More frightening than the big waves was the occasional tremor from the water beneath. Yifu felt like she had earthquake trauma. Even the slightest shake made her feel her heart might stop. It was still raining, sometimes heavier, sometimes lighter. Jiang Rong turned to look at Yifu and gently wrapped his right arm around her. Don't be afraid. Yifu leaned into his embrace and wiped the fog from her eyelashes. In just a few days, Yifu had lost about 6 or 7 pounds. Her stomach no longer had visible muscle lines, and she could feel her ribs protruding. Jiang Rong took off his colored contact lenses, and his different colored eyes made him look even more stern. On the 3rd day floating on the water, Yifu's injuries had mostly healed. They were gradually getting used to the environment on the water, except for bathroom needs, which they still hadn't adapted to. Everything else was manageable. Because of the thick fog, neither of them knew where they were and could only keep moving forward with the wind. During this time, Jiang Rong fed Yifu a bowl of his blood. Yifu fainted for 3 hours. When she woke up, she felt no significant change in her body, but when she tried to lift things, she noticed her strength had increased a lot. Her body also seemed more resistant to cold. When the temperature dropped to 14 degrees, Yifu felt it was no different from 24 degrees. On the fourth day, the rain stopped. Yifu took out some adult formula milk from her space and made a large cup. Recently, her nutrition had been insufficient, so she needed to catch up quickly. Jiang Rong preferred sweet foods, but he didn't really like the sweet milk. If you don't drink this, you'll have to drink glucose. Compared to milk, Jiang Rong liked the taste of glucose even less, so he drank it all in one go. If it doesn't rain this afternoon, we'll have barbecue. Yifu looked at him with a smile.
Okay.
Sure enough, there was no rain in the afternoon. Jiang Rong parked the boat, and the two sat at the back. He took out a battery and a grill, set everything up, and Yifu then took out meat and vegetables. The smell in the water doesn't seem as bad anymore. Maybe I'm just used to it now. Yifu brushed a layer of oil onto the meat and placed the pork belly on top. The smell has indeed become much milder. Jiang Rong stared at Yifu with wide eyes. After removing her colored contact lenses, Yifu always felt he had become more mysterious and harder to understand. He looked at her and felt a bit embarrassed. He glared at him, then lowered his eyes with a gentle smile and reached out to tidy her messy hair. Compared to the messy escape a few days ago, this peaceful moment feels especially precious and beautiful. On the sixth day, Yifu found a corpse. Judging by how swollen it was, it had been dead for 4 or 5 days. Despite the severe swelling, Yifu recognized it as someone from their group. She put the body into a bag and stored it in her space, planning to bury it once they reached land. Yifu felt very heavy-hearted. She sat silently at the back. Jiang Rong stopped the small boat and came over to hold her. Someone must still be alive. Yifu shook her head. The hope is too small. Yifu was depressed for 2 days, but then gathered her strength. Now, her main goal was to survive, leave the sea, find land, and not fall into sadness. After regrouping, Yifu transformed from a fragile woman into a strong figure. When she started the small boat, she showed her determination to speed up, almost throwing Jiang Rong off the back. Her only goal now was to rush out of the sea and find land. No earthquake, hurricane, strong wind, or heavy rain could stop her. But after 3 more days of drifting at sea, they still hadn't reached land. Yifu even wondered if they had been circling in the same place, trapped in a dead end. How could they still be in the ocean after so many days? The water couldn't possibly flood the entire planet, right? They still had plenty of gasoline and oil in the space, but if they couldn't find land, would they have to live on the sea forever? Yifu refused to believe that. She continued to head forward with the wind. But fate seemed to be against her. Just when she was so motivated, a hurricane suddenly arose on the sea. Yifu lost her balance and fell into the water. At that moment, Yifu let out a breath of relief. Her period had just ended. She was quickly rescued by Jiang Rong. After this accident, Yifu decided to take things step by step. Finding land was not something to rush.
Ashu.
Yifu's nose was running, and she was trembling from the cold. She was lying on the inflatable boat, vomiting into the sea. She had swallowed a lot of water earlier, which was both foul and fishy. She needed to spit it out quickly, or she would get diarrhea.
Ugh.
Yifu felt like she had vomited all the sour water. She lay in the boat, hopelessly staring at the foggy sea. Drink some water, take a pill, and change your clothes quickly. Jiang Rong touched her forehead, which was quite hot. Set up a tarp to make a small cabin. Rest inside for a while. I'll steer the boat. Don't worry, we can't see the road clearly now, so we have to go slowly. You've been very emotional these days. I know you're worried about others, but you also need to take care of yourself. Yifu understood the reasoning, but day after day floating on the water, with no land in sight, she couldn't help feeling anxious and restless. Yifu took off her wet clothes and quickly put on clean, warm clothes and a military coat. Living is so hard. 15th day of floating, Yifu found another corpse. The body was unrecognizable, with no clear features. She still put it in a bag and stored it in her space.
Time passed day by day.
Besides occasional waves hitting the boat during storms, there were no other dangers. The fog still hadn't lifted. During this time, Zhang Rong mostly steered the boat. They took turns sleeping, about 4 hours each day, while the rest of the time they hurried forward. Do Miao, why are you shedding so much fur? Yi Fu took Do Miao out and noticed she was losing a lot of fur from her tail. Luo Luo was doing better. She could fly out and wander inside the boat. Zhang Rong turned his head to look at Do Miao. Could it be that she's not adjusting well to the water and soil? Or maybe the smell of the water is making her sick, causing her to shed fur. I don't know. She looks very unwell. I'll give her some medicine. Do Miao was lying in Yi Fu's arms. If it weren't for her faint breathing, Yi Fu would have thought she had already passed away. Yi Fu dissolved the medicine in warm water and gave it to her. But by the next day, Do Miao's condition hadn't improved, and Luo Luo also started shedding fur. I'll feed them some blood. Don't worry, it might be seasickness. Zhang Rong gave them some blood, and their spirits seemed to improve. However, Zhang Rong noticed another problem. Yi Fu, their skin doesn't look right. The bald spots haven't grown new fur yet. Yi Fu leaned in to look and saw black spots on the bald areas of Do Miao. Yi Fu was puzzled. Do Miao's skin is red, and suddenly developing black spots made her worried. Fortunately, Zhang Rong's blood quickly revived them, but the hair follicles in the bald areas seemed to have died. However, after 2 days, Yi Fu noticed red lumps growing where they lost hair. They looked a bit creepy, and Do Miao was listless and kept crying. Why is this happening? Could it be that my blood isn't working for them? Zhang Rong also looked confused. Yi Fu decided to do an experiment with her own blood. She cut her finger, and blood started to flow out. She squeezed the blood into a spoon and fed it to them. Her wound was healing quickly, though not as fast as Zhang Rong's. Within about 2 hours, it scabbed over. After drinking her blood, the 2 little creatures seemed a bit more energetic. But Yi Fu didn't relax. She kept watching them. Several hours later, the lumps disappeared, and the black spots faded a lot. Looking at the dark water in the sea, Yi Fu suddenly thought of something. Zhang Rong, do you think this water smells so bad because of a nuclear power plant explosion and radiation leakage? After saying this, Yi Fu pressed her temples, trying to calm herself quickly. Could Do Miao and Luo Luo be losing their fur and developing black spots and lumps because of radiation? I remember Yun Cheng doesn't have a nuclear power plant. Frustrated, Yi Fu scratched her head. Radiation comes from somewhere else. The seawater flows down from upstream. The city of Jinlin upstream has a nuclear power plant. She shook her head again. And also a meteorite. Although meteorites contain radiation, it's very weak and harmless to humans. Yi Fu was confused, but a voice in her mind told her she must leave quickly and get out of here faster. Zhang Rong, we need to leave quickly. We must escape this water area. Yi Fu took out her gas mask, feeling regretful for taking it off earlier. She was also worried because she had swallowed so much dark water. Her heart sank. Okay, I'll start the speedboat. Don't worry too much. Radiation doesn't affect me. Since you drank my blood, it probably doesn't affect you either. Really? Well, you see, Do Miao and Luo Luo drank your blood, and now they have opened their eyes. This shows that your blood fusion is better than mine, and your healing ability is stronger than mine. Yi Fu felt a bit more at ease. But in the vast, endless water area, can they really escape?